Naughty Business, and Enemies to Lovers Romance. By Michelle Love and Ellen Lane. Blurb.
I'm always on top. Many women come across my path. But I can't be tied down. They simply fill a need, a desire. I am next in line to be the CEO for my foster dad's oil company. And this has given me access to the luxury and power most people ever dream of. But it comes with a cost. I can't settle down with a woman. Women take my eyes off my goal. That is, until Charlotte Gardner comes across my path. The attraction is instant. She is gorgeous, spontaneous, wild, and ignites a fire in me I was not aware of. I want to make her mine, even though I shouldn't. I can't stop it. The more I try, the harder I fall. I am ruined.
Chapter 1. The Line of Succession.
Vladimir Kensley didn't know what to do with himself when he was at home. It always seemed as if there was a sudden lack of things to do, or rather things he needed to do. He was, after all, a person who thrived on schedules and carefully planned itineraries. A man who could be so brutally anal about the way his day was laid out that he'd gone through 5 personal assistants before he found one that understood the way his mind worked. Of course, Marcy was on vacation now, and he was supposed to be too. But things had always been a bit harder for Vlad when it came to taking leisure time. It was 5 in the morning, and he was wide awake. By this point, he knew there was no hoping that he would magically go back to sleep. He would simply have to wait until someone else was up and puttering around before he made his appearance, most probably his mother. Next to him, she was the one who rose the earliest. Many a morning had been shared between just the two of them, drinking coffee in the kitchen as they discussed how things were going for him in Manhattan. But it would be at least another 2 hours before she even stirred. With a sigh, he tucked his hands behind his head, staring at the intricate whorls of paint that decorated the ceiling of his room. Though they were meant to be random, he had no problem seeing a pattern in them, reading them almost as if he would have read an equation. The first time he'd mentioned this to any of his brothers, they had merely looked at him as though he were some kind of oddity, all of them except Ethan, that was. When it came to mathematical patterns, Ethan was as close to a savant as it was possible to be. But he was nowhere near as uptight as his elder brother. Ethan was, arguably, the most relaxed of them all, and Vlad only thought so because Alistair's idea of relaxation was probably something that involved endangering his life. His oldest brother often liked to insist that a little base jumping or cliff diving would clear Vladimir's mind, and Vlad always made sure that Alistair knew, in no uncertain terms, that he wouldn't be taking his life in his hands anytime soon. He felt completely comfortable leaving that to the Scottish man, and periodic check-ins were the only reminder he needed that Alistair would like nothing more than to toss his entire family off the edge of a cliff. With bungee cords attached, of course. Their father had done it once, much to Vladimir's shock. The man was nearing 70, yet he liked to indulge Alistair's crazy schemes every once in a while. When the Scot suggested bungee jumping from the highest platform in the world while on a business trip in Macau, Jackson Kensley actually accepted. When his wife found out 3 weeks later, she had given him a massive earful. 68-year-old men, she insisted, weren't made for bungee jumping. They were supposed to rein in their sons' crazier impulses. But that, of course, had fallen to Vlad. Things always fell to Vlad in that respect. He was supposed to be the responsible one. It was a role he didn't take lightly. Shifting onto his side, Vlad searched the slowly lightening horizon outside. The sun would be rising soon, and when it did, it would bathe the family estate in warm golden light as far as the eye could see. He could remember the very first time he had watched the sunrise on Kensley grounds. He had been a 13-year-old boy, barely able to speak English, wondering what on earth his future would be like. At the time, he had been in the United States for a single week, most of which he had spent sequestered in his room, trying to figure out how to get back to where he had come from. He decided, stubbornly, that he didn't like this new country or the man who had brought him here. How foolish he'd been. The first time he'd ever seen the sun rise over the grounds, he had been hell-bent on running away, though he didn't know where he was returning to. As a child he had been willful, stubborn, and unquestionably rebellious, enough so that now he was surprised by how much he'd changed. At age 13, the first light of morning had meant it was time to make his move, to pack all he could find to hawk for money, and make his way from the manor into the strangeness of a country that wasn't his own. To this day, he had no idea how his father had known what he was planning, just that Jackson Kensley had been waiting for him in the entry hall, presumably to thwart him. To young Vladimir's great surprise, the man hadn't tried to keep him from leaving. Jackson had merely fixed him with those intense, piercing gray eyes of his, and opened the door for him, providing a sure path of escape. He hadn't taken it. Whether it was because he was intimidated by the man he would come to call father, or that some more mature part of him realized the mistake he would be making, Vladimir had merely dropped his bag of loot and hurried back to his room. Jackson had never asked him where he might have been going, and he had never apologized for his attempt at flight. It was a silent agreement between him and his father. Kensley Manor was his home now, perhaps more than Manhattan would ever be, even though he'd been living in the city for almost the past decade. Here there were fewer professional pressures on him, even if he still felt the pressures of the Kensley family rather acutely. A sudden knock on his door startled him, and he sat up, his expression curious. Who the hell was up and about at this hour? Who is it? I'm jet-lagged out of my mind. At the sound of his younger brother's voice, Vlad found himself smiling slightly. And I assumed you'd be awake. Can I come in? Of course. When the door opened, Toshiro was standing on the threshold. Vlad and the younger man were hardly ever in the same place at the same time, as Shiro was constantly on the move. Where Vlad was required to stay in Manhattan almost constantly, Toshiro never got to put roots down, such was the nature of their respective positions, and as such they were slightly envious of one another. Surprised to see you here. The Japanese man looked, as always, as put together as if he hadn't been sleeping at all. He tightened the belt on his blue yukata, before crossing the room to sink into an armchair near the window with a sigh. Never thought you would leave the office in the middle of a budget review. Yes, well, blame our mother. She guilt-tripped me into it. Ah well, Shiro's lips curved upward into a knowing smile. That explains a lot. I almost felt guilty for taking a few days off myself. Vlad frowned immediately. Why? You probably take less personal time in a year than I do. Well, Shiro sighed, ruffling his short-cropped black hair thoughtfully. You are technically my boss. The statement was enough to make Vlad eye him in warning. Christ, it's too early for that, Shiro. Don't start. Well, you know what Oto-san always says, Toshiro chuckled. The early bird catches the worm. Right? Vlad rolled his eyes. And the jet-lagged brother catches Vladimir off guard in the early hours. Something like that. Vlad usually wasn't one for teasing, but Toshiro smiled so seldom that he couldn't help but find himself grinning in return. So, how was China? He changed the subject, far more interested in his brother's travels than his own insomnia. Toshiro sighed, reaching into the pocket of his robe to extract a small bamboo pipe. The Japanese man had never smoked and didn't plan to, but he didn't like his hands to be idle. He spun the pipe between his fingers carelessly as he spoke. Same as usual. They're not particularly enthusiastic about dealing with a Japanese man. If they want our father's business, they'll learn to be a bit more accommodating. Vladimir's frown had returned. While he was perfectly aware of the history of enmity between China and Japan, there was no part of him that believed it justified for all Chinese to dislike all Japanese and vice versa. They weren't about to replace Toshiro anytime soon, so instead of facing the wrath of Jackson Kensley, the Chinese behaved themselves. For the most part. They put you up in a better hotel this time, at least. Oh yes. Toshiro chuckled. This one even had running water. Vlad made a disapproving sound in his throat before his brother smirked. Teasing Vlad. You were never very good at being teased. The Russian sighed. I suppose I'm always a bit on edge. Toshiro arched a brow, the pipe stilling against his palm. Don't tell me you're still worried about that deal with South Africa. That went off without a hitch months ago. No. Vladimir waved him off, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed to stand and stretch briefly before joining the younger man by the window. There's a big summit coming up in Chicago next month, and I'm supposed to be presenting the results of our sales last quarter. Vlad, you're obsessed. Really? Toshiro's dark-eyed gaze locked onto him as he addressed his elder brother frankly. Has it ever occurred to you that you're the reason everything is running smoothly? Leaning against the wall, Vladimir crossed lean arms over his chest. Father's the reason everything runs smoothly. He always has been. He's the one who built this company from the ground up, and when he leaves... Vlad trailed off, his brow furrowing. He didn't know if he wanted to think about what would happen when their father retired. Of course, their old man had never properly announced it, but it was to be assumed that Vlad would be the one to take over as CEO. The thought was more than a little intimidating. When he leaves, you'll be ready to take his place. Toshiro finished for him. Far from being kind or ingratiating, his tone was matter-of-fact, as if he couldn't imagine anything less than the vision he painted occurring. To blow him out of the water even. That drew a small smile from Vlad. It was as difficult to imagine as it was gratifying. He'd like that, wouldn't he? He'd love it, Shiro deadpanned, the pipe beginning to spin jovially through his fingers again. This family, Vladimir thought, not for the first time since he'd been adopted, was something else. He wasn't the oldest or even the most experienced, but they had absolutely no issue respecting him as Jackson Kensley's heir. There had been several occasions when his brothers had even told him they could imagine no one else but Vlad taking over the family business. As much as their comments heartened him, they also put him under no small amount of pressure. The Kensleys had made him who he was today. Disappointing them wasn't an option. Vladimir and Toshiro spent about an hour in comfortable silence together, watching the sunrise, before the rest of the family began to stir. Though they were all relatively early risers, Vlad could have predicted who got up first. His mother knocked quietly on his door around 7, and asked what they wanted for breakfast. Toshiro tried, as he always did, to tell the older woman that they were grown men and could make their own breakfast. And as always, Olivia Kensley looked at him as if he had offended her very existence. Then, their father woke to begin his daily walk around the grounds. As the years passed, it got harder and harder for him to make the 1-mile circuit, but he was determined to get his exercise nonetheless. Besides their parents and Toshiro, the only other occupant of the manor was Isabella, the housekeeper. The moment she was sure Vladimir was awake, she swept into the room to wish him good morning and begin making his bed, the end of any attempts he might have made to go back to sleep. Vladimir took the opportunity to indulge in a long shower, as Toshiro's words echoed through his mind once more. You'll be ready to take his place. Blow him out of the water even. Somehow Vlad doubted he could do so well. He believed he was a decent hand in running the company, but how could he improve upon something that was already perfect? He had been following his father's model for almost a decade now, and he didn't see the need to fix something that wasn't broken. There was, of course, a part of him that worried he wasn't innovative enough to maintain the momentum his father had built for the firm. If forced to, Vladimir would admit that the prospect sometimes kept him up at night, but he had never been the kind of man to divulge his insecurities. His problems were his own, and the only people who knew about them were far too sensitive to his moods to mention them aloud. Sometimes Vladimir wondered what people saw when they looked at him. When he gazed into the mirror, he never saw anything extraordinary. That wasn't to say that he didn't take pride in what he did or in his position as a Kensley, but he was far from believing that he had the world at his beck and call. According to his father, by this point in his life, he should have been beating women off with a stick, but Vlad almost never found the wherewithal to even address most women. He knew what they wanted, and refused to let a bad experience taint the possibility of finding actual affection. Not that a mate was very high on his list of priorities. For Vlad, the most important thing was making sure that his father's legacy remained ironclad. Jackson's was a heavy reputation to try and live up to. You haven't even had breakfast yet, and you already look worried about something. His mother was, and always had been, abnormally perceptive. As she set a plate of eggs and bacon in front of him at the breakfast table, her greeting made him frown. "Good morning to you too, Mom." Across the table from him, Toshiro smirked over his coffee. It was something along the lines of what he would have said, but Olivia Kensley never pulled her punches. Even at 65, and before most people were up for the day, she was an elegant woman with light blonde hair that had gone almost completely gray and kind green eyes. When Vlad was younger, those eyes had never been judgmental or angry, even when he did things he knew must have displeased her. Now, even though he was certain she meant for him to talk about his concerns, her gaze wasn't intimidating. Rather, she simply gazed at him, expectantly, as she poured herself a cup of coffee. Vlad blew out a breath, looking from her to his brother and then back again. He didn't know which of them was worse when it came to prying. He thought he might prefer his other brother's light teasing to this kind of mental inspection. "I'm not worried." His first line of defense was always a good offense, not that it usually worked. "You've always been a bad liar, darling," Olivia answered breezily, coming to sit next to him. Once she put her coffee down, Vlad automatically added a bit of cream and 2 sugars. He knew how she liked it, and he wasn't about to disrespect her even if she was interrogating him. "You're supposed to be on vacation, aren't you?" "No such thing for Vlad," Shiro commented offhandedly. As their mother had taken over the questioning, he was now only casually vested in the conversation, reading over a Japanese newspaper carefully. Vladimir scowled at him. He supposed he should be happy they weren't ganging up on him, but this was almost as bad. "I'm always on call," he returned as diplomatically as he could. "I can't be out of touch. There might be an emergency." "You're good at what you do, Vladimir." Olivia returned warmly, taking an indulgent sip of her coffee and smiling at him. "I can hardly imagine the people under you can't deal with a minor issue or two in your absence." That, Vlad wanted to insist, wasn't the point. There were few people he trusted besides himself to be able to clean up if things got really messy, and the last thing he wanted was for his father to get wind of anything that went amiss. "You should really try to relax, darling. You're always so tense." His mother patted his shoulder gently, and despite his best intentions, Vlad found some of the stress seeping from him. Being around his mother had that effect on him. No matter how wound up he was, her gentle suggestion was enough for him to start cycling down. It was ingrained in him. Vladimir took a deep breath before expelling it slowly, and Olivia beamed. "That's it. Should I add some whiskey to your coffee? Would that help?" Vlad snorted. "It's 9 in the morning. I think I can do without." "I'd like some." Shiro held out his cup with a grin. "It's never too early for a pick-me-up." Olivia laughed, rising from her seat to putter through the kitchen, on the prowl for the bottle of whiskey her husband always kept close at hand. Jackson Kensley was incredibly fond of Scottish whiskey, and there had never been a time, at least not in Vlad's memory, when there wasn't a bottle or two present in their household. When he was 17 and Alistair was 19, they'd stolen one from their father's study and gotten ridiculously drunk. Their mother, ever practical, had announced that their half a day of retching was more than adequate punishment, and left it at that. Since then, Vlad has learned to be more cautious with alcohol. Even these days, he didn't consume much unless it was a special occasion, and even then he never ate excess. His brother Ethan would argue that it was part of Vlad's methodological personality pattern. Getting drunk would, of course, interfere with his lucidity. He wouldn't be able to worry, and worrying, as they all knew, was what Vladimir Kensley lived for. While Olivia was pouring a generous dollop of whiskey into Shiro's coffee, the steady thud of their father's walking stick announced that he had finally finished his morning walk. Vlad looked up to find the older man, still surprisingly spry for his age, making his way in through the back door, waving off the help of the gardener with a scowl. It was inevitable that one of the staff always tried to help him finish his circuit of the grounds when he appeared to slow down, but Jackson Kensley would have none of it. As far as he was concerned, the only time he would need someone to help him with his daily exercise was when he was dead, and Vlad had no issue visualizing a number of pallbearers carrying his father's casket in a circuit around the manor as he urged them on from the afterlife. That was the kind of man Jackson Kensley was, fiercely independent, a slave to his routine. In that aspect, he was a lot like his son, but Jackson had always been far more adventurous. "What's all this tension at the kitchen table?" Jackson thundered, setting aside his walking stick to ease down in the seat next to Toshiro. "It's too early for such nonsense." "I agree entirely," Vlad piped up, nodding in relief. Toshiro merely smiled knowingly, taking a bite of his toast. "Morning, Oto." "Morning to you too." With a bright smile, Olivia rose to peck her husband on the cheek before bustling to get his breakfast. By this time, the housekeeper had learned to get out of her way when it came to such things. While Olivia wasn't opposed to having a couple of meals a week cooked for her, she vastly preferred to run her own house, with Isabella scurrying around in the background to do as much as she possibly could. It wasn't that their mother and Isabella didn't get along, quite the contrary, in fact. Olivia was always trying to get the woman to take paid vacations, which Isabella refused, as if someone had insulted her validity as a person. She had probably learned that from Olivia herself. It was quite an interesting dynamic, to be sure. "Are they already hassling you this early in the morning, Vladimir?" It was as if Jackson had a sixth sense. He always seemed to know what was going on before he entered a room. While he had been glad of the interventions when he was younger, Vladimir now found them slightly embarrassing. He was more than old enough to be able to fend for himself. "Everything's fine." He took a sip of his own coffee, casting both Shiro's and his mother's warning looks. If he was supposed to be here on vacation, then hopefully they could be kind enough to keep any conflict from arising. "Baloney?" Vlad nearly spit out his coffee at his father's profession. "You're supposed to be here on vacation, and they're hassling you. Lay off this boy, you hear?" Vladimir could have groaned. Instead, he busied himself staring at the table, hoping that his face wasn't as red as it felt. "He's hardly a boy, Jackson. He's 35 years old." Olivia replied, her smile amused. "Exactly." Which meant that this entire conversation was unwarranted. "All I'm saying, Olivia, is that you should give him some time to himself. You know he's a worrier, so try not to add to his stress." Geez. Spending time with his family always tended to be equally relaxing and exasperating. Of course, this particular breakfast was rapidly turning into the latter. "I think I'm going to finish my coffee on the terrace." With that proclamation, Vlad rose from the table, leaning down briefly to peck his mother on the cheek. "I'll see you all in a bit." It was, he figured, the safest way to keep his dignity intact without worrying that he might say something he'd later regret. It was times like these, Vlad mused as he left the kitchen, when he wondered why he couldn't relax with more ease. He lived to stress about one thing or the other, and without something on his docket, he felt ill at ease. It had been that way for as long as Vlad could remember. Back in Russia, he always had to worry about feeding his family. His father had often been so deeply under the influence of alcohol that he could barely find food for himself, let alone his son or infant daughter. Even after Vida had been taken away from them by the government, his wife spent more time screaming at him to sober up than she did going food shopping, mostly because they usually didn't have any money to do so. Was it really such a surprise that he resorted to stealing? Vlad had always had a razor-sharp intellect, and he was ridiculously street-smart to boot, which meant that he never got caught. Or at least, almost never. If he hadn't had his run-in with the police at 13, however, he would never have met Jackson Kensley, and he wouldn't be where he is now. Of course, Vlad wasn't always certain that he was cut out to be a Kensley. Even after over 2 decades, he was still uncertain of his place with them. Not as an adopted son, to be sure. He knew that his mother, father, and brothers all loved him unconditionally. It was his father choosing him as head of the company that he questioned. There had to be someone more qualified, someone who wouldn't worry about every little minuscule detail. You know, just because I tell them not to pester you doesn't mean I don't question what you're thinking. He looked over his shoulder, unsurprised to find that his father had followed him out onto the terrace and stood in the doorway assessing his son with knowing eyes. At his piercing stare, Vladimir merely chuckled. You can assume it's something to do with the business. You know I can't ever really take a break from it. One of the reasons I'm sure you're best to replace me. The words made Vlad blanch slightly, as his father shut the door to venture out into the cool morning air with him. Because I'll worry myself into an early grave? No. With a small smile, Jackson curled a strong hand into his shoulder. Because a man who worries is always looking to improve himself. Well, when you put it that way, it sounded almost noble. Vlad had to hand it to his father. He had a way of making everything more poetic. Hamlet would have had a field day with him. You know, you've done an incredible job with the firm. It's doing better than ever under your management. Vlad glanced at his father, his lips quirking slightly. All I'm doing is following your business models. Which is perfectly fine. You'll find your own stride soon, Vlad. I wish you wouldn't put such pressure on yourself. You're too smart for your own good. The statement made his son chuckle lowly, a bubble of humor chasing away the heaviness in his chest. Never smart enough. More than smart enough. Jackson ruffled his hair in a gesture that might have been more suited for a teenager than for a 35-year-old man, but Vladimir found he didn't mind. It was always reassuring when the architect of a multi-billionaire empire reassured you that you weren't messing up completely. And it didn't hurt when said architect was your father. You know what might take the edge off for you? Vlad swallowed a groan at the subject change. He knew what was coming. It was a conversation he might have expected to have with his mother, but Jackson Kensley seemed determined that all his sons should find the right women to be with. He had a tendency to play matchmaker that Vlad had done his best to avoid over the years. Please don't say a woman, Dad. He returned as carefully as he could. I've got far too much on my plate right now to be concerned with something as trivial as dating. Trivial? Shit. Now he'd done it. Do you know, son, that if it weren't for your mother, there would be no Kensley Enterprises? She believed in me when no one else would, and gave me the courage to keep from losing my mind when I felt like everything was coming down around my ears. The right woman can make you see everything differently. Yes, and the right woman could also distract him, leading to a disastrous mistake that one could have avoided. It wasn't as if Vlad didn't like losing himself to a woman on occasion. Lord knew there were more than enough willing, gorgeous women throwing themselves at him in his position. He just didn't think that any of them really wanted to burden themselves with everything that came with his job title. Sure, there was money and prestige, but Vlad had come to realize that neither of those things meant very much if he didn't deserve them. So he always worked to make sure he was deserving. Dad, you know I would never demean the relationship between you and Mom. She's an amazing woman. Vlad finally returned, eyeing his father seriously. But I have to be honest, getting married is pretty low on my to-do list right now. Especially knowing, he trailed off, leaving the words unsaid. He didn't like to consider what he knew was coming, especially considering how hard he was on himself as things were. But Jackson was never one to shy away from the truth. He didn't hesitate to finish his son's sentence. That I'm retiring? He arched a brow, his expression surprised. Vladimir, you're going to be a better CEO than I ever was, and I'm sure that you'll realize it over the next year. There was a healthy retort on the dark-haired man's lips when he realized what his father had just said. The color drained from his face as he turned to look over the older man with a mixture of trepidation and disbelief. A year? 1 year? Jackson, however, looked far from worried. I wanted to tell you at the breakfast table, but you looked like you already had a lot on your mind. That was an understatement. Vladimir, you're ready for this. You've been ready for years. He knew better than to argue, but Vlad still had a lot to learn. While he was good with the mechanics of business, he was no genius when it came to innovation. That was his father's forte. How was he supposed to implement that kind of development? You shouldn't forget, his father's voice brought him back to the present, where the older man was smiling at him warmly. You're far from alone. There's a reason you're where you are, and your brothers are where they are. The 4 of you work as a cohesive unit that keeps the company running smoothly. And your excellent leadership ensures that it will stay that way, Vlad. Slowly, he nodded before gazing back over the grounds. When he was a child, he had run away more times than he could count to climb some tree or another and lose himself in the foliage. Even then, he hadn't been sure that he could be the Kensley everyone expected him to be. And that had been far before he had known his father planned to put him at the head of the company. How things changed. I think, Jackson went on, his smile turning wry, that you seem incredibly uncertain for a man who so easily commands others. At that, Vlad reddened slightly. It was true, he gave out a lot of orders in the office, but that was because he knew how he wanted things to be run and how his father would expect things to be run. But now, he was on a timetable. He had a single year to be sure that he could run his father's company effectively without him. And it didn't seem like very much time at all. Vlad, I think that when you're finished with your vacation, it might be good for you to go to LA. The sudden subject change had Vladimir looking at his father in confusion before the older man went on. We're working on a new building in the downtown area to serve as the West Coast headquarters, and I'd like you to personally oversee the building and work with the architect. I can handle things in Manhattan while you're gone. The request was so sudden that Vlad didn't know what to say. There was only one thing he could say. Of course. He managed after a disjointed beat. Seeing as how they were in the middle of a budget overhaul, he would have thought his father might have wanted him back in the office as soon as possible, but it seemed as though Jackson had other plans. There was a glint in the older man's eye as he grinned. Wonderful. I'll let them know you're coming. Vlad didn't know if he liked that glint. It usually meant his father was up to something, and Jackson Kensley was a man who could be relentless in getting what he wanted.
Chapter 2. The Art of Confidence.
Charlotte was walking on air. Even 2 weeks after the fact, she still couldn't believe that this was happening to her, of all people. She hadn't even submitted a design. She'd been convinced that her father would tease that she had a leg up because she knew the Kensleys personally, but that was a bit of an overstatement. He knew the Kensleys personally. In fact, Trevor Gardner had been close with Jackson Kensley since the 2 of them were boys. Her father had thought the CEO might have gone a bit overboard when he adopted 5 boys within 3 years, but he had gradually come to believe that Jackson made the right decision. After all 5 men were now pretty seamlessly installed in their father's company. Well, 4 of them were, at least. The last Charlotte heard of Lucas, he was still struggling to find his feet, though there was no shame in that. In her wildest dreams, the young woman had never believed that she would have an opportunity like this one, designing a building for Jackson Kensley himself. Even if her father was close to the man, Charlotte herself had never met him or any of his family. She was far too busy chasing her own dreams, which even at the best of times were a bit outlandish. But that had never stopped her. Humming softly to herself, she tapped her pen rhythmically on the edge of the desk as she stared at the blank pad laid out before her. In the past 6 years, she'd spent more time at her drawing table than she had anywhere else, but now she was having trouble coming up with a suitable idea. She found herself somewhat torn. Like everyone else, when she heard that Jackson Kensley was looking for someone to design his LA headquarters, She had been beside herself at the notion. However, upon looking at the rest of his company's buildings around the world, Charlotte quickly became disillusioned. The construction style that Kensley preferred seemed a bit boring to her. Straight up and down buildings with little to no imagination, uninspired by the individual and intrepid cities in which they were housed. With centers in places like Madrid, Tokyo, and Shanghai, one might have thought the architects might have taken inspiration from the natural beauty of the cities. Instead, it was just like they had slapped something together. All the business centers looked the same, and Charlotte found the sight quite depressing. However, when she mentioned this to her father, he only laughed. She had, he reminded her, been one of the most imaginative women he'd ever known since she was very young. Perhaps Jackson Kensley might be drawn to some of that imagination. Charlotte found that she disagreed. This was, of course, why she hadn't even taken the time to submit a design. She was still in her first position out of architecture school, and though her work was quickly gaining acclaim on the East Coast, it was among a more artistic crowd. Those who tended more towards the avant-garde and greener building initiatives. A few more grounded builders even went so far as to say that, rather than trying to think outside the box, Charlotte was trying to remake the box. She took it as a compliment, much to the chagrin of her peers. Charlotte was completely surprised when her father told her that she had received a letter from his good friend. Things came into more perspective when he revealed to her that he'd sent the man a few of her designs just for the fun of it. He was just as shocked as she was when Jackson told him immediately that he wanted Charlotte for the LA project. She was all but bouncing off the walls in elation, even though she knew it was ridiculous for a 30-year-old woman to carry on like she was. Luckily, she had a friend or two who were just as enthusiastic as she was. The celebrations had gone on for a full week, and now, after her last few days in her old office, she was ready to start working on the Kensley Center. The redhead couldn't deny there was a part of her that was nervous. She had staked her entire career on this, and Kensley hadn't even approved the design. He had judged from the ones her father had sent him that he favored her style, but what if she drew out the plans and he changed his mind? Took back the deposit and put her out in the cold? The moment the thought entered her mind, Charlotte shook her head stubbornly. That wouldn't happen. If anything, it said something that Kensley had hired her without even having the plans in his hands. He wanted her to implement her vision into his building, and she could certainly do that. Designing buildings with her special vision in mind was her forte, and Charlotte swore to herself that the Kensley Center would be one of the most eye-catching towers in downtown LA. With that thought in mind, slowly, carefully, she began to draw. It was around 6 in the evening when she started, and a full 8 hours had passed by the time her roommate Delilah came in around 2 in the morning. The younger woman did her best to enter quietly, at least until she realized that the light in Charlotte's study was still on. Arching a brow in weary curiosity, she dropped her things and made her way down the hall to push the door open slowly. And there was her roommate, hunched over her drawing table. By the looks of the pile of crumpled paper at her feet, Charlotte must have been there for years. Her deep brown eyes were trained so intensely on the paper that she didn't even notice when Delilah entered. Smiling in amusement, the blonde leaned back against the door to watch her friend. Charlotte was certainly a character. Lila met her when she was a student in architecture school, and she came into the spa where she worked as a masseuse. She remembered vividly that Charlotte's shoulders had been so locked up that she was surprised the older woman could even move them. The redhead told her, quite enthusiastically in fact, that she was an architecture student and spent 8 to 10 hours a day bent over a drawing table. At the time, Lila had been both fascinated and horrified. She had quickly learned that Charlotte wouldn't have things any other way. She loved what she did, and she was determined to make money doing it, despite what any naysayers around her might believe. The truth of the matter was that Charlotte was a brilliant architect, if a little eccentric. The latter fact was easily illustrated by the fact that she sat at her drawing table nude from the waist up, her long red hair swinging over her back. Sighing, Lila wondered how long she had been sitting there and when she had last eaten. Though she was loath to interrupt the creative process, sometimes she liked to think she was the only reason Charlotte's already slender form hadn't wasted away. Lottie. The first time she called her friend's name, the young woman didn't even look up. When Charlotte was absorbed in her work, she was completely lost. Nothing short of hellfire or flood could snap her out of her trance. Lottie. This time she yelled so sharply that the redhead dropped her pencil with a gasp before spinning around in her chair. Lila. She smiled, her eyes bright and cheeks flushed with pleasure. I didn't hear you come in. No kidding, the blonde returned in wry amusement. I'm pretty sure someone could have murdered me in the living room, and you wouldn't have heard. Oh, that's not true. Charlotte returned, pushing a mass of bright curls from her face. Blood-curdling screams usually break through. Well, let's put it this way, Lila grinned. Even if you had come to save me, my assailant would have gotten an eyeful. Charlotte arched a brow before glancing down at her bare chest. Despite being no larger than a size 2, by some enviable miracle, she had pretty generous tatas, something Lila always liked to tease her about. Well, I could have taken him out while he was staring at me. Works for me. She hopped down from her drawing stool before turning back to her drawing to lean over it critically. How long have you been at it this time? Lila inquired, crossing the room to stand beside her and look over the drawing as well. Of course, architectural plans were half about figures and preciseness, half about aesthetic appearance, and so she usually couldn't glean too much from the images that Charlotte came up with, but this one was different. The moment Lila's eyes fell on the drawing, they widened in surprise. Wow. She couldn't think of any other word that would do the building before her justice. The angles were incredible. There were almost more windows than there were wall space, and the entire affair was both eye-catching and astounding in its glory. What's this? Charlotte smiled triumphantly, tracing her fingers lightly over the lines. It's the plan for the new Kensley Center. Lila's mouth dropped open. Wait, the one you're doing for Jackson Kensley. This? Her tone made her friend look over a bare shoulder at her, inquiringly. What's wrong with it? I'm proud of it. As you should be. Lila returned, reassuring Charlotte that she meant no offense. But that thing, it's going to completely remake the LA skyline. Won't it though? Charlotte returned almost dreamily, her expression so besotted that she could have been talking about a romantic partner. But Lila knew better than that. When it came to Charlotte, men didn't tend to stick around for very long. The redhead liked to go back and forth when it came to major decisions, and while she tended to throw herself into relationships when she had them, her work always came first. It was enough to drive any man crazy, especially one intimidated by an architect who was rapidly becoming a common name in LA. For lack of a better term, Charlotte was a force of nature that couldn't be tamed, not that several men hadn't tried. What the woman needed in her life, at least in Lila's opinion, was stability. She was all over the place, and if there was someone who could bring her down and ground her in the moment. But she doubted that day would come anytime soon. When Charlotte got this project, she'd been so absorbed in it that she could hardly think of anything else. Not only was it the creative opportunity of the decade, but it would also provide her with the funds to start her own firm, something she'd wanted since she became an architect. Everything was falling into place for her, and she probably wouldn't be slowing down anytime soon. Did you want to grab dinner or something? Charlotte seemed to snap from her reverie, looking over at Lila in question. Since you're home. Lila laughed in incredulity. Lottie, it's like 2 a.m. Oh. Charlotte looked over at the clock, her expression only registering a slight surprise. Damn. Oh, damn is right. Still snickering, Lila reached into her bag to pull out the remains of the Chinese she'd eaten 4 or 5 hours earlier. She found herself grateful that she elected to bring them home rather than tossing them at the spa. If she hadn't, Lottie probably wouldn't have thought very much of going to bed without a dinner as well. Here, eat this. I swear you're not human. Definitely human. Charlotte took the bag from her with a grateful smile. Or else I wouldn't be hungry. She didn't even bother to go into the kitchen, instead merely moving her precious plans aside to tear into the cold Chinese right there on her drawing table, still nearly bare as the day she was born. Sighing, Lila merely shook her head. Is there any food in the fridge? Probably not. Charlotte covered her mouth as she spoke to keep from spraying Lila with lo mein as she spoke. I meant to go shopping earlier, but I got a little sidetracked. A little, Lila smirked. There's no such thing as getting sidetracked in moderation with you. That's why you love me. Swallowing the bite in her mouth, Charlotte grinned at her. Because I'm so unpredictable. Crazy, Lila corrected her without missing a beat. You're completely out of your mind. And that's why I love you. Charlotte merely smiled fondly at her, before going back to her dinner. I'm going to bed, Lottie. Long day. With a yawn, Lila looked over the chaos that was her roommate's study. Are you going to be up much longer? Probably not. Want to get up early to refine the plans later. Of course she did. Lila couldn't say that she was surprised. Well, if you ever come out of the study, I'm off tomorrow. We can go see a movie or something. Oh, slasher horror or action explosion? Lila chuckled. Which one would be more likely to draw you out of seclusion? Charlotte appeared to think about it for a moment. Probably action. Definitely action. Action it is. With a fond smile, Lila took in the tall, slender woman before her, every inch of her bare skin covered in riotous freckles, her red curls in complete and total disarray. Shaking her head in amusement, she shifted her bag higher on her shoulder. Don't work too hard, okay? The last time I gave you a massage, I was pretty sure I was going to break my fingers. No finger breaking. Charlotte waved her off. Now go to bed. Recharge. Good night. Charlotte would, Lila told herself, undoubtedly be up for at least another 1 or 2 hours before she finally got to bed, and then she'd wake up well before the blonde in the morning. Charlotte was a hopeless insomniac, which she liked to say fed her talent as an artist. She rarely ever got more than 4 hours of sleep at night, and she dealt with it far better than people who were convinced that insomnia was their curse. She was an enigma, to be sure, and Lila was pretty sure she was one of the only people on earth who could deal with Charlotte effectively. And love her unconditionally. Though she spent the morning traipsing around the house in her towel, Charlotte made sure to get dressed before Lila woke around 10 or so. She was lounging on the couch in one of her favorite black maxi dresses by the time the other woman trudged into the room in her pajamas, still yawning. At the sight of Charlotte on the couch, Lila merely groaned. Like I said, inhuman. Coming from you, that's a compliment. Charlotte merely smiled, sipping from the glass of juice she held. Compared to the previous night, she was almost prim, her crazy curls tamed into a tight knot at the base of her neck as she surfed through channels on television. She was lucky, she knew, to have a roommate like Lila, who didn't really care how much she wore around the apartment. The masseuse understood her like few people could, and dealt with her crazy hours without complaint. She was a diamond in the rough. So, did you finish the plans? The question made Charlotte frown. I had to take a break. If I look at something for too long. I know, Lila finished before she could with a knowing smile. You end up scrapping it. Then regretting it. Bingo. Sighing, Charlotte took another sip of her juice. So, what's on your docket for today? Well, crossing the room, the blonde took up the glass of juice that Charlotte had been sipping on to have some herself. Besides the movie, I thought maybe we could go on a double date. Charlotte's expression changed from amiable to skeptical so fast that Lila's head might have spun. Lila. When she spoke, her words held a thinly veiled warning. Despite the fact that Charlotte had nothing against men in general, she almost never dated when she was working on a major project. Her excuse was that it threw her concentration off. It wasn't that Lila didn't respect her friend's proclivities. It was simply that she liked to take any opportunity she could to steer Charlotte toward a more healthy relationship. That was one where she felt like the guy wouldn't run for the hills when he realized how particular her friend was. Oh, come on, Charlotte. It's one of Benny's friends. You like Benny. Indeed, Lila had been pretty surprised when Charlotte announced that she'd taken a liking to her boyfriend. Though the architect was polite to people in general, there were few people that she actually liked. Benjamin Thompson was easygoing and fun, a doctor over at Hamilton General Hospital about 10 miles away. While most men in his position might be stuck up or anal about their line of work, Benny was the most laid-back doctor Lila had ever met. Perhaps that was why she liked him so much, and by default, Charlotte seemed to be pretty fond of him as well. Is that supposed to mean I'm going to fall all over his friend? Charlotte arched a brow, taking her juice back with a wry smile. Lila groaned. Oh, for heaven's sake, Lottie, I'm not talking about intimacy. Though I suppose being intimate with someone wouldn't kill you. Charlotte made a face, swinging her legs over the side of the couch to plod into the kitchen. Not while I'm on a project, Lila. You know better. The blonde listened to her putter around in the next room for a moment, before she returned with 2 full glasses of juice and a smirk. You should have known this was coming. Do you really think I'm so horrible for trying to see you happy? When all else failed, Lila usually played the guilt card, her ace in the hole. She would probably say she got what she wanted, about 50% of the time when she used her last resort. This time it didn't seem like luck was on her side. No, I don't. But I do think you're horrible for trying to plan a double date without telling me first. Have some respect for your elders, Lila. When Charlotte stuck her tongue out at her playfully, Lila knew it was over. She hated it when her roommate pulled the elder card on her. She wasn't quite 2 years younger than Lot, and there were times she was certain she was more mature. Even the redhead's own father had agreed on one of his many visits. Fine. She took her juice from Charlotte to set it down on a side table before flopping down herself. So what then? We do a movie, and then you go back to your studies all evening? While you enjoy a lovely night with Benny, yes. Charlotte grinned knowingly as her roommate blushed. Isn't that better than obsessing over me? I do not obsess, Lila rebutted, reaching out to slap Charlotte on the thigh in reprimand. Of course not. Her friend acquiesced. You just worry about whether I'm sleeping properly, if I ate enough, what I'm doing when I'm starting my projects, that kind of thing. She eyed the blonde wryly, knowing that she had her. All Lila could do was glare at her roommate for a moment before consenting defeat. Fine, you win. No double date. Charlotte grinned, triumphant. You'll have a better time without me. And she meant it. They had their girls' afternoon, bought enough candy to make themselves sick, and only consumed half of it in the movie theater before Charlotte left Lila to spend her evening with Benny. The way things were supposed to be. As Charlotte returned to the apartment, she wondered if she would ever be like Lila, the type to settle down and fall for one person till death did they part. Not that Lila had admitted that Benny was the one yet, but in Charlotte's opinion, it was pretty easy to tell. She was touched that Lila wanted that for her, but Charlotte had long recognized that she wasn't exactly the type. Sure, intimacy was great. Fantastic even with the right person. But they were few and far between, and when she did find them, they were usually intimidated as hell by her lifestyle, the way her career was rapidly expanding, and the amount of time she could spend bent over her drawing table at one time. Charlotte didn't plan on giving up her career anytime soon, so she was certain that she would stay single until she retired, which might never be. Surprisingly, the idea didn't bother her as much as people might believe. She was still perfectly up for a fling when the occasion called for it, and luckily enough, she wasn't the type of woman who developed attachments easily. At least not to men. Charlotte could fully and wholly admit that she was very attached to Lila, and wanted only happiness for her best friend and roommate. Which was why she'd sent her out with Benny alone. No matter how nice Benny's friend might be or how good he might look, the last thing Charlotte wanted for Lila's date was that trial period of awkwardness over which two people got to know each other. It was horrible to say the least, and Benny and Lila were way too far along to deserve any of that. Besides, as good as the movie had been, she was itching to get back to her plans. Tossing her purse onto the couch, she grabbed her laptop for a quick perusal of her emails. She thought that perhaps there would be one from Jackson Kensley, asking her how the plans were coming along. Instead, Charlotte merely found one from her architecture firm, the one she had her last day at just the previous week. She scanned it quickly, a smile turning up the corner of her mouth when she found they were asking if she'd be available in the future for consulting work. This was a company that had, over the past 5 years, constantly attempted to curb her creativity. They had hired her only reluctantly, and after that, every time she came up with a building design that seemed to go against their company ideals, they made her draft and redraft it until they were happy with the result. As much as she loved being an architect, Charlotte couldn't ever remember being so stifled in her life. She had put up with the position because making a living in LA was hard, but it hadn't stopped her from working on her own designs in secret to feel fulfilled. The only ones who had seen those designs were her father and Delilah, and rightfully so. Charlotte knew well enough of the proclivity of companies to denounce designs in front of architects, and then attempt to sell the works as their own. Of course, whenever clients asked for something more creative, she was sent like an obedient little puppy to bring out her first drafts to meet demand. In the end, Charlotte had been so worn down that she would have done anything for a chance at freedom. She was contemplating quitting, as it was when her father took the liberty of showing some of her designs to his friend, Mr. Kensley. And now, here she was, with a chance at everything she had ever wanted. Charlotte had never been so nervous or elated in her entire life. She told herself for the 100th time, lucky to have such a supportive friend in her life, and a father who had devoted his entire existence to encouraging her to be whatever she wanted to be, regardless of what anyone else thought. It wasn't as if the young woman wasn't aware that her designs were unconventional. Quite the contrary, in fact. She knew that what she was doing was new and innovative. It was just hard to be the first person touching something innovative when everyone around her was certain that she was a little crazy. And maybe she was. If Charlotte was a little bit crazy, then she could embrace it. Crazy was what made her who she was, and if she wasn't who she was, then she wouldn't be where she was. With a deep, tremulous breath, she deleted the email, her last remaining tie to the company that had made it their inherent duty to oppress her, and made for her study. After about 12 hours of being able to brainstorm and get out of the house, her plans were calling her. She knew just what additions she would make. When the representative for Kensley Enterprises arrives in a few weeks, she will be prepared. More than prepared. She was going to give this project everything she had, and then some.
Chapter 3. Unstoppable Force Meets Immovable Object.
Vlad wasn't particularly fond of traveling. Shiro was the one that traveled, and though Vladimir often wondered what it would be to accompany him to some of the more exotic locales he visited, in the end, any time spent traveling was just time that he spent away from the office. And that always worked him up. Even though his father told him that he and the office managers would handle everything in his absence, Vlad still found himself somewhat anxious. He had been to the sites of several other buildings for the firm during construction, but his father never sent him alone. He realized that Jackson had been slowly but surely leeching power over to him for the past 10 years, and that this day was inevitable. But he still wasn't quite sure what proper decorum was. His flight got into Los Angeles at 5 in the evening, and he was slated to meet with the architect the next morning. Even now, he found himself reluctant to leave his desk. At a sharp knock on his door, he looked up, expecting to see Marcy in the doorway. Instead of the brunette, however, he found his brother Ethan grinning at him. Arching a brow, he eyed the blond man in inquiry. "Aren't you supposed to be looking over the budget projections for Japan?" "Always happy to see me. Brings such a smile to my face, Vlad." Truth be told, Ethan, despite being a brilliant accountant, was always looking for one excuse or another to get out of his department. He hated staying in one place for too long, In that aspect, he was a lot like their oldest brother, Alistair. "Did you finish the projections?" At his unrelenting question, Ethan merely sighed, leaning against the doorframe with a long-suffering expression. "Of course I did. Have I ever failed to meet a deadline?" He had a point. Despite the younger man's tendency to wander, he never neglected to finish an important project, and today would be no exception. Sighing, Vlad finally allowed himself a small smile. "Happy to see me go? As my boss or as my brother?" Ethan replied with a teasing smile, stepping into the room to gaze around the office. He had often commented on how threadbare Vlad's decorative sense was. He liked neutral colors, nothing too terribly eye-catching, as he believed it distracted him. His office was an organized, neutral zone that Ethan insisted made more creative minds want to climb the walls. Very funny. Vlad grabbed a stack of folders from the top drawer of his desk before sliding them into his briefcase. "Oh, come on, Vlad. You know everyone will miss you, that's why I've come really, to tell you not to be gone long." Ethan winked. "The office isn't the same without you. More relaxed, I'm sure. Dad will take care of things." "You know," Ethan braced his arms on the desk, grinning up at his brother. "You're not nearly as scary as you think you are. Obsessive maybe, but not scary." "I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or not," Vlad smirked, shutting his drawer after gathering a few last stacks of papers to take with him. Though he already had the budget for the LA building, his father had advised him to be flexible and keep an open mind. When he said so, he'd gotten that damn twinkle in his eye again, the one that tended to make Vlad suspicious as hell. He only hoped the man wasn't plotting to have the building constructed underground. Vladimir could only imagine the logistics nightmare. "Well, you have to come back if you want to see what a debacle I'm making of my life." Vladimir arched a brow, wondering what on earth he was talking about. "Oh, Dad hasn't told you yet?" Ethan took his expression almost gleefully, more than ready to tell all. "I'm going to be speaking to a matchmaker in a week or so. I thought it might be a good bit of entertainment." Vlad could only stare at his brother incredulously. If there was any man in the Kensley clan who had absolutely no issue getting any woman he wanted, it was Ethan. He was an innate womanizer, and he seemed to collect admirers like most people did clothing. Why the hell would you need a matchmaker? Ethan merely chuckled, obviously amused by his brother's surprise. "Like I said, fun. I've tried pretty much every other avenue to meet women. This one should be pretty damned interesting." With a sigh, Vlad merely shook his head. "In that case, I might try to stay away for longer than I anticipated. Far be it from me to come back to you torturing your next victim." "Oh, come on, Vlad. Am I really that bad?" Vladimir didn't answer, instead only smiling at the blonde man. Ethan was indeed all that and more. With all the determination their father had that he should settle down with a worthy woman, Vlad was surprised that he wasn't more preoccupied with Ethan. "Oh, fine then. Deny me my fun." With that, Ethan stepped around the desk to enfold him in an unexpected hug. Vlad stiffened for a moment in shock, before he allowed himself to embrace his brother in return. "Have a good trip, boss." After all these years, he was still reticent when it came to unexpected affection, but he appreciated it more than he had when he was at his loneliest. "Don't wreak havoc while I'm gone." He thumped the younger man in the back before picking up his briefcase. As much as Ethan could grind on his nerves, he felt fairly confident knowing that he and his father would remain in Manhattan in his absence. After all, the days were racing by at this point. There were less than 9 months before he was supposed to take over his father's position completely. Effectively, this project in LA would be his last before he ascended to the level of CEO. It was a lot to think about. In truth, though, Vladimir had been able to contemplate little else for the past few weeks. He had been even more absorbed than usual in his daily regime at the office, and when he went home to his Manhattan apartment, he was usually working as well. The dark-haired man was determined that he should know everything there was to know about the firm by the time he took his place at its head. At least that would be ideal. If nothing else, at least his time in LA would give him a breather from the media bubble he existed inside in Manhattan. His father always told him that one had to deal with the media like they were particularly pesky bugs and only pay attention to the really important ones. But Vlad had never been very proficient at dealing with them, period. It was one of the reasons he had hired Marcy. She doubled as his media representative and personal assistant. Whenever possible, Vlad avoided the media completely. He knew that once he ascended to CEO status, this would be near impossible, so he supposed he had to relish his personal time while it lingered. Though the flight was 5 hours, it felt to Vladimir as if the time passed in a whirlwind. All too soon, he was landing at the airport, and he barely felt ready to face what he was sure promised to be a daunting task. He knew little about LA or the infrastructure there, and was counting on the architect to fill him in. He could only hope that Charlotte Garner wasn't too wrapped up in herself to accommodate him. He'd been so absorbed in work that he had precious little time to research her before he got on the plane to LA. He didn't really know what to expect. Of course, the last thing Vlad expected was to be confronted by a proverbial horde of media the moment he stepped from behind the security checkpoint. For a moment, he just stared in shock. There had to be at least 20 reporters standing there, all with cameras trained on him. He had never been the type to travel with a security detail, but that didn't mean he was as big or burly as his eldest brother Alistair. Vladimir wasn't a shrimp by any means. He was almost 6.5 feet tall, and working out was part of his daily regimen, but he didn't think it would be a very good idea to go swinging through these reporters simply because they caught him off guard. That would hardly do. Instead, he merely stood there as the throng surged towards him, intent on answers. "Mr. Kensley, is it true that the new East Coast headquarters for Kensley Enterprises will be built in the center of the city? Has the design for the building been cemented yet? Are you in competition with the other firms downtown? Will the expenditure on this building be significantly higher than past projects?" Vlad was far from prepared for the questions. He'd just gotten off a 5-hour flight that he had believed would end in some semblance of relaxation before he had to get to work on the opposite coast. And now that idea was woefully disassembled. If he had to speak to the media, he would prefer to have something prepared, and Marcy was 3,000 miles away back in New York. He merely stared at the flashing cameras for a long moment, trying to think of what his father might do under similar circumstances. There was no doubt that Jackson Kensley would know exactly what to say. The older man was possessed of an innate charm that Vlad knew he himself lacked. He was prepared to answer the congregated people before him with a less than rousing no comment, when all at once, something completely unexpected occurred. A tall, slender woman he hadn't noticed stepped in front of him. She was clad in a deep green dress that accentuated her slim form. Along with the curves, she seemed to have exactly where they were needed. Her hair was the color of fire, riotous and red. It hung over her shoulders in a profusion of ringlets, haloing a face dotted with freckles splashed across creamy, smooth skin. When she opened her mouth to speak, her soft brown eyes were bright and sure. The design for the downtown high-rise has in fact been cemented. Mr. Kensley plans to go over it with the architect tomorrow, in order to ascertain what the best day would be to break ground. Vlad blinked, shocked at how smoothly she articulated herself before moving on to the next question. Kensley Enterprises certainly isn't in direct competition with other firms downtown. It's simply a reflection of their investment in the city, where they purchased a chunk of prime real estate. They're certainly moving to make their mark, as I'm sure all of you have noticed. Her answer sent a titter of amusement rippling through the crowd, and Vlad looked at her with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. Who the hell was she? As for the expenditure, the redhead went on with a mysterious smile, the firm is still working on that point. It will be released on public record when the building is complete, and anyone looking to criticize it can feel free to do so then. Now, even as the reporters began to clamor to ask more questions, the woman turned to Vlad, and he found himself unexpectedly struck by the mysterious, amused quirk of her full mouth. "Mr. Kensley has appointments that he needs to keep. There will be a press conference within the week. Mr. Kensley? It took him a full 5 seconds to realize that she meant him to follow her, and oddly, he did it without a second thought. Vlad fell into step behind a stranger, wondering how on earth she knew so much about the company's project, and if she didn't, how she managed to sound as if she did. Once they were outside at the airport curb, another few security guards hurried to control the reporters, allowing the fire-haired woman and him a wide berth as they moved towards the gleaming black Mercedes he'd been told to look for. When she opened the door for him, Vlad merely looked at her curiously. "My apologies, but have we met before?" She merely grinned at him, her smile lighting up an already pretty face. "I'm Charlotte Gardner, Mr. Kensley, the architect on your project. You were supposed to have an escort from the airport, but they got caught in traffic, and I was in the neighborhood. Sorry if I cut off whatever you planned to say back there. I got a little overexcited." Charlotte Gardner. She was Charlotte Gardner? When Vlad's father mentioned an avant-garde, up-and-coming Californian architect, he imagined a middle-aged woman dressed like a 70s hippie. Charlotte Gardner seemed to be the very antithesis of this mental image. While she wasn't a conventional, exotic model beauty, she was breathtakingly beautiful in her own way. Vladimir found himself strangely transfixed by the pattern of freckles painted across her bare throat and the V of her cleavage, though he knew his thoughts were far from appropriate. One would think that an architect, someone constantly bent over a drawing table, would wear their hair up, or at least keep it from their face. Charlotte seemed to revel in the disorder of her curls, and Vlad had to admit, it certainly only added to her wild allure. "That's quite all right," he found himself answering cautiously. "I suppose I should be glad you came to my rescue." "Rescue?" Charlotte arched a brow, as if the very notion offended her. "No, Mr. Kensley. I just came to make sure you got to the city all right. And now, here you are." She gestured to the inside of the Mercedes with a small, wry smirk. "I'd say my job is done." She had a very smart mouth, and it occurred to Vlad that her attitude suited her appearance. "Well, Ms. Gardner, thank you for your help. Please call me Charlotte." She stepped onto the curb and away from the car, giving him space to get in. "We will be working together starting tomorrow, won't we?" She was right. As he hadn't expected to meet her like this, Vlad had almost forgotten that he was supposed to have a meeting with her at 9 the following morning. He would be seeing her again sooner rather than later, and for some reason, the fact gave him a little thrill that he couldn't explain. "I suppose we will. Until tomorrow then, Charlotte." Nodding his head respectfully, Vlad grabbed his valise and slipped into the car. When Charlotte shut the door behind him, he found himself frowning. He didn't very much like the way she treated him like a man who needed everything done for him. If anything at all, he should have seen her back to her car. Even if that had been impossible, with the media chasing him like they were. Damn. Vlad realized that he had been so caught up in the unfamiliar that Charlotte had completely controlled their first interaction. His father had always taught him that when dealing with new clients, it was always important to gain the upper hand as quickly as possible, not so you could look down on the other party, but so that you could dictate the terms of the engagement. Charlotte's unexpected presence had shocked him so that he hadn't thought about it. He had been too busy counting her freckles. He expelled a long breath, suppressing a groan. What the hell was wrong with him? Vlad knew what he liked in a woman on the few occasions that he deemed to sleep with one, and Charlotte Gardner was not it. Even after just one meeting, he could tell that she was the opposite of a poised, impeccably coiffed, meticulously polite woman of high society. And yet, there was something ridiculously drawing about all that hair and that wicked little smile, as if she knew something that he didn't. He would have to be on his guard. After all, their meeting hadn't been official. It wasn't too late, Vlad reminded himself, for him to dictate the rules of engagement. He just had to be on top of his game the next day. He wouldn't let Charlotte Gardner surprise him again. Charlotte chose to have dinner herself that night. She knew that Lila was supposed to be home around 7, so she purposefully skived off to one of her favorite sushi joints for a bit of privacy, and indulged with a bottle or two of sake as she reviewed what had happened that afternoon. She met her employer. Charlotte had expected to have rather strong impressions of the man slotted to be the next CEO of Kensley Enterprises. After all, she knew that she liked his father. Jackson Kensley was a force of nature. He controlled his empire with an iron fist without being cruel, and he was as honest as he was opinionated when it came to what he believed would take his company in the right direction. But when it came to Vladimir Kensley, she had no idea what she thought. The rational conclusion was that it was too soon to tell. She had spent perhaps 10 minutes in the man's presence, and that much only by chance. Charlotte had, in fact, been at the airport in order to pick up a friend of Lila's who didn't have a ride back to her house. The younger woman had decided to take a taxi, even though Charlotte had insisted that she didn't mind driving her, and the redhead ended up stranded at the airport. Well, stranded was a strong word. She had decided to stay at People Watch. Airports were fantastic places for activities like people watching. One could see cultures and ethnicities from all over the world in one place. Some of the most interesting people in LA seemed to hang out around the airport, from bums to artists. She hadn't planned on being there when Kensley's plane got in, but she couldn't have ignored it if she tried. The entire airport had cranked into high gear, and everyone on shift in the shops and restaurants wanted to take their lunch hour in a bid to see the man. Unlike the rest of the Kensley family, Vladimir Kensley was infamous for his avoidance of the media. According to rumors, he liked to let his work do the talking more than any boasting he might put forth, which explained why he liked to keep himself sequestered behind closed doors. Of course, everyone wanted a good look at him, including her. Charlotte told herself that she had an excuse. She was going to be working with the man, and this would provide a good opportunity for her to size him up. The few pictures she'd seen of him were hazy and unfocused, and considering his reputation, she had imagined him to be a pencil-necked, ingratiating businessman obsessed with his father's legacy. On her assumptions about his physical appearance, at least, she had been completely wrong. Vladimir Kensley was pretty damn attractive, and that was an understatement. Close to 6.5 feet tall, with dark hair combed back carefully from his brow and piercing blue eyes, he wore a perpetually perturbed look that was surprisingly attractive with his unusually full mouth. He was the first man Charlotte had ever seen who could make a suit look so sinful. It had to have been tailored for him, the way it fit his broad shoulders and narrow waist perfectly. It also did nothing to hide what she was sure had to be decidedly anti-pencil neck body beneath his clothes. It was, therefore, understandable that she'd been shocked to see such an obviously imposing man hesitate in the face of the media. It had taken her a moment to remember that this was the man who didn't like cameras, though she had no idea why, as the cameras had to love him. They are half of the world's female population. He didn't look scared per se, merely as if the last thing he wanted on earth was to talk to a group of ravenous reporters after what had to have been an ass-long flight from the East Coast, and on that she could commiserate. Perhaps that was why she had stepped in. Charlotte had known as she did it that she was overstepping her boundaries, that no doubt Vladimir Kensley could just as easily have walked away from the crowd of reporters without her help, but something had drawn her to cover for him. It was easy when she could spout the answers to most of the questions reporters asked off the top of her head, as if they were child's play. She could feel Kensley's eyes on her the whole time, and seriously hoped that he wouldn't fire her for doing something so completely beyond her job description. But he hadn't even known who she was. It made a certain type of sense. She hardly expected her father to have sent Jackson Kensley a picture of her. He would have been proud that she had been selected for her skill alone, and hardly considered looks important. It was the kind of thing a female applicant might have done on her own, but that she could give two shits about. Even when she revealed herself, Kensley didn't seem angry. Or maybe he had, and she simply hadn't noticed. Certainly, Charlotte had been more than a little absorbed in the way that he talked. Though the young woman knew from her father that Jackson Kensley's 5 sons were all adopted, 4 of them from different countries, she had expected that decades stateside might have exhausted most of their foreign distinctions. On that case, she had also been wrong. Vladimir Kensley spoke his perfect, refined English with the slightest Russian accent, clipped vowels and elongated consonants, and damned if she didn't find it attractive as hell. But other than his innate good looks and the way he spoke, Charlotte found she didn't get much more from Kensley. She considered herself a pretty good judge of character. She had known from the first night that Lila met Benny that he was going to be good for her. But Vladimir was hard to read. He seemed a bit distant. Perfectly polite but non-committal. At least, that was her first impression. Who knew what was going to happen the next day? To be honest, the most she could hope for was that he approved of the plan just as much as his father and allowed her the creative freedom she craved. Everything else was less important by far. It was childish, Charlotte argued with herself, to want the man to actually like her. If anything, men like Vladimir Kensley were less inclined than most to like people like her. Charlotte was fully aware that she could be a handful at the best of times, but she could take care of herself. She didn't need anyone's approval. But she wanted Kensley's. She must be losing her mind. The thought was enough to make her order another bottle of sake, as she considered her scallop sashimi. Her entire career hinged on her ability to handle this job properly. Whether Kensley liked her or not, the important thing was that she didn't mess it up. It took a lot to make Charlotte nervous. She had given presentations where she was certain people would think her out of her mind. She had shown her designs to her coworkers without certainty that they would remain hers, and she had been laughed at in her fair share of her architecture courses. But she had never felt the way she did upon waking the morning of her first official meeting with Vladimir Kensley. She had barely slept the night before despite her 3 bottles of sake, and she trudged into the kitchen half awake, her stomach in knots. At the sight of her, Lila's eyes widened in surprise. "Lottie, what's up with you? You look awful." The redhead shot her a thin smile. "Thanks." She made a beeline for the coffee maker without hesitation, pouring herself a cup of the strong black brew. She drank so fast that it burned her tongue, and she winced, doing her best to ignore it. By the time she was finished, Lila stood before her with a pronounced frown. "I just brewed that. You're insane." "Not insane," Charlotte nitpicked, pouring herself another cup, "just exhausted." "You didn't get any sleep?" Lila asked, her eyes narrowing in worry. "Do I ever get any?" Charlotte's bona fide method of misdirection was cracking jokes, but if there was ever someone to consistently see through her shenanigans, it was Lila. "You usually don't wake up looking half dead. Tell me what's wrong." Charlotte sighed, sipping at her second cup of coffee more slowly. She was loath to admit the source of her discomfort to anyone, but she knew Lila would only pester her until she came clean. Taking a deep breath, she spilled the beans. "I have my meeting with Vladimir Kensley in 2 hours." Lila merely stared at her, unblinking, as she processed this tidbit of information. A long beat of silence passed between them before the blonde replied with a single word. "So?" Charlotte merely gawked at her. "So? What do you mean by so?" "This is Vladimir Kensley, who we're talking about. I could only be higher up on the totem pole if I were meeting Jackson Kensley himself." Lila merely sighed, running a hand through her blonde waves. "Haven't you known this was coming for 3 or 4 weeks?" That gave Charlotte pause. She certainly had. The moment the date was cemented for Vladimir's arrival, she had known. She'd had more than ample time to prepare. "Well, And you haven't been nervous this whole time? Why the sudden change of heart?" Lila's eyes only narrowed further at her next question. "This isn't like you. I can count on one hand the few people you've met who intimidate you, and one of them is your dad, so what's up, Lottie?" Damn. She was caught. How was she supposed to explain that she'd been up for half the night, worrying about what Vladimir would think about her plans? After all, it had already been decided that she was going to be the architect. It wasn't as if the son could override the father, but there was something more than that. For some unexplainable reason, Charlotte found herself wanting nothing more than to wipe that faintly disinterested look off Vladimir Kensley's face. She wanted his shock, his admiration, and God knew what else. It wasn't a feeling she was familiar with. She had spent most of her life adamantly refusing to care what other people thought of her. She ran a hand through her tangled red curls before blowing out a breath. Reluctantly, she told Lila what had happened the previous day, watching her friend's eyes go wide as she relayed the story of how she'd run into him at the airport. "So what?" Lila finally demanded when she finished. "You snatched the man from the claws of reporters and then what?" "No thank you." "No acknowledgement?" "Oh, he thanked me. He was polite as he could be, no chance of him skipping that." Crossing her bare arms over her chest, Lila eyed her quizzically. "Then why are you losing sleep over it?" Charlotte groaned, setting her coffee cup on the counter a moment before she leaned against it herself. "I have no clue. I should be excited. The project is going to start soon, the biggest project of my entire career." "Has the younger Kensley seen your plans yet?" At Lila's question, Charlotte froze. Damn. How did the blonde get so good at getting to the very heart of her insecurities? It was uncanny. Charlotte swallowed thickly, knowing she was digging her own grave. No. Jackson was pretty insistent that he not see them until he got to L.A. A pregnant pause hovered between them a moment before Lila responded with a soft, knowing. "Ah?" Somehow, it irked Charlotte more than if her friend had lectured her. "Don't ah me. What is that supposed to mean? I'd rather you get all huffy than ah me." She glared at the shorter girl, a move that would have cowed many. Lila, however, only offered her a small smile. "You like him?" Charlotte immediately turned scarlet, the color clashing with her vivid hair. "What the hell? Lila, I don't even know him." "Right? And the fact that you don't, and his opinion obviously matters to you, is a dead giveaway. You think he's cute?" That was the understatement of the century. Charlotte didn't know a woman alive who would call Vladimir Kensley cute. He was undeniably masculine in every way that counted, even if he wasn't a man splashed all over the tabloids with a new woman on his arm every week. Maybe it had something to do with that strange, detached manner of his. "He's my boss," Charlotte decided to rebut diplomatically. "I can't think he's cute. At least not now." "Right," Lila replied, hoisting herself onto the counter to swing her legs casually. As if not being allowed to actually ever stop someone from thinking something. Charlotte scowled at her. She was too clever for her own good, that was probably why she was her best friend. "In the end, it doesn't matter what I think here, Lila. It's what I need, and I need this job to go well if anything is supposed to come after it." "And it will, Lottie." This seemed to be the point Lila had been getting at the entire time, as her face split into a brilliant smile. "I've never known you to let anything get in the way of your job, regardless of how cute he is." Even as she smiled, Charlotte winced. "Gosh, please stop calling him cute. He's well over 6 feet and breathtaking. I've never seen someone so mouth-watering in my life." Lila laughed, shaking her head so her blonde locks spilled over her shoulders. "Well, in that case, I think it might do you some good to be mouth-watering right back." Charlotte merely stared at her, completely perplexed. "You're not telling me to seduce him?" "Oh gosh no," Lila stuck her tongue out. "I want you to keep your job as much as you do, Lot. What I'm saying is that it always boosts my confidence if I go before intimidating people who feel intimidated by myself. Catch my drift?" It took Charlotte a good 5 seconds or so to realize what her friend was suggesting. Once she did, she eyed her with no small amount of reticence. "You do know that looking intimidating isn't my forte? It's the cray that sends everyone running for the hills." Lila merely chuckled. "I think, my dear Lottie, that you underestimate those killer pins and glorious figures." Killer pins? Glorious figure? Surely, Lila had been reading too much Cosmopolitan. Within the hour, however, Charlotte realized just how serious her friend was. Lila insisted that she pull out all the stops, taking a shower and primping, taming her hair into a single braid down her back, and struggling into a black pencil skirt and button-up. When Charlotte slipped on a pair of heels and gazed into the mirror, she was slightly taken aback. She didn't even look like the same person. She looked at herself first from the left and then from the right, before frowning and turning to Lila, who was eyeing her smugly from across the bed. "What do you think?" Charlotte glanced in the mirror once more, taking in her carefully applied red lipstick and eyeliner. "I look like someone's idea of a stripper gram." Lila snorted. "You look refined. Classy. Sensual, without being obvious. You're at the top of your game, and Kensley will know it the moment he lays eyes on you." Charlotte managed to tear her gaze away from her image in the mirror long enough to smile at her roommate. "But I'm not seducing him." "Nope," Lila replied, her grin growing even wider. "I forbid it. This is a strictly look but don't touch situation." "You forbid it." Charlotte rolled her eyes. "Like that's ever stopped me." "Yeah, well, it'll stop you this time," Lila rebutted primly. "Besides, this isn't about seduction, it's about self-confidence, remember? Can you honestly not look in the mirror and feel attractive and confident right now?" After assessing her reflection critically once more, Charlotte had to acquiesce to the fact that Lila had a point. In something like this, she was pretty sure she could take on anything, including Vladimir Kensley's closest scrutinization. An hour later, she was walking into one of the many high-rises in downtown LA. This one in particular had served as an LA branch of Kensley Enterprises for the last decade. Of course, now that they were designating the city as the West Coast hub, they needed to upgrade. That was what she was here for. When she told the receptionist that she had a 9 a.m. with Vladimir himself, she was directed to the elevator bay and sent to the top floor. Though this building had been deemed too small to be the West Coast hub, the views were pretty breathtaking, even from the waiting room. As she was wearing heels, Charlotte felt prim enough to teeter her way over to the nearest armchair before sinking into it, her plans locked safely in the briefcase she hugged to her chest. Lila was right. Her confidence had ratcheted upwards with her change in attire, but that didn't mean she wasn't still nervous, just the same. Her heart hammered insistently against her ribs, and she had to remind herself that she was the best at what she did. She could handle this. If Jackson Kensley had chosen her, she could have impressed his son too. Though she waited for about 20 minutes to get Charlotte, it could have been seconds. All at once the secretary called her name, and she was being gestured into Kensley's office. Her mouth so dry she could barely swallow, the young woman stood and made her way across the waiting room. Raising her hand, she took a deep breath before knocking briskly on the door. "Come in." Vlad had just started to settle things to his liking in his temporary office, when the secretary announced that his 9 o'clock had arrived. Charlotte Gardner. The memory of all that red hair and those vivid eyes was enough to make his stomach twist. The dark-haired man wondered briefly if something he ate could have disagreed with him, but before he could come to a conclusion, she was answering his summons. Vladimir looked up from where he sat at his desk and froze, staring at the woman who entered his office. She looked nothing like she had the previous day. Indeed, the female who stood before him was all at once more demure and more powerful than the woman who had stepped in at the airport. Her hair hung in a single neat braid down her back, and the clothes she wore, while modest, left none of her curves to the imagination. It was the first time in a long time that his body reacted to something without thinking, and Vlad found himself struggling against the heat that curled through his loins, even as she smiled jauntily at him. "Mr. Kensley, wonderful to see you again." She crossed the room in a few strides of long, slender legs to shake his hand, and Vladimir shot to his feet. He could smell her perfume, light and citrusy, floating across the distance between them, and he had to force himself to hold out his hand for her. The moment his fingers gripped hers, a bolt of awareness shot through him, making him swallow thickly. She had a grip as strong as any man he had ever met, and instead of thinking it uncharacteristic, he was only further intrigued by her. "Miss Gardner," he began, allowing himself the luxury of the same. "The pleasure is all mine." "Charlotte, please," she reminded him, her smile becoming the mischievous one that he recognized from the previous day. In that moment, Vlad remembered that he was supposed to be taking control of the situation. If he was too busy staring at her, he would be utterly useless in that regard. Luckily enough for him, he had no small amount of practice in tuning out the fantastical in favor of the numerical, and what they meant to discuss was certainly numerical. He did his best to put from his mind how breathtaking Charlotte Gardner looked and how lovely she smelled. It took a little more work for him to ignore the fact that he couldn't remember ever being so quickly drawn to a woman before, but somehow he managed. Charlotte, then. He indicated a plush leather seat that had been positioned before his desk. Please sit. She did so, sinking into the chair before primly crossing one leg over the other. In the process, her skirt hiked high on her thighs, and Vlad grimaced at the bevy of Russian curses that rose to the forefront of his mind. So, I'm sure you know that we're eager to start the building, he said, focusing instead on her intense honey-colored gaze. I've just come to oversee the project at my father's request, and to make sure that everything goes smoothly. As I haven't seen the plans yet, this meeting was arranged so we might discuss your creation. He indicated the blank swath of his highly polished oaken desktop. Let's have a look. Was it his imagination, or did she hesitate slightly before pulling the plans from her bag? Vlad decided that it had been in his mind, as her nimble fingers worked on opening the clasp on her briefcase. 2 seconds later, she was laying a stack of plans on the desk before him and unrolling them for his perusal. When he looked down at the images set before him, Vladimir's brows raced towards his hairline. For a moment, he wasn't quite sure what he was seeing. In his time as operating manager of the firm, he'd looked over many sets of building plans. They all tended to have a pretty common theme: strong solid lines, clear partitions between departments and spaces, and a spread into vertical space rather than horizontal. As many of their buildings were in enormous cities, it made sense to build upward and now outward for the benefit of all parties involved. The building he looked over now was the absolute antithesis of anything he'd ever seen constructed for the firm. True, the lot of land they'd purchased in LA was large, but this design would mean taking advantage of every square yard of it. It was 20 stories tall, but each floor was almost as wide as a football field, and there seemed to be no discernible concrete walls that he could see, besides the ones that closed off the staircases and encircled the structure proper. There were windows, lots of windows, slanted lines, and almost absurd angles that he found himself observing more and more closely, wondering if it was even possible to construct a building this way. Though he wasn't an architect himself, he found that his thought process worked quickly enough that he could understand why a great deal of them made the choices he did. This was the first time Vladimir had looked upon a set of plans that he didn't understand at all. For a good 10 minutes, he stared at the parchment without saying a word. He flipped through all 7 sheets of blueprints before him, each seemingly more convoluted than the last. This wasn't so much architecture, he mused, as it was avant-garde artistry made into building form. It was much flashier and far less grounded than anything the company had been associated with before. He wondered briefly if these were even the same plans Charlotte had shown his father. While the older man had told him that her design was a bit unconventional, this was something else entirely. This building barely grappled with the edges of convention, so much so that he found himself voicing his questions aloud. These are the plans you showed my father, yes? Charlotte merely stared at him, unblinking, before nodding curtly. She seemed to be waiting for something, though exactly what was uncertain. Vladimir looked from her to the plans and then back again. It would be easier for him to believe that she had created them the way he'd seen her the previous day. It looked to him as if these plans had come from the mind of someone wild and untethered, the antithesis of the way he liked to do business. If he was honest with himself, Vlad had no idea why his father had picked these particular plans. The design was unorthodox. It was like nothing they had ever employed before, and to say the least, it made Vladimir slightly unsure as to what direction his father meant to take the company in. Something like this. It would surely change their public image somewhat. I assume you've seen what construction looks like on a number of other buildings our firm has commissioned from the ground up?" He looked up at Charlotte again and found her expression unreadable. "I have." When she replied, her tone was crisp, with an edge of defensiveness. "And they're not the way I work, Mr. Kensley. I don't favor cookie-cutter designs." Well, there it was. She'd laid her cards out on the table, and quite brashly at that. "Perhaps not cookie-cutter," he replied smoothly, "but something more within the lines of conventionalism?" Two bright spots of color appeared on the young woman's cheeks. "Jackson Kensley seemed rather fond of these plans when I sent them to him. Are you suggesting that I redo the entire process?" Vlad mused quietly for a moment before answering. "Of course not, perhaps merely alter these somewhat so that they're not so." He searched for a word to describe what he meant to say. Outlandish? At her flat tone, he looked up to find her all but glaring at him. Outside the box? Unique? Vlad wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. Truthfully, his words echoed precisely what he'd been thinking. However hard as it might be for him to emote when it came to most people, he'd be a fool to ignore the fact that Charlotte seemed quite perturbed. No, that wasn't the right word for it. She was angry. "You're upset with my assessment?" The young woman took a deep breath, visibly steadying herself before she replied slowly. "I suppose I shouldn't be, should I? You wouldn't be the first to think my work strange." Vlad leaned over the table, his eyes roving over the plans once more. The design was strange, but he supposed that if he looked hard enough, there would be a peculiar kind of beauty in the way it flowed. Certainly not his style, or anything he's seen within the company's repertoire, but something unique and new. "It is unique," he ventured, moving his fingertips over the wide, arched atrium where it spread out into the lobby of the first floor, perhaps more suited to a museum or a personal residence. Who on earth needs a personal residence this big? Charlotte's tone was sharp, and Vlad reacted automatically, his head snapping up to gaze at her in a thinly veiled warning. Charlotte, however, wasn't cowed. "Your father cited that he wanted the design for his newest company building, not for his own use, sir." The hard edge she placed on the title made him frown. "Do you mean to argue with his decision?" She was challenging him. Despite his rather mild demeanor, he did not like to be challenged when his business was involved. Vladimir knew very well that his father had chosen this design, but that didn't mean they couldn't discuss why he had done so, especially if it meant making sure that the company didn't spend millions on a structure that wouldn't serve their needs or something more contemporary. "Not argue," he returned, his voice equally as hard as hers. "Discuss perhaps. I believe that my father always puts the well-being of the firm first. There must be some explanation for this." If he had been dancing the thin line between courtesy and insult before, now Vlad overtook it before he noticed. "This," Charlotte hissed, clearly incensed, "is my work. It's what your father chose. If it's not to your liking, feel free to discuss with him however long you like." With that, she leaned over the desk and gathered her plans quickly before placing them back into her briefcase. The clasp snapped closed with a finality that echoed around the room. "Just let me know when we'll be breaking ground. Have a wonderful day, Mr. Kensley." With that cool dismissal, she turned on her heel and marched out of his office. That's right, she had been in his domain, so why did he feel like the one who had lost? For a long moment Vlad stared after her, completely and totally flummoxed. He wasn't one inclined to obscenities, but he found himself wondering what had just happened. He expected the meeting to go somewhat smoother than this, that he would look over the plans, maybe suggest a few tweaks here and there, and that would be that, but what Charlotte had shown him challenged the boundaries of what he was willing to support. If what he had seen was a measure of her caliber of work, then she was a singular artist, that was to be certain. He supposed that it made sense that an artist would be sensitive about her work. Very sensitive. Sinking back down in his chair, Vladimir drew his hands heavily over his face as he replayed the meeting again and again in his mind. Charlotte had, no doubt, come here hoping to receive approval from the man set to be the building manager for the project, and he, in his honesty, had given her anything but. Was he really to be faulted for that? Over his years working at Kensley Enterprises, Vladimir had always been taught to follow his instincts, that one should only take risks if the rewards were potentially greater than the loss. When he looked at the plans Charlotte set before him, he saw a huge risk and little reward to be had. Surely she could understand that? The mere notion made him frown. Could she even begin to see things the same way he did? This woman who had saved him from a horde of media, like he was some kind of damsel in distress? Whose beauty was wild and untamed one moment, and just as alluringly subdued the next? Charlotte Gardner was an enigma that kept him guessing, the first he'd ever been this interested in. And despite the fact that Vlad thought he'd made the right decision to talk to his father concerning the plans she'd made, he felt guilty about the way he'd spoken to her. He considered himself a thick-skinned person. There were few outside his family that could elicit a genuine emotional response from him. He'd known Charlotte Gardner for all of 48 hours, and somehow he knew that he'd offended her on a personal level. And he didn't like it. Reaching into the top drawer of his desk, he extracted a number of documents that he meant to sign off on before his next appointment, but somehow, switching gears wasn't as easy as it normally was for him. He could barely read a single sentence before Charlotte's outraged expression wormed its way back to the forefront of his mind. He supposed that he should call his father sooner than later, just to be sure that the older man's decision was concrete. When he reached for the phone, however, Vlad found himself dialing his youngest brother's number instead. He felt as if he hadn't spoken to Lucas in ages, even though he was at their building in Manhattan almost constantly. While Vladimir had always had a relatively clear vision of what he meant to do in life, even if he questioned its validity, Lucas had spent a lifetime searching for his calling. He had shadowed each of his older brothers in an attempt to find if their positions appealed to him, and if, indeed, he desired a place in the firm at all. Their mother always told him that it would be no hardship if he didn't end up at Kensley Enterprises, and Lucas seemed to take it personally. Though he, more than anyone else, wanted to be of use to the firm, he seemed the least fit for it. The company didn't bring fulfillment to him like it did to his brothers. But perhaps that was because Lucas had never been a man of facts and figures. He was a people person, and dealing with those around him in the most surprisingly astute ways had always been his forte. When he answered the phone, he sounded no less surprised than Vlad was to be calling him in the first place. "Vlad? Wow, aren't you supposed to be in LA? How are you?" Vladimir could picture him, not yet in his 30s, every bit as pale and fair-haired as you might imagine someone of English origin to be. Like his brothers, he still had traces of an accent. The more emotional he was, the more obtrusive his speech pattern. "All right, Lucas. How've you been getting on?" There was a slight pause before the younger man answered him. "I get the feeling you wouldn't be calling me if there was nothing wrong." Christ almighty. It didn't matter how long it had been since he had last talked to one of his brothers, they tended to be able to read him instantly. Was he that predictable? I'm sorry, Lucas. I know I should call more." "Don't worry about it. You're supposed to be our fearless leader," Lucas chuckled, obviously amused at his embarrassment. "I don't expect you to check on me every bloody day." "Yes, but just tell me what you need, Vlad. You can play big brother later." That made the dark-haired man smile, at least until he remembered why he was calling in the first place. Slowly, his smile faded as he wondered what was the best way to go about posing his question. "I'm sure Father has told you about the building going up in LA, he stated as diplomatically as he could. "Have you by any chance seen the plans for it?" "No," Lucas returned, curiosity coloring his tones. He's very adamant about keeping it a secret until the groundbreaking. "Well," Vlad blew out a long breath, "I saw them today. And well, I found them a bit unorthodox." There was a beat before Lucas answered carefully. "Isn't this something you'd be better off discussing with Dad?" "That's the thing. I can deal with Dad," Vlad replied, hesitating slightly before he continued. "It's this architect I'm worried about. Charlotte Gardner. I was rather blunt with her. I worried that I might have offended her sensibilities. That was a delicate way of putting it, if anything. Vlad knew he had pissed her off. He'd be lucky if she ever spoke to him again, which would of course promote a wondrous working relationship. I was wondering if you had any advice. If we're supposed to be working together, I'd like to avoid tension at any cost. Surprisingly, Lucas chuckled in the wake of his question. You think you hurt her feelings? That's not like you, Vlad. I thought you crushed and ate the souls of the weak. Not funny, Vladimir retorted, even as his lips twitched with the threat of a smile. Even I can reflect and realize that I've spoken out of turn. What did you say to her? Now that was a complicated question, if there ever was one. Vlad contemplated sugarcoating things before simply telling Lucas exactly what had happened. He had called Charlotte's work unorthodox, more suited to practically everything else than the company's needs. And then he had promised to speak to their father to ensure that he had chosen the design most in line with the company's image. Wow. After a beat of silence, Lucas's incredulous answer made his brother wince. That's wow. Wow what? Vlad demanded, obviously tense. Well, let's see here, Lucas replied mildly. You insulted her work, her rationale, Dad's validity in choosing her design, and her creativity all in one fell swoop. That's impressive, Vlad. The dark-haired man's stomach twisted in renewed guilt, and he groaned lowly. Is that all? Pretty much, yeah. She's probably pissed as hell, at the very least. No kidding. That he knew. So, what do I do to fix it? Lucas blew out a long breath, contemplating for a moment before he answered. Well, did you do any research on her or her work before meeting with her? Vlad arched a brow at the question. Should he have? He had hoped that he might do so after their meeting, trusting his father's choice in design. That, he now realized, was a mistake. If he had researched her before their meeting, he might have been better prepared for what he'd seen, less inclined to make rash statements. I didn't. He admitted reluctantly. I trusted Father's decision. And I think you should continue to trust it, Lucas replied mildly. Dad doesn't make decisions rashly. There has to be a reason he picked that design, and a reason he picked Charlotte. Might be a good idea to educate yourself on both before the two of you meet up again. Indeed. Even though Vlad had every intention of speaking to his father, the more he spoke with Lucas, the more convinced he was that the older man wasn't going to bend, which meant that the ground would break on Charlotte's design sometime in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And he would have to face her again. All right. I'll look her up. See that you do. Lucas's tone turned teasing. Oh wow. She's cute. Not your type surprisingly, but cute. Vlad realized that Lucas was doing just what he'd instructed him to do. Usually, he would have merely rolled his eyes at the comment, but strangely, he felt something like envy twisting his gut at Lucas's warm assessment of Charlotte. Think she likes younger men? You stay your ass in New York, Vlad growled with surprising conviction. I'll handle this. Then handle it, Lucas returned, obviously pleased with himself. I have every confidence in you, Vlad.
Chapter 4. Diametrically opposed.
The gall. The unmitigated gall. Charlotte restlessly paced back and forth through the kitchen, anger driving her steps. How dare he? Lila, who was sitting at the table not 3 feet from her friend, winced. Calm down. You've been pacing for half an hour. If you're not careful, you're going to wear a hole in the tile. He was a creep, Lila. Charlotte continued, almost as if she hadn't heard the blonde. He told me that he needed to speak to Jackson to be sure that he'd made the right decision. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Lila winced. I'll admit it doesn't sound good. Of course it doesn't. He's threatening me, Lila. Me and all I've worked for. How could he think? How could he want? Charlotte trailed off, words completely deserting her. For the first time in her life, she found herself at an absolute loss to find a statement that adequately described how she felt. Like something had been dangled in front of her and snatched away before she'd really even had a chance to nurture it. Both betrayed, and more pissed off than she could ever remember being. And atop that, she was mad at herself. Because even after all the man had said to her, the imperious way he'd gazed down his nose at her, knowing that he held her very future in his hands, she was hurt he'd so easily brushed her off. Why the hell should she care about the approval of a man like that? Lottie, I'm going to need you to take a deep breath for me. Lila, ever calm, raised her hands in an attempt to get Charlotte to focus on something besides her anger. Deep breath, okay? For a moment, the redhead merely glared at her. Her braid had come undone, her lipstick had smeared, and the moment she got home, she had unzipped the skirt that was all but choking her waistline. She knew that she had to look an absolute mess, and the last thing she wanted at that particular moment was to breathe. But Lila was trying to help. That was all Lila ever tried to do, and Charlotte knew from experience that if she blew up on one of the only people who understood her in the heat of the moment, she'd regret it. So she forced herself to take a breath. In for a full 5 seconds and then out. Good. Lila directed her in another breath. Let's go again. Charlotte felt rather like a petulant child being disciplined, but she obeyed. Unsurprisingly, after a few more breaths, she began to feel slightly calmer. There was, of course, still a hot river of anger and outrage coursing through her just below the skin, but she didn't feel like she was about to destroy their kitchen anymore. Better? Lila ventured cautiously, just before the older woman dropped into a chair across from her. Yeah, slightly, Charlotte croaked before tugging free the remains of her braid. As her hair resumed its previous wild tangle of curls, Lila gave her a small smile. If you want to take your clothes off and stomp around the house, I completely understand. Charlotte snorted. What I want to do is call Vladimir Kensley and give him a piece of my mind. Lila sighed, taking a sip of the hot tea she'd made for herself. I wouldn't advise it. Especially since nothing has actually happened yet. Charlotte eyed her incredulously. So, him insulting me is nothing? Lila hurried to placate her, before she could get amped up again. He did insult you. I'm not saying that was okay. What I am saying is that we've already established that Vladimir isn't the one with the last say where this building is concerned, is he? That's his father's call. And you haven't heard anything from Jackson, have you? Charlotte opened her mouth, a retort on the tip of her tongue, before she realized that her roommate was absolutely right. She'd left Vladimir's office in a full-blown rage almost 8 hours ago, plenty of time for the man to do all he promised, to call his father and rant and rave about Charlotte's design. But Jackson hadn't contacted her to tell her she needed to change anything. And despite her anxiety, there was no hint of him firing her. Which meant that the project was still on, for now. The realization made her feel a little bit better. At least the part of her that was concerned for her job security. For the entire afternoon, Charlotte wondered if she had made a mistake, if she would have to go groveling back to her old architecture firm for a job after Kensley rejected her, but it appeared that nothing that serious had happened yet. So instead, she was left with the slightly lesser wrath of a woman spurned. Exhaling hotly, Charlotte leaned against the table, eyeing Lila apologetically. I really am off my rocker, aren't I? She inquired lowly, by way of apology. The blonde smirked. Completely, but you're perfectly entitled to get mad. Everyone gets mad. Hell, I'd be pissed if someone insulted my artistic creativity. Trust me, I'm not arguing with you. Vladimir Kensley is a huge jerk. But he hasn't won, babe. Not by a long shot. Her words drew a small smile from Charlotte. I guess not. Lila chuckled softly. Now that the tension between them had diffused, she was far quicker with her smiles. I take it there was no seduction involved if you come home like this. Charlotte made a face. The last thing she wanted at this particular juncture was to seduce the man. She was pretty sure that her feelings for Vladimir had gone from lukewarm enthusiasm to downright hatred, but if that was the case, why couldn't she get over the little inkling of irritation that he had so easily rejected her? Would things have gone any better if she had flashed her boobs and batted her eyelashes? Somehow, Vladimir didn't occur to her as the type of man who was easily swayed by physical gestures. And she certainly wasn't that type of woman. Though if she was, it would certainly be a man like the younger Kensley who tested the limits of her self-control. Have they given you a date for the groundbreaking? Lila's question brought her back to the present issue, and Charlotte sighed, shaking her head. Not yet, but it's supposed to be sometime in the next 2 weeks. Can I give you a bit of advice? Lila asked gently, carefully. Charlotte eyed her warily. I'm not sucking up to him. If he doesn't like me, he doesn't like me. I sure as hell don't like him. That's not what I was going to say, Lila replied with a barely hidden smile of amusement. I was just going to suggest that you be polite. You two are bound to run into one another sooner or later, whether at the groundbreaking or before, and it would help you if you were just polite. You are going to be working together, after all. Yeah, if Jackson doesn't fire me, Charlotte rebutted under her breath in a resentful murmur. He's not going to fire you, Lila groaned in exasperation. You said it yourself. Jackson Kensley knows what he wants, and if he wants your design, the building is going to be constructed using your design. That's all there is to it. At that point, Benny poked his head from the bedroom. He had come over to bring Lila some of her favorite sushi, and decided to stay to nap before his evening shift. When he arrived a few hours earlier, he had taken one look at Charlotte's enraged form and fled to Lila's bedroom. Now, the redhead greeted him with a sheepish smile. Hi, Benny. I'm sorry about earlier. Hey, no problem. The doctor yawned, stretching his lean form and scratching his stomach as he ventured into the kitchen to look for the remains of the sushi. I know how it is. Big contract and all. The biggest, Lila corrected, unable to help but smile as he bent to kiss her on the cheek. She stressed Ben. She didn't mean it. Hey, I don't ask. He held up his hands defensively with a grin. As long as my head stays right where it is, I will do whatever I need to get out of the way. Charlotte flushed slightly in embarrassment. Before she could apologize again, however, Lila spoke again. Actually, maybe there's a way you could help Ben. Lay it on me. He ran a hand through thick brunette curls as he rifled through the fridge. The blonde looked at Charlotte for a brief moment, as if asking her permission before she continued. Do you have any advice for this guy? I mean, I know you're completely different people, but maybe you can give us a guy's insight into what he's thinking. I'll do my best. Benjamin nudged the fridge closed with a thigh, turning back to them with a carton of juice and the sushi leftovers in hand. But I need the lowdown on what happened. Is that okay? He looked to Charlotte in cautious inquiry, and she nodded. Though her first impulse was to believe there was nothing anyone could say about Vladimir Kensley that would make her view him as anything other than an incorrigible creep, Benny was one of the few men she held in very high regard. If he wanted to shed some light on the situation, she supposed she wouldn't be opposed. Lila gave her romantic partner the quick and dirty version, and Ben listened in silence, nodding every so often. When the blonde finished, he was silent for a long moment before he answered hesitantly. Look, I'm a doctor. I have no idea what it's like to run a multi-billion-dollar company, but if it's anything like the stress of having people's lives in your hands, I can imagine that in some ways he's almost as frazzled as you are, Charlotte. When her eyes narrowed dangerously, Benny hurried to continue before her ire could flare anew. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying that you're both probably under a lot of pressure, you just handle it differently. I don't know much about this guy. He took a swig of juice, but from what I read in the papers, he's not the best people person. Maybe just don't go into your next meeting on the warpath. If he had a heart at all, he would have realized he might have made a faux pas by saying what he said. And if he doesn't? Charlotte returned, a slight edge to her voice. Ben shrugged. Then you have my full permission to shank him when he's not looking. only don't tell the cops that when they arrest you." Lila stifled a snort of amusement, and Charlotte even found herself smiling slightly. Well, if she had his permission. But that wasn't what it was really about. If she was going to be able to work with Vladimir Kensley at all, she was going to have to find a bit of tolerance somewhere. And with her career on the line, she was forced to admit that both Lila and Benny had valid points. She would have to curb her temper, and the next time she came face to face with her would-be employer, she would have to have the best poker face on the planet. Or else. Barely a week passed before Vlad was forced to admit that Charlotte Gardner had been right. Even though his talk with Lucas had encouraged him to try to see things more from her perspective, that hadn't kept him from calling his father to discuss the design he'd decided upon for the Los Angeles building. The conversation had been slightly awkward, to be sure. Though it was clear Jackson had expected his son to be surprised by the uniqueness of the design, he clearly hadn't expected him to question him on it, and Vlad found himself scrambling to make it sound as if he had another reason for calling. It was clear within a week of Vlad's first meeting with Charlotte that the groundbreaking was going on as planned. And she had probably gotten wind of it as well. Of course, Charlotte hadn't contacted him since the day of their falling out, and he hadn't really expected her to. If anything, he should have been the one to call her with some semblance of an apology, but Vladimir had his pride. Besides, he knew he had his work cut out for him when they met again. He would have to somehow regain her trust if he didn't expect this project to be a complete debacle. Vlad followed his brother's advice, doing all he could to research Charlotte, her work, and her methodologies. He found himself surprised that despite the strange nature of her work, she was an up-and-coming name in the West Coast architecture field. Vlad supposed he shouldn't be too shocked. Just because he found her work rather unorthodox, didn't mean that other people shared his opinion. It made sense that those on the West Coast had a rather more open opinion of what defined the inside and outside of the box of conventionalism. The moment he caught himself in that particular thought, he exhaled a long breath. Vlad caught himself many times over the past week, lying in bed as he grappled with his opinion of Charlotte Gardner and her work. On the one hand, he had never seen building designs like hers, and he wasn't inclined to believe their outlandish nature would make construction easier. On the other hand, he had to admire her drive. As she had once told him, he wasn't the first to think her work strange, and he wouldn't be the last. The fact hadn't seemed to cow Charlotte, offend her certainly, but she hadn't been intimidated by him. She had in fact taken her plans and sauntered off before he could investigate them more closely. But that hadn't been a problem. Once the plans were revealed, Jackson Kensley had no problem sending his son copies to look over. If Vladimir thought that he might see more reason in the designs upon his second perusal, he was wrong. He was just as hard-pressed to see why his father had chosen the design as he was the first time Charlotte had laid the blueprints out on the table before him. Was he missing something? Something that everyone else but him could easily discern? Somehow, he didn't think that was the case. He tried to reassure himself in his insistence that he had no problem with the architect at all, but with the plans themselves. As he showered on the morning of the groundbreaking ceremony, Vlad kept seeing Charlotte's sharp expression, the way her cheeks had colored and her full mouth pinched into a tight line in his mind's eye. Even when she was angry, she was unspeakably gorgeous, as lovely in a pencil skirt and crisp white button-up as she was in a loose green dress with her hair in disarray. Precisely why he was so attracted to her, when she was like no woman he'd ever been with, was beyond him. Vladimir wasn't used to his urges reigning over him. He'd never met a woman that he'd been unable to make rational decisions about, one whose sheer presence had clouded his judgment. While he wouldn't say that Charlotte being in his office had made a huge impact on his reaction to her plans, the fact that she was so often on his mind almost 2 weeks later spoke volumes. There was something about her, something he couldn't put his finger on. And it was driving him up the wall. Part of him had hoped that somewhere in his research he would find the answer. While he had discovered a wealth of information about Charlotte herself, he found nothing to justify his inexplicable attraction to her. She had been raised by her father after her mother died, and had been through just about every gifted program that her town had to offer. Soon after graduating high school at the top of her class, she went to Berkeley for her undergraduate degree in design before heading to architecture school. From there, the waves she made had only grown until she reached her current position. Designing for Kensley Enterprises, no small feat for a woman so young. If nothing else, she deserved his respect, Vlad knew, and he would do his utmost best to be warm with her when they met. He promised himself that if they were to work together on this project, then he was going to have to get to know her. To understand her. That was the only way they were ever going to see eye to eye. Now the question was she going to allow him to get to know her? He knew he himself would be more than reticent if someone had insulted him the way he'd insulted her, however inadvertently. Vladimir supposed he would find out soon enough. As always, he dressed meticulously. He had always favored three-piece suits where his father favored two pieces, which amused Jackson immensely. His mother, however, had long complimented him on his dress sense. Insanely, Vladimir found himself wondering what kind of suits Charlotte Garner liked to see a man in. He had to be losing his mind. It was a brilliant early spring day, though Vlad didn't know if he had ever found the weather in LA to be anything other than brilliant. In New York, he knew there might still be a chance of snow, but on the West Coast it was a balmy 70 degrees. This time, when he left his hotel to the acclaim of multiple media outlets, he was fully prepared to shut them out. Vladimir made a beeline for the waiting car, and slipped inside moments before the driver sped off towards downtown LA. The ceremony was set to take place around 10 in the morning, which meant that he'd be a good hour so early. Thanks to the heavy security that encircled the site, he would almost certainly be able to get an eyeful of the lay of the land before people started to gather. And that was what he was after. As they drove through the wide streets, and he took in the numerous skyscrapers and office buildings, he marveled at how different the West Coast was from the East Coast. Besides the Kensley Manor, Manhattan was the only place he had ever thought of as home, and despite Ethan's teasing prodding, he couldn't imagine relocating to LA. Things were so different here, the way places were spread out, the pace of life, if anything. It was the exact opposite of Manhattan, and that put him on edge. Vladimir liked being in control, a character flaw he couldn't control. So when he arrived at the building site and found it already occupied, he was slightly perturbed. It only took him a moment, however, to realize that his company happened to be the object of his frustrations. Charlotte Garner had arrived before him. Once he stepped out of the car, Vlad did a double take, but there was no mistaking her. All that fiery hair and that tall, lovely figure. Today she wore a cream-colored dress that covered slender legs, along with a navy-colored blazer, and she looked like no architect he'd ever interacted with. In fact, for a split second, Vlad was pretty sure it should be illegal that he was slotted to work with a woman as breathtakingly beautiful as she was. His father hadn't thought to mention that when he sent Vlad all the way across the country. He hadn't even mentioned how thoroughly different this project would be from any his son had ever tackled before. But that was just like his father. Trust Jackson to test him without giving him so much as a hint to the nature of the test. Though he had to admit, describing Charlotte Gardner in and of herself was quite the challenge. Even if his dad had attempted to define her, he doubted he would have understood. He had hoped to come to the construction site early, to get a little perspective on things, but now he found himself dealing with Charlotte far sooner than he might have anticipated. Part of him wanted to get back in the car and wait for the board to start arriving, but ultimately, Vladimir decided to put his best foot forward. Better to talk to her now, when there was no one else around to watch him flounder after all. He checked that security around the building site was in place, before stepping over the ropes and into a space that used to be a wide courtyard. The property they meant to use had actually been an old theater and courtyard, about 70 years prior, and had never been renovated. It was still lovely in a dilapidated kind of way, with the sun coming in through various crevasses in the ceiling. Any evidence that the courtyard had once been carefully tended was completely overgrown, and he found himself stepping carefully through thatches of weeds and ivy. Though he didn't mean to sneak up on her, he was able to come within a yard or two of her before he spoke. "Nice to see you again, Miss Gardner." She jumped about a foot in the air, whirling to gaze at him with a hand on her heart. "Damn it, don't sneak up on people like that." For the barest moment, her face was flushed and her eyes alight with alarm. And inexplicably, Vladimir felt himself struggling against a laugh. He hadn't meant to startle her, and he certainly wasn't a prankster, but after all the anxiety he'd faced about confronting her, seeing her like this suddenly bolstered his confidence. Just as quickly as Charlotte's face had registered surprise, her mouth shrank into a thin line when she realized who he was. He watched her swallow thickly and open her mouth before shutting it. She was, he realized, at just as much a loss for words as he imagined he might be at this moment. After all, 2 weeks was quite a while for their last meeting to foment. Vlad decided to break the silence. "I see you've come to the project site early as well. Checking your calculations?" Charlotte's eyes flashed dangerously, but she didn't lash out at him as she had before. Instead, she spoke slowly, as if she were measuring her words to ensure that she kept her composure. "No, sir. I'm fairly sure my calculations are precise. I just came to take a last look at this old theater before they demolish it." She lifted her gaze from his to stare at the crumbling ceiling above them and the overgrowth beneath their feet. It would have been something to see it restored. Her voice lowered slightly, and Vlad could see on her face that she had traveled somewhere far away, seeing in her mind's eye how the building might have been in its heyday. When Vlad followed her gaze, all he could see was the dilapidated remains of crumbling brick and mortar. Of course, he wasn't versed in 1940s architecture, so he had no point of reference, but any beauty this place held took a lot of imagination to recall. Charlotte, he knew, could probably do it easily. That was, after all, what she did. She was the definition of thinking outside the box. And he was her exact opposite. God above, this was going to be harder even than he had imagined. I'm sure it was very fine in its day. It was as much as he could manage, and if the way Charlotte eyed him skeptically was any indication, he was sure he sounded far from genuine. In a way, the fact that your building will stand here will count as tribute, won't it? The physical manifestation of the development of architecture. Well, that's the wonderful thing about architecture, Mr. Kensley. Charlotte lifted her skirt, revealing a few tantalizing inches of creamy ankle as she stepped over a particularly thick patch of weeds. You can use elements from any period and put them into any structure. People both pay homage to and combine aspects of older architecture even in this day and age. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. She dusted off her blazer before picking a spider from the shoulder to toss gently onto the ground beside her. Vladimir just stared at her, utterly transfixed. Here she was, standing in the middle of the ruins of a building probably infested with rats and bugs and covered in dust, and she didn't seem to care for one single whit. Just another count on which Charlotte Gardner was like no woman he had ever known. But that's not what you do. He spoke before he could stop himself, and inwardly groaned at his own impulsiveness. It was times like this when he wished his mother had taught him that verbal filter she had always warned him he was so dangerously lacking in. Charlotte looked up at him, dropping a thick hank of red gold curls over her shoulder. Instead of being angry, however, she was smiling, that same mysterious, knowing smile she had graced him with the day they met at the airport. "No, it's not. But that doesn't mean I can't appreciate it." She gave him a cursory once-over that spoke volumes of what she thought of him, standing there in his impeccably tailored suit. "What are you doing here so early? I thought the speeches and revelry weren't set to start for an hour or so." At that, Vlad arched a brow. "You assumed I'd just come for the speeches and revelry?" Charlotte opened her mouth, then shut it with an incriminating look, and Vlad realized with no small amount of surprise that she was actually trying to censor herself. He would have thought her even more inclined to impulsive thoughts than he himself, but here she was, doing her best to be amiable. Perhaps relations between them wouldn't be so difficult. Now, he supposed, was a better time than any to try and start over. "Charlotte, I owe you an apology." The redhead, who had knelt to pick up an intricately carved piece of what might have been molding or ornate ceiling, immediately looked up at him warily. "What for?" Vlad exhaled a long breath. Lucas had warned him that women never appreciated empty apologies. They wanted to know exactly what the perpetrator was apologizing for, and they were especially sensitive when a man was the one doing the apologizing. How his youngest brother had gotten so savvy about all of this, Vladimir had no clue, but he was inclined to believe him. He, after all, had never been much of a people person. "When we first met to discuss your designs, I was quite dismissive. That wasn't polite of me, no matter what I think of what I see before me. If my father chose you, well, I'm sure he did so because your design suits our ideals best. I'll be careful to consider that going forward." For a long moment the young woman merely stared up at him, her expression somewhat perplexed. Slowly she stood to her full height to run fingers through her glorious mane of curls. "That is, without a doubt, the most analytical apology I've ever heard in my life." Perhaps it was, but it was an apology just the same, and all Vlad could do was hope she accepted it. "Do you mind if I ask you a slightly personal question?" Well, that was something that he hadn't expected at all. Her question threw Vladimir for somewhat of a loop, and he found himself eyeing her warily. "What kind of question?" But Charlotte didn't seem interested in delving into specifics. She asked him just the same. "When's the last time you apologized to someone?" Now it was Vladimir's turn to be speechless. Certainly, he apologized to his brothers and parents all the time, but they were half-hearted apologies that he only hoped would make up for his personality quirks. The last time he had truly apologized to someone, well, it had been a very, very long time. His father had told him to do his best to act in a manner that would require little apology, and Vlad thought he had been doing admirably in that arena. At least until he met Charlotte. Now he wasn't quite sure. "Why do you ask?" It was easier to counter her question with a question, and in return Charlotte merely smiled once more. "Because you seem really out of practice." He should have been offended. If she were someone working in his Manhattan office, he would have been, no question about it. Here in LA, where he felt completely out of place, Vlad only found himself strangely amused. "I might be. Perhaps more than I've ever considered." It was a strange admission to a woman he barely knew, and yet here he was. Well, step one is admitting the problem. Now she was just teasing him, but Vlad found that the detail didn't displease him. Quite the opposite, in fact. "And what's step two?" He found himself inquiring wryly. "Admitting yourself to a clinic for apologists in training," she returned, her expression as serious as her eyes were full of mirth. "And make a serious attempt at recovery." She was being completely and totally ridiculous, and yet he still struggled against a smile. "Does this mean you accept my apology?" At his question, her eyes turned from teasing to contemplative in the space of a few seconds. "Do you accept my design?" Damn it. Lying wasn't, and never had been, one of Vladimir's fortes. He was even worse at it than he was at understanding people, and so he avoided doing so whenever possible. The truth was that even though his apology was sincere, he no more understood the validity of Charlotte Gardner's design plans than he had the moment he first laid eyes on them. But that was why he was talking to her now. "I'm doing my best, Miss Gardner." He didn't think he'd ever spoken a truer statement. Charlotte's honey-colored eyes swept over him, and for a moment he thought she meant to turn her back on him again. When she spoke, however, her words were surprisingly soft. "Well, I suppose that's all I can ask." With that, she stepped forward, extending the piece of rubble in her hands to him. It was half covered in dust and God knew what else, but Vlad took it from her without hesitation. He looked down at it, wondering what on earth so entranced Charlotte about the weathered lines and aged material. When it occurred to him to ask her, however, he found that she had already moved away from him. He barely caught the flap of her skirts as she stepped out of the ruins and back into the morning sunlight. Beyond the crumbling walls, he saw a large number of people had gathered and realized with a start that it was almost time to begin the groundbreaking ceremony. Had time really passed so quickly? Sure enough, in the next few minutes, several overly burly security officers were inside the theater, looking for him. It was time. Though Marcy was back in New York, Vlad thought he'd done a good job of writing his own speech. There were quite a few lovely lines about moving forward, company development, and how the new West Coast hub would serve as a launching point for the expansion of future endeavors. He had hoped to impress with it, but Vlad found himself distracted. He was facing a crowd of well over 200 people, as well as many important figures. The president of the construction company they were using, as well as a master engineer who was one of the top in his field, but Vlad was overly aware of the woman next to him, her scent, the warmth of her body, the way the wind caught tendrils of her deep red hair, so she had to keep tucking them back into place. This couldn't be good. He certainly wanted a good working relationship with her, but that would all be shot to hell if he couldn't keep his wits about him when she was around. It wasn't a problem he'd had to deal with before, and now Vlad found himself somewhat perturbed. But that wouldn't put him off his plans. A grand cheer rounded off his speech, as the men he planned to work with shook his hand and slapped him on the back good-naturedly. When Charlotte approached him, he held on to her hand for almost certainly a bit longer than was proprietary, but she didn't seem to notice. The loud rumble of demolition machines behind the podium drowned out everything else, and everyone present watched as wrecking balls began to work on the remains of the decrepit theater behind them. While almost everyone went wild when they began to destroy the crumbling walls, Charlotte merely stared at the piles of brick and steel beams with an almost longing expression. "Miss Gardner." She turned to face him, arching a brow in inquiry. Vlad forced himself to ask his question before he lost his gall. "Would you like to have dinner with me tomorrow night?" To discuss plans for the structure, of course. He wanted to leave no questions as to what the occasion was. He, more than anyone else, disapproved of intimacy in the workplace, and the last thing he wanted was Charlotte thinking he intended to take advantage of her in such a way. All right. He was surprised when she agreed after only a brief moment of contemplation, her eyes mischievous once more. "But I get to choose the place. I hope your tastes don't run too expensive." It was the second time she'd slipped a jibe into their conversation, an insinuation that he was a man surrounded by luxury in his high castle. How little she knew. "My tastes are varied, but they matter little. I'm supposed to be trusting your judgment, aren't I?" Her smile only widened. "I'd like nothing better." She was a sharp-tongued little thing, which he wouldn't mind if it didn't give him such an insistent urge to taste that smart mouth of hers. If this was going to work, Vlad could be on nothing less than his best behavior. It didn't matter how drawn he was to Charlotte Gardner and her uniqueness. He was and always would be a professional first and foremost. And he had never failed to rise to a challenge.
Chapter 5. Give and Take.
Charlotte was on her 5th dress in the past hour, and she was trying to convince herself that ultimately it wouldn't matter what she looked like. She could wear a burlap sack to this damn dinner, and it wouldn't make any difference at all. Vladimir Kensley wasn't looking at her after all. She was just an asset to the company, and now he was hell-bent on working with her so they could find some common ground where her design was concerned. For God's sake, he had all but admitted that he still didn't accept her design, and they had already started work on the damned building. But oddly, she wasn't as angry as she thought she'd be. It seemed Charlotte had exhausted all of her anger, wondering why the man couldn't possibly understand that his father had chosen a slightly unconventional design for his new building. But now Charlotte thought she was beginning to get a bit of perspective. She didn't think she'd ever seen a man make a more awkward apology than Vladimir Kensley, almost as if he'd never actually attempted to make one. Charlotte suspected that perhaps he hadn't. After all, the man was in a position of immense power. It wouldn't be strange if he barely apologized for anything. Indeed, if that was the case, she should be flattered that he saw fit to apologize to her. Even if he didn't know what he was apologizing about. Even Charlotte found herself suddenly unsure. What she had previously believed to be disdain, she now wondered about. Kensley seemed a bit off when it came to interacting with people, or maybe it was just her. Despite that, he had gone out of his way to ask her to dinner. He wanted to make amends between them, and he seemed honor-bound to understand the way she thought. It was easier said than done for most. Charlotte only knew of a handful of people who had successfully pulled it off, and she didn't think Vladimir Kensley would be added to their ranks anytime soon. And yet here she was, getting all dolled up for God knew what reason. She soon realized, acting as if this were some sort of date when what she was participating in could very well be the anti-date. Well, if Vladimir Kensley expected her to give him a crash course in abstract geography over the course of a single meal, he was sorely mistaken. She would of course be as pleasant as she could stand to be, but she hardly thought a single meal was adequate time for the man to understand the way she ticked. So why the hell was she concerned about what dress to wear? Charlotte tossed her sixth attempt onto the bed and stared down at them all. She had chosen her favorite sushi place, so the atmosphere was pretty casual. With that knowledge, she had been prepared to simply throw on a dress and a pair of flats, but when it actually came to the throwing on, she found herself sorely lacking decisiveness. There was a black number, which she thought would be her safest bet, and then there was her favorite blue sundress, which she felt confident in but wasn't quite sure was appropriate for a dinner occasion with a man who was supposed to be her boss. Two of the dresses she'd chosen were flat out too uncomfortable, and she was disgusted with the amount of cleavage the last dress showed. Suddenly, it seemed like she didn't have anything suitable to wear, which made her want to toss her entire wardrobe in the garbage. With a sigh, she collapsed face first onto the coverlet, cursing her entire existence. This wouldn't be so damned complicated if the man wasn't attractive. If Jackson Kensley had only come himself, she probably wouldn't even be having this issue. She'd be consulting with the elder man at the job site. He wouldn't be questioning her architectural style, and she could just write this off as another job. But it was already way beyond that. This had transcended work and turned into some convoluted craziness that kept her awake at night. Or rather, woke her up to some very interesting dreams. Mind you, Charlotte was no stranger to steamy dreams. She'd had them once or twice before, and merely written them off to infatuation. Almost as soon as she got to know the objects of said dreams, any carnal attraction she had faded. They were never up to snuff. How could they be? These were the dreams they were talking about. But with Vladimir Kensley, she would never have that option. She would never sleep with the man, never even touch him, so that meant her dreams were free to rage entirely unfettered. And what dreams were they? Completely unbidden, memories began to rise to the forefront of her mind. Any attempts Charlotte made to try and think of something else were immediately drowned out. All she could see was Vladimir's mouth roving her body hungrily, the way he bit and sucked at her neck, down her spine to hold her in place as he parted her thighs to slide into her, filling her completely. Geez. At least it helped that she knew her dreams were just that. There was in her mind, no way a man so prudish he couldn't even accept something against the grain would be able to dominate her in bed. Vladimir Kensley probably expected every woman he slept with to just lie there passively and take what he gave them. If he was indeed giving them anything. Another groan escaped her. Now she was just being malicious. She had no idea what kind of women Vladimir liked, and it was unfair of her to try and demean him simply because she was pissed that he'd invaded her subconscious. And she was pissed. Reaching out, Charlotte grabbed the first garment that came in contact with her fingertips and decided that she didn't care which one it was, that was what she was going to wear. When she saw it was the lowest cut of the clothing she'd brought out, she cursed lowly. She would simply have to wear a sweater over it. She wasn't going to obsess over this anymore. It was just one dinner. What could possibly happen during one dinner? Charlotte showed up for the affair 15 minutes early. It was a side effect of leaving the apartment early, so she didn't have to deal with Lila's inquiries about where she was going. She was sure her friend would pry all of the details out of her later anyway, so she felt no guilt in giving her the slip. She thought that the 15 minutes would give her plenty of time to show up and find a good table, but she found, to her dismay, that nearly all of them were full by the time she arrived. Charlotte supposed it wasn't her favorite sushi place for nothing, but she still found herself disappointed at the prospect of waiting for a table with Mr. High and Mighty. At least, that was until she found that she wouldn't have to wait. "Charlotte, someone's waiting for you." She was about to put her name in with Miyuki, the receptionist, when the smaller woman made a revelation that caused a double take. "Excuse me?" She checked her watch quickly. It was still 10 to 8. No way the man was that anal. Dark-haired, good-looking guy over there, with a bit of an accent. Miyuki gestured with a small smile. "He said you'd be in around 8 or so." Disbelieving, Charlotte looked over to find the man sitting in a booth in the far corner, bent over a stack of paperwork in front of him. She could have guessed he was the workaholic type. After the shock wore off, she allowed herself a moment to simply stare at him. For once, he wasn't wearing one of his suits. Instead, he wore a pair of dark slacks and an equally dark sweater that only served to enhance a body she swore couldn't belong to a man who sat behind his desk all day. Instead of being swept back from his brow as it usually was, his dark hair hung about his shoulders. He could have just gotten out of the shower. Though that certainly wasn't a train of thought she should be entertaining. "How long has he been here?" she finally managed, hoping she didn't sound as nervous as she let on. "About half an hour." Asked if we minded his doing work while he waited for the second member of his party. Very polite. Of course. Polite was Vladimir Kensley's middle name. "Thanks, Miyuki." With that, Charlotte steeled herself, tugging her sweater tighter about her despite the spring warmth. She suddenly wished she'd chosen a more conservative dress, but that didn't keep her feet from carrying her right over to her boss's table to stand beside it. She cleared her throat, and Kensley stopped writing immediately to look up at her in surprise. "You're early." Charlotte stared him down. "Says the man who was here half an hour ago." Vladimir straightened to arch a brow that said very clearly that he could be wherever he damn well pleased when he pleased. "A water main broke in the office, and I had to finish a good deal of work in my hotel room. I hope you'll pardon the casual attire, I didn't feel like pressing a suit." "You press your own suits?" In response, Vladimir merely gestured to the empty seat before him, and Charlotte felt her cheeks burning. If he'd been rude in inferring that her work wasn't right for his company, she wasn't exactly being cordial, assuming that he was a spoiled rich kid. Even if he was. I must say, he'd gone back to writing now, and Charlotte was surprised to see that he was working on something he could have just as easily input into a computer with a scanner. "I'm glad I let you choose the restaurant. I know nothing about LA." Well, she tried to concentrate on the conversation at hand, and not the oddly elegant way in which he wrote, or that he was writing in Russian. Damn Russian, the best way to get to know LA is to have a native show you around. "Are you offering?" he inquired, his eyes never leaving the page in front of him. "I'm sure you're busy with other things. But if either of us has time between all our projects, I suppose it might be good to show you the city." She'd barely been sitting for 5 minutes, and the man had already confused her. Hadn't he brought her here to talk business? And was he going to talk to her at all, or was he just going to do work the entire time? The prospect made her feel oddly relieved. At least until the man finally set his stack of documents aside to fix her with his intense blue gaze. "So tell me, Charlotte, have you been coming to this place long?" As many times as she had encouraged the man to call her by her Christian name, the young woman now realized that it was a mistake. The title sounded far too intimate from him, and atop that, every time he said it, her eyes were drawn to his mouth. His gorgeous mouth. "At least a decade," she finally managed, "all through architecture school. But I have to ask, Mr. Kensley, what on earth does that have to do with the building we're working on?" Vladimir sighed, folding large hands on the table in front of him. "Charlotte, I'm going to be frank with you." As if he knew how to be anything else, that much was obvious. "You and I are fundamentally different people. We work in very dissimilar ways." "How could you tell?" The dry comment left her before she could stop it, but thankfully Kensley chose to ignore it. "I had hoped that by getting to know one another, we might understand each other more. After all, this project is of incredible import to both of our careers." "Am I wrong?" For a split second, Charlotte found her ire rising. She had been so defensive about her career for so long that she thought perhaps that Vladimir Kensley was threatening her. Until she realized exactly what he'd said, the building was important to both their careers. Certainly, this project would serve as a foundation for the firm that she opened as an architect, but how much did he have riding on this? His father had already made all of the important decisions, hadn't he? Wasn't the younger Kensley here to just supervise and tag along for the ride? "How is this going to affect your career?" Good Lord, now she was almost as bad at blurting out whatever was on her mind as he seemed to be. She hadn't planned to leave her filter at home with her sensibilities. Kensley merely chuckled lowly, before fixing her with an indulgent small smile. "You don't think very much of me, do you, Charlotte?" The young woman couldn't ever remember turning more red, and she was sure it clashed horribly with her hair. I mean, I don't. What if I were to tell you that I'm poised to become the CEO of Kensley Enterprises in the next year, and this project is a final test of sorts for me? To see if I truly have what it takes to fill my father's shoes? Well, that was quite a bit more than she had expected. Charlotte shut her mouth, staring at the table for a moment. When she spoke again, she chose her words more carefully. "I'm pretty sure he doesn't have much to worry about. You've been at the head of the company for the past decade, haven't you? Jackson's the only one with more power than you." "Yes, but do you think that means I'm ready?" She could see him arching a brow out of the corner of her eye. "What do you know about me, Charlotte? Other than I press my own suits?" Okay, she deserved that one. Not a lot," she admitted grudgingly, hardly daring to look up when the waiter brought them their food and sake menus. "And I know little of you. On that one thing, we're in perfect agreement. Now," he picked up the menu and perused it for a moment before his eyes flicked back to hers. "In order for this venture to go smoothly for both of us, we're going to have to see eye to eye. For that, I'd say that getting to know one another a little is in order." It was an ironclad argument, and Charlotte found she couldn't even think of the slightest protest. "So Charlotte, tell me why you like this sushi place so much." The young woman hesitated a moment before she replied, in utter truthfulness. "Well, I chose this place at random to celebrate my getting into my architecture program. They were so nice to me that I've been coming ever since. Plus the food is amazing." "And what's your favorite type of sake?" For a moment, she thought he might not have heard her, but the young woman was startled to find that the waiter had returned to the table and was waiting to take their order. "The Snow Maiden," she answered once she recovered. "It's really sweet. You might not like it." But Vladimir didn't miss a beat. "2 bottles of the Snow Maiden, please. And the omakase for 2. Blinking in confusion, Charlotte merely watched the waiter compliment them on their choice before starting away. "What's an omakase?" "It's a set menu that the sushi chef chooses," Kensley replied instantly. "My brother Toshiro insists that it's the only way to eat sushi." Toshiro. That was a decidedly Japanese name. "Your brother is Japanese," she inferred. "As in born in Japan." "That's typically what Japanese means, yes, Charlotte?" Now he was smiling at her, and she squirmed slightly in her seat. "And you're Russian?" He nodded. "I suppose the accent gave me away. I've never really been able to get rid of it. Probably a good thing." The words were out before Charlotte could stop herself, and she soon found her cheeks burning again. Vladimir stared at her curiously. "Why good?" "Well, it's something that makes you stand out, isn't it? Makes you memorable. And attractive as hell. I suppose I never thought of it that way. His blue eyes lit slightly in something that looked oddly like pleasure. Though I would hope to be judged more on my efficiency than on my accent alone. Of course he would. This man was about as methodical as a root equation. Enough to make her wonder if he was part computer. Well, if your checking and double-checking is any indication, she finally found herself murmuring somewhat grudgingly, I'm sure you're very efficient. Checking and double-checking? My designs, Charlotte quickly cleared up his confusion, her voice slightly cool. You were definitely very thorough about making sure they fit your company's needs. According to my father, they do. He answered, not one hint of enmity in his voice. I hope to come to the same conclusion that he has with time. Time? It would take Vladimir Kensley several lifetimes to retrieve the stick up his ass. You know, Charlotte began wryly, pouring them both sake from the bottle the waiter brought. Getting to know someone isn't methodical and formulaic. It's organic. If you think there's some magical question that I can answer to make you instantly understand the way I think, you're sadly mistaken. Vladimir simply took a sip of his sake before making a low sound of approval at the taste. A sound that Charlotte was embarrassed to say, went straight to the core of her, heating her where she had no right to be heated. I think, Miss Gardner, you'll find the power of inquiry can unlock almost anything. Damn him. In a perfect world, she would have hated a man like this. But trying to hate Vladimir Kensley was just like trying to keep water in her cupped hands. No matter what she did, any dislike eventually trickled away, leaving only blatant curiosity, with a simmering undertone of physical hunger. The next week was one of the most hectic of Charlotte's life. Between the hours she spent at the job site and the time she spent at her desk at home, going over her designs, she barely had time to think about her dinner with Vladimir. And she supposed that was a good thing. Whenever she did have a spare moment to contemplate, she had no idea what she was supposed to think of Vladimir, or his grand plan to form a singular analysis of her using some sort of verbal questionnaire. It was without a doubt one of the strangest things she'd ever heard of. But that didn't mean she hadn't enjoyed the dinner in a strange way. After all, for every question that Vladimir asked her, she got to fire one right back at him, which meant she now knew a great deal more about him than she had upon meeting him. First and foremost, however, she had discovered that the omakase he'd told her about was indeed the way to go. Even after eating at her sushi spot for a decade, she had no idea that it existed, and yet ordering it had resulted in some of the best sushi she'd ever had. She didn't mind thanking Vladimir for that, but with everything else, she was still on the fence. Each day that she worked with him at the job site was one where she traipsed around in a hard hat, consulting with engineers and construction managers while he watched, wordlessly, taking notes in a small black book that he carried everywhere with him. He rarely talked to anyone on the site, and if he did, it was simply to ask them their opinion on the current building, based on those they had worked on in the past. And that was always interesting to hear. To their merit, they tried to be as supportive as they could, but it was clear that they had never been a part of something quite as unique as Charlotte's designs. It took a full 3 days before she managed to catch Vladimir in the act. The entire job site was bustling as they hollowed out the ground for the foundations of the gigantic structure. While any number of men in hard hats on the site kept telling her not to climb in and out of the pit, that it was dangerous, Charlotte only rolled her eyes. Of course they would say that, all the while doing it themselves. She had been on plenty of job sites in her time, and she was pretty sure burly, self-assured men injured themselves quicker than she did. One day, after slipping past a front-end loader that was on its way down to deepen the pit, she caught Vladimir at the end of the property speaking to the head engineer. And how do you find the building design, based on those you've worked with before? When she caught the tail end of his question, the young woman smirked. He was still looking for validation. But now, strangely, it didn't piss her off as much as it amused her. Of course, her designs were unique. These engineers had probably never seen anything like them. But that didn't mean they were any less fit for the company's purposes. Well, Charles Brown seemed at a loss as he scratched at the thick beard that covered his chin. It is unconventional, I'll give it that. But I must admit, I'm interested in starting on the building. Girl with a mind like that, she's gotta have some pretty interesting insight on the construction. Well, he was a damn sight more complimentary than Vladimir had been the first time he'd seen the plans, almost restored her faith in the male populace. Almost. You're so sweet, Charlie. Her statement startled both men, and Charles turned around with a nervous smile, obviously less than thrilled to be caught in the middle of an interrogation. Charlotte, I thought you were still down in the pit. I was. The young woman dusted off the t-shirt and jeans she was wearing. Why? Were you going to tell me to be safe? I think I'm okay. Just watch your footing. He seemed happy to have a reason to change the subject, but Charlotte wasn't going to let him get away that easy. What are you boys talking about? Still looking for me to show my worth? Charlie's cheeks colored, and he immediately stammered, searching for an answer. Vladimir, however, had no such reservations. He met her gaze steadily, his blue eyes gleaming with amusement. You know very well this has nothing to do with your worth, Charlotte. I'm just speaking to those better versed on the subject than I am, getting a variety of different opinions. And how's that going for you? Crossing her arms over her chest, she arched a brow in inquiry. It might go better if you weren't stalking me. The statement was enough to make her cheeks color slightly. She hadn't been stalking him per se, but she had certainly been watching him. Why wouldn't she? It wasn't every day that someone met a CEO so interested in a building's construction that he left the office several hours a day to oversee things. He certainly wasn't the passive overlord she might have expected, and that perplexed the hell out of her. I'm not stalking you, she finally rebutted, feeling Charles's inquiring gaze on her. I'm just trying to make sure I keep my job. No one has said anything about firing you. Indeed, Vladimir looked surprised at the very notion. My father is intent on your design being the one we use. You're not going anywhere. Besides, you're far too interesting to send away. He couldn't have shocked Charlotte more if he'd kissed her full on the mouth. Interesting. He'd called her interesting. Coming from Vladimir, that was practically a compliment. Before she could reply, however, he turned from her to begin across the job site, intent on interrogating someone else. And leaving a speechless Charlotte in his wake. He's nothing like his father, is he? When Charlie spoke, Charlotte snapped out of her reverie to look up at him. Excuse me? Vladimir, Charles repeated, staring after the man with a curious expression. Nothing at all like Jackson. It hadn't occurred to Charlotte that everyone else on the job site was probably rather experienced in working with Jackson himself. She was the only novel person on this team. She supposed the discovery made her feel rather unique. Well, she admitted, taking off her hard hat for a moment to run her fingers through strands of sweat-damp hair. I haven't actually met Jackson, so I wouldn't know. Charles's expression immediately turned to one of obvious surprise. Haven't you? Charlotte shrugged. We corresponded via email. I didn't have the time to fly to New York to meet him in person, even though I would have liked to. For a long moment, Charles's look was unreadable. Charlotte found herself arching a brow when it continued long past the time she thought might have been appropriate. What is it? She thought the man might snipe about someone not having time to meet Jackson Kensley, but what came out of his mouth instead completely shocked her. I thought he and your father were close. That he'd known you since you were born? Charlotte may have never worked on a project of this magnitude before, but it didn't take her long to put two and two together. He and my father are friends, yes, but I've never met him. When she spoke, her voice was slightly strained. She didn't like what this man was insinuating. She didn't like it at all. I'm sure he knows of me, but I've never seen the man face to face. She cursed at how defensive she sounded. I see. Though she had thought Charlie friendly enough up until this point, Charlotte now found herself rethinking that evaluation. It was obvious what he thought. So I suppose the connection had nothing to do with you getting the job. And there it was. He'd gone and said it. Charlotte immediately felt her ire flare, and struggled against the sick anger in her gut. She might have known something like this might happen, expected it even. But even so, it still hurt. She opened her mouth, ready to defend herself, only to be cut off before she could even start to lay into the man. I'm sure you know very well, Charles, that Charlotte's design was chosen for this project on her talent alone. The redhead looked up in surprise to see that Vladimir had returned and was standing behind her, his expression sterner than she had ever seen it. Jackson Kensley doesn't choose his positions based on relationships or influence. You should know this more than anyone else. Skill matters more than anything else, and as you yourself just finished discussing with me, Miss Gardner has it. In spades. Charles's cheeks reddened, and he looked from Vladimir to Charlotte and then back again. Anyone with eyes could tell that he wanted to bring Vladimir down a peg or two, but the man wasn't stupid enough to forget that his job was on the line. Instead of saying anything, he ultimately merely nodded curtly before moving away from the two of them, his posture stiff. For some inexplicable reason, Charlotte's heart was pounding. Slowly she turned to face Vladimir. Before Charles left, she had been so angry that she didn't notice how close Vladimir was, so close in fact that she could feel the warmth of his body. Now she found that anger slowly ebbing as she gazed up at him. She swallowed thickly. I could have handled that. At that particular moment the man looked more than imposing. He looked every bit the backbone of the company he was, the master of all he surveyed. It was, Charlotte realized, easy for her to forget that the man intimidated her more because she was unsure how to feel about him. He confused her, and she didn't like to be confused. Even without her own personal feelings in the mix, Vladimir was intimidating enough. More than intimidating even. Was it horrible that his firm frown only added to his sex appeal? When he looked like that, Charlotte could imagine him as the man of her fantasies, pinning her to the bed as he took advantage of every inch of her body with his mouth, his hands, and everything he had to offer. You could have. His reply was simple, but it was enough to bring her back to the present and force her to cool her very interested sex drive. But I happened to overhear. I hope you'll forgive me for intruding. Why wouldn't her heart stop pounding? She wasn't angry anymore. She might have thought she'd have no problem cooling off, but then again, her emotions were always thrown off kilter when Vladimir Kensley was around. She should thank him. There was no quicker way to nip rumors like that in the bud than a few words from the most powerful man on the job site. Charlie might be a little sore for a while, but eventually, for the sake of his job, he'd swallow his pride, and they'd work together cordially again. If Vladimir hadn't stepped in, she might have made a scene. And that wouldn't have helped anyone. But thanking him would be, well, it would be acknowledging that she'd needed him in the first place. And that was difficult for her. It had always been difficult. Exhaling a long sigh, she removed her hard hat, her cheeks pink, and abruptly changed the subject. I'm pretty hungry. How about you? I could eat. One thing she could appreciate endlessly about this man was the fact that he never tried to call her on her reluctance when she wormed out of uncomfortable situations. Well, there's this place nearby that has amazing tacos. If you like tacos, that is. It wasn't as if she expected the man to turn up his nose. After all, he hadn't minded her picking the location the first time they had dinner together. However, Charlotte was still surprised when Vladimir's lips quirked upward into an amused smile. I do in fact like tacos. He chuckled lowly before continuing. Is this part of your showing me around LA? If you want to call it that, sure. I'm just starving. But she could have eaten alone. There was no reason why she had to invite Vladimir with her, and yet she had done it anyway. Of course. As she led the way from the job site, Charlotte found herself more perturbed than ever. Even though he didn't approve of her design, he was practically trying to write a paper to figure out why it had been chosen. Vladimir called her interesting and even came to her defense when someone might have offended her. If she didn't know any better, she might think the man had actually taken a liking to her. But that didn't mean she had to like him, did it? Because she was just tolerating him for this position, that was all. There was no way in hell she actually liked Vladimir Kinsley. Vladimir wasn't quite sure how it happened, but all too soon he and Charlotte seemed to have fallen into a routine. While it wasn't strange for him to leave the job site around lunch hour to go to upscale restaurants or even the bistro in the hotel where he was staying, at least it hadn't been until the day Charlotte invited him to her taco restaurant, which had turned out to be a taco truck and had indeed served some of the best food he'd ever had. Charlotte laughed while he tried to decide on what toppings he wanted. She ordered everything and enjoyed it with great gusto. Unlike other women he'd eaten with, the redhead had no reservations about enjoying her food. But then again, she also had no concerns with trying to take small bites in between flirtatious smiles. Charlotte didn't flirt, but that was, of course, because there was nothing romantic between them. It was all business. And the more Vladimir kept telling himself that, the less inclined he was to do something idiotic to change the rules of the game. He had learned just enough about her during their first dinner to soften his opinion about her avant-garde, brash way of thinking. He had to admit that a large part of him worried that Charlotte might believe herself to be the particular type of artist who was above everyone else. That she might try to lord her power over the job site and every person that worked on it. He couldn't have been more mistaken. Over sushi and sake, he had questioned her about her background, where she had gone to school, and how long it had taken her to get her degree. At no time during that questioning had she said anything that might lead him to believe that she was full of herself. Confident, yes, but certainly not arrogant. It was enough to make him relax somewhat, but Vlad knew it would take a hell of a lot more before he could understand what made those outlandish designs of hers spring from such a nimble and intelligent mind. The lunches helped. After the first one, they had fallen into a daily routine. Around noon, Charlotte would always mention, within earshot no less, that she was starving. That was his signal to ask where she was going to eat. It was a different place every day, and Vladimir allowed himself to continue following her because it meant seeing more of the city, learning where everything was and the way the metropolis ticked. But he wasn't complaining about an extra hour or so every day with Charlotte Gardner. There was something about her, several somethings in fact. Principal among those things was, of course, his unfailing attraction towards her. She was nothing like any woman he'd ever been interested in before, but somehow, that only seemed to bolster his interest in her. Every time he caught sight of her flaming column of red hair out of the corner of his eye, every muscle in his body tightened with something horribly like anticipation. He wanted her to talk to him. He all but longed for her daily professions of hunger, so they could escape the noise and dust of the busy job site and have some time to themselves. For business, of course. Though he meant to get to know her to work better with her, Vladimir found the small things about Charlotte intrigued him just as much as revelations about her past or her work ethic. The way she tucked her hair behind her ear when the strands went a little too helter-skelter. The way she tugged her lower lip between her teeth as she marked notes down on the blueprints she carried around the job site with her. The way that she wore baggy jeans and t-shirts far better than anyone else on the job site, to the point of distraction, in fact. Embarrassingly, Vlad found that he had to leave the site 2 or 3 times a day to make sure it wasn't obvious how easily she affected him physically. Then, of course, there was the way she talked to him, the way she grinned and laughed unabashedly and spoke unreservedly about almost everything. She didn't seem to have the filter that everyone seemed so intent that he should acquire, and perhaps that was another reason why he was so drawn to her. That's not how you eat it. One day, she watched him try and fail to eat something called a pupusa for about 5 minutes before she intervened, visibly hiding a smile. Just pick it up with your fingers and chomp it, don't be shy. She tossed him a handful of napkins. You can use those. Vladimir was used to years and years of those who worked for him being deferential, almost docile. The only ones in the Manhattan office who weren't affected by his station were his brothers, and oftentimes he found himself wondering if he was really that intimidating. At least, when he wasn't angry or upset about something. The answer always seemed to be a resounding yes. At least until he spent time with Charlotte, little he said or did seemed to cow her, and she certainly wasn't intimidated by his mere presence. Quite the contrary, in fact. So one doesn't use a fork? In answer to his question, Charlotte merely lifted her own pupusa to her mouth with slender fingertips, her gaze never leaving his. When she took a large bite, her eyes drifted shut and a sound of utter bliss slipped past her lips. Vladimir felt his body responding without his leave, and bit back a groan as he shifted slightly to hide it. He set his own plastic ware aside to imitate her, and at the taste of the cheese and pork filling on his tongue, a surprised sound of pleasure escaped him. This is delicious. Isn't it, though? All the better when you go for it bare-handed. Charlotte laughed at his expression. You look like you're about to witness the second coming. Are you all right? I am. She didn't mind that he was her boss, and she seemed to have gotten over the fact that perhaps he didn't completely understand her designs. For now, she was merely a woman amused with him. And he found he liked it. Have you never had street food before? She sucked at the tip of one finger, hungrily, before she took another bite. And I'm not trying to imply you're spoiled again. I'm just asking. He smirked. At least she'd learned her lesson in that arena then. In the past decade or so, I can't recall. I like to spend every minute that I could in my office. Because you're a workaholic. Charlotte finished for him, her smile mischievous. I've heard this story before. I returned, emphasizing each word for clarity, to ensure that everything is running smoothly. Workaholic and control freak. The perfect combination. Vlad merely sighed, taking another bite of his delectable pupusa. If we're going with labels here, I suppose I could call you the crazy artist. Every time I look at those plans, I feel like they get a little more untenable. Charlotte only laughed softly. I think it's pretty much established that we have very different ways of thinking, you and I. I certainly won't argue with you there. He took a sip of a cinnamon-flavored, milk-based beverage. She told him it was called horchata and let out a breath of satisfaction. Apparently, street food wasn't as overrated as he thought. But we come from different places too, Vladimir. You're a Russian import with a crazy high IQ and a father who's a household name. I'm me. I was lucky enough to be raised by a man who didn't try to fit me into a mold. And here we are, he finished for her, trying his best not to stare at the way the loose t-shirt she wore clung to the swell of her breasts. Working together for a common cause. That was the easiest way for him to see it. He certainly wasn't going to tell her that his curiosity about her bordered on fascination, and that he was bound and determined to discover what exactly it was that so obsessed him. That would, after all, be far too intimate for a working relationship. They had lunch together almost every day, barring the few that he absolutely had to stay in the office for meetings or work. Sometimes she showed him to restaurants and sometimes to street stalls. More than once they crossed half the city to get to a place she promised him would be life-altering. And it always was. Though Vladimir would never classify himself as a foodie, Charlotte was rapidly showing him what it was like to explore food that transcended cultures. LA was a veritable melting pot of people from all over the world, and any food one could possibly conceive of was available there. There were a few times when he managed to convince her to join in on his lunch plans. He took her to the bistro in his hotel, and a few restaurants that made her embarrassed to step through the door in her t-shirt and jeans. Of course, the venues were more than willing to accommodate them based on his reputation alone. But part of him enjoyed watching her squirm as he urged her into places lined with golden chandeliers and pristine tables covered in cloths made of pure silk. The food there, she confided in him, was good, but nothing could beat hot street food from people that knew how to do it right. And after a fashion, he was inclined to agree with her. But that didn't mean he stopped pushing his luck. It took them close to 2 weeks to lay the foundations for the building, and then another 2 after that to ensure that everything was organized properly to begin with the next steps. During that time, they didn't need to be at the job site, but that didn't stop Charlotte from stopping in every day, just to take in the view. Vladimir might not have seen her on those days, had he gone straight into the office, but he always managed to make an excuse to stop by the site, and there she was, traipsing around, looking at everything and anything, even though construction had barely started. In some ways, he couldn't help but wonder if she liked control just as much as he did, if she needed to know what was going on to make sure she remained in the loop. But if he took into account how very different they were, that seemed a very far-fetched notion indeed. It wasn't something they had ever discussed. As far as Charlotte was concerned, he was a workaholic, though one might argue that she was just the same. She told him that, when she was a student, she could spend as many as 12 hours a day working on a project and not tire of it. And somehow, he didn't think she'd changed since graduating. Despite his detours to the job site, to check on how things were going just as much as to make sure she was all right, he told himself, Vladimir ended up in the office for at least 6 hours out of every day. It was the part of his LA stay that remained routine, even though he was far from his Manhattan office. The paperwork was comforting to him. Though Manhattan was undoubtedly where he belonged, he could speak to clients and oversee deals just as easily from LA as he could from New York City, and that was enough for him. When he was in full work mode, it was harder for him to concentrate on Charlotte, and that was a welcome reprieve as well. Over the course of his first few weeks in LA, a number of people have called him to check on his progress. His mother, of course, was first and foremost. She called each and every week without fail, to see how he was adjusting, and Vlad was almost embarrassed by the concern in her voice. He might feel a bit like a fish out of water, but he was still a grown man, and more than used to taking care of himself. It made him feel better when Shiro called to tell him that their mother seemed to up her protective factor in his absence. That it wasn't just he who was receiving the brunt of her concern, it was all of them, including their father. As for Jackson himself, after the first conversation Vlad had with him about Charlotte's plans, he didn't call again for 3 weeks, and when he did, he sounded just as confident as ever. "How is LA treating you, my boy?" Vlad took the call around 6 in the evening, during a lull in his work period. He had been irked to be disturbed, before the secretary told him it was his father on the line. Then he couldn't pick up the phone fast enough. "It's hot." It was the first thing that came to Vladimir's mind, and Jackson roared with laughter. "I thought you might enjoy the change in climate." He could hear the smile in his father's voice. "It's spring here and we could still get snow any day. You might take the opportunity to go to the beach and catch some sun." Vlad made an uncomfortable sound in the back of his throat. His father had to know better. He would do no such thing. The few times in his life he had gone to the beach, he had burned rather than tanned, and then he had realized that his skin was probably too fair to do anything else but burn. He had always been the type that preferred vacations to cold weather locales, something his oldest brother Alistair liked to tease him about to this day. "I think not." Of course. Jackson chuckled. "In all seriousness though, how is the project coming along?" The groundbreaking went smoothly. Vlad had reported to his father so many times over the years that it was almost second nature. And the foundations have been laid. Charlotte and Charles are in talks about how to proceed with the next steps. I imagine Charlie is having a bit of difficulty with the designs, more than you perhaps. Though his father was 3,000 miles away, Vladimir felt his face heat. "I'm not having difficulties, father." "Of course. You simply called me before, because you wanted to hear my voice." "Damn it. I was merely making sure that this was absolutely what you wanted, father. This building. It will certainly be the most unique we've ever commissioned." "That's the point, my boy." Whereas Vlad was tentative, Jackson had no such reservations. "New image, new blood, new way of thinking. We can't innovate if we stay the same." "That I understand." Vlad returned carefully. I merely assumed that the process would be, well, gradual. Meaning that Charlotte's ideas were so off the beaten path that he had hoped there might have been a subtler test drive first. This is as gradual as it gets, my boy. Someone has to implement things, and I figured it might as well be you. Me? Vlad returned incredulously. But I haven't, you? You're overseeing the project. Certainly I'll step in when it's far enough along, but for now you're holding the reins, son. Which means that all of this change is in your good name. The reality of this implication hit Vladimir like a ton loader. For all these weeks, he had acted almost as if he were taking orders from his father. But those working for him wouldn't have seen it that way, and especially not with all the time he'd been spending with Charlotte. Speaking of, how are things going with Miss Gardner? And just like that, Vlad was rendered utterly speechless. He might have lied, might have provided a simple good or well, just to get his father to move on to another subject. Instead, he found the words stuck in his throat. He had never been a good liar. What on earth was he supposed to say? That, despite their initial meeting, they were getting along? That he was going out of his way to leave the office and speak to her? That they were dangerously close to becoming friends? He was sure these were all things that his father might like to hear, but for Vlad they were far too dangerous. If Jackson Kensley caught so much as a whiff of interest from one of his sons where a woman was concerned, he wouldn't relent until he knew the full nature of the scenario. In this scenario, despite his best intentions, Vladimir wanted far more than simply to be friends with Charlotte Gardner. He wanted her. He was long past the point of trying to deny it. Every time she opened her smart mouth, he wanted to kiss her into silence, to yank her against him and feel her body pressing into his. Vlad? You still there? I'm here. He forced his mind back to the conversation at hand, slightly alarmed at how violently his body reacted to the prospect of taking Charlotte as his romantic partner. It was the last thing on earth he should ever consider, and yet he wanted her with such wild abandon that sometimes he wondered if he wouldn't catch himself doing something completely and utterly idiotic. Charlotte and I work well together. I think we're slowly coming to understand one another. Wonderful. Jackson's reply was enthusiastic, and Vlad relaxed slightly. It looked as if he had dodged a bullet. You know, I always wondered how that girl would turn out. She was something of a hellion as a little one, if her father relayed the stories right. Vlad found his eyes widening slightly. Though Charlotte had given him a perfunctory rundown of her childhood, and he knew that her father and his were friendly, he'd never heard his father speak of her growing up. She never wanted to fit into the mold, Jackson continued, oblivious to the rapt attention his son paid the conversation. When her mother died, it was as if she was determined to prove to everyone just how alive she was. Trevor always had his hands full. But I have to admit, she's gone and impressed us both. He exhaled a long breath. I know she may not be the easiest to work with, Vlad, but Charlotte's a tough nut to crack, I hear. She'll gain your respect, no matter how much she bowls you over at first. So just tough it out. There was no better word for what he was doing. Toughing it out was literally the name of the game right now. Between the way his head spun whenever he looked at her designs, and the way his body betrayed him when Charlotte was around, Vlad was literally on edge 24/7. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had a decent night's sleep, to the point where his ruminations broke into his working hours. Things are going well, father. It was the best answer he could come up with. Everything's on schedule. You are as efficient as always, my boy. He could hear the smile in his father's voice, and Vlad found his lips twitching in reply. Just don't forget to have a little fun while you're out there. He hung up before Vladimir could reply, leaving the dark-haired man staring at the phone with a perturbed expression. Fun? How on earth could he be thinking about fun when he was slated to take over the company in 6 months' time? There would be plenty of time for fun after. For now, he simply had to work on keeping his sanity intact. His lunches with Charlotte were as close to fun as he was going to get, for a while. And they, Vlad realized, were quite enough as they were. He stayed late in the office that night, determined to catch up where he'd fallen behind. He didn't even break for dinner, even long after the sun sank below the horizon. Though he knew Ethan oversaw accounting, he found himself looking over the numbers for the new building. When Charlotte laid her plans down in front of him all those weeks ago, one of his primary concerns had been the cost. He couldn't imagine something as flagrantly flamboyant as what she provided would be within their budget. But according to Ethan, not only did the building fit, it came in well below what the cost of such a project might be. Vladimir checked the figures again and again, his frown deepening all the time. Certainly, there was no way these were accurate. It was the first time he had ever doubted Ethan's work, and he found himself penning an email to his brother with his concerns. He was surprised when the younger man replied almost immediately, before he reminded himself that the East Coast was 3 hours behind LA. Hi Vlad. Somehow, I knew this would come up. It is my delight to tell you not to get your panties in a bunch. Yes, the design is unconventional, and the building is undeniably bigger than any were ever commissioned before, but the city of Los Angeles took all these figures into account before they approved the building ordinance. LA has recently been on a clean building initiative, wherein they give buildings that are gentler on the environment precedence over blueprints that aren't as environmentally friendly. I've taken the liberty of providing a list of some of the major materials that Gardner calls for in her designs, their costs, and the costs of some of their less ecologically sound counterparts. I know you're not an architecture buff, but surely you can use that big brain of yours and do the math. Cheers, Ethan. P.S. Right pointing arrow, this matchmaker is ruining me for other women. Save me from myself. Vlad read the email twice, ignoring the postscript. Every woman ruined Ethan for every other woman, before opening the attachment his brother added. It took him a good hour to read through it, and during that hour, he forgot about everything else on his to-do list. He forgot how tired he was, and he forgot how nonsensical Charlotte's design had seemed before because this made sense. Despite the building's size and the protracted construction time, the materials Charlotte called for were both dirt cheap and green, and they were stronger than their usual counterparts in several places. Though he knew the project would be hooked into solar power, the figures clicked when he saw how much cheaper the panels would ultimately be when compared to conventional methods. The many gardens that dotted the grounds would be sown with plants that weren't only for aesthetic appeal, they were good for the environment, repelled mosquitoes and termites, and served as beds for compost piles, all of which would save the company millions over the first 5 years. Ethan was right, he wasn't an architecture buff, so he couldn't use his limited knowledge of art to help him understand Charlotte's designs. But numbers always spoke for themselves, and these numbers he could more than appreciate. It appeared they had finally found a common language. He could thank Ethan for that. It was around 11:30 that night when a soft tap came against his office door, and Vladimir straightened in surprise. He assumed that he would be the only one left in the building this late, but when he looked up, he was surprised to see a familiar pair of honey-colored eyes peering in through the small window in his office door. "Come in." The words left him before he could even contemplate them, and then Charlotte was bustling into the room, her arms full of blueprints. She wasn't, he noticed immediately, even remotely dressed for work. A pair of what he assumed to be yoga pants clung to her slender legs and the ripe curve of her behind. Her hair was shoved back from her face into a messy ponytail that spilled down her back, and she wore a black hoodie that read, "I'm an architect. To save time, let's assume I'm never wrong. I'm sorry to burst in so late, but I wanted to make sure that you saw these before I give them to the boys on site tomorrow." She attempted to organize the plans in her arms, but gave up after a moment, merely setting them aside in a nearby armchair before picking the first one from the top of the pile. "That way, you don't have anything to say about me sneaking in any last-minute changes behind your back." It took Vladimir a moment to recover from the unexpected sight of her, especially dressed as she was. Before Charlotte, he believed there was nothing more alluring than a woman in an evening gown, but this woman was challenging his standards of beauty. Standing before him in her sports garb, looking as if she hadn't slept in the past 24 hours, she was the absolute most decadent thing he'd ever seen. Her cheeks were flushed from her journey to his office in the cool morning air, and her eyes, though tired, were bright with excitement. It was all too easy for him to pretend that enthusiasm was for him alone. Changes? Instead of commenting on how much he'd like to sweep everything off his desk and have her on it, Vladimir instead asked the question he knew she'd expect. Just little ones. Can I move these? She indicated the stack of unfinished paperwork on his desk, and Vlad found himself nodding before he could really consider it. When Charlotte moved them aside, a number of forms slid to the floor, meaning he would have to reorder them later. Normally, such an act might have caused him a slight conniption. But just then, Vlad found he cared little. Charlotte unrolled one set of blueprints before him on his desk, revealing a simulation of the first floor lobby area. I've been looking at the foundations to make sure that everything is even, that the weight distributions remain the same, and I've just made a few little cosmetic fixes. You can see here and here, she indicated with a slender finger. I've widened the main entryway to make sure traffic doesn't get held up there. And I've added a few private offices in the back. I know that you weren't too crazy about all that open space. She emphasized the words with a small smile before showing them to him. Nothing big, but I just wanted to okay them with you and make sure that everyone is on the same page before we actually start work on the first floor properly. For a long time, there was silence between them. Leaning over his desk, Vlad perused the plans, noting that changed carefully. As Charlotte stated, there weren't any huge alterations to the plans in general. They were little. So little, in fact, that she probably could have shown them to the crew without asking his leave first. But she had come to him. It was oddly touching. 6 weeks ago, Vlad never suspected Charlotte would challenge him. He realized then how close they'd come to a power struggle if he hadn't spoken to Lucas, if he hadn't faced his own doubts. Well, they might be in a very different situation indeed. Yet now, here they were. He would have to be blind not to see that Charlotte was compromising her plans for the first floor to give him a little of what he wanted, to make him feel more in control. Running a hand through his dark hair, he looked up at her, the corners of his mouth turning upward in appreciation. They look wonderful. Thank you, Charlotte. Almost instantly, a wild change came over her face. She had been gazing at him anxiously, almost as anxiously, he realized, as the first time he had gone over her plans with her. And this time, the outcome was very different. Her next actions caught him completely off guard. Throwing herself across the desk, Charlotte wrapped her arms around him tightly in a surprisingly intimate embrace. All at once, all of her warmth, her curves, her scent, he was completely assaulted by the essence of Charlotte Gardner. She squeezed him tightly, though far from tight enough to make him uncomfortable, but Vladimir still found himself struggling for breath. She had never been so close. He had always been careful to make sure she never got this close, because having her this close was dangerous. The silky softness of her cheek pressed against his rougher one, he hadn't shaved in at least 2 days, and Vlad's body immediately entered into a vicious battle with his rational mind. It was a hug. Just a hug. A rather enthusiastic one, but it wasn't a license for him to do any of the things swirling around his head just now. Vlad found that he couldn't even hug her back. In fact, his hands were curled so tightly about the edge of the table that he would swear he heard the wood splintering. He endured a good 5 seconds of what could only be described as the most heavenly torture he had ever gone through, before Charlotte finally realized that he wasn't as enthusiastic about the gesture as she was. She pulled back almost immediately, her face a deep red. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I was just..." She scrambled for words, her hands twisting uncomfortably before her. "I mean, thanks." And now he felt like a fool. His sitting stiff as a board had obviously embarrassed her, even if he had only done so to keep from doing something wildly inappropriate. But now Vlad wasn't sure which was worse, watching her flounder for words when the awkwardness between them was his fault, or resisting the urge to see if that full mouth of hers tasted as sweet as he imagined. He stood from his desk, making a low sound of irritation in the back of his throat. This was ridiculous. At this point, he was faced with one of two choices. Vladimir was tired, exhausted in fact, of this whole charade. And right now, he didn't feel like keeping it up anymore. So screw it. Before she could continue making apologies, he rounded his desk to take her wrist and jerk her against him. He barely registered the young woman's shocked expression a moment before his mouth descended onto hers. And then he forgot everything else. He thought she might struggle, might pull back and slap the ever-loving hell out of him before merely storming out of his office. But Charlotte did none of that. Instead, she instantaneously melted against him with a soft sound that might have been worth all the discomfort he had endured over the past month. Vlad's arms closed around her like a vice to pull her flush against him. He could never have imagined this. Not the way her fingers curled into his shoulders, or the way her lips darted out immediately to slide against his. She tasted like coffee and wine, like everything forbidden in the world, and he wanted all of her. One hand raised to sift through those unkempt copper curls that had so tempted him, freeing them from their ponytails so they spilled down her back. Vlad thought they might be tangled and wild, but they were the softest thing he had ever touched. He found his fingers tangling in her hair greedily, tight enough that he knew he must be hurting her, but Charlotte didn't complain. On the contrary, she merely mewled, almost like a kitten, standing on her toes to be closer to him. Which was a mistake on her part. Once she gave an inch, Vlad took a mile. He couldn't help it. What was left of his rational mind had fled the moment she made that sound, that sweet, needy little sound. He nipped hungrily at her lower lip a moment before his mouth slanted demandingly against hers. Where they might have been dueling for dominance of the kiss before, now, there was no question that he was in control. Every flick of his tongue and teasing bite of his teeth making her tremble in his arms. Vlad reached out briefly to sweep her carefully drawn plans from his desk, before breaking their kiss briefly to lift Charlotte by her hips and set her on the edge. If she was going to say anything, her words were cut off the moment his mouth covered hers once more. He tugged her to the very edge of the desk, until one of her legs wrapped obligingly about his hips. Vladimir, he of few expletives, cursed intensely against her mouth, tugging her lower lip between his teeth sharply as he rubbed against her unabashedly. He would never have thought it would be like this. Vlad knew he was far beyond the age that he could attest to his impulses ruling him. He was no untried teenager, but somehow Charlotte tempted him beyond reason. He was intoxicated with the taste of her, and was rapidly wondering how much longer he could take her body sliding temptingly against his, even with all the layers of clothes that remained between them. He wanted nothing more than to strip her of the tight yoga pants she wore and bury himself inside her, until he didn't know where he stopped, and she began. He was hungry for her, that was the only explanation. Hungrier had he ever been for food, thirstier than he had ever been for even water. It was as if she triggered something in him that he couldn't rein in. An animal that needed to be fed, or the consequences would be disastrous. He tore his mouth from hers to nip and suck over the length of her throat, tasting the salty tang of her sweat, along with an alluring flavor that was simply her. When he tugged her sweatshirt down roughly to bare one shoulder, she made a soft sound that might have been protesting, but then he was biting her there, marking her there, and the sound turned to a gasp. After all his reservations, all the time that he'd held himself in check, she would be his. He needed her like he needed to draw his next breath, and the loud jangling of the phone cut suddenly into what had only been silence and heavy breathing. The first time, it startled him. The second ring somehow managed to jog him back to his senses, and for the first time, Vladimir realized the compromising position that he found himself in. Charlotte sat on the edge of the desk, one of her slender legs wrapped around his, her head back and neck pockmarked with his attention, large eyes glazed over with unmistakable pleasure. One of his hands was tangled in her hair, the other around her waist, holding her to him almost possessively as he drank his fill of her. Damn. The phone rang again, and though Vlad had been jogged from his desirous haze, that didn't stop him from wanting to go right back to what he had just been doing, from wanting to finish what they had started. But that, he knew, would be suicide for both of them. He forced himself to release her, to take a step back and smooth his hair where her fingers had gripped at it desperately. He needed a moment away from her, or else he'd lose it again. "I'd better answer that." His voice was low and husky, and he turned from her to answer the phone with surprising crispness, considering what he'd just been doing. "Vladimir Kensley." "Vlad, it's Shiro." His brother's voice came across the line warmly. "Sorry to call you so late, but I just wanted to warn you that Dad has some Russian business on the horizon, so be on the lookout for that. I'm in Prague, and it reached me through the grapevine." "Ah?" His brain was still effectively scrambled, even if he sounded clandestine. "I'll make a note of it." "Right? Make sure everything there is on lockdown before you go. Don't want to lose any time on the project." "Of course not." Vlad returned with more force this time. "I would never." "I'm teasing, Vlad." Shiro's slightly accented tones held a wry edge. "See you in Russia." Just before he hung up, however, a female voice edged in from the background, an unfamiliar female voice. "Toshiro? Did you tell him?" Who the hell was that? Toshiro usually traveled alone. He hadn't hired anyone as far as Vlad knew. Before he could ask his brother who was there with him, Shiro hung up, leaving Vlad staring at the phone curiously. Within a few seconds, however, he remembered that he had bigger fish to fry. When he turned around, he found that Charlotte was still perched precariously on the edge of his desk. She had tugged her clothes back into place, and was eyeing him uncertainly. "That was your brother," she finally managed, an arousing tinge of breathlessness still on the edge of her voice. "The Japanese one." "Yes," he managed, replacing the phone on the cradle before rounding the desk once more to stand before her. Vlad thought that a few minutes away from her would have brought him around, but he realized he was just going to have to accept that as long as Charlotte was within a 20-foot radius, he was going to have to contend with his starving libido. Charlotte. How the hell was he supposed to salvage this? The quickest and dirtiest way would be to apologize to her. To call the entire thing a mistake. Perhaps his youngest brother was rubbing off on him, but Lucas wasn't quite ready to make a faux pas that gigantic. "Look, I didn't mean to." "Kiss me." She finished for him blandly, her expression falling somewhat. "You didn't mean to kiss me. And you're sorry." "Hell no." The words left him with more intensity than he had intended, and the young woman's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "I certainly meant to kiss you." He decided that honesty was probably the best policy at this point. Even though what they were doing was idiotic and reckless. Even though he was the world's foremost opponent of relationships in the workplace, this went against everything he had been taught. He'd spent a large portion of his life relying on logic, being the one with all the answers. But he'd be damned if he had one now. "Charlotte, this isn't what I planned. I'm trying my best to be civil, when it's all I can do to keep my baser impulses at bay." "Baser impulses," the younger woman repeated, her kiss-swollen lips moving lingeringly over the words. "You mean you want to sleep with me?" The words went straight to his pants, which had just begun to think about waning. Of course, those plans were cancelled the moment Charlotte let fly with her less than clandestine suggestion. He exhaled an unsteady breath. "You have a filthy mouth, you know that?" The comment hissed out from between clenched teeth, and Charlotte only grinned. "No, I'm honest. The question is, am I right?" "Damn it." He gave an inch, she took a mile. She was more like him than he might have believed. "Even if I do," he returned carefully, "this is hardly the place or time, and our working relationship isn't of a nature that I would consider throwing away just because I want." He trailed off, watching her watch him with eyes just as darkly desirous as they had been moments after he kissed her. She wanted him to admit it. She wanted to hear him say the words, the little flirt. So he indulged her. "Just because I want to sleep with you." A visible shudder passed through her, and Vlad's fists clenched by his sides. She was going to be the death of him. She really was. "But that doesn't mean I'm going to, Charlotte." he added, his voice taking on a stern edge. The redhead's expression sobered as she stared up at him, her hazel eyes genuinely confused. Why the hell not? Because, he rebuffed immediately, we're adults. We're colleagues, and we're supposed to be working together. Whatever might be between us, it would be immature to forget that. Now he sounded more like himself. His voice was still low and throaty, and he still wanted her like the Dickens, but somehow he had managed to gain an edge. Charlotte merely continued to look up at him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Just when Vlad thought he might have to do something horrible, like ask her to leave his office before they ended up right back where they started, she slid from the edge of his desk. You're right. She might have surprised him more only if she had sprouted wings and flown away. Thankfully, she wasn't facing him, so she didn't see his shocked expression at her almost casual statement. I should go. This woman confused him more and more with each passing moment. Literally, 2 minutes ago, she had started with all this business of messing around, and now she was about to walk away from him, which was, Vlad reminded himself, what he'd wanted all along. Wasn't it? Bending over, Charlotte afforded him a generous view of her behind, as she picked up the documents she had dropped from his desk and stacked them neatly before replacing them. Her blueprints got the same treatment, if a little more care, before joining them. Take a look at the rest of the plans I brought, and if you have any questions, we can discuss it tomorrow. Over lunch. Right? Tomorrow. He hoped his voice didn't betray his wariness. I'll see you then. See you tomorrow, Vladimir. She called him by his given name so seldom that the sound alone was more than enough to arouse him. But after what had just happened in his office, Vlad knew the moment the door shut behind her that the only way he was going to sleep that night at all was, after a little alone time with his dominant hand.
Chapter 6. A New Project.
He did what now? Charlotte still couldn't believe it herself. She was out with Lila and Benny for drinks, the first lull in work she'd had since they'd begun to work on the first floor of the Kensley Center, and the young woman recalled what had happened when she took it upon herself to drop off some late-night blueprints. Charlotte was still in shock a week later. She could still feel the possessive grip of his hands on her waist as he devoured her mouth. It had surprised the hell out of her. Not that she hadn't thought that Vladimir was sensual. She hadn't met a man yet who was asexual, and she hadn't counted Vladimir among their numbers. It was just that she would never have thought, never had hoped that he'd be interested in her. Well, that was a lie. She had hoped. Hoped without any foundation whatsoever. Dreaming of the man touching her in ways he had more than fulfilled that day in his office. Vladimir Kensley, whatever measure she'd made of him, didn't stop to worry about analytics and what was most efficient when he was absorbed in his task. And he'd certainly been absorbed in her. More than she would ever have imagined. Lottie. Lottie. She was jerked from the memory and back to the present to find Lila grinning knowingly at her. That good, huh? Benny, however, looked slightly confused. Wait. Hold on a second. This is the same Vladimir Kensley we're talking about, right? Stick up the ass, Vladimir Kensley. Over-analytical Vladimir Kensley, who was trying to get you fired? He wasn't trying to get me fired, Charlotte corrected him, somewhat embarrassed. She knew it might have been easy to believe such a thing from the way she carried on the first 2 weeks she was employed, but things were different now. He was trying to make sure my designs were in the best interests of the company. And if they weren't, he was going to get you fired. Benny rebutted dryly, making Charlotte's cheeks flush. Well, probably, she agreed sullenly, but not maliciously. This guy is just obsessed with the well-being of his company. He's not so obsessed that it kept him from trying to do the dirty in his office when push came to shove. Lila took a sip of her martini. You say he just came at you? Out of nowhere. That's not what I said, Charlotte groaned. I just took him the blueprints, and when he told me they looked wonderful. I mean, Geez, the man has never paid me a real compliment, so I was kind of enthusiastic. I hugged him. And then after the hug, he attacked you and sucked your face off. Lila was having entirely too much fun with this. That much was evident by her smirk and the way she amended certain events Charlotte told her about. He didn't attack me. My guess, Ben mused, taking a careful sip of his own beer, is that he's liked you for a while and that little stunt triggered something. For a while? How long was it a while? Charlotte was pretty sure that when they met, Vladimir couldn't stand her. In the past few weeks, they had just come to a kind of agreement regarding their lunches together. It was their time to talk about the project, for a bit of playful banter, and a medium through which they could get to know one another. Never once during that time had she thought that Vladimir might be looking at her with anything other than careful tolerance. Friendly interest at the most, but nothing that would make him handle her the way he did. The way she longed for him to. Charlotte honestly didn't think she'd ever had a more intense experience in her 30 years. Sure, she'd had encounters. She'd even had them in some very memorable places, but this was different. What Vlad had done, it had awakened something deep within her. Something she had only, until then, felt in the most vivid of dreams. Only this time, it hadn't been a dream. Vladimir had really been touching her, really kissing her, and Charlotte had almost lost her mind. Despite his tentativeness with everything else, the man had no hesitancy when it came to his physical needs. It was funny. Up until a week ago, Charlotte had spent a good chunk of time wondering what kind of woman Vladimir Kensley liked. He seemed the type to be drawn to high-class socialites, prim, pretty little daughters of rich parents who aimed to marry well and produce upper-crust brats who would repeat the same process all over again. She had laughed at the very notion. While Charlotte knew she wanted kids one day, she would make sure that they worked just as hard as she did to get what they wanted. The work was part of the experience. The last thing Charlotte wanted was to be a mother to children who didn't know the value of hard work. That would be doing her father a disservice. At least, that was the way she saw things. But she was hardly thinking of having kids just now, and she certainly wasn't thinking of having them with Vladimir Kensley. She merely thought it was funny that she had been so wrong about the way his interests ran. Or maybe she was right, and she was the exception to the rule. She was available, so she was what he went after. But somehow, Charlotte didn't think that was it. Vladimir had touched her as if he'd been wanting to do it for half a lifetime, and once he started, she wasn't sure he'd stop. She hadn't wanted him to stop. She would have been quite content if he'd been intimate with her right there on the desk. She'd even tried to goad him into it. Which hadn't worked. Quite the contrary, in fact. He had all but turned her own ploys against her, and she retreated with her tail between her legs. Wanting more. So now what? Lila asked her, signaling to the waiter for another martini. This place had one of the best happy hour specials in the city, and they were taking full advantage of it. Honestly, Charlotte probably wouldn't have spilled so much if she hadn't 3 drinks in, but with a little buzz, it was good to finally get all this off her chest. He's admitted he wants to do you. You know you want to do him, but it probably isn't a good idea for either of you. Definitely not a good idea, Charlotte amended, asking for another martini herself. It would mess up literally everything. Including you. Lila, for the love of God, grow up. Benny elbowed her at the comment, and Lila elbowed him right back, emboldened by the alcohol. What? I'm just looking out for her. I can look out for myself, Charlotte piped up in her own defense. Lila merely sighed. What did you have to eat today? It was a good question. She hadn't had the opportunity to meet Vladimir for lunch. Their lunches since their little midnight office interlude had been a little awkward anyway, like trying to pretend a bomb hadn't detonated, so she had worked right through it. Which meant she was currently drinking on an empty stomach. Sheepishly she eyed her friend, and Lila merely made a knowing sound. Right? Take care of yourself. Well, let's get some wings then. Benny gestured to the waitress who was passing by with a tray of cocktails. It would be good if she got something into her stomach, but just then, wings were the furthest thing from Charlotte's mind. What she wanted was to be in Vladimir Kensley's arms again, kissing him without a care in the world. Ready and willing to see just how much of a control freak he was. God help her. She worked through the next weekend. Charlotte meant to take a few hours off to see a movie with Lila, but after starting the Kensley building, she had a sudden influx of inquiries from around LA for designs. Though she had been a rising star before, her popularity had fairly exploded overnight. Of course, she barely had the time to tackle Vladimir's project with all the demands he was making of her, but Charlotte wasn't lax enough to ignore her full inbox. She did the best she could to start a few mock-ups and make sure people maintained interest. The Kensley building might be the beginning, but it certainly wasn't the end. When she finished here, she would need to keep a steady line of work up if she wanted to open her own firm. She would need to find people who shared the same liberal ideas she did where architecture was concerned, though that hardly seemed to be a problem anymore. If she could get Vladimir Kensley to come around, everything else should be cake, right? And he was halfway there, or so she liked to think. There was one email, however, that caught her eye. It was from an oil and fuel subsidiary in Russia that was looking to renovate an office building in St. Petersburg. It was evident from the pictures they sent her that the structure had good bones, and she found herself inexplicably excited. It was one of few international requests she'd gotten, and she was just aching to go abroad, as much to stretch her wings as to see other cities' architecture firsthand. Of course, she knew she couldn't just leave in the middle of the project. That was her big break. But that didn't stop her from taking a Saturday afternoon at her drawing table to start some designs. While Charlotte had intended the endeavor to be a simple exercise, she ended up whiling away the afternoon and most of the evening, and before she knew it, she had the bare bones of a complete set of plans. She couldn't send them off. It wasn't even a given that she would get a reply. Charlotte knew that she was probably only one of many they'd sent the invitation to, and she'd be lucky if they even responded at all. But they did. Shocking the hell out of her, the company replied less than 3 hours after she'd submitted her rough sketches, and when she read their response, Charlotte almost fell out of her chair. They wanted her. They wanted her to come to Russia and work on the remodeling of their building. What the hell kind of dream was she living in? First, she somehow managed to get the Kensley project over several much more qualified and lauded architects in the same city, and then some company in Russia all but streamlined her to the front of the crowd. Honestly, she expected to wake up at any moment. But luckily, a very hard, very painful pinch asserted to her that this was not in fact a dream. She was very much awake. Which meant that if she wanted any chance of tackling this project at all, she was going to have to see how it meshed with the building schedule of Vladimir's project. There was no way in hell he would let her go, kiss or not. It was against his code of ethics. If he was taking his time to be at the job site almost every day, it was almost certain that he wasn't about to let her skive off on another project. It was almost enough to make Charlotte wish they were sleeping together. Then, she might have been able to use some of her feminine charm. After about 10 minutes of something bordering on panic, she forced herself to take a seat at her drawing table and really think. There had to be a way for her to handle this. Major architects worked on more than one project at a time, almost constantly. She wasn't quite in the big leagues yet, but who said that she couldn't do the same? All she needed was Vladimir's approval. Before she could even begin to come up with any far-fetched plans, her phone buzzed from just beside her, making her jump. It was close to 10 in the evening. Who on earth would be calling her at this hour? Everyone was in bed already. She should be in bed. But instead, she was staring at her phone and nearly dropping it when she realized that the one calling her was none other than Vladimir Kensley herself. For a moment, the panic returned. Why would he be calling her? The only other time he'd ever called her had been to ask her where she was when she'd woken up late one morning. She didn't think Kensley was the type to courtesy call, even if he had admitted to wanting to sleep with her. Tentatively, she answered, "Vladimir?" "Charlotte." His reply was crisp, just like he was, with just a hint of that ungodly attractive accent. Charlotte did her best not to remember what he'd sounded like when she wrapped her legs around him. "Sorry to contact you so late, but I wanted to talk to you about Russia." The young woman's eyes widened in shock. He wanted to talk to her about Russia. Exactly what did he want to talk about? Had he somehow found out that she was doing some extra designing on the side? Was she in trouble? What about Russia? She tried sounding as innocent as she could. "They want us to leave in the next 2 weeks to take a look at the building. They wouldn't require you to be there for the entire build, of course. They know how important our work is here in La." Wait. Charlotte stopped him, her head spinning in confusion. What in the world was he talking about? They? Did that mean that the company in Russia had already informed him that they wanted her for the project, and he approved? That was better than anything she could have hoped for. "What project are you talking about? I'm a little lost." When he next spoke, Vladimir sounded somewhat surprised. "Dansk hasn't yet told you they've chosen your design?" Dansk was the name of the company that had just contacted her. "Well, yeah, they have, but when did they tell you?" To her surprise, a low, amused chuckle came through the receiver. It was enough to send a surge of heat rushing through her belly as her toes curled. "Charlotte, Dansk is a subsidiary of Kensley Enterprises. It appears my father is quite fond of your work." For a long moment, Charlotte could only gape. Jackson Kensley was the one who had okayed her design for Dansk. She knew that he liked her designs, but 2 for 2, when she wasn't even finished with the first one? Now she had to wonder. "I suppose I certainly can't complain," she managed, resolving to talk to her father about this entire scenario. Though she was always grateful for work, especially work from a company as renowned as Kensley Enterprises, she had to wonder if he wasn't talking her up to Jackson, trying to make her seem larger than life. It didn't sound like him. Though Trevor Gardner was more than happy to brag about his daughter, he never did it unprovoked. He liked to let Charlotte speak for herself under most circumstances. But it was hard for the redhead to think of any scenario where Jackson Kensley might have pinpointed her for 2 such important projects, one right after the other. "I wouldn't expect you to." Vladimir's crisp reply brought her back to the matter at hand, and that matter would be that, apparently, she was going to be traveling to Russia with him. She was going to Russia with Vladimir Kensley. Charlotte found herself muffling the cry of unparalleled delight that rose in her throat. She could only imagine what a plethora of architectural delights St. Petersburg would be, how much inspiration she could draw for her own work. And then there was the project itself. She'd never been the head of a remodel as extensive as the one for Dansk, and they were basically giving her free rein. If this was a dream, she prayed she wouldn't wake up. "In any event, I called you to talk about our travel arrangements." Vladimir's statement brought to bear another glaringly important aspect of this trip. It was clear that they were meant to travel together, and Charlotte was going to have to contend with that fact. "What about them?" she inquired tentatively. She imagined they might take the same plane, or perhaps the company was going to comp her for travel entirely. But Vladimir's explanation turned out to be neither of those things, and practically blew the top of her head off. "We'll be taking the Kensley jet to St. Petersburg next Wednesday. We're expected to stay in St. Petersburg for about 3 weeks, so you'll want to make sure he has everything to make sure the framing goes smoothly in your absence." 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Also a private jet? What the almighty hell? 3 whole weeks. She found herself exclaiming in surprise. "I can't be away from the project for a month. What if they need me?" "If there's an emergency," Vlad provided almost casually, "we can fly you back to LA. But considering the foundations are done, and Charles has literally hundreds of pages of detail on the frame, I think your time would be better served in St. Petersburg, if only for a little while." And you?" Charlotte grasped vainly for any other protests that might save her from what promised to be a very dangerous undertaking. Why do you have to go if Jackson's overseeing the project? He's not. Vladimir returned. He had an answer for everything. The project actually falls under Toshiro's jurisdiction, but he doesn't speak Russian. I do. And I have significant ties with the country. Of course he did. He'd been born there. How could she imagine he wouldn't take the opportunity to go to Russia if one presented itself? Or would the company hesitate for a single second to send him there? But those, Charlotte knew, weren't her real problems. The more pressing issue lay with the heavy air of tension that pervaded every time they were together. Ever since that encounter, if it could even be called that, where Vladimir had pressed her against the edge of his desk, she could hardly think about anything else when she was with him. Oh, they pretended everything was normal. They carried on with their lunches and made small talk about the project, the weather, and everything in between, but it was obvious what each of them was really thinking. There were times Charlotte caught him looking at her out of the corner of his eye, and the intensity in his deep blue gaze was enough to make her feel unsettled. But they were, as Vladimir had so pointedly reminded her, adults. Adults who happened to be working together in close quarters and, as such, would maintain a professional working relationship, regardless of the palpable tension between them. It helped, of course, that when they met, they were almost always in public places. At a street stall or a restaurant for lunch, or else on the job site. When they were surrounded by people, it was easier for her to pretend that she didn't feel a strong attraction to him. But she presumed they would be the only ones traveling to Russia in that jet, meaning they would be alone, and all that kept her from acting on her feelings was her sense of propriety. And she didn't know how much she trusted that. "Are you there, Charlotte?" She realized in a split second that he was talking to her, and she had missed what he said completely. "I'm here, sorry." She recovered quickly. "What did you say?" "I said pack for cold weather." Charlotte arched a brow. "But it's spring." "In LA, it's perpetual spring," Vladimir returned dryly. "I'll email you the details." "Until next Wednesday, Charlotte." With those last words, he hung up the phone, leaving the young woman staring at it, utterly flummoxed. When they weren't in the same room, Vladimir was all too adept at pretending he hadn't all but mauled her in his office. He was just as formal and impersonal as he'd been when they first met, and it was almost enough for her to let her guard down. After all, she too could pretend, Charlotte reminded herself. She had spent the first few weeks of their acquaintance pretending she wasn't insanely attracted to the man. Should a single kiss really change all of that? She set her phone back down on her drawing table with a frown. She knew damned well it had, but like hell if she would let Vladimir know it. It might very well kill her, but she wouldn't touch him on this trip. Just as he'd suggested, she would do the adult thing and move beyond her impulses. If he could do it, then she certainly could. She wouldn't let herself be outdone by a man who thought everything boiled down to hard analyses and predictability. He might even predict that the physical strain between them would undo her. He could be counting on it. The thought was outlandish, she knew, but no more outlandish than the man kissing her in the first place, and Charlotte planned to prepare for everything to the very best of her ability. "Dress warm," he said. She'd dress in a furry muumuu every single day. He wouldn't catch a glimpse of even the tiniest inch of bare skin if she could get away with it. Certainly, she was excited to be going to Russia, but she was going to pull a Kensley on this one. The job came first. She was going there to work, and she was going to act at least that Vlad accompanying her was just convenience. That, after all, was a lot more likely than him having some crazy plan to get into her pants. He didn't seem like the type. In fact, she knew he wasn't. But it wouldn't hurt to be on her guard, just in case. Though when she hung up with Vladimir, Charlotte thought a week was a fairly adequate amount of time to prepare herself for international travel. She was surprised at how quickly the time zipped by. Of course, a large portion of that time was taken up by work. All at once, Charlotte couldn't imagine how she might have once feared she wouldn't have enough to live on. By that same token, she was very quickly learning why architects didn't usually work on more than one project at a time. Where she usually didn't get more than a few hours of sleep on any given night, she now found herself all but run ragged. She woke every morning exhausted to hurry to the job site and make sure that Charlie was adequately prepared for her absence. Since Vladimir had shut down his questionable comments about her, the man had been nothing but polite. Perhaps even stiffly so, but Charlotte preferred that to assuming that she was some spoiled little brat. However, he was putting her through her paces. He had reacted with genuine shock when it was revealed that both she and Vladimir were leaving the country, and now he scrambled to make sure he could manage the job site efficiently while they were gone. This, of course, meant that he wanted every detail, every single minute piece of paper she had on the framing, and Charlotte struggled to provide. While she was in the process of organizing reams of notes on the LA building, she was also racing against the clock where her newest project was concerned. They had approved her sketches, but Charlotte knew she would be expected to present detailed blueprints by the time they reached Russia. This meant that whenever she wasn't at the job site, she was poring over her drawing table, churning out ideas as fast as they could pop into her head. Lila popped her head in on her numerous times to make sure she didn't forget to eat, but it was no use trying to get her to sleep. Charlotte slept so little that she considered it wasted time. There were short periods where she dozed fitfully against her desk. In her not-quite dreams, Vladimir was there. Instead of trying to analyze her every move, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her like he had never needed anyone so badly. He was whispering her. But when had Charlotte Gardner ever been able to control the depths of her dreams? She worked feverishly, as the window of time she had continued to shrink. There were 4 days, then 2, then 1, then less than 12 hours. When she fell asleep at her desk this time, even her insomnia didn't keep her from rousing. Charlotte fell into a slumber so deep, it was mercifully dreamless as her body forced her to recharge. Lila looked in on her around 11 in the evening, and paused for only long enough to drape a blanket over her friend. She was surprised Lottie had been able to keep going for as long as she had. With the workload on her shoulders, a crash was inevitable. Better now than when she couldn't afford one. She tiptoed from the room, leaving Charlotte as comfortable as she was going to get, and the redhead slept, long, deep, and blissful. Though Vlad knew that Charlotte wasn't known for keeping in contact as well as she should, it worried him when she hadn't called him the next morning. By the time 10 o'clock rolled around, and their flight was set to take off in an hour and a half, he found himself slightly irked. He didn't like to be late, even if the plane couldn't really leave without them. They had a schedule to keep in Russia. Vladimir was so wound up about it that he found none of the usual anticipation of a trip back to his mother country within him. At first he chalked it up to irritation, to stress perhaps. But after a moment of careful reflection, he realized that there was something else in the mix here. He excelled under stress, and he wasn't the type of man who lost his temper quickly or easily. Charlotte was the reason he was so bent out of shape. He was worried about her. That alone was unsettling enough. Though Vladimir had slept with his fair share of women, even contemplated relationships with them, he couldn't ever recall worrying about a woman so much that it affected his temperament. But he would have to be blind to ignore how tired she seemed. She insisted to him, almost constantly really, that she was a night owl. That she didn't need more than a few hours of sleep every night to keep herself going. Vladimir didn't know how much sleep she was getting, as their trip to Russia loomed large before them, but he was willing to bet it was precious little. When he saw her on the job site, dark circles sagged beneath her eyes, and she'd lost the usual pep in her step. However, that didn't mean that she had lost her drive. Charlotte still worked like a madman. When Charles called hourly meetings with her on the job site to look over blueprints, she indulged him. When she needed to explain things to the construction workers with his help, she did. She even went out of her way to continue to take him to new and innovative places for lunch, even if it seemed she sometimes forgot the food on her plate. It was obvious that she was exhausted, and that thought weighed on him. She was trying to build a firm, trying to make her way up in the world. This he knew. The question was, did she have to run herself half-ragged to do it? 10:30 rolled around and she still hadn't called. By this time, he was almost fidgeting with impatience. And Vladimir Kensley did not fidget. He called her twice in the space of 5 minutes, but she didn't pick up. At this point, a little pinprick of anxiety began to work its way between her shoulder blades. God forbid she had passed out somewhere, overworked, and someone had taken advantage of her. Or she had gotten mugged the previous night on her way home. Charlotte didn't occur to him as the type of woman to be a damsel in distress. At least, no distress that wasn't her own making, but the scenarios weren't impossible. And once they were planted in his head, his stomach twisted uncomfortably. So he switched his tactics. From his hotel room, Vladimir called the office and spoke to the secretary, asking her for Charlotte's address. Once he had it in hand, he called a car to take him to her apartment complex, a mere 20 minutes away. It was absolutely no time at all, or at least it shouldn't have been. Instead, Vladimir found every moment creeping along at a snail's pace as he reminded himself how unlike her this was. She had only been late to work one morning, and she had answered the phone the moment he'd called her. He didn't like this. When he finally reached her apartment block, he all but yanked the door open, taking the steps 2 at a time. Vladimir rang the doorbell, hearing the tinny ding of the bell as it echoed through the apartment. But no one came to answer it. He rang it again, giving it barely a moment before he knocked brusquely, loudly on the door. "Charlotte," he barked, anxiety adding an edge to his voice. "Open the door." Another ridiculously long moment passed, before finally, he registered the sounds of someone moving around beyond the door. There came the dull snap of the lock being turned back a moment before an unfamiliar face appeared in the doorway. An unfamiliar male face. For the briefest moment, Vladimir was struck dumb. He thought he must have the wrong apartment, but a cursory glance at the number told him that he was indeed in the right place. Which led him to draw other worse conclusions. The man stood a head shorter than him, and it was clear that he'd gotten up from bed to answer the door, though whose bed Vlad didn't want to think about. He ran a hand through his thick, dark brown waves before staring up at Vladimir blearily. Looking for Lottie? In that instant, Vladimir was struck by a wild, completely unwelcome sensation. Black, hot discomfort twisted up inside him, as he imagined the man before him sharing a bed with Charlotte, whom he felt comfortable enough with to call by a nickname. It shouldn't have mattered to him, it wasn't supposed to, but he had just kissed her 2 short weeks ago. There were times when he imagined he could still taste her on her lips, and despite the stoic exterior he struggled to keep in place, he certainly hadn't forgotten it. Or stopped wanting a repeat performance, any time she was within a 10-foot radius of him. That was, perhaps, why the sight of this man sent something startlingly like rage coursing through him. It was the first time in his life Vlad had to fight to keep his temper under control. There was a large part of him, more than half perhaps, that wanted to choke the life out of this skinny man. Who wanted to trot over his unconscious body and find where Charlotte lay beyond to claim her for his own. Luckily, before that rash impulse could be betrayed in any fatal way, another head poked from the doorframe. A blonde female head looked first at the man, then up at Vladimir's impeccable suit-clad form in sleepy surprise. The only thing she wore was an oversized t-shirt, and it was clear that he'd woken her too. Damn. She blinked, her eyes widening and her posture straightening somewhat as realization lit in her eyes. Shit. Charlotte. Charlotte's still asleep. Damn it. This, he pieced together quickly, could be none other than the roommate Charlotte had told him about, Lila. Her mouth was almost as foul as the redhead's, and he wondered which of them had taught the other. Babe? Lila elbowed the man beside her in the ribs so he winced. Make him some coffee or something. I have to get Charlotte up. Vlad heard every word she said, but his mind lingered gratefully, almost ecstatically, on the first. Babe? The stranger was her romantic partner, not Charlotte's, and the wave of warm relief that washed over him was almost enough to make him smile outright. Almost. After all, he'd come all this way, worried first about her and then about who was sharing her bed, and now he came to find, after all that worrying, that she had just overslept. He opened his mouth to say something, only to have Lila beat him to the punch with a sheepish smile. "I am so sorry, Mr. Kensley. I was supposed to be waking her up. I know you guys have a flight to catch. But she hasn't slept in days and she finally knocked out, so I—" "Days?" Vladimir interrupted her sharply, taken aback. "Did you say days?" Lila winced at the bite in his tone. "Well, she usually doesn't sleep much, but she's been trying to prepare for the trip and make sure everything on the site runs smoothly. Don't blame her." "Really? I'll have her up in a minute." But by that point, all Vladimir's irritation had bled away. So he had been right to worry. She hadn't really been sleeping at all. As exhausted as she looked, she must have felt even more tired, especially if she was still sleeping in a morning that was this important. Lila, he noticed, was anxious to take all the blame onto herself. He had to wonder for a moment what stories Charlotte told her roommate to make her so skittish around him, but the thought passed quickly. He was much more concerned with the matter at hand, Charlotte, and how she'd so obviously overworked herself. She needed rest. And it seemed almost petty, really, to wake her for something as trivial as a trip across town to the airport when they were going to be taking a private plane. He exhaled a long breath, straightening his tie. "Lila, I presume?" At his inquiry, the blonde girl flushed slightly. "Yeah, sorry." She stuck her hand out, and he shook it automatically. "We're not usually early risers, not like Lottie at least. This is my boyfriend, Benjamin." Vlad shook Benjamin's hand too, even though only moments before he had been on the cusp of disemboweling him. "Do you want to come in for some coffee or something, while I wake her?" Vlad took only a moment to consider. Though she might be sleeping now, Charlotte never neglected her work when it needed to be done. She was a character. A brash, impulsive, totally uncontainable force of nature who he still couldn't even begin to understand, but he respected the hell out of her. At least, that was the only emotion he dared to put at the forefront of his mind at that particular moment. She deserved this little reprieve after a hard week. "Is she packed already?" he finally inquired contemplatively. "Oh, she's been packed for the whole week. She's over the moon," Lila provided, her expression fond. At that moment, Vlad found himself slightly envious of her. It was obvious that she understood the way Charlotte ticked, knew it intimately even. What must it be to be like her or his brother Lucas, and understand people so damn effortlessly? "Blueprints, and everything she'll need for the trip?" "Yep," Lila confirmed, jerking a thumb backward towards the dim interior of the apartment. "Bags are in the living room." "All right then. You bring those out. Leave Charlotte to me." It was a bold statement, and Vlad realized the moment he said it that he was about to cross several boundaries that he'd set for himself. He tried to argue for function over anything else. Charlotte needed rest, he didn't want to wake her, and it didn't look like Benjamin could lift half as much as he himself. He moved past the shorter man and into the surprisingly tidy living space. "Where is she?" Lila appeared for a moment as if she might protest, but then she merely raised a hand to point down a single hallway. "Study. Last door on the left." Vladimir went, making his way quietly down the corridor until he found himself before the closed door. It opened smoothly, soundlessly, and though he had expected to find a sleeping Charlotte inside, the sight of her momentarily stole his breath. She was slumped over a large drawing table in the far corner of the room, breathing softly, a thick blanket draped over her. It looked as if she had still been working when she'd fallen asleep, as a charcoal pencil was clutched loosely in her hands. Her bright auburn curls spilled over her shoulder in a single braid, coming half undone. The usually brash and outspoken woman looked surprisingly vulnerable like this, her full lips slightly parted, lashes vivid on her freckled cheeks. All the fanfare and frantic speed had fled from her, and here now she was just a sleeping woman. An exhausted woman who had been doing her job right up until the moment her body had given out on her. Vlad found himself loath to move her, but there was nothing to be had for it. They were already late, and the most he could grant her was a few more hours of sleep. Soundlessly, almost tentatively, he moved across the room. When he tugged Charlotte's wheeled chair ever so slightly back from the desk, she didn't stir. Lila was right, she was, for lack of better words, completely knocked out. Beneath the blanket, he noticed that, thankfully, she was fully dressed in a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. He had still yet to meet a woman who could make the casual garb look as good as she did. In a smooth movement, he bent slightly to haul her, bridal style, into his arms, blanket and all. He was surprised by how little she weighed, but then again, she hadn't been eating much lately either. When she woke, he was going to have a stern conversation with her about how she'd been pushing herself. It was all well and good to stay on a schedule, but she was going to make herself ill. And he certainly couldn't have that. Vladimir told himself that it was out of pure necessity for her talents that he needed her healthy, but the way his body had begun to react to her nearness was quite contradictory to that line of thought. She smelled so damned good, and the moment he picked her up, she shifted slightly in his arms with a soft, sleepy sound that had him swallowing thickly as her body pressed up against his. It was best he get her to the car quickly, before he did something he'd regret. Shifting her higher against his chest, Vladimir carried her from the study. When he entered the living room, both Benjamin and Lila were clutching what he presumed to be Charlotte's bags. At the sight of him carrying her in his arms, Lila's eyes widened slightly. She opened her mouth as if she might be about to say something, and then shut it just as quickly. Where should we take her bags?" Those were the words she eventually settled on, but Vlad wasn't idiotic enough to ignore there was something left unsaid. And it probably had to do with the fact that he was carrying his sleeping colleague down to the car, rather than waking her and marching her on her own 2 feet like any normal superior would do. He was unmistakably soft in places he shouldn't be where Charlotte Gardner was concerned, and if anyone would be able to tell, it would certainly be her best friend and roommate. But he wasn't about to stop and have a discussion about it now. There was, he insisted firmly to himself, nothing to discuss. Charlotte needed sleep, and he was making sure she got it. That was all. "There's a car outside, downstairs at the curb. Just load the bags in the trunk there." Lila led the way, Benjamin following in her wake with, to his merit, only a single glance back in Vladimir's direction. The dark-haired man followed them outside to the gleaming Mercedes at the curb, where they loaded the bags. With infinitely more care, Vladimir settled his cargo in the back seat of the car. It was strange. He had thought that maybe the jarring of the staircase, or even being moved, would be enough to wake her. But Charlotte slept on. When Vlad straightened, it was to the sight of both Benjamin and Lila standing on the curb, peering over in his direction. When he caught them looking, Benjamin quickly transferred his gaze elsewhere, but Lila merely stared at him, uncowed. "Take good care of her." Those 5 words were all he needed to hear to know what would happen if he didn't. They were, Vlad knew, words designed for a boyfriend. A romantic partner that was spiriting her away to lands unknown. He was her boss, and they were merely working on a few projects together. Nonetheless, he nodded solemnly. Of course. With that, he slid into the car before things could get any more awkward between them. Inside a minute, the driver was off towards the airport, leaving the still drowsy and bewildered couple standing on the curb. Vlad wondered, absently, if Charlotte had told Lila about the incident between them in his office, or rather how she had told her. If what Lucas told him about women was any indication, there was no chance she hadn't told her. But now was hardly the time to be contemplating all that. Vlad knew he could hardly afford to get himself worked up when he would be with Charlotte in Russia for the next few weeks. It was a boon, really, that they would be meeting up with Toshiro there. His brother's presence would remind him that he was only really in Russia for work, and Charlotte happened to be a necessary evil. Though it was certainly strange for his father to be enamored of a single architect. He usually liked to work with architecture firms, picking 2 or 3 individuals from the same company and then consulting with both them and their superiors to construct the building. Not only was his choosing Charlotte a huge departure from the usual building style he preferred, but the process he took in construction as well. Leaning back against the plush leather seat, Vladimir eyed the woman still sleeping against the opposite window. What was it about her that so caught his father's eye? And moreover, whatever it was it contagious? Because his judgment was certainly compromised when Charlotte was concerned. He knew that he was going to have to be on his best behavior for the next 3 weeks. The question was, would he last that long? They would be in separate hotel rooms, and they probably wouldn't be eating together like they had been, but they would still be working together. Would that be enough? Somehow, Vladimir was inclined to believe that whenever Charlotte was in the same city as him, he wouldn't be able to forget how she tasted, the intoxicating way she had arched against him, as if she wanted him inside her just as desperately as he wanted to be inside of her. Vlad realized with a start that his hand was resting heavily on Charlotte's thigh. For at least a full minute he stared at it, simultaneously shocked and alarmed. He wasn't even aware that he had shifted at all. Of course, now he could feel the soft smoothness of Charlotte's leg beneath the leggings she wore, and Vladimir found himself loath to pull away. It would be quite easy, he knew, to become addicted to touching Charlotte, but doing it while she slept was nothing short of reprehensible. With no small amount of effort, he withdrew his hand, swallowing thickly. In that moment it was clear to him, Shiro or not, this trip was going to be a special brand of torture. Thankfully, Charlotte slept all the way to the airport. She even slept through his lifting her from the car once more to carry her through the airport, to a bevy of strange looks, but mercifully no reporters, and to the waiting jet. She only began to stir once the engine started to hum, and they were halfway on their way to take off. Vlad was sitting across from her, trying not to be aware of her, with every spare cell in his body that wasn't needed for brain power, as he stolidly read the same line in his paper over and over again. But the moment she shifted with a drowsy sound, and her eyes began to open, he knew it. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched her sit up slowly, staring blearily around at her surroundings. Her eyes widened as they took in the mahogany and cream interior of the private plane, from the leather sofa she was strapped into, to the 4 or 5 more seats and the bar, along with the long hallway that led off towards a small bedroom in the rear and an even smaller washroom. He estimated that it took her about 15 seconds to process that they were on a plane, and then another 15 for her to realize what that must mean. Her expression became briefly panicked as she searched for him, only to find him seated across from her. Then her eyes narrowed. She worked her way out from under the blanket, her blanket glaring pointedly, until it was obvious that she wanted a reaction from him. Vlad gave it, as carefully as he could, lowering his paper to give her a mild once-over. "Good morning." Charlotte looked as if she were trying to rein in her temper, and Vlad was caught between how lovely she looked with her cheeks flushed in irritation and how much he'd like to avoid an upset just now. "Did you take me from my house?" "You were exhausted," he returned neutrally, her irate tone rolling off him like water. "Lila told me you haven't slept in days. I wanted to make sure you were thoroughly rested before we started the new project." "What about my stuff?" she countered almost immediately. "My blueprints. My pencils, my supplies, my clothes. Your roommate was helpful enough to point them out to me." He cut her off smoothly. "Everything's been packed. I even made sure to grab the drawing you fell asleep on. It's in my case, just there." He indicated with a nod of his head at the leather briefcase leaning against the sofa she sat on. He watched with no small amount of satisfaction as the anger drained from her face almost instantly and was replaced with slight embarrassment. "Oh." He seemed to have taken the wind completely from her sails, and watched as she suddenly turned her gaze from him, looking everywhere but in his direction sleepily as she tried to regain her steam. "This thing is huge," she muttered under her breath, sweeping a few messy strands of red hair from her brow as the plane began to taxi towards the runway. "We could have flown commercial, but this was a bit short notice," he provided, folding his paper as he gave up on his charade and looked her directly in the eye with a teasing smirk. "So enjoy the luxury while it lasts." Charlotte merely rolled her eyes. "I'm going back to sleep. Wake me when we get there." He almost asked her not to, but that he knew would be selfish. It wouldn't be right to keep her awake just because he was anxious about his hands wandering while she was asleep. Vladimir told himself that as soon as they were airborne, he'd take her to the bedroom, and that would be that. He wouldn't even have to look at her for the rest of the flight, and he could finally relax. He seemed to be lying to himself more and more lately, and he had to wonder, was it Charlotte Gardner who brought out this new trait in him, or had it been there all along and was just choosing now to rear its ugly head? He watched her settle on the sofa, wrapped in her blanket, and Vladimir wondered if he had ever been so jealous of an inanimate object in his entire life.
Chapter 7. Staying Warm.
Russia hadn't changed. It seemed to Vladimir that it never really changed. It was always the same place he had been plucked from as a child. Chill, frosty, and covered in white for most of the year, at least in St. Petersburg. The moment they landed, a rush of nostalgia almost overwhelmed him. He didn't miss this place per se. As a child, Russia held nothing but pain for him. He had been glad to escape. Luckily, growing up with a father like Jackson Kensley had given him the opportunity to relearn all of his roots. As with all his children, Jackson encouraged Vladimir to return to Russia, to discover a love for his homeland. He never lost his language, and after his first, albeit reluctant, return visit at the age of 18, Vladimir had been almost every year. He learned to enjoy the city that had almost been his demise, to appreciate the beauty of the architecture, the warmth of the people, and the beauty of his heritage, even if it had taken him almost 20 years to get to this point. At 35, he welcomed his trips to his homeland. He considered it an extension of his home, despite the painful memories he had. Charlotte, however, was seeing all of this for the first time, and Vlad found himself entertained by the sheer awe on her face. The moment they stepped from the airport into the decidedly frosty air, she wanted to see everything and anything. Vlad occupied himself with finding the car that had been sent for them, and greeting the driver in Russian. Charlotte was staring at the snow-covered peaks in the distance, and at the crush of cars going through the airport drive. Of course, all the writing was in Russian, and she inspected a sign just outside the terminal door closely, as if inspection was enough to teach her to read it. Charlotte. When he called her name, she whirled, pink-cheeked at being caught in her fascination. Vlad barely managed to keep from smiling. "Let's go." She was over to the car in a trice, and as she slipped inside, her frigid skin brushed against his throat. While he frowned at how cold she was, his rebellious body reacted in a far less appropriate way, and he had to arrange himself carefully when he sat. "Didn't you pack warm clothes?" he admonished her, even as she pressed her nose to the window curiously. "Yeah," her voice came back muffled, "in my luggage." Vladimir made a low sound of frustration in his throat. "Charlotte, you're going to make yourself sick, and that won't help anyone." "Ah," she glanced over her shoulder at him with a teasing smile. "Are you worried about me, Mr. Kensley?" Perish the thought. She had teased him like this before, and usually Vlad merely ignored her. She was remarkably childlike for a 30-year-old, something that both drew him in and annoyed him all at once. But this time wasn't like the others. He reached over and took a gently but firm hold on her arm, dragging her across the back seat and up against his side so he could reach her better. Without any other pretense, Vladimir's hands covered her shoulders, and he began to rub up and down her bare arms vigorously. What the hell did she think she was doing, wearing a tank top in this weather? She really did have little to no regard for her own health. "Where," he demanded in a tone that booked little argument, "is your damn coat?" Charlotte stiffened immediately. Vlad was surprised to see that he'd intimidated her, someone he thought was impossible to intimidate. She managed after a moment of his vigorous ministrations. "It's in my duffel. In the trunk." Vlad merely exhaled an exasperated sigh, sweeping his suit jacket from her shoulders to drape over her shoulders. "Take that for now. But you're changing as soon as we get to the hotel, no arguments." "Okay." Charlotte merely peeked at him out of the corner of her gaze, her expression all at once tentative. It was completely and totally unlike her, and for a moment, Vladimir feared he might have gone a bit too far. It was impulsive, really. After finding out that she had literally worked herself to the point of exhaustion in LA, was it really so strange that he would worry that she'd fall short in other areas? Certainly, she was more than capable where her work was concerned, but in other areas? Vladimir was beginning to realize that Charlotte wasn't first on the list of her own priorities, and that made him angry for reasons he couldn't explain. Even so, her tentative tone was enough to make him want to apologize. The words even rose to his lips. Before he could release them, however, Charlotte said something else. Something that stopped him in his tracks. "Thank you." The words were so soft he almost missed them. He might have if he hadn't been so damned absorbed in her. But he didn't. Vladimir found himself swallowing thickly. He could deal with her yelling at him, arguing with him, laughing at him, and even teasing him. But thanking him? That was a bit much. It played too well into the changing dynamic between them. A dynamic that he was dead set on beating off for as long as he breathed. Or at least as long as his resolve held up. Thankfully, he didn't have too much time to linger on her thanks, as Vlad was soon back to watching Charlotte marvel at almost every sight that raced by their windows. They passed the luxuriously appointed Hermitage Museum, a sea of gold and white, along with the Winter Palace, where the Romanovs had fallen from power, and St. Isaac's Cathedral, spiraling into the sky. When he was a boy, these places had seemed to belong to an entirely different world, but now he had visited each and every one of them. He had overcome his past, grateful for the new life his parents had given him. Without them, he certainly wouldn't be where he was now. And that included sitting a mere 12 inches away from a woman who was temptation incarnate. As lovely as he believed the sights of St. Petersburg to be, Charlotte was practically agog. She took in the architectural wonders with an open mouth and wide, staring, honey-colored eyes. Vladimir remembered that she was seeing all of this for the first time, and busied himself telling her the names of streets and the more famous sights. Charlotte did nothing but nod, too wrapped up in the experience to say anything more than a few words. After about 40 minutes of driving through heavy traffic, they reached the Four Seasons Hotel at the heart of the city. It had been fashioned from the old Lion Palace, and when the car slowed to a stop before it, the sound that left Charlotte could be defined as nothing less than a squeal of delight. She darted from the car before he could say a word, staring up at the huge structure almost reverently as she clutched his coat to her shoulders. It was only about 10 degrees above freezing, despite the fact that it was well into May, and her sharp breaths of excitement frosted on the evening air. As he helped the driver pull their luggage from the car, Vlad let his lips quirk upward in an unfettered smile. It was refreshing to see someone so absorbed in their art that they were utterly and completely consumed by it. That didn't happen very much these days, but Vlad had known Charlotte was just the type the moment she had first argued for the validity of her plans in his office. Now that seemed so long ago, and the rampant wonder in her eyes made his insides twist in some unknown emotion, unrelenting in its intensity. At that precise moment, she was the exact opposite of polished and prepared. He had taken her from her house in a thin t-shirt, leggings, and sneakers, and she still wore them now. Her hair was mussed and she was wrapped in a jacket several sizes too large for her, but Charlotte cared little. A look that might have been unflattering on other women only seemed to enhance her beauty. The flush of her cheeks, the way her eyes gleamed and her full lips parted as she took in every stimulus she possibly could, it was remarkable how lovely she was. "Mr. Kensley." He snapped from his reverie to see the hotel manager, Yuri Vasiliev, hurrying down the main steps to greet him. Every time Vlad, or any of his family for that matter, came to St. Petersburg, they always stayed at the Four Seasons. By now, Vasiliev always prepared to greet them warmly whenever they arrived, a gesture that Vladimir found he appreciated more than he might like to admit. "Welcome back to St. Petersburg." He extended this welcome in Russian as he wrung Vladimir's hand enthusiastically, so when Charlotte turned, she looked at the both of them in confusion. Always good to be back, Yuri. Is everything in order? Of course. Vasiliev was an earnest, balding man in his mid-50s with a ready smile. Vlad had, on several occasions, met his wife, who reminded him of what his mother might have been like, had circumstances been better during his childhood. I have prepared the penthouse suite for you, and a deluxe suite for your guest. His gaze slid to Charlotte, who merely provided a small smile and a wave, clueless as to what they were discussing. If Yuri found her appearance strange, he wouldn't say a single word. Instead, he merely smiled at her in return. Welcome to St. Petersburg, Ms. Gardner. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Charlotte beamed, moving forward to slide her hand from one of Vladimir's sleeves to shake his outstretched one. Thank you. You have a gorgeous city. I'm sure it will be improved by your adding to its skyline. At the compliment, Charlotte reddened visibly, looking away. You're far too kind. How the hell was every man on the planet so much more adept at complimenting women than Vlad himself? Of course, Yuri had always been a charmer. Even Vlad's mother thought so on the few occasions she came to visit. The man was a hotel manager, so of course, it was his job to charm, but that didn't mean Vlad was any less jealous at how easily he elicited a smile from Charlotte. I'm sure you are both weary from your trip. Please come out of the cold. He gestured to two hotel employees, who, between them, scooped up their luggage and followed the three into the hotel. When they entered the building, of course, Charlotte paused for a full 5 minutes to take in the grandeur of the foyer. She stared up at the intricately sculpted ceiling and sighed in pleasure at the gilded trim and marble floors, while Yuri beamed in pride. It's absolutely breathtaking, she breathed, grinning at him. No matter how many times he had seen that smile of hers, Vlad was never as immune as he thought, and he was constantly fighting the need to have it directed at him. Constructed almost 200 years ago, Yuri answered her with grave pride, though of course now the building is equipped with all the amenities one could ever need. Charlotte followed him like an eager puppy, eager to learn more about the building, as Vladimir hung back, torn between amusement and envy. It was almost enough to make him wish he knew more about architecture. There was a clear path there to Charlotte's attention, even if he wasn't supposed to be thinking about pursuing them. About 30 minutes after they entered the hotel, they actually made it to the 14th floor and their rooms. By now, Yuri was fully invested in Charlotte's visible obsession with the hotel, and was commenting on everything from the carpet to the wood paneling on the walls. When he opened the door to her suite, however, he fell silent, allowing the young woman to take in the full majesty of the room. And that was exactly what the redhead did. She took a few steps into the luxuriously appointed suite, taking in the gorgeous chandelier over the sitting area, the gleaming kitchenette, and the jaw-dropping view of St. Petersburg beyond. Wordlessly, she ran her hands over the smooth leather of the furniture and the brilliant sheen of the gold and mahogany wood paneling on the wall. Then, she headed over to the window to look out the city without speaking a word. It was like she was lost in her own little world. Chuckling softly, Yuri prompted her lowly. I trust everything is to your satisfaction, Ms. Gardner? Oh yes. Charlotte breathed, and to his shock, Vladimir thought he heard the edge of tears in her voice. It's absolutely perfect. He cleared his throat, breaking free of his own haze. Watching her was a little too absorbing for him, and it would be better if he gained the upper hand sooner rather than later. Charlotte, we need to be at the dance center tomorrow afternoon, but I'd like to get breakfast and discuss things. Meet me in the restaurant downstairs around 9. MMMHM. He couldn't tell if she heard him or not. She was so relentlessly absorbed in her surroundings that she might not have known if the world was ending around her. Good night then. She didn't reply, and Vladimir didn't quite expect her to. Instead, he merely followed Yuri from her suite, before the older man broke the silence with a soft laugh. She is quite in tune with her art, Ms. Gardner. That was certainly one way of putting it. Indeed she is. I only hope she can bring herself to leave her suite by tomorrow morning. Yuri smiled. I'm sure that if you were to tempt her with the rest of the city, the two of you could come to an accord. If all else fails. It was the second time in 24 hours that Vlad found himself so restlessly irritated. The second time it was hard for him to put a finger on what irked him so relentlessly. You have the penthouse suite as always, Mr. Kensley. Yuri led the way down the hall to the corner and opened it for him. As impressive as the deluxe suite had been, the penthouse was even more so. Vlad was floored every time he saw it. The careful detail put into the work on the ceiling and walls, the impeccable placement of the furniture, and the fresh flowers arranged in the sitting room. Though he was a man who liked his showers, he knew that a gigantic marble bathtub was waiting for him down the hall, all but trumpeting its charms. But all of that seemed somehow diminished. Thank you very much, Yuri. I'll be getting a bit of rest now. He was perhaps dismissing his old family friend with a bit too much abruptness, but Yuri, ever professional, said nothing. He merely inclined his head respectfully. Certainly, sir. I'll see that your usual papers are brought up tomorrow morning. Have a pleasant evening. And with that he was gone, leaving Vlad alone with his thoughts, which only made his irritation worse. It was, he realized, as if the moment they landed in Russia, Charlotte had become a different person. Everything and everyone enchanted her, except for him, of course. He was still her overbearing, logical, beyond all else superior, so it made sense that he would hold even less appeal for her now. Appeal. Months ago, the very thought would have made him laugh. Who the almighty hell cared about appeal? They were here to do a job. Charlotte had never been to Russia, so it made sense that she would be enchanted by everything around her. Was he going to be jealous of the entirety of St. Petersburg, simply because she liked it so much? It was ridiculously childlike. And yet here he was. He wanted a woman. He shouldn't want to be completely out of control in a situation that demanded nothing but his strictest, coldest attention. As his brother Ethan might say, he was very clearly up shit creek without a paddle in sight. It took Charlotte quite a while to come down from the high of being halfway across the world. She lay awake in the heavenly bed in her suite for half the night, convinced she was going to wake up back in L.A., still working for the same firm that had hired her right out of school. Still miserable. After a number of painful pinches, she accepted that this was really happening to her. She was really in St. Petersburg, about to work on the second biggest project she had ever tackled. And she was really in the old Lion Palace, which had been nearly flawlessly renovated into one of the most beautiful hotels she'd ever had the pleasure of setting foot in. Kensley Enterprises, she realized, must like to treat their employees in style. This suite couldn't have been cheap, and she had been assured that all her expenses were going to be taken care of. Truth be told, she'd done her best to sleep on the plane trip over, because being in a private jet was a bit much for her to handle. It was a thing of luxury, with its comfortable leather seats, kitchen, and even a working shower. That, of course, she had taken advantage of, though she had no choice but to slip right back into the clothes she'd worn before when she was done. Though she had known that Vladimir Kensley, Jackson Kensley, and the entire Kensley family were all rolling in dough, this was the first time she had seen any of that come to bear. That jet probably cost more than she would ever make in her life, and she didn't even want to imagine how much this hotel room might have cost. But she did. She thought about the hotel room, the jet, the amazingly kind Yuri Vasiliev, and everything that awaited her here, because it was easier to think about all of that than it was to remember the way that Vladimir Kensley had all but yanked her away from the window, into the heat of his body, and forcibly warmed her. Charlotte had absolutely no idea what to do when it happened. All at once, his hands were moving briskly over her skin. Her entire body had broken out in goosebumps, and desire rose so thick in her throat that her mouth dried. He smelled good, far too good for a man who had been traveling for the past 8 hours. And despite not wearing a thick coat of his own, he was ungodly warm. There was no way she was going to be able to delude herself into not wanting him for 3 whole weeks. Not if she was expected to work closely with him every day. When she was as close to him as she had been in the car, All her bluster deserted her in favor of raw desire, and it was all she could do to talk to him. Because all she could think about was him kissing her the way he'd kissed her in his office, and this time they wouldn't stop. With a low groan, she covered her face with a pillow. Maybe she could call Lila every day and pour her frustration into her best friend, but that, she knew, wasn't fair to the masseuse. Lila had her own issues to worry about, and here Charlotte knew she would have to spend the majority of her time convincing the good people of Dansk that they'd made the right choice. Jumping Vladimir in front of him definitely wouldn't be perpetuating that ideal. But she would manage. Somehow she would manage the 3 weeks, and when they got back to LA, it would probably only be another 2 or 3 months before they hardly needed her at the job site. She would have done her duty, she'd have the money she needed to start her firm, and she'd be through dealing with Vladimir Kensley. But she still had 3 weeks. 3 weeks of being in the same room as him, of taking his orders and hearing that already ridiculously attractive voice of his, speaking in low, fluent Russian. Gosh, for all she knew, he was just counting to 100. Only 3 weeks. Only 3 weeks. God help her. Charlotte spent a decidedly sleepless night before rising early to take advantage of the amenities in her suite. She ran the huge bathtub full of hot water and luxuriated for over an hour, scrubbing herself clean of all the travel grime from the previous day. It took her a while to decide what to wear, but she decided that she would change into something more suitable for work after breakfast. She donned a long-sleeved black top, the heaviest black jacket she had brought, and a pair of slacks with pumps before assessing her reflection critically in the mirror. She caught herself about a minute in, her full mouth pulling into a frown. What on earth was she doing? This wasn't a date. Vladimir Kensley didn't give a damn how she looked. And even if he did, she reminded herself, all those little cogs in his brain could turn his sex drive on and off at will. He was, as he'd so keenly reminded her, an adult. One kiss between them meant nothing to him. The fact that the physical tension between them could be cut with a knife meant even less. Which meant that she was left to bear the brunt of it all. Lucky her. She reached the dining room downstairs at 10 minutes till 9, and was unsurprised to see Vladimir already there. He stood near a table, deep in conversation with the hotel manager, and the young woman took a stuttering breath as she listened to his voice rise and fall effortlessly over the rough Slavic syllables that comprised the Russian language. Damn. She couldn't do this. Not when she could smell the clean, crisp scent of him from 5 feet away, when she couldn't tear her eyes off the huge breadth of his shoulders, or the way his large hands curled into the back of the chair he leaned on. The man was charisma incarnate, and he didn't seem to give a damn. Despite the way her pride prickled, Charlotte turned to flee. She needed another 5 minutes. She needed her second wind. But her hopes were dashed in seconds. Good morning, Miss Gardner. Before she even got 2 steps, Mr. Vasiliev's heavily accented voice reached her ears in an enthusiastic greeting. I trust you slept well. She was trapped. Forcing a smile onto her face, Charlotte turned to meet his gaze. I did, thank you. Good morning, Charlotte. Was it some kind of superpower that all Vladimir had to do was say her name, and her knees turned into jelly? Morning. She managed, making her way to the table to grasp at it before she fell down. Vladimir pulled out the chair he was clinging to, and she realized that he expected her to sit in it. She didn't sit so much as collapse into the damn thing, his scent all but enveloping her in heady masculinity. What will you have for breakfast then? Vasiliev asked them both, eager to please. Thankfully, Vladimir rounded the table to sit across from her before he answered, and Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. We'll have the blintzes and butterbrody, along with a pot of Earl Grey, please. Charlotte wasn't sure what either of those were, even though blintzes sounded vaguely familiar. Sure. She continued smiling at Yuri, as she forced herself to take a deep, steadying breath. Sounds good. I'll put the order in right away then. With a congenial bobbing of his head, the older man headed off towards what Charlotte could only presume were the kitchens. When she turned to face Vladimir again, to her shock, he was frowning at her. And not only frowning, he might as well have been downright scowling. What? She couldn't help but ask, her heart in her throat. What on earth had she done now? Vladimir's gaze dropped to her shoulders. Is that the warmest coat you brought? Charlotte looked down at it in surprise. It was the ski jacket she'd brought for the one time Lila insisted that they step out of their comfort zone. She'd ended up getting the entirety of 2 afternoons of use out of it before she shoved it into the back of her closet. That had been close to 3 years ago. To be honest, she was surprised the damn thing still fit, and it certainly seemed warm enough. Well, yeah. She ventured sheepishly, knowing even before she opened her mouth that wasn't what Vladimir wanted to hear. His frown, if anything, deepened even further. You're going to freeze. His almost disgusted tone made her eyes widen at its severity. I told you to pack for cold weather. Well, excuse me? As cowed as she was by his sudden seriousness, Charlotte wasn't going to let him push her around unfettered, but I was born and raised in L.A. We really don't know about cold weather. It's Russia. He deadpanned, his eyes narrow. I'm sure you've seen pictures. What the hell was wrong with him? Yesterday, he was almost relentlessly nice to her. He hadn't woken her up before leaving her apartment because he was concerned she wasn't getting enough sleep, which meant he must have carried her. He'd explained all the sights she saw as they made their way downtown to the hotel in St. Petersburg. What had changed between yesterday and today? Who the hell pissed in your cornflakes? She found herself asking, more than a little irate now. Get up on the wrong side of the bed or something? No, he replied crisply, blue eyes frosty. I'm merely continually shocked at your inability to follow direction. Oh, now she was pissed. After a night of tossing and turning over the man, now he decided to be nasty to her. 2 could play at that game. Direction? Geez, Vladimir, the last time I checked, I was your colleague. If you were going to start going all super superior on me, you could have dropped a warning at least, she hissed, trying to make it look as though she was poring over her menu. The only problem with her ruse was that it was in Russian, and they had already ordered, but Charlotte was so angry she hardly cared. Charlotte, can you really blame me? After seeing the way you neglect your health, I find myself unable to ignore your carelessness any longer. She stared at him, absolutely flummoxed. Her health? No way he was going to try to make this about her health. I'm in perfectly fine health, she retorted, her voice barely above a whisper. Except that maybe my blood is running a little hot just now, sir. Even if my jacket is what has you so wrapped up, what the hell are you going to do about it? Hold a grudge for 3 weeks? This is all I brought, so you're going to have to deal with it. She didn't know what kind of game they were playing now, but this clearly had nothing to do with the damn coat. Or did it? Suddenly, Charlotte wasn't so sure because Vladimir was shoving back from the table and gesturing to a nearby waiter. The young man hurried over to him for his customer to bark a short command in Russian that sent him scurrying. What did you tell him? She demanded almost immediately, now wary of the dangerous look in his face. Even as angry as she was, as angry as he somehow was, she couldn't help from being aroused at how authoritative he could be when he got a handle on something. I canceled our order, he returned, his voice taut, as he rounded the table to take hold of her arm and haul her unceremoniously to her feet. We're going out. Out? Out where? She had barely dressed for breakfast. Vladimir, Charlotte suddenly found her voice unsteady as panic crept in. Where are we going? What the hell has gotten into you? She kept her voice low in an attempt to keep from drawing attention to them, but several people were already looking anyway. She didn't, after all, want to give the wrong impression. It wasn't like he was hurting her, far from it. But this wasn't like the Vladimir she knew at all. She didn't think she'd ever seen him lose his temper. In fact, the most genuine outpouring of emotion she'd ever witnessed from the man before this was the little episode in his office. But Vladimir didn't answer her, at least not right away. He dragged her right back through the restaurant and into the elevator bay, which was, thankfully, deserted. When he turned to her, his expression was both intense and unreadable, and Charlotte inhaled sharply. She thought for a brief moment that he might yell at her. But when the dark-haired man spoke, his tone was strangely soft and a bit uneven. "Charlotte, I'm sorry. Look, I had a difficult night. I didn't get much rest and, well, now that we're here in Russia, I have to be honest, I'm worried about you." Her eyes widened slightly. It wasn't as if Lila didn't worry about her all the time, but this was something entirely different. Vladimir hardly talked about anything he didn't think served a bigger purpose. Hell, their getting to know one another had never really counted toward friendship because she had always imagined he had an ulterior motive. The logistics in his brain were still ticking away, trying to discover how best to understand her. But this didn't seem like that. This was something else entirely. "You've taken on another project." She started to open her mouth in argument, but Vladimir forged on. "And while I have nothing but congratulations for you in that arena, your roommate confided in me that you've been neglecting meals and sleep. As long as you're within a stone's throw of me, I won't allow this to continue." The young woman blinked, wondering what was coming next. The man had thrown her for a complete loop. "We're going to get you a new coat." Okay, now she couldn't keep quiet. "Vladimir, I appreciate your concern, but you need to keep warm. You need to eat and you need to sleep. If you get sick in one of the coldest environments in the world, it will help neither of us, especially you." For a long moment, Charlotte just stared at him. A large part of her could hardly believe what she'd just heard. She thought that little speech might end with him telling her that if she was out of commission, she couldn't work, and she would be useless. On the contrary, he had just, in all essentiality, told her that he was watching her. Just her. She took a deep breath, at a loss for words. Vladimir's deep blue eyes burned into hers, and for her life she couldn't look away. This was what she had been afraid of, being so close to him that she couldn't ignore his warmth. She couldn't ignore his scent, his intensity, and she certainly couldn't blindly swallow the way her body reacted. And she certainly couldn't ignore what her mind was screaming at her. At that moment, she was so confused that Charlotte could do nothing but follow her impulses. Swallowing thickly, she reached up to cup his smoothly shaven face and rose onto her toes to peck him very softly and carefully on the mouth. It was only the barest contact. She lingered for perhaps 2 or 3 seconds, tasting the minty remains of the toothpaste he used that morning. She felt the firmness of shoulders beneath her fingertips, heard the way his breath rushed from him, and for the briefest of moments, his heavy hand grasped at her waist and she knew he wanted more. God knew she wanted more. But now wasn't the time or the place. Perhaps there would never be a time and place. What Charlotte wanted more than anything in the world was for Vlad to stop analyzing her. To stop trying to put 2 and 2 together. To stop depending on that brilliant mind of his, to take him everywhere and to simply feel. Okay. She breathed, moving out of his grip swiftly, before her body switched on the autopilot, and everything got a lot more heated. A coat. That's fine. It took Vladimir a full minute to snap out of his reverie. His hand still hovered in the air where she had been only seconds earlier, a moment before it snapped into a fist, and his gaze cleared. When he raised his eyes to hers once more, the desire she saw there was enough to take her breath away. But as quickly as it affected her, Vladimir's mask of control slipped back into place. All right. He stepped out of the alcove, running a hand through hair still damp from the shower. Come with me. Now, instead of taking her arm, he offered her his own. It was still hardly appropriate for what they were supposed to be. She is an architect, and he is her boss. But Charlotte took his arm anyway, and let him lead her down the front steps and into the chill morning. He was right. It was cold, freezing in fact. Charlotte might not have noticed the previous day, because she was so wrapped up in the city before her, but now it was rather hard to ignore the frigid air creeping in through the lining of her ski jacket. Automatically, she huddled closer to Vladimir. When he glanced down at her, she could have sworn the corner of his mouth kicked up in a knowing smirk before he raised his hand to hail a taxi. Of course, when Charlotte agreed to buy a coat, she hadn't expected the man to take her into the heart of St. Petersburg's upscale shopping district. She had hoped there might be shops close to the hotel, somewhere she could get a fairly cheap, thick and sturdy garment. Instead, within 20 minutes, she found herself facing lines of designer shops, only some of which she was familiar with. Before she could protest, Vladimir was urging her towards a Prada storefront, and her eyes were wide as saucers. Perhaps she might have protested a little more if she hadn't still been relishing the memory of how his mouth felt on hers, and luxuriating in the fact that he seemed, for the most part, to be taking the entire affair in stride. At the very least, he hadn't dropped a line about both of them being adults again. She knew very well how adult she was. That was what had gotten her into this whole mess in the first place. The moment they stepped into the shop, they were swarmed by at least 3 saleswomen, all dressed impeccably in black. They were, Charlotte noticed, all tall, slim, and beautifully blonde. Whether that blonde was natural or bottle, she wasn't sure. All she knew was that all 3 women positively drooled over Vladimir. She was surprised their jaws didn't hit the floor. The moment they reached him, they immediately started babbling in rapid Russian. She could have been chopped liver for all the attention they paid her. Charlotte felt something awful, hot and uncomfortable welling in her stomach. She had never been the violent type, at least not physically, but at that moment, she would have been perfectly fine snatching every single blonde hair from their 3 collective heads. She stood back, glaring daggers at the throng of people before her. And she would have marched right out of the store had Vladimir not chosen that moment to look back at her, his expression far from impressed at all the attention the blondes lavished on him. "Charlotte, come here please." She didn't want to. The moment the 3 saleswomen laid eyes on her, their gazes turned sour enough to wither even the hardiest of weeds. But she'd be damned if she'd cower now. These tramps were all but challenging her. Vladimir might not technically be hers, but he wasn't theirs either, shared language or not. Chin in the air, she made her way over to them, her gaze challenging them to say a single word about her, even in Russian. "We're looking for a winter coat," Vladimir instructed them in English now, "and perhaps a few other winter effects." "Of course," the tallest blonde all but gushed in a thickly accented tone. "We'd be delighted to find something to suit your wife." Charlotte opened her mouth to correct her. She was sure the blonde would be happy to hear the details, but Vlad's hand on her wrist kept her words. She glanced at him once, incredulously, and he met her gaze with an incremental shake of his head. He didn't want them to know she wasn't his wife. Why the hell not? It was only natural that these women would look at him differently if they assumed he'd married an American. Why wouldn't he want to bask in the glow of their attentions? Even as she was confused, Charlotte found herself oddly pleased. He was pretending to be her husband. She had no idea why. She really didn't think her minute kiss had scrambled his brain that much. As the women left to begin pulling things from the shelves, she inched closer to him, gazing up at him skeptically a moment before she tried a whispered inquiry. "So now we're married?" Vladimir merely sighed, before giving her a surprisingly uncomfortable look. "Don't give me away. They're like hawks, and I've no intention of flattering them the way they seem to think they deserve." "What, because they're condescending tramps?" The comment left her before she could even think about it, and Charlotte's face reddened the moment she realized how callous she must have sounded. I just wanted to point out that they're the kind of women I once thought were my type." Vladimir interrupted her, his expression contemplative, as he watched the 3 attendants gather their treasure from the shelves. Charlotte's mouth all but fell open in shock. "What them?" She returned in a low hiss. "Those stuck-up overly coiffed brats? You can't be serious. Are you really so surprised?" He returned wryly, his brow arched in inquiry. "I like things predictable, Charlotte. I like to know what I'm getting into, and I like to be able to see all possible outcomes. At least," he paused for a moment, his brow knitting together thoughtfully. "I thought I did. Once." Charlotte found her throat drying in odd anticipation. "And now? What kind of woman is your type?" That, she knew, was none of her business. But he'd started this, and she was damn well going to finish it. Vladimir merely chuckled knowingly. Well, for the next little while, it's you, isn't it? Charlotte made a small sound of surprise as his arm slid around her waist to pull her close against him, far too close for comfort. The entire world was going to hell in a handbasket. That was 3 times Vladimir Kensley had touched her voluntarily in the past hour, and if he didn't stop, they were going to be in serious trouble. Perhaps her impulsive little show in the elevator bay had done more than she thought. She had meant to shock him, to catch him off guard. And now he was doing the exact same to her. They were supposed to be concentrating on killing the attraction between them. It was quite obvious now that it wasn't working. Freckly, gangly, and completely tactless? Well, thank you, Mr. Kensley, for lowering your standards. She teased him, resisting the urge to kiss him again, just to see how he'd react. If Vladimir meant to say anything else, his reply was cut off by the return of the saleswomen, each holding more clothing than Charlotte might have thought their skinny arms able to carry. Please, their forced smiles amused the redhead now more than they upset her. Come right this way. And she did, unable to help the way her lips curved upwards in triumph. Unfortunately, Charlotte's smile didn't last for long. If she remembered correctly, and she was sure she did, the entire point of this outing was supposed to be for her to buy a coat. One coat. These women were plying her with literal mountains of clothing options, and the price tags on some of them were enough to make her faintly ill. While she could safely afford perhaps 1 or 2 pieces, she didn't know how she felt about splurging spontaneously like this, especially on things that made her look so well. It was more what Lila would consider attractive. Everything was leather or silk, completely form-fitting and more revealing than she thought winter clothing had any right to be. Worse, she couldn't even try on the clothing in peace. As the saleswomen were convinced that Vladimir was her husband, they paraded her out to show off each and every piece, which, as far as Charlotte was concerned, was as serious as baring her soul before the man. There was a reason she didn't wear things like the alluring, sophisticated get-up Lila insisted upon at her first formal meeting with Vladimir. It was because she didn't like the idea of making herself intentionally attractive to him. She knew what that meant, and it was worse than getting naked, at least in her opinion. She was baiting him, drawing him in. Though she couldn't deny she enjoyed the flagrant want on his face every time she was paraded before him in her skin-tight outfits. He stared at her from where he was seated on a posh leather couch, one leg crossed carelessly over the other, and Charlotte felt herself flushing to the very roots of her fiery-colored hair. It didn't help, she supposed, that he looked pretty damn delicious himself in that tailored suit of his, under a thick wool coat that suited him perfectly. It was really no wonder the women had been all over him. She wanted to be all over him, though she supposed that was conveyed perfectly enough when she strutted her stuff in a dress that seemed to be made entirely of buttery gray suede. Feelings of nervousness and pure sex appeal warred within her almost continuously for the hour they were in the shop, and Charlotte told herself that, at the very least, if she and Vladimir were supposed to be husband and wife, at least they were giving off a rampantly sensual vibe. After being subjected to no less than 10 outfits, Charlotte finally called mercy and redone her own clothes before stepping from the dressing room, still pink-cheeked. The only thing she was even considering actually purchasing was a thick, shockingly white wool coat lined with faux fur that was luxuriously warm and soft. It was $1,200, and the notion of spending so much money was intimidating, to say the very least. But it wasn't as if Charlotte hadn't been getting paid for all the hours she was working for Kensley Enterprises. This would be her first gift to herself if she ever got over all that money leaving her bank account at once. To her surprise, however, when she came back onto the sales floor, she found Vladimir already in deep conversation with the lead saleswoman. On the counter beside them were 2 elegantly appointed Prada bags that were visibly full to the brim. Frowning, she made her way over to the counter to speak with them. "I'm sorry," she tried to be as magnanimous as she could, a stretch considering how she'd been greeted when she entered the shop, "but I didn't want everything. I was just thinking about the coat. It's all been taken care of." The blonde turned to look at her with an envious, wistful expression. You are so lucky to have a husband who cares for you so. You should take good care of him. The statement left Charlotte completely confused. Already taken care of? What the hell was that supposed to mean? But Vladimir was already reaching into one of the bags to retrieve the coat. He smoothed the slight wrinkles from where it had been folded and held it out for her. It appeared that the price tag had been cut away, which meant it was already bought. Come, darling. He could already see the rebellion brewing in her eyes, the combination of shock and horror, and there was enough warning in his tone to keep her from exploding, but only just. Somewhat stiffly, she worked her arms into the sleeves and allowed the dark-haired man to fasten the buttons over her front. Before meeting him, she hadn't known it was possible to be simultaneously pissed as hell at someone, even as you wanted to tear their clothes off. It was a novel sensation to say the least, but Vladimir seemed to have no qualms about inciting it in her. They had barely stepped back into the frigid air before she was whirling on him, incensed. "What have you done?" she demanded, gazing, shell-shocked, at the 2 bags of clothing he held. "I've bought you clothes," he replied as if it was the smallest thing in the world, and then at her obviously upset expression he breathed a long sigh. "You're upset." It wasn't a question. "Damn right I'm upset," she insisted, feeling her cheeks heat. "That must have been hundreds, no, thousands of dollars. I don't need clothes." "There are a great many things we don't need," he countered, his tone just as steady as hers was erratic. "But I thought it a crime to pass up outfits that did your figure such justice." Her figure. Her figure? Charlotte had already opened her mouth with a witty retort when the enormity of what he just said struck her, and she fell completely silent. In plain English, Vladimir Kensley was telling her that he'd brought her thousands of dollars worth of name-brand clothes because he liked the way she looked in them. He liked looking at her. "You?" she finally managed, the wind somewhat stolen from her sails. "You want me to wear that stuff?" His mouth quirked in a wry smirk. "That is what clothes are for, aren't they, Charlotte? Wearing?" She scowled, slapping his arm briefly and wincing at how much the cold, along with the solidness there, combined to make her palms sting. "Vladimir Kensley," she finally replied, staring at him steadily. "Are you trying to tell me I'm pretty?" If she wanted him to give her a compliment, she was going to have to set the damn thing up for him. That was just the kind of man Vladimir was, and damn if it didn't intrigue her as much as it frustrated her. He seemed to consider her for a moment, his intense gaze roaming over her from head to toe. Though she was wearing a coat that might as well be a piece of art, Charlotte, who had done nothing with her hair that morning, who was wearing no makeup and had sworn to herself that she didn't give a damn what Vladimir Kensley thought about her, was suddenly self-conscious. "You're gorgeous, Charlotte." His words took her breath away, and for a moment, Charlotte thought she might have actually forgotten how to speak. Gorgeous? She hadn't even known Vladimir had the wherewithal to find women gorgeous. Appealing or satisfying certainly, but this was completely unexpected. She swallowed thickly, struggling to remember even the simplest of words. "Did you expect anything less?" Vladimir finally continued, reaching down to cup her cheek in a large, surprisingly warm hand. "Isn't it obvious that I'm at my wit's end trying to resist your decidedly singular charms?" When his thumb brushed over her lower lip leisurely, she shuddered. She couldn't help it. "You're not making it easy." His tone now lowered to a soft growl that sent waves of molten desire trickling downwards to pool in her lower belly. "But if I can't have you in my bed, I'll have to be happy knowing you're wearing the clothes I bought you. Are you really going to rob me of that pleasure?" She could barely breathe now. Vladimir was the only man she had ever met, in her entire 30 years on planet Earth, who could so deftly switch personas. One moment everything was cool, précis logic. The next, he was pretending to be her husband and telling her he got off knowing she wore slinky dresses he purchased for her. It was enough to make her head spin. "No," she finally replied, pressing her thighs together as her womb all but clenched at the quiet sensuality in his voice. "I won't?" "How very kind of you." His hand left her face to smooth over her shoulder. Any passers-by might have assumed that he was merely admiring the material of her coat. But Charlotte felt him moving his palm over her shoulders, squeezing, touching her, wishing there was nothing but bare skin between them. By the time he released her, she was just as aroused as if she'd woken from a particularly vivid dream, and he hadn't even done anything. But the moment had passed. In a trice, Vladimir went back to being all business. "We should head over to the Dansk building. We're running low on time to get there for the meeting. Right?" She was glad of anything to say, anything at all that might help her forget how flagrantly they wanted one another. A business meeting would be welcome right now. Later, if Vladimir asked her to go out for dinner, she might just wear one of the dresses he bought her, just to give him the pleasure of her wearing it. The meeting went off without a hitch. The men who ran the Dansk branch of Kensley Enterprises spoke perfect English, so Charlotte didn't have to worry about a language barrier. When she laid before them the plans that she'd made, they reacted far differently than Vladimir had. Mind you, her design for Dansk wasn't quite as outlandish. She'd done her best to incorporate at least a few tropes of Russian architecture to tie it to the surrounding buildings. She had, of course, been more cautious because it was her first international project. But apparently, she needn't have worried. The executives were over the moon for her plans, and even referenced a few facets of the building in LA that they wanted to know if she could add. Vladimir, for his part, did little more than supervise. He sat at the head of the table and watched the executives gush over the drawings she showed them. The building was already being prepared for renovations, and they would be ready to begin in as little as 2 days. Charlotte found herself swept up in their enthusiasm. It was the kind of response she'd often wondered if she would ever get from Vladimir. So she knew she should be enthused that she had gotten so lucky. After all, these men wanted few, if any, revisions to the material she set before them. But after Vladimir, she couldn't help but think this was all surprisingly easy. Sure, the man was complicated, but he'd provided a challenge for her, one that she'd been eager to overcome. And the way he'd reacted to her designs had led them inevitably to where they were now, hadn't it? Of course, the quality of where they were was questionable at best, somewhere between friends and colleagues, desperately trying not to undress one another with their eyes when other people were in the close vicinity. The redhead forced herself to focus on the task at hand. There would be plenty of time for her to obsess over Vladimir later. For the moment, she would just revel at how wonderfully her first overseas project was shaping up to be. Once she did that, Charlotte didn't even notice how quickly time passed. They arrived at the Dansk office around 2 in the afternoon, but by the time she finally looked at the clock, it was close to 7, and the sky was dark outside. Her eyes widened in surprise, even more so when she looked up from the plans she'd been poring over to find that at some point, Vladimir had left her, and now it was simply her with the executives, all wrapped up in their respective excitement. Her stomach growled, and she realized, all at once, that she hadn't eaten anything all day. She wondered if Vladimir was off somewhere eating without her, and resolved to give him the 3rd degree if she discovered he'd left her with all the work. She politely excused herself from the executives of one of Russia's highest spending companies, and found her way back to the lobby of the 15th floor office, where she found Vladimir speaking in quiet tones with a man far less broad than he himself, his black eyes and dark hair slicked back from his brow, pronouncing him of Asian descent. Charlotte only had to take one look at the pair of them to see how relaxed they were with one another, far more than Vladimir had ever been with her. She knew in an instant that he had to be Toshiro, his Japanese brother. Besides the two of them, there was only one other occupant of the lobby. A young woman with hair blacker than either of theirs, so dark it contrasted starkly with the pale, almost porcelain color of her skin, was curled against a sofa at the far end of the lobby, her heels lined up neatly below her. She seemed to be completely absorbed in the laptop screen she stared at, her fingers flying over the keys at near the speed of light. Toshiro saw her first, raising his gaze to hers. If he was surprised to see her standing there, he said nothing, merely murmuring to his brother in a low voice. Vladimir, however, reacted as if he'd been burned, turning and all but leaping from his seat as he looked in her direction. Charlotte. It was almost as if she'd caught him with his pants down, but all he'd been doing was talking to his brother, who he now promptly introduced her to. This is my brother, Toshiro. He arrived this morning. Charlotte promptly stuck her hand out, still somewhat flummoxed by what she'd stumbled onto, if indeed it was anything at all. Pleased to meet you. Likewise. Unlike his brother, Toshiro had no accent, and his voice wasn't quite as deep. That's Athena over there. She's my assistant. He hesitated slightly before defining the dark-haired woman's role, and that instant was enough for Charlotte to know that Athena was certainly more than his assistant. She raised breathtakingly blue eyes from the laptop before her to smile at Charlotte. Hi. I'd shake your hand, but I'm in the middle of something right now. So sorry. She spoke, Charlotte realized, with the twang of the Northeast. She wouldn't be surprised if Athena was from New York, just as Vladimir and Toshiro were. No problem. Charlotte returned her smile, before turning her attention back to the two men before her. Have you finished up with the gentleman back there? Vladimir asked her, an undertone of tension in his voice. He didn't want her here. She realized she was correct in her presumption that she'd interrupted something. We're about done, she replied, looking from him to Toshiro and back again. I can head back to the hotel if you need to finish up here. She presumed it would mean she didn't get to wear any of her new clothes, but that mattered little just now. The last thing she wanted was to intrude on a family moment. That sounds good. I'll see you tomorrow morning for breakfast. And just like that, she was dismissed. Charlotte tried not to show her disappointment, merely nodding with a smile. She returned to the conference room for just long enough to grab her things, promising each of the executives that she would see them in 2 days' time to begin the renovations. As she slid her arms into the sleek material of her new coat, she remembered that it, at least, was something else Vladimir bought for her. The thought gave her no small thrill. The redhead made her way to the elevator bay, but before she could press the button to go down to the first floor, another hand beat her to the punch. She jumped, surprised to see none other than Toshiro Kensley at her shoulder. May I see you out? She had no idea what to think of this. Sure. It was more of a question than a confirmation, but Toshiro didn't seem to mind. He stepped into the elevator behind her, and Charlotte noted that he was also about a head shorter than Vladimir, which put him at just above 6 feet. Tall for a Japanese man by anyone's standards. And he wore it well, along with his slanted eyes, sharp cheekbones, full mouth, and regal posture. She wondered vaguely if all the Kensley men were this attractive. Did Jackson just pick the manliest little boys in every country he visited? The very notion made her smile at its silliness, as she shook her head incrementally. Though she didn't know him personally, Charlotte knew enough to be sure that Jackson Kensley had adopted each and every one of his children for a reason. After all, anyone with eyes could see how capable Vladimir was within seconds of meeting him. So, how are things going with the new project? Toshiro's question surprised her. She hadn't actually expected him to initiate conversation. The redhead had been under the impression that he was just being polite. Great, she found herself smiling unabashedly. The Dansk executives are in love with the design. I imagine that's an entirely different story from your first proper meeting with Vlad. His wry tone was enough to make her stiffen, and Charlotte was immediately nervous. Please don't tell her he was just accompanying her down to the first floor to test her mettle. It was hard enough dealing with his brother. Well, yes. She finally managed, fiddling with a stray strand of her hair. At the very least, though, Vladimir's easy to work with now. He has certain expectations. Oh, don't give me that. To her surprise, Toshiro chuckled softly. I imagine that he'd be your dream boss if your interests ran towards logistics and numbers, but that isn't you, is it, Ms. Gardner? Charlotte stared up at him warily, choosing to wait for him to continue, rather than answer his possibly rhetorical question. I've looked through some of your work, as well as your information. I don't think Vladimir's ever had to work with someone as different from he is as you are. The young woman still wasn't sure what to say. Well, she ventured, considering I'm the first person he's bumped heads with in a long time, I'd say he's probably handling it about as well as to be expected. I'm sure. Toshiro leaned against the wall of the elevator as the floors continued to decrease. Which means to say that he's being stubborn and pig-headed, fighting against that A-type personality of his. That honestly sounded exactly like what Vladimir was doing, as if he couldn't decide whether or not to cross the boundaries that he himself had put into place. It would have been so much better, Charlotte knew, if she had just been able to think of him as her boss, if she could just work on the job and let it go the moment things finished. But she knew she would always wonder what would have happened if Vlad let her see past that thin veneer of control he was always so intent on keeping. What would she learn about him? He's a great man, she finally replied, choosing her words carefully, but just because she was careful about what she said didn't mean Charlotte was lying. He knows exactly what he needs at any given time, what the company needs. Her voice lowered somewhat before she continued softly. He's not so great at dealing with what he wants. She realized, far too late, that she'd let the word slip in front of the man's brother, and her face turned cherry. That is, I don't mean to. To what? Know him as well as you do? Toshiro smirked, obviously amused. No harm in that. It will save you a lot of trouble in the future, I think. And was doing her no good now, that much she knew. She bit her lip, curling a strand of hair around her finger absently, wondering what on earth Toshiro was trying to get at. She knew for a fact that he was director of international business, which meant that pretty much the only person he answered to was Vladimir himself. Was he trying to tell her how to ease business proceedings with Vladimir, or something more personal? As we get to know one another better, he accepts the way I work more and more gracefully. As long as we maintain that kind of working relationship, I think our projects will turn out splendidly. It was as diplomatic an answer as any she'd ever come up with. And it tasted sour on her tongue. The nature of the relationships that keep Kensley Enterprises running smoothly is immensely important. Toshiro nodded. Vladimir has always prided himself on running a tight ship. Maybe that's why he never seems to cut himself any slack. I love my brother to death, but he's wound tighter than a bowstring. He could use a little rest and relaxation. Before Charlotte could ask what exactly Toshiro thought Vladimir would consider rest and relaxation, the elevator reached the ground floor and he stepped out. She hurried to follow him through the lobby and the glossy revolving door that led out onto the street beyond. It was lovely to meet you, Charlotte. The dark-haired man extended his hand again, and Charlotte realized she might never get to ask her question. Be sure to let Vlad know when you get back. I'm sure he won't rest easy until you do. Nice to meet you as well, Toshiro, she responded, still trying to read his intentions through that benign, handsome smile. Good night. When it came to impassible expressions, he could give Vlad a run for his money. As Charlotte stepped out onto the sidewalk, she shivered, drawing her coat closer around her. Usually, she wouldn't play into anyone's attempts to baby her. There was no real need for her to call Vladimir when she got back to the hotel. He'd probably still be busy with his brother. But she would, as a gesture of goodwill. He had, after all, admitted to worrying about her. The least she could do was alleviate some of the pressure there, even if she would far rather be catering to Vladimir's less clandestine needs. Geez. The young woman blew out a breath, clutching her 2 Prada bags in frigid fingers. Though she was going back to one of the most expensive beds she'd ever lain in, and an entire menu of room service was open to her every whim, she couldn't help the feeling of unease churning in her belly at the thought of another long sleepless night.
Chapter 8. Sound Advice.
He didn't like prying. Vladimir hated it when his mother did it, hated it when his father tried to slip past his defenses to manipulate things the way he wanted, and hated it when his brothers tried to interfere in his personal affairs. The moment his brother arrived in the office, he'd taken one look at Vlad and said that he looked like hell. The woman aside him, Athena he believed was her name, took one look at Toshiro before rushing off to make coffee for the both of them. The coffee she never returned with. Instead, she left the two of them alone while she worked at the opposite end of the room. In all honesty, the moment Toshiro visited his proclamation on Vladimir, he tried to flee. It almost would have been better to head back to the conference room, where he was torn between staring at Charlotte's radiant smile as she spoke with the executives and the tantalizing line of her cleavage beneath the top she wore. He had done his best not to remember how sensuously the clothes he bought her hugged the lines of her body, the way she'd looked at him, and the way he looked at her in the damn store, and so he'd left the room. Charlotte had things pretty much handled anyway. Later on, the execs would come to him with the logistics, and he'd answer all their questions. Of course, his escape was foiled when he ran into his brother, who hadn't even warned him that he arrived in the city. He was hardly given the courtesy of a greeting and a brief hug before Shiro commented on his appearance. Everything went downhill from there. Well, when Lucas called me, I assumed it was bad, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Vladimir's mouth fell open. He didn't know what to address first, the fact that Lucas had obviously ratted on him, or that the whole damn family was now privy to what he considered to be a very private dilemma. Ultimately, he decided that perhaps playing dumb might be the best policy. "What on earth," he responded, his voice more than a little strained, "is so horrible?" "You?" Toshiro didn't waste any time beating around the bush. "I assume you've taken the noble route and haven't been with any other women since you met Charlotte Gardner." If anything, Vlad went even more rigid than he already was, glaring at his brother. "Might have saved you a little frustration," Shiro added, his tone somewhat gentler than it had been. In his gaze there was something horribly like sympathy, and Vladimir found himself growing angry. "Last I checked, it wasn't the family's business who I slept with," he snapped, perhaps a little too loudly. If Athena heard him from across the room, however, she didn't make a peep, continuing to work devotedly on her laptop. She was a pretty, pale little thing, about half Charlotte's size perhaps, and Vladimir found himself wondering why on earth Shiro had hired an assistant. He seemed to work quite well by himself before. "You're right," the Japanese man answered succinctly, drawing his chair even closer to Vladimir's, "but it is my business to make sure my brother is happy and healthy. And it's apparent to see that you're not happy, Vlad." The Russian man snorted, still loath to discuss what Toshiro was attempting to bait him with. If he discussed it, that gave the issue power, and in his mind, the damn thing already had enough power as it was. "I'm perfectly happy. 2 of our biggest building projects are going according to schedule, and if things continue this way, I'll be back in New York by the end of the year." "Right? Ready to take father's place." "Perfectly ready." The mere thought was enough to give him heartburn. "And 3,000 miles away from Charlotte Gardner." Vladimir opened his mouth to reply, and found that he couldn't. Inexplicably, the words stuck in his throat. Toshiro merely stared at him, waiting, and Vladimir cursed him silently. "Vlad," his brother started carefully, "I know how you feel about workplace relationships." "Do you?" That unstuck his throat. The sheer force of his sarcasm was enough to force the words from him. "Then you know that they don't exist for me, Toshiro. Right? And I also know that you're probably driving yourself crazy in increments trying to deal with this. So I'm going to give you a piece of advice. It better have to do with the construction," Vladimir warned him, his tone deadly soft. Toshiro, however, merely ignored him. "Get her out of your system." Shiro deadpanned, unblinking. "You look as if you're fit to kill someone, Vlad. I'm surprised you managed to go all this time without touching her." As he said the words, his gaze flickered towards where Athena sat in the corner, and Vladimir realized with no small incredulity that Shiro was finding fuel in his own love life. If he had taken leave of his senses and was engaging in a relationship with someone who was supposed to work for him, that was his business. Shiro wasn't going to tell him what to do. Shiro, I'm not talking about this. Vladimir, you're 35 years old. I'd hope by this point that you might have realized talking about things helps sometimes. Not with this. Vladimir was adamant. When Charlotte wasn't near, he could afford to be. It might make up for the time she was close to him, and he felt himself losing control, micrometer by tortuous micrometer. But then she was there. She walked into the room completely unexpectedly, and he was forced to introduce her to Toshiro and his assistant like nothing had happened. Worse, Toshiro went with her when she decided to leave, and God only knew what havoc his brother was wreaking when he wasn't there to supervise. Toshiro, Vladimir knew, wasn't as discreet with his affairs as he himself. That didn't make him Ethan, who was emblazoned across the cover of some of the world's most prominent news outlets with a new woman every week, but it certainly didn't make him enough of an authority on relationships that he could afford to lecture Vladimir on the prospect of one. The impossible prospect. Kissing her was one thing, buying her clothes and indulging himself in a few fleeting moments of her touch. That was all he had allowed himself so far, and Vladimir knew that going any further was dangerous. He wouldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Even if something almost animal inside him threatened to spring free whenever Charlotte was near him. Mr. Kensley. What? The answer ripped sharply from him before he could stop it, and he looked up to see Athena standing over him, her expression somewhat startled. He'd all but yelled at her with no provocation at all. It was completely unlike him, and he was immediately ashamed. My apologies, Athena. Christ, he really was losing control. What did you need? The young woman looked hesitant, and Vlad found himself momentarily worried that he'd put her off speaking with him altogether when that hadn't been his intention. It was Shiro he was mad at, not Athena. Hell, he didn't even know anything about her, other than the fact that there was obviously something between her and Shiro. She took a deep breath before answering him. Mr. Kensley, I know you and I just met, and I have no business speaking to you on your personal affairs. But Shiro has been really, really worried about you. He's been losing sleep over it. Vlad knew he should cut her off there. The moment she'd mentioned personal affairs, his wariness had slammed back full force. It was one thing to have Shiro lecturing him, but this slip of a girl? He'd rather be rude than show her a single iota of his vulnerability. But the young woman continued before he could pass judgment on her, and to his shock, Vlad found her words cutting him to the quick where Toshiro's had fallen on deaf ears. Mr. Kensley, I love Toshiro. As she spoke the words, Athena's face reddened. He doesn't know it, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell him. I know you two are close, that he depends on you for guidance when he comes up short. Now he's trying to help you. I don't think it's him trying to lord over you or tell you what to do. He wouldn't dare. He just wants you to be happy. I think he's worried because it's been a while since he's seen you truly happy. He doesn't like to know you're struggling. I'm quite aware that what's between Shiro and me is only temporary, but I'd like to do the best I can to make him happy. At least, as long as we're together. It was a bit much for him to process. Athena was right on all the facts. They didn't know one another, and she had no place to draw him into the tangle of her and Toshiro's affair. But that didn't mean her words didn't touch him. As much as he relied on his logic to guide him, Vladimir wasn't made of stone. She had just poured her heart out to a stranger who she had to know could have her job if the notion occurred to him. Who could separate her from Toshiro in the blink of an eye, but someone who cared for the Japanese man just as much as she did. Certainly Vladimir was pissed at his brother's meddling, but he was well-intentioned, and Vlad didn't like the idea of Shiro losing sleep just because he was. It was absurd. Slowly the dark-haired man ran a hand through his hair. It seemed as if the universe was conspiring against him. As if in confirmation at that moment, the elevator door opened and Shiro returned, a small smile playing about his lips. At the sight of him, Athena flushed slightly and turned to hurry back to her couch. For the briefest of moments, Toshiro's smile wavered. What did the two of you find to talk about? He inquired, attempting to keep his voice light. It was that strain that gave him away, and Vladimir glanced from him to Athena, who was already buried in her work once more. He stood, grabbing his coat from where it was slung over the back of his chair. Striding over to his brother, he clasped him on the shoulder firmly. Nothing you need to worry about. When Shiro arched a dark brow, Vlad allowed himself a small smile. Get some rest, Shiro. Lord knows you must be jet-lagged out of your mind. If you want to argue, we can argue tomorrow. I'm tired and it's been a long day. Vlad, I think. Tomorrow, Shiro. He repeated, squeezing his brother's shoulder briefly. And let's start with business, all right? If you still want to interrogate me after that, I might be better disposed to listen then. Toshiro seemed to take the fact that his brother wasn't visibly angry anymore as a good sign, and after a beat of uncertainty, he reluctantly nodded. All right. Tomorrow then. I'm coming to your room before breakfast. As you wish. He was in the elevator before Toshiro, or his surprisingly wily romantic partner, could try anything else. Vladimir needed air, and a lot of it. He had a lot to think about in the next 12 hours, and he strongly suspected that after all the thinking was done, his resistance would be eroded to next to nothing. Which couldn't bode well for the woman sleeping just down the hall from him. It was always comforting to be in familiar places. By this point in his life, Toshiro had stayed at the Four Seasons in St. Petersburg so often it was almost like home, like one of many homes. He was always on the move, so any hotel he stayed at more than a handful of times was home. As he lay back on the bed, staring at the ornate ceiling above him, he wondered what was going on a single floor above him. That didn't mean that he was trying to picture his brother's personal life in his mind's eye, gosh no. If the restraint he showed in almost every other aspect of his life was any indication, he could only imagine what might happen once Vladimir did give in to his latent desires. And he would give in. Shiro certainly knew that now, after losing his own battle with temptation. The fruits of that little endeavor were currently lying in bed beside him, fast asleep. Shiro should have supposed his father had an ulterior motive in his suggestion that he hire an assistant. The man was infamous for trying to get his sons to settle down, and up until now, they had sidestepped him at every turn. But in Shiro's opinion, there was no way his father could have known just how compatible he and Athena were. It was perplexing, to be sure. Here, lying next to her, listening to the way she breathed, he could almost be convinced that nirvana truly existed, and this was coming from a man who had seen a good portion of what there was to see in the world. Once Shiro had allowed himself to give in, everything had changed. But he and Vlad were two different people, to be sure. The younger man was fairly sure that it wasn't a question of if Vlad would crack, but when Vlad was Vlad. He could turn around and surprise his brother, reject his inner impulses, and shock the hell out of them all. But this wasn't just about impulses. One simply had to take one look at the way Vlad changed when Charlotte walked into a room to know that it was more than physical between them. Oh, certainly, it was immensely sensual, but there was something more there. Something Vlad might never have experienced before in his entire life. What are you looking so pensive for? He looked down to see Athena's wide blue eyes fixed on him, and his stomach did a funny little twist in his gut, completely and utterly beyond his control. I thought you were sleeping. She made a soft, tired little sound that beckoned his libido tantalizingly. I was on my way. When her lips curved into that radiant, full smile, he knew he was lost. Of course, she didn't know it yet, and he planned on keeping it that way for as long as possible. Well, since you're awake, maybe you can tell me just what it was you and my brother were talking about. He'd been trying to get it out of her ever since they left Dansk, but Athena wasn't budging, not even under the assault of his most persuasive techniques. At his question, the dark-haired woman merely smiled, 2 spots of color appearing on her cheeks. I told you already, Shiro, it was nothing. Just small talk. The Japanese man rolled his smaller romantic partner under him in a smooth motion, relishing her soft sound of surprise. I don't think I quite believe that. He nestled himself in between her pale, milky thighs, a place he increasingly believed he belonged. Want to tell the truth? Athena laughed, if a bit breathlessly. I am telling the truth. Oh, really? Shiro cut off the sound of her mirth by pressing his mouth soundly to hers. Within an instant, the kiss became deep, sensual, and tantalizingly arousing. Let's see if we can't get you to open up? She hadn't expected to sleep, so when Charlotte woke at 4 a.m. to a firm knock on her door, she was momentarily disoriented. She groped blearily in the dark for her phone on the bedside table, and the moment she saw the time, she cursed lowly. Who the hell could be knocking on her door so early? Charlotte dragged herself out of bed, struggling to keep her eyes open. A combination of jet lag and the bottle of wine she'd indulged in for dinner was doing everything it could to keep her unconscious. Yawning hugely, she stumbled over to the door and shoved a mess of curls from her face before yanking it open. The sight that met her gaze made her straighten almost immediately. Vladimir stood in the doorway, wearing the same clothes she had seen him in before she left the office, his collar undone and his gaze intense. Beneath his scrutiny, Charlotte found herself growing slightly nervous. She was wearing only a double XL t-shirt that barely came down to mid-thigh and absolutely nothing else. If she were in her own apartment, she would be sleeping with no clothes, but the luxury of the Four Seasons St. Petersburg demanded something a little more modest. All at once, she wished her purchases from the previous day had included some sort of flannel pajamas. She felt woefully exposed in front of the man before her, but Charlotte was still so fuzzy from sleep that all she could do was stare up at him. Damn, he was gorgeous. The thought was even more flagrant when she didn't have her good sense to dissuade her from it. He kept himself buttoned up in those tight suits all the time, and while they did justice to his broad shoulders and narrow waist, without a suit, he was simply more impressive. It was almost as if the strong lines of his body were about to pop the seams of his shirt, and shamelessly, a part of her wished they would. For Christ's sake, don't look at me like that, Charlotte. His sharp tone was enough to jerk her gaze back to his, and the redhead's cheeks colored. For the briefest moment, she thought Vladimir was admonishing her like a child. Until she saw the flagrant heat in his eyes. He was staring at her as if she were the main course at a particularly decadent dinner, his blue gaze intense and focused as it moved over her from head to foot. Charlotte swallowed thickly, doing the best she could to pull her t-shirt lower over her thighs as her body reacted blatantly. But somehow she managed to force a single question past her lips. Vladimir, what are you doing here at this time of the morning? The tall man raked a hand through his dark hair, which Charlotte noticed looked as if he'd been doing much the same the entire evening. She was fixed with the ridiculous urge to rise to her toes and smooth it back into place, completely and utterly reproachable. But that was honestly one of the least risque thoughts she'd ever had about the man who was supposed to be her boss. I came to check on you. He finally managed, prompting Charlotte's brows to join her hairline. Check on her. The last time she checked, she wasn't 5. Make sure jet lag hasn't gotten the best of you. Like it had obviously gotten to him? Charlotte didn't quite know what to say. It was obvious that there was more to this, but she didn't feel like starting an interrogation when she was still half asleep. I was asleep. She finally managed, as another huge yawn that threatened to dislocate her jaw. I'm fine. You should try and get some sleep, Vladimir. His hand swiped through musk-black locks once more, and he stared at her a moment longer before nodding curtly. He looked faintly embarrassed, as if he himself didn't know why he'd shown up on her doorstep. Right, Vladimir spoke more to himself than he did to her before turning to go. Good night then. Charlotte had no idea why she reached out. She should have let him go. That would have been the smart thing to do. Instead, she found her fingers catching in the sleeve of his shirt. Vladimir, wait. Dear sweet God, she was out of her mind. But when Vladimir slowly turned back to her, his expression somehow hungrier than before, Charlotte ceased to care. All that mattered was that she had wanted this man for weeks. Months. And here he was, outside her hotel room, thousands of miles away from anyone who might interrupt them. Do you she swallowed thickly, hoping she wasn't being too forward. "Do you want to come in?" The dark-haired man stared at her for a long beat before the sleeve she gripped twisted. All at once, Vladimir had a firm hold on her wrist and was backing her into the hotel suite, kicking the door closed behind them. Within 4 steps, he had her hips hedged against a heavy Venetian sofa trapped against his own. And evidence of what he'd really come for. "Charlotte." When he spoke, his tone was low, almost pained. I need." The mere sound of him on the edge of vulnerability was enough to take her breath away. He was a powerful man, and he was in her hotel room. "What do you need?" When she finally managed to reply, her own voice was breathless. She had to hear him say it. "You," he said, his voice raw. "I need you." And then he was kissing her, with an intensity that made her head spin. Charlotte's arms were around his neck, and his touch was demanding. He tasted like something forbidden, something she craved. Charlotte wanted more. A sharp breath escaped her as she held him close. "Damn," she whispered, moving against him. Perhaps later she would think about the consequences, but in that moment she cared little. He pulled back, his gaze intense. He muttered something in Russian, his hands moving in. The moment he touched her, she was lost. A soft cry escaped her. For a long moment he held her, and Charlotte felt her heart race. She didn't know what she wanted, only that she wanted him. "You are so," he murmured in her ear. "For you," she breathed, her fingers moving against him. "Only for me," he affirmed, his touch sending a jolt through her. Charlotte gasped, her body reacting to his touch. He held her close, his mouth moving against her. She tried to stay grounded, but the sensations were overwhelming. He had barely touched her, and she was already close to the edge. "Oh gosh." She groaned, her body reacting to his touch. "Please?" "Yes." He hissed against her. She couldn't refuse. Charlotte gasped his name, her body clenching. The sensations were intense, overwhelming. Charlotte's breath hitched as he moved closer. He kissed her, his touch sending a wave of sensation through her. The brief pause gave Charlotte a moment to breathe. The moment he set her on the bed, she moved to kiss him again. He was everything she had imagined. Charlotte had never been shy, but now she felt a sudden vulnerability. His eyes moved over her, and then he moved closer. Charlotte inhaled sharply, her fingers moving through his hair. He moved against her, and she trembled. He moved her, and at the first touch of his mouth, she gasped. He held her hips, his touch sending waves of sensation through her. He moved up her body, his kisses drugging. "If I didn't," he murmured, his voice raw. "I would?" She gasped his name, her body clenching. The sensations were overwhelming. For a long moment Charlotte lay beneath him, her breath ragged. He moved, looking down at her. When she smiled, he frowned. He moved away, heading for the bathroom. Charlotte stared after him. It would be just like Vlad to withdraw back into that impermeable shell of his, now that their ardor for one another had finally been cooled. She just hadn't expected that it would be so soon. With little amount of effort, she rolled onto her side, reaching for the nearest sheet to cover herself. It was a scant minute or so until Vladimir returned, and she half expected him to start dressing to leave. Instead, however, he merely scowled at her, one knee dipping the bed as he climbed back onto it. For a moment Charlotte was struck once again by how mind-bogglingly gorgeous his body was. At least until he urged her onto her back once more. Charlotte watched, surprised, as Vladimir revealed a damp washcloth. It was a surprisingly intimate gesture that caught her completely off guard. All she could do was watch as he continued to use the cloth to wipe the dampness of their sweat from her, over her stomach and breasts, and up her neck before finally setting it aside. When he finally spoke, his words only further perplexed her. "I apologize." Charlotte's brows raced towards her hairline as she turned onto her side once more to face him. "What the hell do you have to apologize for?" She might have reassured him that he had ruined her for any other man, but she didn't want to stroke his ego too much. Vladimir made an oddly displeased face. "I was rough with you." I could have hurt you." At that, Charlotte merely rolled her eyes. "Is that all?" On impulse, she reached up to cup the stubbly line of his jaw, forcing him to look at her. "Vladimir, I'm fine. You're not going to break me." When he still refused to smile, she went on. "I liked it. Just like that." Leaning forward, she pressed her lips to his firmly, nipping sharply at the lower one, so a soft sound of surprise escaped him as she withdrew. "And don't you dare treat me like one of your little debutantes, because I'm not. I can take anything you can dish out." With a groan, Vladimir covered her mouth with his hand, his expression a mix of exasperation and intense focus. "Dear God, woman, your mouth." Charlotte only laughed against his palm before peeling his fingers away. "You like it. Come on, admit it." She traced a finger across his chest. "I'm direct, and I'm not easily intimidated. Isn't that new for you?" With a low growl, Vladimir caught her hand as her finger moved lower. "Charlotte, I'm warning you." Charlotte felt the renewed intensity of his presence against her thigh and glanced down in surprise. She herself was still catching her breath, but she couldn't deny that the feel of him stirred something within her. "Vladimir?" She kissed him again, lingering and slow this time, and when she drew back, her hazel eyes held a clear invitation. "Again?" His eyes widened for a moment before skimming over her. When he answered, his voice was low and tentative. "Are you all right?" "Yes, I want." Charlotte replied, wrapping an arm around his neck to press her body closer. It was like she was drawn to him, unable to resist. "Again? Please. I want it. I need it." Vladimir groaned, his restraint giving way as he wrapped an arm around her to pull her back to the mattress. "I need it more."
Chapter 9: Letting Go.
Charlotte didn't sleep for long. Technically, she had hardly known she was asleep. Sometime after the second time, Vladimir had shown her the full brunt of his attentions. She had drifted into a doze that lasted for almost 2 hours before she woke again. When she did, the first rays of the sun were beginning to filter through a gap in curtains she thought she'd drawn, and she winced slightly, turning her face into the pillow. She wondered sleepily if the light was what had woken her after only an hour or two, before a soft, exploratory touch smoothed over the length of her bare spine and up towards the back of her neck. She made a small sound of contentment in the back of her throat, letting her eyes slide closed as Vladimir continued to touch her. For all the fuss he'd made about being rough the previous night, how obviously upset he'd been over the prospect of hurting her, he was more than gentle now. Slowly, almost lazily, he trailed his fingertips back and forth over her spine. When he reached her neck, he pressed his fingers in to work at the tension at her nape, before beginning the process all over again. Charlotte had never guessed Vladimir might be so touchy-feely. During intimacy was one thing, but even afterward it seemed like the man couldn't get enough of skin-to-skin contact. He pulled her close, skimmed his hands over every bare patch of skin he could find, and hadn't stopped. She wondered if he had even slept. For all she knew, he might have been doing this for hours. Trust Vladimir Kensley to become entirely and utterly fixated on a task. Charlotte wasn't the intimate type herself. If anything, she was the one to get up and leave after an encounter. She didn't have to be told, and there was never any awkwardness the morning after. But she found that being with Vladimir was different. She didn't mind his touches so much, especially when she remembered what he'd said to her the previous night. That he needed her more. Maybe he hadn't intended to say it. It was probably a slip of the tongue in a moment of blind lust. But that didn't mean that Charlotte wouldn't covet the words selfishly. She had gotten the high and mighty Vladimir Kensley to admit to needing her. Her own private victory. Somehow she thought she might feel smugger. A part of Charlotte believed that once she'd slept with Vladimir, she would finally be able to prove him just as human as she was. Just as fallible and subject to mistakes. But all she had discovered was that the man's need was huge, powerful, and devastating. And only made her want him more. Any assumptions she might have made that Vladimir believed her asleep were quickly cast aside, as his hand moved lower and lower over her spine with every pass. In short order, he was running his hand over the curve of her behind flagrantly, massaging and squeezing indulgently. Charlotte hid her small smirk. Beneath that tough exterior, he was just as susceptible as any man to his desires, perhaps even more so. It would make sense. The man had the patience of a saint. But Charlotte couldn't be gladder that patience had finally run out. She opened her mouth to tell him good morning, only to inhale sharply as the man's teeth grazed the curve of her buttock. Vladimir. The word left her on a low curve as she attempted to look over her shoulder to see what mischief he was up to. Vladimir, however, gently held her, guiding her back onto her side. "Stay still," he murmured against her skin. "I'm close." The words were enough to make Charlotte's breath catch. He had been near just a few hours ago, and she wasn't about to protest. Instead, he continued his touch, moving along her hip, her side, and the length of her thigh. It was intensely arousing. "Vlad," she murmured after a few moments, reaching back to touch his hair. "Please." Vladimir gently held her wrist, guiding it back to her side, and then moved closer, fitting himself against her back. At the feel of his closeness, Charlotte moved instinctively, but not enough to break his hold. He shifted against her in a smooth motion that made her catch her breath. "Is this what you wanted?" he asked, his voice low against her ear, making her shudder. He was far too good at this for a man she hadn't known well until recently. "Yes." Then he was touching her neck, all the way up to the sensitive spot behind her ear, and Charlotte felt a wave of intense sensation. If a knock hadn't come on the door. At the sound of it, they both froze. The query was faint, coming through the sitting room and down the short hallway to where they lie on the bed, but there was no mistaking it. Charlotte fully intended to ignore it until the knocking sound came again, louder this time. "Charlotte?" To her surprise, it was Toshiro's voice that reached them. "Charlotte, are you awake? I'm sorry to bother you, but do you know where Vlad is? He's not in his room." Shit. She could hardly tell him the truth, that his brother was currently very intimately joined with her, and had been in her room half the night. But she could hardly pretend to be asleep either. Toshiro sounded worried. Charlotte opened her mouth to speak, even though she had no idea what she was going to say, only to be interrupted by the man behind her. "I'm fine, Toshiro. I'll meet you in a few hours." Her eyes widened in shock. If nothing else, Charlotte would have thought the last thing Vladimir wanted was for his brother to know that he was with her. At the very least, he might have made some excuse about an early morning meeting. But there was none of that. Merely a simple, firm admission before Vladimir's arm was wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer and reminding her that he was deep enough inside her to make her gasp. Charlotte had no idea if Toshiro left. For all she knew, he could be listening at the door. And if he was, there would be no way she could ever face him again. Vladimir quickly set to making sure that she gave anyone who might be nearby an earful, and Charlotte was in no position to think about the ramifications of his actions. By the time they had finally spent their time together, it was close to 10 in the morning. Charlotte felt a lingering warmth, and her face flushed as Vladimir watched her move carefully in the bedroom. His scowl returned. "You're tired." His assumption had her sighing as she declined his offered hand. "Vladimir, calm down. I'm not injured. I'm just recovering from a long night." The moment she tried to take a step, her legs felt unsteady, and Charlotte caught herself as Vladimir helped her. This was unexpected. She hadn't realized she could feel so drained. "Vladimir, really?" As he helped her back to the bed, she cupped his face in her hands, looking him in the eye. "I'm fine, I promise. So you can stop with the worry. It's not your usual look." That comment made him chuckle, and he took her hands before straightening. When he met her gaze, his expression was soft. It made Charlotte's stomach flutter as she pulled the coverlet closer. "I'll run a bath for you." With that, Vladimir disappeared into the bathroom, leaving her to her thoughts. It was probably the worst time for that. In the aftermath of the past hours, Charlotte's brain was in overdrive. She drew her knees up to her chest, contemplating what their time together meant. And if it truly changed anything. It was, after all, the culmination of the tension that had grown between them. If Charlotte was honest, she could admit she'd been drawn to Vladimir from the first time she saw him. Almost 4 months ago. 4 months was a lot of anticipation. A lot of sleepless nights, intense dreams, and suppressed feelings. When Vladimir showed up at her suite, part of her knew what he wanted. If he had struggled as much as she had against her desires, then it was no wonder he had acted so intensely. The mere memory was almost enough to make her lose her train of thought. But Charlotte forced herself back to the present moment. After all those speeches Vladimir made about resisting the urges, being adults, and not giving in, the man had seriously messed her brain out. It was enough to give her fuel to burn for every argument they would ever have in the future. And once, she might have taken that and run with it. But things had changed. For now, Charlotte decided that the only viable option really was to take things day by day. For all she knew, once Vladimir left her room, he would pretend that nothing at all had transpired between them. That one might be a little hard to explain to Toshiro, but she wouldn't be shocked. Vladimir wasn't the best at confronting controversial topics tactfully. But she wouldn't know until they parted, something she had to admit she was strangely reluctant to do. Charlotte. She was jerked from her reverie when Vladimir returned. Somewhere between leaving her and his return trip, he'd found his underwear and they were all he wore now. The sight, the redhead lamented, was absolutely scrumptious. Last night she thought she'd had a lovely view of him in the semi-darkness, but in broad daylight every dream she had about Vladimir was validated without question. Your bath is ready. He looked damn good with his hair mussed and a day's worth of stubble on his chin. Nothing like the prim and proper man who ran one of the world's most affluent offices with an iron fist. This time when she rose, her legs supported her weight. Charlotte wrapped the blanket around her like a makeshift toga, suddenly shy in the light of day, as she made her way towards the bathroom. It took no small amount of effort to keep from flagrantly staring at the long, well-muscled form of the man before her. Thanks? She tucked a hank of wild auburn behind her ear a moment before Vladimir's arm snaked around her waist, and he pulled her close to plant an unexpected kiss against her lips. Charlotte lost herself in it. After all, it might be the last kiss that she and Vladimir shared. Who knew? It was past time they began their day, and she was sure Vladimir's meeting with his brother was going to be awkward enough as it was. I'm overdue for breakfast with Shiro, he murmured once they had parted, so I'll see you later. Right? She managed breathlessly with a small, irrepressible smile. Vladimir looked like he might be on the cusp of saying else. He paused, and his lips parted a moment before he left her to begin gathering his clothing. Charlotte took that as her cue to close herself in the bathroom. Once inside, she pressed her back against the door, waiting for about 5 minutes until the audible sound of the suite door closing reached her. Once it did, she let herself exhale a long breath. Well, what the hell was she supposed to do now? Vlad showered quickly by simple virtue of manners. It hadn't been his intention to keep Shiro waiting, after all. But then again, it hadn't really been his intention to show up at Charlotte's hotel room at 4 a.m. and lose himself in her so completely. At this point, Vlad was forced to admit that his brother had been absolutely right, at least on most of his points. After being with Charlotte the way he had, he expected to feel guilty. In fact, considering his strict viewpoint on workplace relationships, he should feel downright disgusted with himself. But there was none of that. Instead, he found himself inexplicably content. More content than he could ever remember being. There had been, of course, a few moments where he had been sure that he was too rough with her. The previous night, Vladimir had been torn between taking his time to savor her and pounding into her until he couldn't think straight. Ultimately, both had happened, and more than once. But Charlotte had taken it all in stride. She hadn't called him a brute, she hadn't hesitated. From the moment he'd reached for her, she had been passionately his, and now he had trouble thinking of anything else. But Vladimir tried. As he toweled off and dressed, he tried to remember exactly what had driven him to seek her out the previous night. He had gone back to his room and attempted to have dinner, but he hadn't been very hungry. He was only able to work for about an hour or so, until a cold shower had been necessary. The thought that Shiro planted in his mind had unmistakably taken root. That somehow giving into his urges was the answer to everything, though Vlad knew the notion had to be ludicrous. But the more he thought about it, the more tempting the option was. In a mere 3 hours, he had burned through all his reservations about workplace relationships and let his hunger overtake him. But that hadn't meant anything immediately. He was far from a monster. He had no intention of barging into Charlotte's room and demanding succor. That said, he knew that the excuse he'd given her was incredibly lame. He was doing more than checking on her. He was seeing if her desires had as much of an effect on her sleep pattern as he did. And on that point, he had been sorely disappointed. Charlotte was fast asleep, at least until he knocked on her door. She had been drowsy right up until the point that he made to leave, determined to deal with his desires on his own. But the moment she'd grabbed for him, Vladimir knew there was no going back. Knew that he wouldn't be satisfied until he'd taken her for his own. On that point, however, he'd been wrong. While his few hours with Charlotte had gone a long way in quieting his sex drive and boosting his mood, he found that he wanted to return to her almost the moment he left her. It would have been nothing at all to join her in the bathroom, to slip into the oversized tub with her and have his way with her again. Or perhaps even sit flush against her as the warm water lapped against them, and they washed one another with leisurely indulgence. Christ! Since when had he become a bleeding romantic? He was thinking of the kind of things his brother Ethan proposed to get women to warm up to a man. Where Ethan was concerned, there was always some sort of romantic contrivance involved. But these thoughts had come to Vladimir completely unbidden. His genuine desires. It was enough to worry him, even if worrying was a struggle when he kept reliving the feel of Charlotte beneath him sighing his name. He didn't think he'd ever had a more delicious experience, with a woman or otherwise. Vlad. He had barely realized he had reached the hotel lobby until Toshiro waved him over. The Japanese man stood at the counter, sipping at a cappuccino as he chatted with Yuri. Vladimir wondered momentarily if the older man ever slept. He seemed to bustle around the hotel perpetually, in one corner or another. Despite the slight discomfort churning in his gut, Vladimir strode over to join them. The last thing he wanted was to discuss what was going on between him and Charlotte with Toshiro now. He himself didn't even know. Certainly, they had gotten the impulsive wild lust out of the systems, but he couldn't help but think that the mere sight of the redhead would be enough to trigger that hunger in him again. If anything, she'd only turned him into more of a deviant than he already was, and that was certainly saying something. "Good morning, Vladimir." Yuri beamed at him, greeting him in Russian. "I trust you slept well." He certainly hadn't done very much sleeping, but Vladimir couldn't deny that he'd passed the wee hours quite entertained. "Yes, Yuri. Thank you. I hope my brother isn't keeping you," he eyed Toshiro in warning. "It's my fault for being late." "Of course not. Always happy to see Toshiro. You should take a leaf from his book and visit more often." With that, Yuri winked at the younger man conspiratorially before heading to answer the call of one of the restaurant's waitstaff. Leaving them alone. The moment he stepped away, Vladimir arched a brow at his brother, waiting for him to speak. He could only imagine what Toshiro had to say, after catching him in a position that he had sworn he'd never be found in. He wasn't going to hear the end of this for the next 3 weeks, possibly never. But when Toshiro finally spoke, it wasn't to accuse him of being a hypocrite. "Shall we have breakfast then?" He turned from Vlad with a faint smile to start towards the dining room. After a moment of stunned silence, Vlad followed him, hardly daring to believe his luck. They were seated and situated with coffee and rolls before his brother addressed him again. So let's talk about Dansk. At this line of conversation, Vladimir's brows shot up to join his hairline. Just like that, Toshiro wasn't going to question him at all. What about it? He finally managed, caught somewhere between amusement and suspicion. Toshiro smirked. You tell me. You're the one who wanted to talk business. Vladimir scowled at the younger man's obvious teasing. But you want to ask me about Charlotte. What about her? Toshiro fired his own question back at him seamlessly, and Vlad realized that he had all but stepped into his brother's finely laid trap. His scowl deepened. Nothing. You're right, let's talk business. Fine with me, Toshiro held his hands up in a shocking gesture of surrender. I'm just glad that you're in a better mood. If Charlotte helped with that, that's all I need to know. Vladimir just stared at him, completely flummoxed. He had believed that there was no way he was getting out of a full interrogation session. He had never been one to dish on his experiences with women, but Toshiro could never resist gloating when he knew he was right about something. And he'd certainly been right this time. So why wasn't he gloating? So what are we having for breakfast? Toshiro continued blithely. Vladimir found his frown softening somewhat. Toshiro, you know exactly what you're going through, the younger man cut him off with a small, reassuring smile. So I'm not going to give you a hard time about it. You can relax. And strangely, Vladimir did. He wasn't the type to relax, he never had been. He was always on his guard about something, worried about anything and everything. But in the wake of his evening with Charlotte, and faced with the sibling he trusted the most, he found that he did relax. And Toshiro grinned. See there, that's not so bad. Vladimir rolled his eyes as he poured his coffee, but he couldn't help the smile that crept onto his face. See, I would really have busted your balls if you came down here grumpier today than you were yesterday. At the very notion, the elder man groaned. Absolutely impossible. The two of them laughed together, and for a brief moment, Vladimir forgot the weight of the world pressing on his shoulders. He forgot everything that wasn't the high of being a man who had spent the night with a beautiful woman, and who was lucky enough to enjoy the company of a brother who withstood his difficult attitude. It was indeed the most relaxed he had been in a decent long while. Vlad had hoped to catch a glimpse of Charlotte before they finished breakfast, but she still hadn't appeared in the lobby by noon. There was a part of him that worried at her absence, the same concerns that he'd had the previous night. The only thing that kept him from rushing to her room the moment he and Toshiro finished their meal was the prospect of what she might say if he implied he was worried she'd sustained some long-lasting damage. The woman demanded that he didn't consider her fragile or breakable, but Vladimir couldn't help but be concerned. He had never let himself go with another woman, quite the way he had with Charlotte. He had seen the slight bruising on her hips, from where he'd held her tight enough to leave marks. Marveled at the mess he'd made of her neck and shoulders. He'd held nothing back. And she hadn't complained a single time. He liked that about her. She was an enthusiastic romantic partner, who gave as much attention as she got, and could hardly keep her hands off him. Vlad turned to his laptop when he recalled just how talented that soft, sweet mouth of hers was. Or the horrible things he wanted to do to it. But Charlotte liked horrible things, didn't she? She liked to be held down, grasped. When his phone buzzed, Vladimir grasped at it almost desperately. Anything to distract him from tantalizing thoughts of Charlotte Gardner. When he picked up, he spoke to the CEO of Dansk, who told him proudly that Charlotte was already in the office going over the final iterations of the plans they were working on. So she had already gone. Vlad found himself wondering if she meant to avoid him. If she was trying to forego the awkward period that came in the wake of a one-and-done physical encounter. That was, of course, the safest way to nip this in the bud. To declare that this morning's interlude had been a one-time thing, and continue on as if it had never happened. And Vladimir actually convinced himself that he might be able to pull it off. When he arrived at the office and spoke to Charlotte, he would treat her cordially, even warmly, but there would be no more physical intrigue. a lapse in what he had believed to be his very righteous judgment. He maintained that idealism up until he stepped off the elevator in the Dansk offices. He opened his mouth to greet the receptionist there, a moment before Charlotte stepped out of a nearby conference room. And Vladimir scrabbled to pick his jaw up off the floor. She was wearing one of the dresses he'd bought her, a light gray suede number, long-sleeved and high-collared. Aside from those points of modesty, however, it left absolutely nothing to the imagination. The garment hugged her curves so intimately, he might have been jealous if she didn't look so breathtaking in the damn thing. Along with the dress, she wore a pair of flat black boots that covered everything the dress didn't, and her curls had been tamed into a sleek bun atop her head. It was a look that definitely wasn't Charlotte. It's too buttoned up and sleek. But that wasn't to say it didn't flatter her. It did far more than that, which was of course why he'd bought it in the first place. But he hadn't expected her to actually wear it. Not now, when he'd been inside her just hours ago, and he still wanted her far more than he could possibly contend with. Immediately, any plans he might have had to act as if they hadn't been together flew out the window. At the sight of him, or more appropriately, at his expression when she entered the room, Charlotte's lips quirked upwards into a smile. She crossed the room to him, to extend an unmarked manila folder that he assumed contained the details of the plans they'd decided on, but Vladimir was less interested in them than he was the woman who had created them. "Nice of you to show up," she teased, her hazel eyes mischievous. "I was beginning to think you and Toshiro were taking the day off." "Of course not." He somehow managed to regain the power of speech before taking the folder from her. He glanced around, making sure that no one was observing them too intensely before he leaned down to murmur in her ear. "That dress is sinful." Charlotte grinned. "I can barely breathe. This is totally for your benefit, I'll have you know." "Well, I certainly appreciate it." He didn't think he'd ever appreciated anything more. "Better watch out, Mr. Kensley." Charlotte turned away from him with a soft laugh. "Someone might think you're flirting with me." Just like that, she sauntered back in the direction she'd come from, leaving Vladimir to trail after her, glad he was still wearing his heavy overcoat. It seemed as though Charlotte was not avoiding him. Quite the contrary, and though he knew he should feel guilty instead, Vladimir was glad. Very glad. They visited the building site for the first time, an immense half-crumbling building constructed almost 30 years ago. Vladimir couldn't imagine anyone in their right mind, and without a construction permit, would want to go in. But Charlotte barely waited to be fitted with a hard hat before she was all but dancing over the threshold. Thankfully, the places that were safe to step in had been marked off from those that weren't by yellow caution tape, and the redhead seemed to stick to those provisions. As the building manager and the CEO conversed rapidly about how much of the building would have to be gutted, Charlotte found delight in every corner, something that Vladimir watched with a mixture of confusion and amusement. She craned her head to look at fading paint and the shape of molding, used her bare hands to brush away dust, and marveled at the window frames as if they were some great work of art, when all he could see as a hazard to human health. "Vladimir, come." At her sudden shout, he hurried through the next room after her, worried that she might have fallen and injured herself. What he found instead was Charlotte perched precariously on a window ledge, gazing out at the city a good 10 stories below her. "It's absolutely gorgeous," she breathed. Vladimir swallowed thickly, reaching out to take a firm hold of her arm before he joined her. He himself was more concerned about her falling to her death in an already dangerous situation, but when he followed her gaze to look out over the city, he found that he agreed with her wholeheartedly. St. Petersburg was beautiful. It was so different from any other city that he'd been to, and yet somehow, after decades stateside, it still felt like home. Not many people understood what it was like to call two places home, and especially not after one of those places had almost killed them. But thanks to his parents, Vladimir had never come to hate Russia. What was it like? He looked over to find Charlotte looking up at him curiously. "Before you got adopted, I mean. When you lived here." It was perhaps the most intimate question a woman had ever asked him. No female he had encountered cared much about what he had been. They were far too absorbed in what he was. Billionaire CEO in the making, second eldest of the Kensley clan. But Charlotte had never seemed drawn into any of that. Which was, perhaps, why he felt little reluctance in telling her. It was a nightmare. He spoke in a fairly neutral tone. At 35, Vladimir was removed enough from the horror of his early childhood to speak of it, almost as if they happened to another person. Charlotte's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh geez. I'm sorry. I didn't mean." "Of course you didn't." Vlad stopped her apology before it could really gain any steam. "Thanks to my adoptive family, I've long moved on. But the life I live now is a far cry from the one I had here." He didn't like to drag over the details, as he never particularly liked talking about his past, but here Vladimir did so. "My biological father was a drunk. In his brief moments of sobriety, he would eat everything in the house while the rest of us starved. My mother worked herself to the death trying to support us, and my father beat her whenever he found she'd been squirreling money away." He exhaled a long breath. "I had a sister. Her name was Yelizaveta. They took her from the family 2 or 3 years before I was adopted, but left me behind." "Stop," Charlotte spoke softly, raising a hand to his lips to cover them gently. Her hazel eyes shone with an emotion he'd never seen before. It wasn't pity and it wasn't quite anger, but there was something hurt there. Something that, after so many years, he'd forgotten how to feel. "That's enough. You don't have to tell me anymore." Reaching up, Vladimir wrapped her fingers in his. "I've upset you." "Not you," Charlotte breathed, shaking her head. "What happened to you for you to rise above all that? It's no small feat, Vladimir. I hope you know that." Vladimir felt something strange stutter in his chest. In all their teasing and all the banter they exchanged, he didn't know if they had ever really had a heartfelt conversation. Not like this, and certainly not with Charlotte, implying that she respected him for overcoming the hardship that had helped create him. It was a strange feeling. Vladimir had had a few flings in his 20s, and he'd been with more than his share of women as he got older, but being with them had never been as complicated as it was to be with Charlotte. She confused him, made him contemplate things he never had before. Made him need with an intensity that, quite frankly, made him wonder if he was somehow evolutionarily regressing. Becoming some sort of creature who couldn't see beyond their basest desires. It briefly occurred that maybe, if Charlotte was involved, that option wouldn't be too horrible. "I do believe that you just paid me a compliment, Charlotte." The corner of his mouth quirked upward slightly in amusement, as he pushed the notion back down deep where it belonged. It wouldn't do to dwell on whatever was between them. The only thing he could do now was indulge while it lasted. Here in Russia, they were far away from prying eyes and flapping mouths. And in contrast to the way he'd attempted to feel that morning, he planned on relaxing with Charlotte for as long as he was able. They stayed on site for an hour or two, just until the sun began to go down, and they had taken several measurements. Charlotte scribbled several pages of notes, and a few more comments were made on the construction that was set to begin the next day. And then, they were on their way back to the hotel. Charlotte still watched the city like the very first day she had arrived, nose pressed to the window, lips parted in sheer amazement. As Vladimir watched her, he realized that the childish way she could behave was part of the reason he was so drawn to her. Where many people in the world, himself included, were jaded by the wonder around them, Charlotte was not one of them. She didn't take any threat lying down, but she could also appreciate any situation she was dropped into. She had certainly dealt with him in a way he had never expected. "Perhaps tomorrow we can take the day off." His suggestion made her head swing around as she looked at him incredulously. "But the construction starts tomorrow. Don't we have to be there to help oversee things?" "In the morning, yes," he agreed, "but afterward I could show you more of the city if you'd like." "If I'd like?" she cried incredulously. "Why wouldn't I like it?" Her unbridled enthusiasm drew a chuckle from him. "All right then, it's settled. We'll make our plans at breakfast tomorrow." A short beat of silence greeted his statement before Charlotte replied, her voice low and sinuous. "Does that mean you won't be coming to check on me tonight?" He'd meant to have dinner with her. A few glasses of wine and some idle conversation. See where things went. But if she was inviting him into her clutches once more, he certainly wasn't about to refuse. Charlotte was rapidly teaching him that perhaps a direct approach was the best one, but then again, like him, she had never liked to waste time. Despite the fact that neither of them had gotten much sleep the previous night, they got even less sleep after dinner. Vladimir couldn't get enough of Charlotte. With every touch, she asked for more, and it would hardly be gentlemanly to refuse her. He found his appetite insatiable, caressing her even after they'd come apart in one another's arms, in anticipation of the next time that they came together, over and over. When she finally slept tucked peacefully against his side, Vladimir found that feeling of contentment once more. Vladimir had forgotten what it was like to feel like this. To forget, if just for a moment, the responsibilities that awaited him in the outside world. To lose himself in someone so completely that they seemed to be the only other person in existence. Or perhaps he had never really felt this free at all. His entire life, he had always worried. He had always concentrated on his next move, on doing whatever he needed to prove himself worthy of the Kensley name. But Charlotte didn't care about any of that. Certainly, she cared about her career and the work she was doing for the company, but that wasn't why she was here in his arms, welcoming him into her bed. Knowing that, however, didn't help Vladimir come any closer to why she would do such a thing. Carnal hunger was powerful, yes, but they were two entirely different people. When they first clashed, they had been so diametrically opposed that you could have cut the tension in the air with a knife. So what had changed? A little give, a little take, and then this? With a low sigh, Vladimir gathered Charlotte closer to him, reveling in the feel of her smooth skin against his. It was better that he didn't question it. Questioning, he feared, would lead back to his dependence on facts and figures, on trying to ascertain the logic of things. And this was one situation in which his logic paid him few favors. He slept for a few hours, and dreamed of Charlotte teasing him awake with her lips and fingers. When he did actually stir, it was to the heavenly feeling of her mouth around him. The result was another hour-long marathon of intimacy that left both of them bonelessly exhausted. Charlotte even protested that she might like to sleep through their 8 a.m. call to the building site, but the threat of their day off being rescinded was enough to send her scrambling to the bathroom. While she showered, Vladimir called to Shiro. "A day off?" The Japanese man replied incredulously to his proposal. "On the first day of construction? Dear Jesus, Vlad, what's gotten into you? So much for not giving him a hard time. Are you and Athena coming, or not? We can go as soon as we're finished at the site." "Of course we're coming. I'll wake her now." His words were a reminder that the older man wasn't the only one wrapped up in a woman. Toshiro, however, was deeper than he could imagine. With a slight frown, Vladimir remembered Athena's passionate admission to him just days earlier. She was in love with Toshiro, or at least that's what she professed. Vladimir didn't know much about Athena, but she hadn't told him that she wanted Toshiro to marry her, or raved that she wanted his children. In fact, the love she had proclaimed was surprisingly selfless. She wanted to help Toshiro while they were together. She spoke as if she knew their relationship had an end date. Love, Vladimir decided, was a strange and funny thing, one he had no time to get tangled up in. He had his hands full enough with Charlotte as it was. He couldn't take the time to wonder if Toshiro was sliding down a slope more slippery than he could imagine. Vladimir worried that Charlotte might be upset that he had invited Athena and Toshiro to come with them. It was, in his opinion, a safer option than being alone with her. Being alone with Charlotte was dangerous. When he couldn't lose himself in his body, he found his pensive mind betraying him in ways that he didn't like to dwell on for too long. Physicality was simpler, and he certainly couldn't be physical with her when they were out and around the town. Perhaps that was a good thing. After all, he didn't want to get too used to touching her, much as he might like to. But Charlotte seemed to have no such reservations. When she caught sight of Toshiro and Athena waiting in the lobby, she beamed, glancing at Vladimir in approval. Athena waved in greeting, and the two women quickly fell to speaking to one another in low tones as Vladimir greeted his brother. "I am, quite frankly, shocked at your behavior, Vlad," Shiro smirked, shaking his head teasingly. "Oh, come off it." The taller man rolled his eyes. "Before I change my mind. Please don't tempt him." Charlotte piped up, making Toshiro chuckle. "We might not get another day off for the next 3 weeks." All right. They led the way down the steps and to the waiting car, where their grand tour of the city began. Though Toshiro had agreed to stop his teasing, he made no bones about reminding Vladimir that he had never offered his brother a private tour of the city. In reply, the older man simply eyed him in a warning, and Toshiro laughed. Vladimir guided them to all the sights Charlotte had been so intent on when they first arrived in the city. He didn't know as much as a bona fide tour guide, but his understanding of the native tongue allowed him to translate what was on plaques and informational posters. Charlotte hung on to his every word, interested in everything from how the buildings had been constructed to the historical events that happened inside them. While Toshiro and Athena were polite, it was clear that they were far more interested in one another than anything he might have to say. Of course, while they were exploring cathedrals and in particular the Imperial Palace, the women were as thick as thieves. The moment they saw something they liked, they were off to ooh and ah over the sight. "You make a pretty good host, Vlad," Toshiro observed a painting that stretched a good 40 or so feet across as he complimented his brother. "I'm sure Charlotte's having a good time." "There was never any doubt of that," Vladimir replied, ever logical. "Russia is her first international project. Even if we weren't involved, she would still be ecstatic." "I'm sure," Toshiro's reply was tactical. He'd spent years conversing with Vladimir, so he knew how to get around his infallible logic. "But the experience has improved more with you here." Vladimir made a face. "Please don't tell me you're trying to bolster my ego with a woman." "I've never doubted my ability with women, Toshiro." "You doubted yourself with this one." Toshiro nodded discreetly in Charlotte's direction, where she was explaining something about domed ceilings for Athena. "Because she's not like you, and she isn't like any woman you've tangled with before." Vladimir sighed, raking a hand through his dark hair. "I thought we weren't going to discuss women." "Not talking about them. I'm talking about you." Toshiro chuckled. "Charlotte's not the only one having a good time." Vladimir shrugged off that particular comment. "I always enjoy coming to Russia. I was born here, after all." "Not like this." But Toshiro didn't push the subject any further. "I just like seeing you happy, Vlad. I was beginning to think you would always be a workaholic." "You say that like it's a bad thing," the taller man returned wryly. His work had always given him purpose, and that wasn't going to stop just because he started sleeping with Charlotte. His work would always be first and foremost. The Kensley name would always be first and foremost. With a shrug, Shiro turned to gaze up at another painting, his smile faint. Heaven forbid. For the first day he had taken off work in several years, the afternoon went surprisingly well. Of course, Vladimir had hoped to see some of his favorite places around St. Petersburg, but he had never imagined how much doing it with other people added to the experience. Out of all his brothers, he had always been the one who preferred isolation to the company of others. It helped him to think. But today, there was little thinking involved. He staved off his brother's teasing as he led the party around the city, watching with no small amount of amusement as Charlotte marveled over the tiniest details in architecture and city design and enjoyed the sunshine in juxtaposition to the biting cold. After they had their fill of museums and cathedrals, he took them to Palkin, one of the most famous restaurants in the city, for a taste of real Russian fare. Toshiro, for all his travels, had always been a picky eater, and Vladimir quite enjoyed the furtive looks Athena shot him when he refused to touch something. Though he didn't really know her, he found he liked her, and Charlotte did as well. That much was obvious by the way the two of them gossiped and laughed when they thought no one was looking. But ultimately, their day off didn't go completely as planned. Around 7 in the evening, Vladimir received a call from the building manager requesting his presence. He opted to go alone, leaving the others to their revelry. After all, the manager hadn't called for Toshiro or Charlotte's presence. Only him. Toshiro tried to protest, but Vlad wouldn't have it. He refused to ruin their evening simply because he was reverting to his mo. As he donned his coat in the entryway of the restaurant, however, he turned to see Charlotte standing there, watching him. Her dress really did suit her, far too well really. "Are you coming back to the hotel late?" She didn't quite meet his eyes when she asked, and Vladimir arched a brow. "Why? Worried about me, Charlotte?" At his slight jibe, she merely frowned. "I'm allowed to do that, aren't I? You worry about me all the time." "That's because when you work, you do it like a woman obsessed." The statement drew a soft, amused laugh from her. "Well, I guess that makes two of us." Vladimir graced her with a brief, rare smile as he tied his scarf around his neck. Charlotte took a step away from the entryway, as if she meant perhaps to cross it and kiss him. God knew it was what he had wanted for half the day. After a split second, however, she merely paused, gazing up at him with an unreadable expression. "Don't work too late, all right?" The request was a ridiculous one. Vladimir had spent his entire career working exactly as long as he needed to get the job done. But somehow the plea warmed him. "I'll do my best." With those words he left her, stepping out into the frigid cold. Though it was the end of a day, Vladimir was dedicated to staying as long as he needed to at the Dansk office building. He'd be lying to himself if he didn't admit that a part of him hoped, just as much as Charlotte did, that he wouldn't be all night. Charlotte's time in Russia was, in a word, singular. From the time she touched down, everything seemed to be turned on its head. She was in a foreign country on her first international assignment, and while she had traveled to Canada and Mexico, being on the other side of the world was something entirely different. Was it really any wonder that she was wide-eyed and gawking at any and everything that she saw? She was as much in wonder at the world around her as she was at where her hard work and dedication had gotten her. Charlotte had always wanted to go far, but it seemed like St. Petersburg was one of the real, true signs of her evolution as an architect, and it was still hard to believe. And then things had gotten even more outlandish. In some ways, it was like Russia was a trigger. Everything that she had ever dreamed of, ever desperately wanted, had all been hurled at her. And that included her boss coming to her room in the middle of the night. Of course, she could always have said no. Charlotte was well aware of that. This wasn't the story of two fated star-crossed romantic partners. She wasn't anywhere near that naive. But the look on Vladimir's face had utterly undone her. The way he seemed somewhere between desperation and animalistic desire. She had understood him because she was right there on the cusp as well. When she really thought about it, it was insane how much she wanted Vladimir Kensley. Considering the rocky start to their working relationship, she might have been running for the hills. They might have been operating on the very edge of decency, but they weren't. They were doing all they could to keep from crawling into one another's beds. Now, even that bubble had finally burst. Though she told herself it wasn't safe to be as invested in the man as she was, Charlotte found herself waiting up after their day off. A day that had been, in her mind, the best she'd had in a long time. As much as she loved her work, it was nice to be able to get out and see more of the city that would house it, and she had certainly enjoyed her time getting to know Athena and Toshiro. Charlotte could see why the Japanese and Russian men got along so well. In a way, Toshiro seemed to be a more moderate line of Vladimir's attitude. He was serious, but not too serious. Where Vladimir might have been a workaholic, Toshiro more readily enjoyed a good time. He smiled and laughed more, but had no problem contending with his straight-faced older brother at his own level. And Charlotte liked him. Though he and Athena stayed out after she came back to the hotel, he made sure she got into a taxi to the right address, and reminded her to tell Vlad when she got back, though in all honesty, Charlotte wasn't sure how much a working Vlad would pay attention to a text from her. But that didn't mean she wasn't going to wait for him, and wait she did like a puppy for its master. The very thought should have been off-putting, but Charlotte told herself that her still jet-lagged form would do well from Vladimir's form of both rough and tender loving. He would put her right to sleep, and some of the best sleep of her life at that. She waited until around 2 a.m, and even left the man a message on his phone. As soon as she hung up, she wished she could erase it. She had never been the type of woman to cling or be needy, but here she was, wondering when Vladimir would come knocking on her door. As it turned out, he didn't. Not before she went to sleep around 4 a.m, and she didn't see him for breakfast the next day either. After her meal, she ran into Toshiro, who assured her that Vladimir was simply caught up in the work of about 3 continents, and sleeping in the office was nothing out of the ordinary for him. Charlotte tried to take it in stride. She did her best to re-evaluate her madcap idea that Vladimir would be sleeping with her for the entire trip. There was, after all, no agreement they had signed mandating anything. In fact, the less time they spend together, the better off they will probably be. While they were far away from the media of the Western world, that didn't mean they were untouchable, and Vladimir was already wary of reporters without her to help his image. She herself bundled up in the coat he'd bought her. It was too cold for one of the slinky dresses, so she supplemented with a pair of jeans and a thick sweater beneath the coat, and she made it to the job site close to 8 a.m. The entire place was bustling. Upon first seeing the building, Charlotte thought it had a lovely, lonely look to it. Now, of course, most of that allure had been stripped away. The structure was being gutted from the inside out, and the entire square block around it was a mess of dust and old building materials. Charlotte donned her hard hat before diving in, careful not to do any damage to her coat that couldn't be undone. She found the building manager fairly quickly. Without Vlad, he was set to be her translator. He was up on the 5th floor talking to a gaggle of construction workers. No sooner had he finished than he waved her over. Lot. While Vladimir's accent was only slight, Alexei Sokolov's was so thick it was hard to understand him at times. But he still spoke English, and that was really all she needed. Out of the management that she worked with at Dansk, he was perhaps the most amicable. He had taken up calling her Lot with her permission, and Charlotte had allowed him because his smile and friendliness helped her feel at ease with her newest project. "Good morning." Alexei beamed, and Charlotte returned the gesture. "Morning, Mr. Sokolov." "Please call me Lexi," he returned, as he always did. "You have more seniority here than me, after all." But Charlotte had never really been one to care about names or stations. "I have a list of the sections where we will most radically alter the floor plans. We'll be getting started on those today, in order to have the changes complete before you return to the United States." "Right?" Charlotte took the list from him, skimming it briefly. There were about 8 sections of the building that needed the most serious work, and it made sense that they would tackle them first. "I'll head up to the 10th floor then." "Da," he agreed. "I'll come with you just in case you need to speak with the workers." He was, as always, a great help not only in crossing the language barrier between her and almost everyone on site, but also in making her way around some of the more unstable parts of the building's interior. While it could appear to others as if Charlotte was rather callous about her own safety, the truth was that she was anything but. Now that they were working on the building, it was a minefield of weak spots, and Alexei boosted her over with ease. Charlotte had to wonder if both he and Vladimir were in a subgroup of Russian men who were literal giants. Alexei was a little shorter than Vladimir and not quite as wide, but he boasted the same power in his torso. He could lift her over gaps in the floor and boost her upstairs without getting winded, which, while reminding her that she had to work out more, was a great asset. After about 3 or 4 hours of moving up and down, Charlotte was beginning to get a good idea of what the finished project would look like, and she couldn't be more excited. She could only hope that in 6 months' time, she had a week or two to return to Russia to see it. She was sure that if she gave him enough advance notice, Vladimir would allow it. It was at that moment that Charlotte realized that she hadn't seen Vladimir in almost 24 hours. Even though she knew he was at work, it was odd for them to be separated like this. Since they had arrived in St. Petersburg, he barely left her side. Mr. Kensley still working hard in the office? It was almost as if Alexei had sensed her train of that, and Charlotte shrugged with a small smile as they watched a group of men begin cutting into a line of rotting drywall. I assume so. When he gets absorbed in something, he really commits. Oh yes, Alexei agreed with his own rueful smile. The man is, how you say, a workaholic. It seemed to be a common assumption where Vladimir was concerned. How are you enjoying our city, Lot? It's gorgeous, Charlotte replied. I don't think I could have picked a better place for my first foray into international work. I hope that I can come back very soon. And Mr. Kensley, he is proving a good host? Alexei arched a brow. He finds time between his meetings? Time enough, Charlotte replied, remembering the slight disappointment she'd felt when he rushed out on them the previous night. Though she knew the man had a duty to his company and his family, part of her had hoped he'd be able to get through at least a single day without bending to the will of the machine. And that he might be intimate with her again afterward. You know that Russia likes to claim him as our prodigal son, Alexei chuckled, though he isn't technically Russian anymore. Of course, it's always in the interest of the media to paint those of Russian descent who have been successful as the heroes of our generation. He is quite the man, Vladimir Kensley. Alexei's voice lowered conspiratorially. Though I have heard that perhaps he is not so good with the ladies. When he chuckled, Charlotte did her best to offer up her own smile. Vladimir was certainly an enigma when it came to women. She was far from understanding the nature of what was between them, but there were times when Charlotte didn't know if that would solve anything. She could hardly believe that hearing Vladimir break down the physical attraction between them into cold, precise terms would do anything to help her confusion. She had seen that the man could be passionate. Seen what he could be like when there was nothing he could find to be worried about. And it was glorious. There was no other word for it. But Vladimir wasn't Vladimir when he wasn't worrying. Being preoccupied was his quid pro quo, and Charlotte could only imagine that perhaps he'd been happy to be called into work after a day of what he might have considered idleness. There is a close working relationship between you and Mr. Kensley, is there not? Alexei adjusted his hard hat atop his blonde head. This will be the second major project you have worked on together. Charlotte nodded, wondering what direction the conversation was headed in. How does your husband feel about your being so close to him? The redhead almost choked on her own saliva. Husband? Dear Lord, she hadn't expected that one. At her obvious distress, Alexei thumped her on the back until she recovered, his expression concerned. When Charlotte could finally speak again, she managed a weak laugh. I'm not married, Lexi, so I don't have to worry about any jealous men in my life. Ah, then that means you wouldn't mind having dinner with me. Charlotte was shocked into silence. The man wasn't acting lewd or lecherous, but he had certainly just asked her to dinner, completely out of the blue. In the 3 or 4 days that she had been in St. Petersburg, Charlotte met with Alexei a handful of times. There hadn't been a single occasion that led her to believe that he might be romantically interested in her. She suddenly found herself looking at him differently. The man was tall, blonde, and green-eyed, undeniably attractive. And he had an easy demeanor and smile that women must flock to. He was really the exact antithesis of the man that he worked for, and 6 months ago, Charlotte might have jumped at the chance to get to know him better. But things had changed. Charlotte took a brief moment to contemplate how she might let the man down easy, but before she could open her mouth to utter a single word, a low voice spoke her name. Charlotte. The ice in the word was enough to make her whirl in shock to see Vladimir standing not 5 feet behind her, hard-donned, and gaze frosty enough to put even the chilly city of his birth to shame. The redhead felt her heart drop into her stomach. Vladimir! She exclaimed in surprise, I didn't know you had arrived. Obviously, he returned flatly, looking from her to Alexei and then back again. Mr. Sokolov, I'm going to need the morning's report from you. Vladimir's tone was sharp enough that Charlotte flinched, her gut twisting. Alexei, ever good-humored, did his best to keep his smile even in the face of his obviously disapproving superior. Of course, Mr. Kensley. I'll have it for you on the ground floor. With that he turned, disappearing down the stairwell and leaving the two of them alone. Charlotte was turning back to Vladimir before she even knew what she was doing, her own anger rising. What the hell was that for? Vladimir's eyes narrowed immediately, his ire fairly palpable. What do you mean, what was it for? He replied in a low tone. The man was obviously propositioning you. He's lucky I didn't fire him on the spot. Charlotte's eyes widened in horror. You wouldn't. I'm thinking about it, the dark-haired man returned in a low growl, staring in the direction in which Alexei had disappeared. I don't tolerate flirtation in the workplace. The statement was enough to force a harsh burst of laughter from Charlotte's throat. Don't you? Well, what the hell are we then? What we do is done behind closed doors, Vladimir replied instantly. There's no need to parade it around in front of the world. Well, maybe if you gave a little more indication, Charlotte quipped, you wouldn't have to worry about it in the first place. What do you mean by that? Vladimir's demand came back swift and sharp. Alexei wouldn't even have spoken to me if he knew you were interested. For your information, I was about to turn him down. I would hope so, Vladimir returned dryly, his eyes bright with anger. Considering you'll be in my bed tonight. It was an arrogant assumption that had no place in the current conversation, especially after that rubbish line about flirtation in the workplace. Am I? Charlotte challenged, raising her chin in defiance. You certainly didn't seem to care much about it last night. Vladimir swore lowly in Russian, his temper rising slowly. I've been swamped with work for the past 12 hours. Forgive me for not calling when I knew exactly where you were. Oh, forget this. Charlotte threw her hands up, wincing as the biting cold nipped at her fingertips. She turned on her heels to start down the stairs, only to hand Vladimir's grip clamp, which was closed around her wrist. Where are you going, Charlotte? Vladimir growled, surely not after Sokolov. And just like that, everything clicked. This wasn't about Vladimir's dislike of flirtation in the workplace. If he was really so anal about the subject, he might have come down harder on Toshiro, brother or no. No, this concerned something completely different. Let go of me. She yanked her hand from his grip, holding her wrist protectively. He hadn't hurt her, but she didn't need him touching her just now. His simple touch was enough to make her fury waver, and right now Charlotte needed to be mad. I don't know what universe you're living in, Vladimir, but I don't belong to you. And getting territorial is no reason to fire a perfectly fit building manager. Her voice lowered to a dangerous hiss. If what we do in our private time is of such little importance to you, you hardly have the foundation to get your panties in a twist if someone else asks me out. You can't claim what isn't yours. She made to leave again, and this time she got perhaps 2 steps before she was plucked from the dusty floor and hauled upwards into Vladimir's arms. The swiftness of the motion took her breath away, and she found herself gathered into a tight corner of the dusty room, hemmed in by the breadth of Vladimir's body. When she lifted her gaze to his, the combined frustration and want there was enough to steal her breath away. You're being very unreasonable, Charlotte, Vladimir spoke in a tone both dark and promising, low enough to make her squirm even as she shoved at his chest. Screw you. If that's what you want, he replied curtly, I'll gladly comply. After you tell me what I want to hear. Charlotte continued to struggle against him, growing strangely more aroused by the minute. And what is that? That you'll allow me into your bed. Into you. The words made her breath hitch. What the hell was this? She had no right to be getting aroused when he was manhandling her like this, making demands that he had absolutely no business making. Besides that, anyone could walk into this room at any time. For all she knew, the construction workers were just taking a lunch break. And what if Alexei returned? Vladimir, get off me, she tried even as her struggle started to ebb. You're being a creep. I don't like it. But she did. Why, she had no idea, but the feel of him pressing against her here in a public place where anyone could walk in, it gave her a secret thrill of excitement. I thought you were made for rough handling, Charlotte. As he said so, one of Vladimir's hands snaked beneath her hard to take a firm handful of her hair to pull taut, and she gasped. Your words, not mine. She meant to protest. Really, she did, but the only thing that slipped from the redhead was a soft, helpless sound of desire. Vladimir lowered his mouth to hers, muffling the sound as he pressed in even closer to him. Even through all the layers separating them, Charlotte could feel how much he wanted her. God knew she wanted him, even if the man infuriated her sometimes. Vladimir plundered her mouth masterfully. She damned him even as her body screamed for him, and wondered what on earth this man was doing to her usually sharp mind. When they finally parted, her face was flushed, and Charlotte's heart was pounding against her ribs. Vladimir's eyes, she found, had lost their irate edge, and instead he gazed down at her with an unreadable expression. A long beat passed between them before he spoke. I'm sorry I didn't answer your call. It's okay, she breathed, trying to catch her breath. You were busy. I could have called. He returned, almost immediately. Forgive me, old habits die hard. I'm actually glad you didn't call. She returned, the corner of her mouth kicking up in a slight smirk. You might have caught me thinking of you. Vladimir's eyes instantly dilated at her implication. When he spoke, his tone was ragged and hungry. And what do you do when you think of me, Charlotte? She felt her cheeks burn. Usually Charlotte was completely unabashed when it came to such talk, but here now, with Vladimir against her, she found that she couldn't say the words. Vladimir's free hand slipped from her waist to her hip, and then he was undoing the third button on her coat to slip his hand beneath it and into the crux of heat between her thighs. Charlotte inhaled sharply at the contact, her grip on him tightening even as she attempted to squirm away. Vladimir, no, she pleaded, not here. Yes, here. He returned heatedly. You wanted me, Miss Gardner, here I am. And I want to touch you. This was insane. They were in the middle of a dilapidated building, with only God knew how much time, before someone walked through the open entryway. But Vladimir was undoing the button of her jeans to find the panties beneath soaking, and Charlotte found that she didn't want him to stop half as much as she might lead him to believe. Vladimir? She breathed, what's gotten into you? The man didn't even want to kiss her in public, and now his hand was on her. He kissed her again. In the moments after, the chill breeze made her realize just how exposed they were. Are you warm? His voice, still tight, floated over her, almost as if she was in a dream, and Charlotte struggled out of her haze. Yes, I'm fine. She managed, her cheeks pink from a mixture of the cold and the incredible experience he'd just given her. Come. He took her arm to lead her from the room and carefully back through the numerous sites of construction. They reached the main floor quickly, and Vladimir paused only for the 5 minutes it took for him to speak with Alexei and take his report. Then he returned to her, and a sleek black car was pulling up at the curb. Once they were inside, he surprised her by pulling her against him, something she had never imagined he'd do in public. I don't like you angry with me. His words made her eyes widen a moment before she burst into laughter. No kidding. The man had fondled her, in the middle of an active construction site, to pacify her. Well, you might answer my calls then, she replied, only half teasing before she sobered slightly. Vladimir, you're not really going to fire Alexei, are you? He didn't mean anything by it, he was just... If you stop talking about him, I won't, Vladimir cut her off curtly, and Charlotte bit back a laugh at the annoyance on his face. He was jealous. The thought shouldn't please her, but it did. Vladimir Kensley, the ever-logical, the insanely precise, was upset that she had spoken to another man. It was adorable. The workday was hardly over, but the dark-haired man whisked her back to the hotel room and kept her there for the rest of the evening. They called in room service for dinner and got about halfway through it before she fell victim to his insatiable appetite once again. It was more than enough to make up for the previous night, and Charlotte found any and all traces of her ire had completely vanished by the time Vladimir had thoroughly worn her out. Their days in Russia soon adopted routine pattern of sorts. Charlotte shuddered to think how much the company must be shelling out for a penthouse suite that Vladimir didn't even sleep in. He always found his way to her bed at the end of the day, and they always rose together to have breakfast in the hotel lobby. Though they came down separately, Vladimir wasn't nearly as distant with her as he'd been the first morning after they were together. His touches were subtle and seldom, but he did touch her in broad daylight, beyond the safety of the suite. At the small of her back, when he spoke to her in the office, sliding her coat onto her shoulders after a long day. It was no longer as if he was doing anything and everything he could to avoid even the slightest hint of their involvement. For Charlotte, these subtle touches were more than enough. Even though she told herself that it was irrational to demand anything more of Vladimir than stating their physical needs, it pleased her that he gave her what she wanted. That he laid claim to her in such a way that Alexei never again brought up the subject of their dinner together. After breakfast, they split their time between the job site and the office. They weren't always together, but when they weren't, Vladimir always called her to update her on his schedule, so she was never left waiting for him. It was perhaps one of the nicest gestures he could have paid her, and Charlotte knew that she would be a fool to take it for granted. Sometime in between checking over construction progress and filing paperwork, they managed to make a few more outings into the city. Vladimir, even with a certain amount of reluctance, showed her the neighborhood in which he'd grown up. It was a run-down, older part of the city that hadn't seen the attention more touristy parts of the metropolis had, and it was enough to remind Charlotte that not everyone who lived here lived the wealthy, privileged life of the elite. For Vladimir to have come from this, it was nothing short of amazing. "I did little," he revealed to her as she lounged against him in bed one night, her fingers playing errantly through his inky raven hair. "I was a petty thief. I stole, and they were on the cusp of institutionalizing me. It was my father who saved me." "So you're saying," Charlotte replied almost casually, "that a broken, angry 13-year-old boy put in no effort, didn't bust his ass to become the man you are today? I can't imagine that Jackson Kensley would allow someone like that at the head of his company, even if he is his adopted son. You don't give yourself enough credit, Vladimir." And he didn't. Charlotte had long known that Vladimir's most critical weakness was that he himself was his harshest critic. She had known it the moment he revealed to her that he was slated to take over a multi-billion-dollar enterprise in a matter of months, and it all hinged on the LA project. The man was a perfectionist, and no doubt he made that way in his efforts to please the family that had taken him in. He was far from the child that he had once been, and she didn't just mean physically. "You are an enigma, Vladimir Kensley," she murmured with a sigh, her eyes drifting closed. The man had proved to be the cure for her insomnia. After he was through with her, she could do little else but sleep. "Vlad," he replied softly, making her eyes open slightly. "Call me Vlad." It was what his brother called him, and Charlotte felt strangely warm and being extended the same courtesy. Even though she knew this wouldn't last, for now, Vladimir Kensley was everything that she needed. He was a stern, constructive boss, if a little pig-headed at times. He was her key to the city of St. Petersburg. Her romantic partner, and even if they didn't quite understand one another, he was somehow her friend as well. What more could she possibly ask for?
Chapter 10: Change of Plans.
3 weeks flew by far faster than Vladimir had imagined it would. This was, of course, due majorly to the fact that they were constantly working. They were up at the crack of dawn, absorbed in company matters all day, and they barely had time for dinner before retiring. Of course, it didn't help that there was very little actual sleep involved. Vladimir, who was usually meticulous about his sleeping patterns, found them in the wind when he joined Charlotte in her suite every night. He told himself that he would have her once before retiring, but once always turned into twice and twice into more. He couldn't seem to get enough of her, the sounds she made, the way she clutched at him. And then, of course, there was what came after. Something that he had never indulged in before. They talked about everything and nothing at all. It had started with Charlotte asking him about the first time he'd come back to Russia after being adopted. To his surprise, she listened attentively to him for 30 minutes, her fingers drumming lightly across his abdomen. He, in turn, had asked her about her childhood. While Vlad knew that his father and her father knew one another, he could only remember meeting the man a few times when he was younger. And he'd certainly never met Charlotte. She made an impression that wasn't easy to forget. Vladimir considered himself beyond the suffering of his childhood. It was something instrumental to his later life, but he had always considered the Kensleys more family than perhaps anyone but his late mother, and his sister had been long lost to him. Charlotte, however, spoke of losing her mother at age 9 as if it was yesterday. She had ovarian cancer, and they found it too late. She didn't dissolve into tears and hysterics, but the grief in the woman's voice was somehow more effective than either of those things. It killed us, she was our backbone. The cement that held the family together. She was the one who always told me that I could be whoever I wanted, and damn what anyone else thought. Vlad reached down on impulse to cup her cheek. Well, he murmured, at least I know who taught you to curse like a sailor. It made her laugh, lifting the mood considerably. Making Charlotte Gardner laugh, Vladimir realized, was a rare treat. Almost enough for him to understand why his brother Lucas so enjoyed the company of others. Vladimir had never had the social graces to interact as much as his brothers, but when he was with Charlotte, he seemed to forget his misgivings. She put him at ease in a way no woman ever had. While the intimacy was explosive, Vladimir returned to Charlotte's room night after night for the intimacy as much as he did for the physicality of the arrangement. Being near her had a calming effect on him that carried him through the day. That was, at least, as long as he didn't catch any of the Russian construction workers staring at her. That was enough to foul his mood considerably. Vladimir had been to St. Petersburg many times, mostly for work, but only 1 or 2 occasions for pleasure alone. Despite the initial hiccups upon arrival, he found he had never enjoyed a trip as much as he did in Charlotte's company. He wasn't the only one to notice the fact either. Shiro constantly commented on how chipper he seemed in comparison to his usual stern demeanor. Eventually, however, their last few days in St. Petersburg were upon them. Vladimir spent a number of them closeted with his brother in the office, in a phone conference with their father, giving him an update on the building's progress. As a result, he didn't see Charlotte for almost 48 hours. 48 of the precious hours remained until they returned to the U.S. and the media spotlight. Sometime during the flurry of activity, Vladimir realized that there were less than 6 months remaining until he was poised to take over leadership of the company from his father. It was enough to incite a slight moment of panic, just before he remembered the words Charlotte had murmured against the crown of his head. So you're saying that a broken, angry 13-year-old boy put in no effort, didn't bust his ass to become the man you are today? I can't imagine that Jackson Kensley would allow someone like that at the head of his company, even if he is his adopted son. You don't give yourself enough credit, Vladimir. They were words that he had always brushed off. His mother spoke to them almost constantly, his father always emphasized just how proud he was, and his brothers gave him their endless support. So why did Charlotte say they make any difference? You ready to go back to L.A.? He and Toshiro were sharing a cup of coffee at around 3 in the morning, and Vladimir didn't even realize how lost he had been in his own thoughts until his brother spoke to him. He looked up to find the Japanese man fixing him with a worried expression and frowned. "What's that look for?" Toshiro arched a brow. "Do you really have to ask?" Vladimir groaned. "If this is about Charlotte, I'm perfectly capable of handling things with her myself." "You're the one obsessed with Charlotte, Vlad," Toshiro caught him with a wry smile. "All I care about is you." "So you're worried about me," Vladimir returned flatly, taking a long sip of the life-giving caffeine that he held. "I think we've switched places." "Oh please, Vlad," Toshiro rolled his eyes, taking a sip of his own coffee before setting the mug on the table as he sobered. "It's coming up on the 1-year mark. Less than 6 months now." Vladimir merely nodded, his expression carefully neutral. "How's the project in LA going?" Toshiro knew as much as Vladimir what their father had been attempting to do when he assigned the man to the project. For Vlad, who always followed the rules, thinking outside the box was his biggest challenge. And Charlotte Gardner was the embodiment of that. Vladimir answered with complete honesty. "Quite well." In the weeks that they'd been gone, both he and Charlotte had been in correspondence with Charlie, who gave them updates almost daily. The framing for the entire building had been laid, and the first floors were beginning to take incredible shape. "We're ahead of schedule, and I'm looking forward to the first walkthroughs." "Well, that's a far-sighted difference from how you sounded when work on the building began," Toshiro replied casually. "You were up in arms about the design. And I'm still not crazy about it. It's unorthodox, and completely different from any other building on the skyline." He had watched, slightly confounded, as the building that Charlotte worked on here began to shape with only slightly less abstract detailing than the one in LA, and simply done his best to accept it. He knew how she worked, he knew about the money they would save, and he knew that her style was one that he couldn't comprehend, just like he could hardly comprehend what was between them. "Vlad, I'm going to tell you something and you might not like it." The statement was enough to make the taller man tense in his seat. "All right." Toshiro folded lithe fingers together, pressing them to his chin a moment before he spoke. "You don't like change? You like predictability and a firm schedule. You like things you can control and manipulate, and it's one of your few weaknesses." Vladimir arched a brow. "Are you my psychiatrist now?" "No, but I'd honestly love to see a shrink try and tackle you. I'd grab popcorn for that show." Vladimir rolled his eyes. "There is nothing wrong with the way I operate, Toshiro. It works. It had always worked." "And you're always miserable," Toshiro blew out a breath. "Right up until the moment you let go." It was late and getting later. Despite the boost of caffeine to his system, Vladimir didn't think he was in any shape to discuss this now. His brother always picked the worst times to try and drag him into complicated conversations. "Toshiro, the sooner I go home the better. And that means we have to finish this paperwork, so let's finish it." He supposed that his brother was too tired himself to argue much, but Vlad would have had to be blind to miss the scrutinizing look Shiro shot him out of the corner of his eye. Almost as if he were looking for something. Though exactly what, Vladimir wasn't sure. After 48 straight hours of work, Vladimir was too tired to do much more than collapse into the bed in his penthouse suite. He sent Charlotte a quick message, letting her know that he had returned, and tried not to think of the packing he had to do later. If he was in no fit state to have Charlotte beneath him, he certainly didn't want to drag out his suitcase and fill it. He hadn't even realized that he had fallen asleep until he woke around 9 in the evening, the lavish room lit only by the dim light of a lamp. Vlad lay there half asleep, until a low rustling sound stirred him into instant consciousness. He sat up immediately, fixated on a shadow across the room, and found to his surprise, Charlotte perched in an armchair at the foot of the bed. She was meticulously folding several freshly laundered pairs of slacks, before dropping them into the bag at her feet. For a moment Vladimir watched her, totally flummoxed. At the sound of his rising, she looked up to find him staring at her, and the corner of her full mouth raised in an amused smile. "Well, good morning? What are you doing?" Vladimir blurted in reply, ever tactful as usual. Charlotte demonstrated, by folding another pair of slacks before placing them in his bag. "Well, we're leaving tomorrow, so I had them do your dry cleaning. And now I'm putting said dry cleaning into your suitcase." "Why?" It was an inane question, and Vlad could only reason that it had passed his lips because he was still half asleep. Charlotte merely arched an auburn brow at his inquiry. "Why not? You're tired. You need to sleep. I might as well make myself useful if they don't need me at the job site anymore. I've already said all my goodbyes. Unless..." She trailed off, wrinkling her nose. "Please don't tell me you're OCD about other people touching your things. I'm already half done." "No. Vlad found himself inexplicably tongue-tied. She obviously hadn't come here with the intention of climbing in bed with him, and she wasn't trying to seduce him. The only thing she was doing was packing his clothing in his stead. "Thank you," Charlotte answered absently, now folding a thick woolen sweater. "You should go back to sleep. You'll wake up tomorrow well rested." And having entirely spent their last 12 hours without feeling her body against his. Vladimir frowned at her blasé attitude. Didn't she want to be with him again? It was well established that their hunger for one another was pretty much insatiable, so why would she come to his room to pack his things without asking for anything more of him? "Don't look at me like that," the redhead smirked. "It's a one-time thing. If you're allowed to worry about me, I can at least do this for you. Don't worry, I'm not hunting for credit cards or anything. Go back to sleep." Like hell he would. Vladimir raised himself onto his hands and knees, making his way to the foot of the bed to take a pair of socks from Charlotte's hand and toss them aside. Without any further warning, he yanked her into his arms and his bed. The redhead landed on his chest in a mess of limbs with a sharp yelp a moment before his mouth covered hers. Vladimir kissed her until she was breathless, her fingers sliding through his hair in desperation, and then he stopped. Drawing his head back, he looked up at her flushed cheeks and her gleaming hazel gaze. In another 48 hours, they would be back in LA, and this, well, if there was any chance that it was going to continue, it would become a lot more difficult. So now, while things were simple, he would have one last night with her. One last night where little mattered but the way she felt in his arms, clenching around him, screaming his name. He wouldn't think of LA, of his father, or what was expected of him. He wouldn't think of his brother and Athena, and the desperate, secret feelings the young woman harbored for him. And most of all, he wouldn't think of what it meant that Charlotte had come to see him without intimacy in mind. All of that was far too dangerous, when he was mere hours away from returning to a world that threatened to eat him alive. And so for once, Vladimir resolved to take his brother's advice. And let go. Before she left for Russia, 3 weeks seemed like an eternity to Charlotte. But now that they had gone, she realized just how fast they'd flown by. She found herself in somewhat of a daze, as the car took them to the airport. Next to her, Vladimir was silent and thoughtful. For all intents and purposes, Charlotte should be happy to be heading back to LA. She missed her apartment. She missed Lila, and she missed the familiarity of the city. But she couldn't help but wonder what would happen between her and Vlad when they returned. Russia had been a little bubble of isolation for them. While they hadn't been flagrant in their affections, here at least they had existed. In the US, where the media was rapid for any scrap of information they could get, Charlotte couldn't imagine the man, already media-wary, being anywhere near as open. Or indeed, even risking any scandal at all. And what scandal could be bigger than sleeping with the lead architect on a groundbreaking project? To be honest, Charlotte would completely understand if he decided to end things where they stood. They'd had their indulgent little fling and gotten all the wild out of their systems, at least theoretically, and now they could go back to being diametrically opposed. Friends with conflicting interests. But that wasn't what she wanted. What Charlotte wanted had come to her suddenly and startlingly, that morning as she had lain in Vladimir's arms in their last few hours in bed. And it frightened her. Vladimir Kensley was not the kind of man she could ever have seen herself with. He was stern, commanding, and analytical beyond anything she could honestly endure. And yet here she was, craving him, casting secret glances at him in the car, and wondering if he would ever touch her again. Wanting more. But the very idea, she knew, was fundamentally flawed. Not only was she the last woman Vladimir Kensley would willingly enter into a relationship with, they were completely incompatible in all the ways that counted. She was artistic, as numerical. She was a free thinker. He liked everything painstakingly by the book. It should be enough that she still had a couple of months to see him, to drool over him, and maybe resume their daily food adventures. But when those months were over, even those things would be lost to her. And so would Vladimir. He had gotten under her skin in the worst way, and the gravity of the admission was enough to make Charlotte's palms sweat in anxiety. There was no way she could let him find out. The last thing she wanted was for the man to think that she was weak for him, when she had only ever shown him a strong face. That was what she needed to deal with a man like Vladimir. Between them, there was no room for emotional entanglement, so why the hell would she so rudely insert complication? She wouldn't. That was the only solution. Thankfully, a pleasant surprise at the airport distracted her from her thoughts for long enough to grant her a reprieve from her rapidly growing headache. Toshiro and Athena had skipped breakfast to come and see them off, and they were waiting for them at the ticket counter. "Don't forget to drop me a message every now and then." Athena pulled Charlotte into a tight embrace that Charlotte appreciated more than she was willing to admit. She could only pray that one day she and Athena would meet again. She liked the dark-haired girl's sweet disposition and honest way of speaking. "Of course. Take care of yourself." When Athena released her, Charlotte turned to see Toshiro speaking in low tones to Vladimir. They pulled one another into a quick embrace before he turned to her with a handsome smile. "It was lovely to meet you, Charlotte. I hope that our firm continues to work with innovators like you in the future." Charlotte took his hand and shook it warmly. "Thank you, Mr. Kensley. A pleasure to meet you as well. Please call me Toshiro." The Japanese man jerked his head in Vladimir's direction teasingly. "That's Mr. Kensley. Don't upset him by giving me the title." Charlotte couldn't help but laugh. Maybe Vladimir should spend more time with his brother. It would almost certainly improve his mood. Around people like Toshiro, it was hard not to smile. "All right, that's quite enough out of you, Shiro. We have to catch our flight." Vladimir surprised her when his hand pressed into the small of her back. "Call me when you get to Nairobi." "Will do." Shiro nodded at his brother. Charlotte didn't miss the discreet look that passed between them as Vladimir hurried her away. They were indeed on the cusp of running late for their flight. They weren't taking a private jet this time, but a commercial airliner. But that didn't mean the trip wasn't luxurious. The company had booked them first class, and Charlotte was astounded to discover the luxury with which one was treated on the upper deck of an A380 jumbo jet. She knew that she should be preparing for her return to LA and everything that awaited her there, but she found herself entirely too enchanted by the fully reclining seats and gourmet menus they'd been provided. Vladimir, of course, was completely absorbed in whatever he was doing on his laptop. Charlotte told herself that this was just a preview of the way things were going to be once they returned to LA. There was a part of her, a very rebellious part, that wanted to simply ask Vladimir where they stood. That would clear everything up, and there would be no question of how she was supposed to act when they touched down. But that was something a clingy, emotionally attached woman would do, and Charlotte maintained that she was neither of those things. So instead, she merely buried herself in a book, even though she could barely concentrate on the prose. That, she told herself, was better than nothing at all. All her questions would be answered, one way or another, when they returned to LA. That was all she needed to know. Despite the luxury, The flight back from St. Petersburg was still a long one, and by the time they touched down, all she wanted was to see Lila and pass out in her own bed. They were the last to deplane, as Vladimir was set on working until he was all but forced off the plane. They had barely reached the gate, however, when one of the attendants pulled both of them aside. Charlotte assumed that it was to warn them that the media were waiting like rabid dogs at the security checkpoint, but she was surprised when the attendant merely handed a phone from the desk to Vladimir. Who the hell would need to talk to him so badly that they called him at the airport? Certainly, they'd been in the air for a long time, but if it was someone who needed him that badly, surely they would have tried his cell. Charlotte hauled her carry-on to a nearby seat and sank into it. She knew that she and Vladimir weren't technically together, but she wasn't about to abandon him here. Guiltily, she wanted to spend as much time with him as she could before their commitments once again forced them apart. She was just wondering if he meant to take a car straight to the office. It was still early afternoon here, when a sharp demand echoed through the gate. Its wild tone was enough to make everyone present look in the direction of the main desk, Charlotte included. But she, unlike everyone else present, knew exactly who had made it. At the anguished sound, the young woman's heart leapt into her throat, and she turned to see Vladimir clinging to the edge of the desk with a vice-like grip. His face had gone deathly pale. Charlotte immediately stood, taking a step towards him. What the hell was going on? It was completely and totally unlike Vladimir to make a scene. She could only begin to guess who he was on the phone with to incite such a response from him. When? After his initial outburst, however, he lowered his voice. His grip on the counter, however, remained ironclad. Where? All right. Yes, all right. I'll be there as soon as I can. He hung up without another word, before turning to the alarmed-looking desk attendant. I need to be on the next flight to New York City. Oh, of course. Charlotte didn't think anyone in their right mind would be able to refuse a man looking as frantic as Vladimir did. Just give me a moment to reserve your seat. By this time, Charlotte had made her way over to the counter as well. Vladimir didn't even seem to be cognizant of what was going on around him. He was staring out the window at the planes taxiing in and out of the gate, but she doubted that he was actually seeing any of it. Though she knew she might be overstepping her boundaries, she lay a hand atop his gently. Vladimir, what happened? Is everything all right? He looked down at her, his expression desolate, and didn't answer her right away. When he did speak, his voice was low and incredulous, with an edge of tension. My father is sick. I have to get to New York. Well, she certainly didn't blame him there. Were it Charlotte's father, she would have done the very same. It made her stomach twist to imagine just how sick Jackson Kensley must be to prompt this sudden change of events. She only hoped it was nothing life-threatening. What do you need me to do? She found herself asking, doing the best she could to remain level-headed. I can go to the job site and talk to Charlie and tell him what's happened. I'll hold down the fort while you're gone. No. She was surprised at the vehemence of his answer, her eyes widening. It took Vladimir a moment, but he noticed as well, and he lowered his voice considerably. That is, I'd like you to accompany me. Charlotte didn't know what to say. In all her time working with Vladimir, she didn't think she'd ever seen him lose his composure. This certainly was a loss of composure. She might have thought he'd sent her directly to the office and told her to make sure that everything remained on schedule while he was gone. After all, they'd just spent 3 weeks in Russia. They hadn't even been on site in LA for almost a month. The project demanded their attention. But Vladimir obviously wasn't thinking about that. Instead, he was focused on his father in New York. Though Charlotte knew that it was selfish of her, she couldn't help but feel a small thrill of pride that Vladimir wanted her with her. It might be against the grain of his character, but she could think of only one reason why he'd want her in New York, and it had nothing to do with work. Her sensibilities warned her that remaining professional would be the best policy. Even if Vladimir did want her for moral support, their time for intimacy was over. If she went with him to New York, she had no doubt that the media would eat them alive. He just wasn't thinking straight enough for that to be a factor. Perhaps pointing that out would make him reconsider his decision. But she wanted to go. Charlotte wanted to be there for him in his time of need, and wanted to prove that perhaps what she wanted with this man wasn't as completely outlandish as she might have thought. If Vladimir needed her, she wasn't going to refuse him. "All right," she answered softly, reaching up to touch his cheek gently. "I'll go with you." Vladimir all but crushed her against the hard pains of his chest, and to her shock, Charlotte could feel him trembling slightly. Geez, what the hell had happened? "Thank you." His words of gratitude were low and firm, and within a split second, he'd released her to talk to the assistant about the next flight to the East Coast. It took roughly 2 minutes for Charlotte's feelings of self-import to turn to worry. Vladimir wouldn't be flying back to New York for anything less than an emergency, which meant that Jackson Kensley must be seriously ill. The mere thought was enough to make her stomach twist in apprehension. Just watching the dark-haired man in Russia was enough to show Charlotte that, even if he opened up to a few other people, he held his family in high regard. And anyone who'd ever read a paper or seen a television interview on the Kensley family knew how tightly knit they were. She could only imagine what Vladimir must be feeling right now. That stoic, commanding presence of his, broken down with a single phone call. While he was getting their tickets, the redhead stepped beyond the gate to make a quick call to Lila. "Well, hello? Haven't heard from you in ages. Thought you might have gotten lost in Siberia." Usually, Charlotte would have appreciated the joke, but just now, she wasn't in the mood. "Hi, Lila. I'm sorry I haven't called. Russia was crazy, and something else has just come up." At her tone, Lila immediately sobered. "Charlotte, what's wrong?" "Vladimir's father is sick. We just touched down in LA, but he has to go to New York and..." Geez, how to explain the next part? Though Charlotte had intended to call her friend at least once a week while in St. Petersburg, she had never managed to get around to it. That meant that her sleeping with the man would be news to her roommate. "I'm going with him." A beat of silence passed between them, and Charlotte knew that Lila was working out what might have happened in the redhead's 3 weeks of silence. Her roommate knew her better than almost anyone, so Charlotte couldn't imagine that it would take her very long to figure it out. Lila exhaled a long breath before answering her. "Okay. Well, call me when you get there. Tell me what's going on. I've been worried about you lot." Charlotte smiled fondly. "You always worry, Lila." "Yeah, well, that's my mo. Have a good flight." "Thanks, Lila." Charlotte was reminded how lucky she was to have the younger woman in her life. "I'll call you as soon as I get a minute to breathe." But Charlotte had never imagined that moment would be so long coming. If she thought her 3 weeks in Russia were a whirlwind, that was nothing compared to the next 24 hours. She found that she hardly had room to worry about all the concerns that had plagued her on the way back from St. Petersburg. Before she knew it, they were on a plane bound for John F. Kennedy Airport in New York. The seats were economy, but Vladimir didn't utter a single word of complaint. In the 5 hours that it took to get from LA to New York, he clutched at his armrest so tightly that his wrist went pale. It was hard for Charlotte to watch him so bottled up. Though she'd sensed some tension in him on their way back from St. Petersburg, it had been nothing like this. This, she thought, was as close as she was ever going to get to seeing Vladimir Kensley, who was genuinely terrified. Charlotte knew that there was nothing that she could say that would possibly comfort him. Vladimir needed to see his father as soon as possible, which made their 5-hour-long plane ride one of the longest of her entire life. The only thing she could think to do was to reach for his hand. Without even looking at her, Vladimir's fingers curled around hers so tightly there was an edge of pain in his grip. But Charlotte didn't complain. Better this than unfettered inner turmoil. If there was any way that she could help comfort him, she would take it. They reached JFK at around 11 in the evening Eastern Time, and the moment they deplaned, Vladimir was on the phone. For the past 5 hours, he hadn't let go of Charlotte's hand, and he didn't do so now. Which hospital has he been admitted to? He strode through the airport so fast that Charlotte could barely keep up with him, and there was no stopping at the baggage carousel for their luggage. They were waved through customs within minutes, and the moment they stepped outside, Vladimir had hailed a cab. "I'm on my way." "Is he awake?" No, I just arrived. Give me 20 minutes. When he hung up, his expression was unreadable. For only the second time in her life, Charlotte felt absolutely helpless. She wanted to tell Vladimir that everything would be okay, but there was no way for either of them to know that. She wanted to embrace him, hold him close. But Vladimir wasn't the kind of person who thrived from physical attention in public. For the time being, all she could do was hold his hand and hope that was enough. It dimly occurred to Charlotte that this was her first time in New York. Another time it might have been something to celebrate, but now the city lights that winked in the distance inspired no excitement. She had no sense of direction really, but noticed that they drove away from the huge metropolis rather than towards it. Her perusal of several signs along the highway told her that they were in Long Island, which she knew to be just outside the city, close to Vladimir's family home. It didn't even take them 20 full minutes to reach their destination. As if the driver sensed the urgency, he got them there in close to 15. They had barely pulled to a stop in front of Winthrop University Hospital before Vladimir was all but throwing money at the man before he yanked Charlotte from the car with him. He didn't stop until they made their way past the front desk and up to the 5th floor. Outside a room at the end of the hall, no less than 5 people were gathered outside. Charlotte recognized them all in some shape or form, from articles and TV spots that she had seen over the years. There was a lean, blond man who was almost as pale as Vlad himself, with piercing green eyes. He was the most casually dressed of the bunch, and the youngest Kensley's son, Lucas. Standing beside him as a mammoth of a man who towered over even Vlad, ruddy and red-haired with a full beard, and almost bursting out of the blue button he wore, Alistair the eldest. Leaning against the wall, with an anxious expression, was a man dressed in a suit that was far crisper than Vladimir's after almost 24 hours of travel. His deep mahogany curls and full mouth identified him as Ethan, younger than Vlad but older than Lucas. Next to him was a woman Charlotte didn't recognize, but she had to be someone of import. She was dressed from head to toe in designer duds, her blonde hair coiled impeccably atop her head. Despite her inherent beauty, her expression matched Ethan's, and the two stood close enough to touch. Last but certainly not least, there was a doctor speaking to all of them. The closer they drew, the clearer her words became. And Charlotte felt her stomach twist in horror. Stage 3. It's not the worst, but it could be better. He's been managing his symptoms well. I'm not surprised that none of you knew. What the bloody hell do you mean, managing his symptoms? The doctor had barely finished her sentence before Alistair Kensley butted in with a Scottish brogue almost as huge as he was. How long has he been sick? Next to her, Charlotte felt Vladimir stiffen. He stopped just short of his brothers, listening to the doctor intently. The older woman took a deep breath before answering Alistair's question with a surprising amount of aplomb, considering the furious expression of the man confronting her. I've been instructed to let him speak with all of you on that matter. Like hell, Lucas spoke quietly, but it was enough to make everyone listen. I want to know everything, and I want to know it now. When the others nodded their agreement, the doctor adjusted a pair of thick glasses on the bridge of her nose. My apologies, but Mr. Kensley had signed a number of medical non-disclosure forms that prevent me from discussing this with you. He's been awake for the past half an hour, and I'm sure that he's ready to discuss matters with you himself. What happened? It was the first time Vlad had spoken since they left the airport, and at the sound of his voice, everyone present turned to him. He still hadn't let go of Charlotte's hand, and she found her cheeks flushing as she was met with several looks of outright shock. At least a minute passed before anyone present recovered enough to speak, and Alistair led the charge. Hell, Vlad. Haven't seen you in an age. He moved forward to enfold his brother in a tight embrace, and Charlotte finally moved away, somewhat relieved to be out of the spotlight. Vlad returned the gesture only limply, and she knew he was intent on information. "Where's Mom?" "She's in the room with him," Lucas piped up, his voice wavering slightly. "He collapsed a few hours ago in the kitchen, and she had to call an ambulance." "Apparently, Dad's been hiding something from us." When Ethan spoke, his tone was both rueful and bitter. "You'd better go in and talk to him." They had, Charlotte realized, been waiting for him. Before she met Vladimir, Charlotte had often wondered why Jackson Kensley hadn't merely set the line of succession to his company with his eldest son. Why not Alistair? She had found over the last few months how much of a natural leader Vladimir was. How easy it was for him to keep his head cool under fire and work under pressure. He was, she realized, the natural choice, not only for his father but for his entire family. "Go on, Vlad," Ethan urged him in a low tone. "We'll be right after you." Vlad looked to each of them, visibly exhausted and pale, but still unbroken. With a solemn nod, he turned to enter the room. And Charlotte held her breath.
Chapter 11. Always by your side.
"Well, Vlad, it took you long enough to get here." For a long moment, Vladimir simply stood before the hospital door he'd just shut and stared at the sight that met his gaze. His father lay propped up on numerous pillows, his skin a little pale. His smile, however, remained unchanged. His wife sat by his side, clutching his hand, her eyes red from grief. How the hell could he be smiling? Vlad was caught somewhere between wanting to throttle the older man and wanting to collapse at his bedside. Ultimately, he decided on neither, merely swallowing thickly before he answered. "Father. Come, have a seat, won't you?" Jackson patted an empty spot next to him on the bed, and Vlad reluctantly crossed the room, a torrid mixture of feelings churning in his gut. Briefly, he bent to tug his mother into his arms for a brief hug, noticing that not once did she let go of his father's hand. Slowly, he sank down next to his father, looking over his familiar face as he tried to drum up his anger. Somehow, try as Vlad might, it wouldn't come. "How bad is it?" Jackson sighed, leaning back against his pillows. "Stage 3 hepatic cancer, told me about 6 or 7 months ago. I've been doing my best to hit all my treatments, and they tell me I've got a good prognosis for a man my age." Vlad felt his throat constrict as he clenched at the thin coverlet beneath him with a fist, trying to gather his wits about him. This wasn't a business deal. It wasn't a paper he could sign off on, or a problem that he could fix with a logical solution. This was life, and he was helpless before it. "Why didn't you say anything?" "My dear boy, why would I?" Jackson patted his son's shoulder gently. "My sons have a company to run. Lucas has a life to discover. You all have your own paths to tread. There's nothing to be gained by worrying any of you, especially you, Vladimir. You carry so much on your shoulders already." "Is this?" Vladimir forced himself to ask the question, though his chest felt too tight to draw a decent breath. "Is this why you announced your retirement?" Jackson nodded unabashedly. "The company will run smoothly with you at its head, Vladimir, regardless of what happens to me. The family will run smoothly." If Vladimir had felt anxious about the passing of the torch before, that would have been nothing compared to what he felt now. He had always imagined that his father would be present to guide him in the right direction, regardless of his retirement. Now, he had to face the possibility of losing him altogether. It was a devastating blow. One that he certainly hadn't been expecting the moment he returned from Russia. Before he'd gotten the call, Vladimir had quite a lot on his plate already. He meant to get back into the swing of things stateside and resume his management of the LA building. First and foremost, however, he had planned to speak to Charlotte, to convince her of the futility of their continuing their intimacy once they returned to the city. He had allowed himself to stray from his usual beliefs in Russia, overcome by the most powerful desire he had ever known. But things were different back in the US. They had to be different. If he was carrying the mantle of his father's company on his shoulders, that reputation had to come first, and it certainly wouldn't have been helped by sleeping with the lead architect on his project. But Vlad had put the conversation off. He meant to have it in the taxi on the way to the airport, and then on the flight itself, but he couldn't bring himself to start it. While he knew that Charlotte wasn't the type to throw a tantrum or be unreasonable, he was loath to retract the comfort they had found in one another. While they were together, Charlotte reminded him that he wasn't just in the running to be CEO of a billion-dollar corporation. That he wasn't just the face of Kensley Enterprises. She was living proof that there were times where he could just be a man, and he didn't want to give that up. That was perhaps why he'd brought her with him. At the time, he hadn't been thinking straight. He only knew what Ethan had told him, and he hadn't ever heard his brother sounding so desolate. There wasn't very much that disturbed Vladimir, but his short conversation with Ethan had been enough to do just that. He hadn't been able to fathom the idea of going to New York alone. And so, as selfish as it had been, he brought Charlotte with him. He was shocked even now by the powerful urge to lose himself in her. To block out the pain and uncertainty of the situation he now found himself faced with, and pretend, if just for a few hours, that everything was going to be all right. But he had no way of knowing that. "Don't look so glum, Vlad." Jackson gave him the same benevolent smile that he had for the past 22 years, and embarrassingly, Vlad felt his gut seizing in grief. "I'm not dead yet." "That's not funny, Jackson." The older man's wife warbled from his side, still clutching his hand tightly. "I'll have you know that when you get better, I'm going to pummel the life from you." "Of course you will, lovebug." Jackson turned to smile at her, stroking her hair gently. "I can't wait." Vladimir couldn't stay here. After rushing 3,000 miles to be by his father's side, the sight of him in a hospital bed was almost too much for him. He needed some air. "I'll tell the others to come in and see you." He stood abruptly, hating the feeling of helplessness that seemed to grow inside him with each passing moment. "They'll be happy to see you up and talking." "Of course," Jackson returned, his voice just as calm as it had ever been. The man wasn't even ruffled by this proof of his mortality, and it was just like him. Infuriatingly like him. "You don't have to stay, you know, Vlad. I'm all right now, and we can keep you posted just as easily from LA. I know you're still busy there, and Charlotte?" "Charlotte is here with me, father." Vladimir cut him off dully, his chest growing even tighter. "Charlie has handled things for a couple of weeks. He can handle them a while longer. This is important." With that, he left the room, closing the door quietly behind him. Outside, his family was watching him with anxious faces. "You can go in now," he spoke in a quiet, terse tone. "Did someone call Toshiro?" "He's doing all he can to get here," Lucas answered him. "But his flight's been delayed. It'll probably be another 24 hours. With a stiff nod, Vladimir turned from them, making his way towards the nearest door he could find. It led to a dimly lit staircase, and after several flights, that staircase led to the roof. Outside, the night air was cool and crisp. He had never wanted a drink so badly in his life. Thankfully, no one else was on the roof, and Vladimir leaned against the edge of the waist-high brick partition encircling it and drew in a deep, steadying breath. How had everything gone downhill so quickly? His time in Russia had been idyllic compared to what he had returned to. And now he found himself questioning everything he knew. His father knew he was sick for almost 6 months before this little incident forced him to reveal himself. What did that mean for the company? What did it mean for their family? Even he, the staunch workaholic, wanted to stop everything to be by his father's side, but he knew that he couldn't. The most he had was a week or two before he would be forced to return to LA, to re-immerse himself in the process that would put him at the head of his father's company, come hell or high water. Or even his death. It was hard to even contemplate such a thing, his father dying. Vlad knew he wasn't a child, and that Jackson Kensley was almost 70. He had lived a long, full life, but that didn't mean that his sons and wife were ready to let him go. He had always judged himself in the efficiency with which he handled every situation thrown at him. There had never been anything that Vladimir Kensley couldn't handle. But he had no idea how on earth to tackle this. After about 10 minutes, he heard the door to the roof open and close again, and then Charlotte was by his side. She said nothing, merely leaning against the brickwork with him as the breeze played through her mussed auburn curls. Wordlessly, she reached over to take his hand in hers. The effect was astounding and instantaneous. The terrifying thoughts that assaulted him, the responsibility that threatened to weigh him down until there was nothing left of him, those things seemed to lessen somehow. Too dim. And all at once, there was nothing but her and him, and the grounding grip of her fingers on his. A good 10 minutes or so passed until she finally spoke with him. And when she did, she didn't utter a single word about his father. "I'm going to find a hotel somewhere nearby and bunk down. Call Charlie and make sure he's got the timeline for the next week or so of construction. Do you want me to stay here for a while?" He realized quite suddenly that no one in his family knew who she was. Only Toshiro had met her, and he was still on his way from Africa. Vladimir hadn't the wherewithal to introduce her. He was far too absorbed in trying to digest this startling turn of events. In effect, Charlotte had merely stood there and let herself be stared at and speculated on. It must have crossed her mind more than once how selfish he had been to demand that she come with him. And still, she uttered not a single accusation. She didn't even demand to know why she was here. "There's no need to book a hotel," he finally managed, his throat oddly thick. "You can call Charlie just as easily from the manor. I'll make arrangements for you to stay with us." Charlotte's eyes widened a moment before she began to protest. "Vladimir, I couldn't. I wouldn't want to." "You're staying in the manor, Charlotte. Don't argue. I'm not in the mood." And just like that, she fell silent. As boisterous and difficult as the redhead could be, she knew when to use tact. It was a skill he had always lacked. "All right. I still need to call Charlie though. I'll give you and your family privacy. Be in the lobby if you need me." She released his hand to leave, but he suddenly felt bereft. Everything came roaring back, and Vladimir reached out to take her in his arms and quiet the chaos once more. When he kissed her, she let him lose himself in the taste of her. He was far from his usual painstakingly groomed self, and he needed a shower desperately, but Charlotte didn't care. She drank from him no less hungrily, and when they finally parted, Vladimir found himself even more reluctant to send her away. Geez, the last 24 hours had scrambled his brain. He could hardly think in a straight line anymore. The divisions between what he needed and what he wanted were suddenly an amorphous blur that made his gut churn and his head ache. And there was no reprieve in sight. Vladimir stayed at the hospital for the next 2 hours, discussing their plans for the upcoming weeks. Ethan had made sure that everything was being handled in Manhattan, so he could stay at the manor as well, and Alistair, despite having come from Texas, told them he could stay as long as he needed to. Vlad didn't see the need to question the woman who had come with Ethan. The fact that she was there spoke volumes, and this was hardly the time to instigate an interrogation. She introduced herself as Harper Jones, Athena's elder sister, and Vlad wondered briefly at the connection. Their mother didn't want to leave their father's side, no surprise there. They arranged to stay at the hospital themselves in short shifts in case there was any change. Once Jackson had talked to each of them, the doctor seemed to have little problem revealing that he would be in the hospital for at least a month on intensive treatment. It was intimidating, to say the least, but Lucas volunteered to do whatever he had to. He, unlike the rest of them, had no commitment to the company, which meant that he was the most flexible. By the time Vladimir finally left the hospital, around 4 in the morning, he was exhausted. Alistair and Ethan elected to go home with him to rest, while Lucas remained with their parents. There was little to say while they waited for the car to come, but of course Alistair was the one to break the silence. After being apart so long, Vladimir had almost forgotten how much his older brother liked to talk. Almost. "Where's your friend Vlad? The pretty redhead?" Vlad glanced up at Alistair in a warning. She's at the manor. Maria's getting a room ready for her. The red-haired man held his hands up in self-defense. Hey, calm down. We're all tired. I'm not going to ask any questions now. Just wanted to know where she'd got to. He was too exhausted to be very defensive. Their car arrived in short order, and they rode back to the manor in silence. Upon arrival, the three of them shared a very stiff drink before bed, and Vlad did his best to calm the turmoil that raged in his chest. Cancer. The cancer had killed Charlotte's mother over 20 years ago. Perhaps if he talked to her, but didn't want to talk to her about this, it was bad enough that he demanded she be here. There was no need to dredge up old memories, and Vlad wasn't so sure he really wanted to know what was in store for his father in the coming weeks. It couldn't be pretty. Vladimir showered quickly and readied for bed. It felt strange to be back at home without his father's presence, and his mind kept returning to the man in the hospital. Jackson Kensley had always been the strongest of them all. He had tamed the rebellious hearts and minds of himself and his brothers, and earned the love of his headstrong wife, and now he lies in a hospital bed, his survival beyond his control. Vladimir didn't get further than slipping into a pair of underwear before he was perched on the edge of the bed. This room had been his since he'd first arrived in America. Though it had long been updated to give it a more adult feel, there were still business club management awards he'd won when he was in high school. The Rubik's cubes he had lined up as he finished them. And picture after picture of him, grinning with his family. Happy, free. Before, the weight of life had crashed down upon him. Damn, everything was shot to shit. He sat there, his head hung, wondering if he would ever be able to sleep, when a soft knock came at his door. Vladimir exhaled a long breath. I don't need anything, Maria. I'm fine. But then the door was opening, soft as a whisper, and Vladimir looked up, a sharp reprimand on the tip of his tongue. The moment Charlotte stepped through the doorway, the words died on his tongue. She wore only the same t-shirt that she had the first night he'd come to her, her wild curls spiraling down her back and over her shoulders. When she met his gaze, her own was tentative. I didn't mean to intrude. I thought you might like company. Just to sleep. No one saw me leave my room, and I can get up early. For almost a full minute, Vladimir just stared at her. The silky smooth lines of her bare legs, the vibrant red of her hair, and the vivid almond hue of her eyes. Though it had only been a few hours since he'd last seen her, he admitted, though only to himself, that he had missed her. If there was one good thing at all to come out of this mess, it was that she was still here, with him. Charlotte ran a hand through her hair, her expression unsure at his prolonged stare. If you want to be alone, I understand. Before she could turn to leave, however, Vladimir stopped her with a short protest. Come here. His voice was quiet, but the intensity was enough to stop Charlotte in her tracks. She looked back up at him, hesitating only a moment before she crossed the room to stand before him. Charlotte leaned forward, resting her hands on his knees, then gently placed her chin on his shoulder. Vladimir's arms encircled her, holding her close before he lifted her to sit on his lap. He threaded his hands through her hair as she held onto his shoulders, her face near his. This closeness was different from their previous encounters. It was slow and deliberate, allowing him to feel her presence fully. She felt right. Even if everything between them felt complicated. She shouldn't be here. He shouldn't need her here, but somehow he did. Why? This wasn't a work meeting or a casual encounter. It was something that went beyond his understanding. He felt a vulnerability he rarely allowed himself to feel. With Charlotte, he didn't have to be strong. He didn't have to understand everything. All he needed was her nearness. Vladimir held her close, his hands moving through her hair. The moment she was near, he felt a pull he couldn't deny. She felt warm and close. Reaching out, Vladimir touched her gently, his fingers tracing her skin. He held her close, wanting to feel her fully. When she was settled on his lap, Charlotte's face was near his. Her nearness aroused him, yet also reminded him how complex things were between them. But in that moment, he didn't care. Holding her close, Vladimir could forget everything and simply be. She felt so right that Vladimir was tempted to remain as they were, simply holding her. But he couldn't resist moving closer, his hands gently guiding her. She was like a flame, warming him from the inside out. Though she was different, she was in many ways exactly what he needed. Unafraid of him, confident in herself. In a gentle movement, Vladimir moved her back against the cushions, settling near her. He needed to see her face. Lacing his fingers with hers, he held her hands gently. Charlotte's breath caught. The gaze that met his was vulnerable, her eyes wide with emotion. It didn't matter as long as he was the only one who saw her like this. Just like this. Charlotte liked things fast, but that wasn't what Vladimir gave her. He went slowly, deliberately, until she was trembling beneath him. But Vladimir wanted more. He held her close, his touch gentle. Beautiful. He could have held her like that for hours, days even. Vlad. When Charlotte murmured his name, her voice soft. Yes. That was all it took. He held her close, a feeling of deep connection washing over him. His body rested against hers in the soft light, and he could hear her heart beating. He held her gently, and Charlotte threaded her fingers through his hair, smoothing the strands from his forehead. After a few moments in the dark, she spoke a single sentence, soft and sincere. I'm glad I came with you. Vladimir said nothing, merely cradling his head between her chest and closing his eyes. There was all manner of things that he wanted to say, but he would regret them all later, when his father was better, and all of this was just a bad memory. Soon enough, he told himself, everything would go back to the way it was, and the only regret he would have was that he and Charlotte hadn't met under the circumstances better for them both. Charlotte had gone through more hardship in her life than people might know from speaking with her. After her mother had died, she and her father had financial problems that resulted in their temporary eviction. She'd become sullen and withdrawn, and once at the age of 11, she had briefly contemplated taking her own life. But she didn't know if anything had ever hurt as much as watching Vlad hold his family together during this trying period in their life. It was clear that they turned to him for structure while he himself was struggling to come to terms, and it took everything Charlotte had not to go to him in front of them. That, she reminded herself, wasn't her place. They were back in the United States, and the media was already eating up the story of Jackson Kensley's illness like a rabid mob. It was disgusting the lengths they would go through to get a story or picture. And Charlotte wasn't surprised when the security around the manor doubled in the first 3 days that she was there. For her part, she did her best to avoid Vladimir's family members and their unanswered questions. But that secrecy couldn't be maintained for too long. On a Wednesday evening, when it was Vlad's turn to stay with his father at the hospital, she ran into Alistair going into the library. Literally ran into him. Charlotte was in search of a distraction. Any distraction from the gloom that had settled over the house, and when the housekeeper pointed her in the direction of the library, she jumped at the chance. Unfortunately, it was already occupied. She slammed into Alistair with the force of a small freighter, and nearly toppled over. "Whoa there!" His heavy brogue rang out a moment before he caught her by both wrists, and hauled her upright. "You all right?" "Geez, Alistair. You scared the shit out of me." The man's hair wasn't quite as vibrant as her own, but he more than qualified as a ginger. Arching one auburn brow, he eyed her in inquiry. "How is it that you know my name, but I don't know yours?" Charlotte couldn't help but smile a little at that. "Well, you've been on a lot of TV programs." The Kensleys have rather unmistakable faces at this point, except for Vlad. He was the only son who neglected to appear in almost every special about the Kensleys that had ever been filmed. It was no wonder she hadn't recognized him in the airport when they first met. Alistair chuckled softly. "You have a point there, I suppose." Charlotte took the opportunity to extend a hand. "I'm Charlotte Gardner. Nice to properly meet you." "Gardner?" Alistair took her hand to shake, his expression pensive. Not the architect that designed for LA and Russia? The same? She nodded, hoping that he didn't probe much further. But this was Alistair Kensley they were talking about, a man infamous for his boisterous, curious demeanor. She might as well have hoped to see a flying pig. And you're here to bring the work to him? Something like that. It was the most diplomatic answer she could come up with on the spot, and Alistair clearly wasn't buying it. I'd hoped that Vlad wouldn't still be thinking about work with Dad in the hospital, he challenged lowly, and though he hadn't threatened her, hadn't even taken a step towards her, Charlotte found herself backing away. The man was simply massive, ruddy and completely overwhelming. Alistair, leave her alone for God's sake. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief when Toshiro appeared. He had arrived just 12 hours after his brother, and though as somber as the rest of his family, Charlotte didn't have to worry about explaining her position to him. He knew what was going on between her and Vladimir, or at the very least, he had an idea. Geez, Shiro, you come out of the woodwork. Alistair raked a hand through his hair, before casting Charlotte one final glance. I'm just saying, if she came here as moral support for Vlad, shouldn't she be at the hospital? She's here because Vlad needs time alone with Dad, Toshiro cut him off curtly, his expression stern. Speaking of, wasn't Lucas looking for you to help him with the cooking? At the very prospect, Alistair groaned. I'm going to poison the lot of you, just watch. Yes, well, Okasan isn't here, so man up. Alistair cast him a dirty look before striding off down the hall, and Charlotte finally allowed herself to relax. Sorry about that, Toshiro sighed, shaking his head. It was the first time Charlotte had ever seen him in anything other than a suit, and she thought the floor-length robe he wore fit him. At the very least, it was reminiscent of his Japanese ancestry. He's the oldest and the most stubborn. Charlotte offered him a small smile. Yeah, I bet he and Vlad butted heads for that title. You'd be surprised, Shiro returned wryly, glancing down the hall after his brother to make sure he wasn't shirking his duties. As Shiro was the only Kensley she could really talk to, Charlotte decided to bite the bullet and try to get an update. Vladimir didn't want to talk about his father's condition. When he was at the manor, he buried himself in work and at night in her. Though Charlotte found herself slightly perturbed that he wouldn't let himself even grieve properly, she understood. She had been where he was once. How's he doing, Shiro? The Japanese man frowned, his expression sobering. They're putting him through chemo every other day, but he's handling it as well as can be expected. Trying to boost the treatment because he went so long without, but he's a tough one. If anyone can make it through this, it's him. Shiro, like his brothers, looked as if he had aged in the past few days. Perhaps it was more apparent with the Japanese man, because his face was familiar to Charlotte, but he seemed particularly tired, as if all his life had been sapped out of him. It was then that Charlotte realized that the Japanese man had arrived at the manor alone. Where's Athena? The question was out before she could even stop it, and instantly, the Japanese man's expression darkened. Gone? He exhaled a long breath, before turning to leave her standing there, wondering how on earth the world had so quickly gone to hell in a handbasket. It was a morose few days. Charlotte spent the majority of her time in her room, hoping she didn't get asked too many questions, and simultaneously fighting the creeping sense of resentment that began to prickle at her. She knew that she had no right to feel as she did when Vladimir was having such a difficult time, but she had come all this way to be with him, and now she was hiding away. These were all grown men, with the exception of Harper Jones, who had come with Ethan and was the only other woman. Harper didn't hide. Though she and Ethan weren't all over one another, it was clear that she had come to support him, and anyone with a brain would surmise the same about Vladimir. He'd been holding her hand the day he arrived, for God's sake. If that wasn't a giveaway, she didn't know what was. In many ways, Charlotte felt like his dirty little secret, and it wasn't a very nice feeling. She did what work she could to distract herself from it, speaking to Charlie daily for hours on end to make sure the building was going according to schedule. He sent him literally reams of pictures, and from what Charlotte could see, the structure was rapidly taking its unique shape. Though she was just as worried about Jackson Kensley as any of his family, she sometimes found herself wishing she had stayed in LA. Better that than lying next to Vladimir at night after he'd made love to her, wondering how much longer he was going to need her. When he suddenly wouldn't. Her thoughts were awful and guilty, but Charlotte simply couldn't escape them. So she did the next best thing, she called Lila. Charlotte, her friend answered her in a serious tone, "Dear God, I saw what happened on the news. Is everything okay?" A weak laugh escaped the redhead. "If by okay you mean all the Kensley brothers suicidal, their father in the hospital, and their mother crying her eyes out, then yeah, they're peachy." Lila groaned. "Geez, that bad?" Charlotte ran a hand through her tangled curls. "It's stage 3 hepatic cancer, but they're doing all they can for him. They're saying the fact that he's been pretty healthy for so long without chemo has to be a good sign." There was a momentary pause before Lila replied, her tone somewhat cautious. "And Vlad? How's he taking it?" Charlotte's eyes slid closed as she thought of the way the Russian man stared at the ceiling every night after he made love to her with tortuous deliberation. Probably worse than any of them. They look to him, you know. He's supposed to be the next CEO, but none of them imagined it would be like this. "Of course not," Lila replied, the very notion of blasphemy. "No one could have predicted this. Vlad is hard on himself. Says he might have noticed something sooner if he paid more attention." Charlotte's comment garnered outrage from her roommate. "How the hell could he have done that? He's been away for 6 months. Christ, this man is a nutcase." "I love him." Charlotte uttered the words so softly that she herself could hardly hear them. But she was talking to Lila, and Lila had known her better than almost anyone. The blonde was silent for almost a full minute before she responded. "Oh, Charlotte." "I know," the redhead returned with a groan that was embarrassingly on the edge of tears. "I'm so stupid. So idiotic. How could I have let this happen?" She took a steadying breath, swallowing the lump in his throat. "It's like I'm his dirty secret here. I stay in the room all day, and I avoid his family, so I don't have to talk to them and explain what's going on between us. Gosh, Lila, I'm so selfish. So damn selfish." Despite everything she had fought against, despite their rocky beginning, and the fact that Vladimir Kensley was the antithesis of everything she thought she wanted in a man, here she was. Helplessly, head over heels for him. Simultaneously, wanting to cuff him for treating her like chattel, and hold him in her arms to comfort him. For others, Vladimir was strong. He was so strong. But his weakness was that he refused to let other people in, even those closest to him. "You have to tell him, Lot." This time when Charlotte laughed, the sound was scathing and incredulous. "Are you out of your mind? This is the absolute worst time to bring something like that into the mix." "And it might be exactly what he needs," Lila explained calmly, ever rational. "He's clinging to you, Lot, because neither of you has talked about your feelings. As far as he's concerned, what's between you could end any day. Telling him something like this is a gamble, yes, but would it really be so bad to reassure him that you're not going anywhere when he needs you most?" Geez. There was no way. None. The man would eat her alive, and not in the way she liked. His family would eat her alive for daring to broach something like this, when their lives were in such chaos. But Lila was right. The prospect was as terrifying as anything Charlotte had ever contemplated, but she couldn't deny it. If she hadn't told Vladimir how she felt now, when would she have ever had another opportunity? They only had a few more days before they had to go back to LA, and God knew what would happen then. Or heaven forbid, his father got worse and... Gosh. This was such a mess. "Lila. I don't know if I can." Charlotte heard a sound that might have been her friend standing up. "The Lot I know can do anything she wants. Graduate from a school that's constantly cutting her down. Make her way in a firm that's stifling her. Land is one of the most momentous architectural contracts of the last decade. Charlotte, if you can do all that, you can certainly do this." The redhead bit her lip so hard she almost drew blood. How was it that Lila always knew exactly what to say to her? Shutting her eyes tightly, the redhead spoke in a hushed tone. Gosh, I love you, Lila. I love you too. Now go do what you need to do. Getting out of the house was easy enough. Though Charlotte hated to interrupt Shiro when he was obviously dealing with some major shit, he got her a car to the hospital when she asked for one. She had no idea how she was going to go about this. Though Charlotte had been with men before, even believed herself infatuated, she had never felt like this. She didn't know how to explain this, much less in a way that someone like Vladimir would understand. If there was one aspect of the man that Charlotte absolutely understood, it was the reluctance to let anyone see where you were vulnerable. And she was about to do just that. She was absolutely terrified. The 20-minute drive to the hospital seemed to take less than 20 seconds, and all at once, she was walking through the double doors, heading towards the treatment ward where they were administering to Jackson Kensley. By the time she reached the 5th floor, she could hear little else over the pounding of her own heart in her ears. The hall outside Jackson's room was empty, so she stepped up to the glass pane of his door to peek inside. Vladimir wasn't there either. The only people inside were Jackson himself and his wife Olivia. Charlotte noticed ruefully that the man appeared much thinner and paler than he had mere days ago. The treatment was obviously taking its toll on him. She wondered if his wife had ever let go of his hand. Olivia hadn't come home since Jackson collapsed, and she looked just as haggard as her husband. However, unlike Olivia, Jackson was still smiling. It wasn't as wide or as robust, but it was still just as genuine as those he wore when she saw him in commercials on TV. For a long moment, she stared at the scene before her. She wasn't the praying type, but in that moment, she prayed with every fiber of her being that Jackson Kensley would pull through. If anyone could do it, it was the man who had built an empire out of nothing. In the midst of her clumsy prayer, the man in the window turned to look right back at her. Charlotte inhaled sharply, ducking away from the window guiltily. The last thing she needed was for Jackson Kensley to think that she was spying on him and his family. She had little business here in the first place. He had hired her for architecture, and now she was moments away from prostrating herself at his son's feet. Charlotte. At the sound of her name muffled through the door, the young woman winced. She'd been discovered. Charlotte? The voice came again, and the young woman hoped in vain that perhaps he would think he'd just imagined her. But today simply wasn't her day. Please come in, Charlotte. She couldn't very well refuse him. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte straightened, wishing she were wearing something more flattering than her yoga pants and hoodie for her first meeting with the man who had changed her life. She did her best to smooth stray strands of hair from her brow, and then, bracing herself, she opened the door to step into the room. It was very quiet inside. Once she closed the door behind her, almost completely silent. Charlotte met the gazes of both Jackson and his wife, trying to remember how to breathe as her cheeks burned. Mr. and Mrs. Kensley. I apologize, I was looking for Vladimir. I didn't mean to disturb you. You're not disturbing us. To her surprise, Jackson's smile, ever benevolent, never faltered. Come over here, my girl. Look how you've grown. A lump rose in her throat with alarming speed, and Charlotte found her vision blurring. She couldn't cry. She wouldn't cry. Jackson gestured for her to sit down on the edge of his bed, and Charlotte found herself obeying automatically. The man gave her a slow once-over, his smile warming even further. Trevor was right. You look just like your mother. A sob rose in Charlotte's throat. She couldn't help it. This man had known her parents before she was born, known her mother for far longer than she had. The things she could ask him. Her hair was just as wild. Nothing Beth did could tame it. Jackson reached out to tug on a vibrant curl gently. And now, here you are. Making your way up in the world. That certainly didn't feel like what she was doing at the moment. What it felt like she was doing was attaching her heart to her sleeve, ripe for anyone feeling particularly malicious. Olivia, this is Trevor and Beth's daughter. Jackson didn't seem to mind the tears spilling down the young woman's cheeks. She's incredibly talented. The LA building is doing splendidly, and Dansk can't stop gushing about St. Petersburg. They're already talking Berlin. Berlin? The prospect was enough to take her breath away, but not as much as the warmth of Olivia's eyes. From her wan face they shone brightly, and her smile was genuine. I can see so much of Beth in you, sweetheart. Thank you for coming. Jackson turned to his wife briefly to place his free hand over hers, drawing her knuckle to his mouth to kiss. My heart, will you give us just a moment? There are a few things Charlotte and I have to discuss. If Olivia was surprised, she hid it well. With obvious reluctance, she stood, leaning over her husband to kiss his forehead before letting his hand slide from hers. Call me if you need anything. With that, she glanced at Charlotte as if telling her the same before stepping from the room. Once she had, Jackson sighed, stretching before he settled into position once more. I love her to death, but I personally think they're all on the Tombstone bandwagon. I hope you have more faith in me than that, Charlotte. He winked winningly, and Charlotte let out a watery laugh. How on earth could he joke about this? He was deathly ill. At this point, he was more likely to die from the treatment than he was to get better. And yet Jackson Kensley still smiled. Of course, sir. Now, Charlotte, Jackson took her hand between his weathered ones, his grip surprisingly strong. From what I hear, you're not the teary type. Don't cry for an old man. The struggle is part of life. If it's my time, it's my time. I'll go happily, knowing I've provided for my sons and all those I've left behind. His sons. Vladimir. All at once, guilt overwhelmed her. She hadn't come here to draw a weakened Jackson into idle conversation. She'd come for his son. The son she had absolutely no right to. Charlotte. When she hung her head, Jackson's low murmur recaptured her attention. Do you know why I chose your particular brand of artistry for my new projects? Slowly, Charlotte shook her head. When she had first been hired, she thought she had all the answers. Kensley Enterprises was innovating. They were branching out and changing their image, but once she met Vladimir, everything got a little fuzzy. There are times in our lives, Jackson told her softly, when we must choose between what works and the chance to make it work better. You have taken risks all your life. The death of your mother only made you stronger, and you have challenged anyone who has dared stand in your way. He chuckled softly, as if the mental image itself amused him. Since coming here, my Vladimir has faced little opposition. He excelled at everything put in front of him. He's a perfectionist, harder on himself than I could ever be. The one thing I could never teach him was how to enjoy himself. That certainly sounded like Vladimir. So tell me, my dear, Jackson inquired lightly, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? She swallowed thickly, her chest so tight that she could barely breathe. I don't know. Jackson laughed softly. Don't you? But that couldn't. He couldn't. Charlotte, you are an incredibly talented artist. Even if Vladimir wasn't part of the equation, your designs stood out to me. But I hope you'll forgive an old man his desire to see his sons happy, and Vladimir. Well, you can deal with him far better than I ever could. Charlotte forced herself to take a deep, steadying breath. Where is he? Jackson nodded his head in the direction of the doorway. He left about half an hour ago, to get some air, no doubt. He doesn't like dealing with what he can't control, and he certainly can't control this. Charlotte looked into Jackson Kensley's bright green eyes. Vladimir might be adopted, but she saw the same resilience in his gaze. He could only have learned it from his father. Go rein in my pig-headed son, little lot. Jackson cupped her chin in his palm. He needs you. It was a lot easier said than done. Charlotte left Jackson wanting to know more, wanting to know everything. But hopefully, there would be a time for all that. She took the stairs to the roof 2 at a time, going so fast that by the time she finally burst into the evening air, she was breathless. Vladimir stood at the edge of the rooftop, staring out over the highway below. He whirled at her sudden appearance, his expression tightening a moment before faint surprise showed on it. "Charlotte, what are you doing here?" The young woman gathered every iota of courage she possessed before taking a step towards him. "Vladimir, I have something I need to talk to you about." The dark-haired man rubbed a hand over his stubbled chin. He hadn't shaved in days, and Charlotte was torn. He looked as deliciously rugged as he did haggard. "Is there any way it can wait until tonight? I have a few hours left with Father, and then I have some work to get done." "Vladimir, I'm in love with you." The man went utterly motionless. His eyes widened in shock. That couldn't be a good sign, but Charlotte found herself forging on relentlessly. "I know I have the shittiest timing ever, and that we haven't known one another for that long. You don't understand why I am the way I am, and I don't understand you. But I'm willing to accept that. Work on it even." By this point only about 3 feet of space remained between them. I can't stand seeing you in pain, and I want you to know that I'm not going anywhere. This doesn't have to end. I want to be here for you, in whatever way you may need me." Vladimir's expression was somewhere between grief and incredulity, and even as he opened his mouth to answer her, she beat him to the punch. "I'm not asking for some grandiose profession from you. That's not what I want. We're adults, remember?" Her gut twisted, and she forced the lump that rose in her throat back down to where it belonged. I don't want there to be any question. If I'm staying with you, it's not because of physical chemistry. It's not because you're my boss, and I feel obligated. It's because of you. I want you. I love." Vladimir covered her mouth with 2 fingers, his eyes searching hers. All the shock had melted away, and now there was only confusion and an edge of pain. For a long moment he contemplated her and she him. And then he spoke. "I have a lot on my plate right now. Some days it's a struggle to just keep my thoughts straight, and I can't. Not now. I can't say what will happen a month or a year from now. But right now." Before he could finish, Charlotte was enfolding him in her embrace, pressing as close as she could to indulge in his scent and the feel of his body against hers. "That's fine," she reassured him, breathing the words low against his chest. "That's fine." And somehow it was. It wasn't a no, and no was what she most feared. Not now was different. She could wait. Charlotte had waited all her life. All at once, Vladimir's hands were cupping her face, turning it upward so that his mouth could cover hers. His kiss was hungry, desperate, as if he feared she'd evaporate into thin air. But Charlotte wasn't going anywhere. Ever.
Chapter 12 Mistakes.
A week and a half of treatment left Jackson Kensley completely undaunted. Weak, queasy, and tired, but he was still going strong. Doctors revealed that he was responding about as well as they might have hoped, and so Vladimir began the preparations to head back to LA. There was nothing more he could do. If need be, he could be on a plane back to New York with 30 minutes' notice, and besides that, he wouldn't be alone in LA. Charlotte would be with him, not only as his colleague or as an architect but as his woman. Frankly, Vladimir's mind was still blown by her admission. Charlotte always shot from the hip, her conversation quick and to the point. But for her to tell him that she loved him. After all he had done, he hardly deserved it. He had questioned her as an artist, taken advantage of her, and forced her to hide what was between them. But when they returned to LA, that would all change. It was an intimidating prospect. Vladimir had never enjoyed dealing with the media, and he could only imagine what might happen when they got wind of what was going on with Charlotte. They would have a damn field day, and he had no idea how well he could cope. Since his father had been hospitalized, his temper seemed on a razor-sharp edge. There was a part of him that worried that he'd do something reproachable, get physical with a reporter who said the wrong thing. But he had to trust in himself. It was something Charlotte was trying to teach him, and Vladimir knew that it would be a slow uphill battle. But it just might be possible, with her along to urge him on. Charlotte was brash, demanding, and outlandish, but she had also never left his side when he needed her most. She let him into her bed, into her mind, and now she let him into her heart, even if he hardly knew how his own operated. Love? What was love? He had thought that Toshiro might be in love with Athena, but the two had obviously had a falling out. Perhaps the end date that Athena had hinted at finally came, and Toshiro hadn't been ready. Or perhaps it had been something much worse. Either way, Vladimir knew there would be no declarations from him until he was absolutely sure. It was a daunting prospect. But he knew Charlotte would wait. She promised him that she would, and calmed him like she always had. Despite the profession that she would never pack his bags again, she was doing it now. The redhead had dragged her suitcase into his room to begin packing for both of them. Vladimir was due for his last few hours for his father, but he had managed to wheedle her into his bed for a lingering intimate session that had only reminded him how much he owed Charlotte. How much she had done for him. He left her dazed, promising to finish packing as he made his last trip to the hospital. For the entire drive, Vladimir attempted positive thinking. His father had fared well with the treatment so far. Who was to say that he wouldn't continue to do well? He would have their mother by his side, as would Ethan and Lucas. Alistair was returning to Texas, but he promised to return at the drop of a hat. Toshiro, still quiet and sullen, was due in London in 3 days for a series of meetings. And so life resumed, with them all dancing on the edge of a knife waiting. When he arrived at the hospital, there were no less than 50 reporters waiting outside. The very sight of them raised Vladimir's ire. Ever since news of his father's illness, reporters had seemed to follow the Kensleys wherever they went. The supermarket, the gas station. They had even attempted several times to get onto the manor grounds. They were completely and totally unorthodox, and if his family's image wasn't on the line, Vladimir might very well give them a piece of his mind. Anger had burned away all reluctance, and he found himself biting his tongue as he fought his way through them, refusing to answer even a single question. When he reached the hospital lobby, however, everything finally fell quiet once more. The only sound was the news droning in the background on several TVs around the lobby space. Their family had ceased signing in after the second day of their father's stay, and Vladimir strode past the front desk. As he did so, the nurses there whispered furiously beneath their breaths, prompting a look back over his shoulder in confusion. One would think that by this point, they'd be used to Kensleys coming in and out. There was no need to lose their heads. There was some maintenance being done in the stairwell, so for once, Vladimir elected to take the elevator. While he was in the elevator, the furtive whispering continued. He noticed then that it came from not only the nurses at the front desk, but also a few working in the halls. The very sight of him sent them into an uproar. Frowning, he stepped into the elevator the moment it arrived. If his presence was beginning to rile up the hospital staff so much, maybe it was a good thing that he was leaving. In LA, he could find a semblance of peace in his work. At least he would until news of he and Charlotte hit the media outlets. There was a selfish, self-preserving part of him that was tempted to ask Charlotte if there was any way she might be willing to keep their romance under wraps for just a little while longer, though not with his family. If he just had time to prepare, he was sure that he could come up with a way to temper the incoming storm. When Vladimir arrived on the 5th floor, the first thing to catch his attention was Dr. Banyan's blatant glare. The middle-aged woman was in charge of his father's treatment, and up until that point, she had never acted in any manner less than amicable. But now, there was no other way to describe the look in her eye besides cold anger. Vladimir arched a brow in confusion. "Dr. Banyan, is there some issue here?" The doctor didn't even answer him. Instead, she turned her nose up, yanking a clipboard from the counter, and marched down the hall, out of sight. What the almighty hell? His scowl only deepening, Vladimir turned down the opposite hall to head for his father's room. In the 5 or so meters that he traveled, he met the incensed gazes of another 3 nurses. The expressions on their faces were no less than absolutely malicious, and he found himself wondering how on earth he had displeased them. He had barely even spoken to any of them. His expression was perplexed, and he knocked briefly on his father's door before entering. When he stepped inside, however, he was surprised to see both his parents' anxious faces staring up at him. For once, his mother wasn't by his father's side. Instead, she stood in the middle of the room before the TV mounted on the wall. The moment Vladimir set foot inside the room, she switched the television off with a guilty expression, as if she'd been caught in an act she shouldn't. Vladimir. The pleased surprise in her voice was strange, and Vladimir found himself looking from her to his father and then back again. While Olivia Kensley looked more nervous, Jackson's expression was one of outright disgust. What the hell was going on here? Dad? Mom? What's going on? He inquired, glancing at the still buzzing TV. What were you watching? Nothing. His mother hurried to reassure him. When she smiled, the gesture was so false that it made his stomach turn. Nothing at all, honey. Have you come to say goodbye to your father? When she came to him, Vladimir hugged her, but only errantly. After kissing her cheek, he turned his gaze to his father. Dad, what's going on here? Jackson Kensley's brow furrowed. Nothing you need to worry about, Vladimir. It's just nonsense. What kind of nonsense? Did it have something to do with the staff and how they were looking at him? Exactly what your father said, Vlad. Rude, vicious rumors. There's no need to put stock in any of it, but before she had finished her statement, Vlad used lightning reflexes to snatch the remote from her grip and switch the TV back on. The featured news story was enough to make his eyes widen in horror as his heart dropped into his stomach. With billionaire mogul Jackson Kensley hospitalized with stage 3 cancer, the responsibilities of one of the most influential companies in the world fall on the shoulders of his adopted son, 35-year-old Vladimir Kensley. Vladimir, notoriously camera-shy, has taken some time off from caring for his father to become involved in a steamy affair with up-and-coming West Coast architect Charlotte Gardner. A series of blurry pictures of the two of them flashed on the screen. While the quality was questionable, there was no doubt that it was Vladimir and Charlotte. Up on the roof, locked in an embrace, through the window of the Kensley mansion, wrapped up together on a sofa. And then a picture of Vladimir arriving with Charlotte at the airport, clutching her hand in a vice-like grip. Several news outlets are questioning the timing of this star-crossed love affair. Charlotte Gardner, a talented but controversial name in her field, recently landed not only 1 but 2 huge contracts designing for Kensley Enterprises. Several sources suggest that she is exploiting the least media-savvy of the Kensley sons for a bid on their empire. Whether or not she and Kensley are a genuine item, along with the validity of her hire, remain in question. The timing, however, seems incredibly convenient, and it appears there is quite a good reason why Vladimir Kensley has wished to hide from the spotlight. 2 juxtaposing images appeared on screen, one taken of Jackson Kensley in his bed. How a reporter had gotten it was anyone's guess. The other showed Vladimir on the hospital roof, locked in Charlotte's embrace. It took less than 5 seconds for Vladimir to put everything together. They were implying that he neglected his father in favor of Charlotte, that he was too wrapped up in her to space Jackson Kensley the time of day. Atop that, they were all but ramming the idea of Charlotte as an exploiter down the throats of anyone who would watch. It was infuriating and disgusting all at once. And it was the reason why everyone in the hospital thought that he was the spawn of Satan. I just can't believe his own son would do that to him. The reporter was now interviewing God knew who, a random stranger eager to let his opinion be known. The man adopted him and groomed him to be one of the most powerful men in the world, and now he dumps him for some poontang. Personally, I think the girl's a mess. This Charlotte girl. Then it was a blonde with a hairline 10 shades darker than her bleached blonde locks. Working on the Kensleys like that. She's got some damn nerve pulling something like that in their time of need. Vladimir switched the TV off. He couldn't stand to hear any more. For at least a full minute, terse silence reigned in the room. Jackson Kensley was the one who finally broke it, with a deep clearing of his throat. Complete and utter nonsense. They're just pissed because we didn't throw them a bone. But Vladimir was hardly listening. He might be a new hat when it came to dealing with the media, but he knew how to recognize his family's name being drawn through the mud. Charlotte's name is drawn through the mud. It was a shit story and it was nasty as hell, but the ramifications were staggering. This was one of the major news outlets. People all over the country were seeing this. Seeing him for the first time. He had to do something. Turning on his heel, Vladimir strode for the door. "Vladimir, where are you going?" his mother demanded, grabbing for his sleeve desperately. "To talk some sense into them," her son replied flatly, letting the door slam shut behind him. Vladimir ignored the disapproving stares of the hospital staff. He didn't know which was worse, that the media would actually pull a stunt like this, or that people as reputable as doctors and nurses would believe it. He took the elevator to the first floor and made a beeline for the front entryway, both outrage and anger driving his steps. Once he stepped from the building, 100 cameras were on him, 50 microphones all hanging on his every word. Well, he would give them something to listen to. "Mr. Kensley, what do you have to say about the current allegations? There's been news that Charlotte Gardner is carrying your child. Can you confirm or deny these rumors? Is it true that you've been using the Kensley Manor as a romantic getaway in your father's absence? Listen to me, all of you." Vladimir cut them off with a sharp sentence that silenced every last reporter. The cameras, however, kept rolling as he made his statement. "All of these vile rumors are just that, rumors. If there is anyone who is exploiting my family and infringing on their privacy, it is the party that took these images, and anyone who perpetuates this nonsense." For having never given a public statement before, he'd say that he was doing pretty good. The reporters had the good sense to be taken aback, and a few even appeared downright ashamed. But there were others still who were undaunted. "So none of it's true?" A plucky brunette with crimson lips nudged him, her eyes bright. "Absolutely none?" Vladimir scowled deeply at her prodding. Charlotte Gardner is a well-vetted member of the architectural community. There has never been even the slightest hint of foul play in her being hired to help us move the construction of our buildings into a new age. And I suppose the fact that she's a friend of the family has nothing to do with her getting hired? This time it was a middle-aged graying man with a smarmy demeanor that Vladimir instantly disliked. "I have a source that says she's the daughter of Trevor Gardner, who has known your father since they were boys." Vladimir faltered somewhat. It was no new information for him, but how was he supposed to explain the situation to someone desperate to see it in the wrong light? "My father hasn't interacted with Charlotte Gardner until recently. The selection for the projects was made on blind submissions for the projects." That seemed to stump the man, and Vladimir chalked up another win. For all his father and brothers blustered about the evils of reporters, they didn't seem half so dangerous as they believed once you confronted them. Perhaps there was a chance that this would all be cleared up by morning. "What about the pictures of you with Charlotte Gardner?" At another inquiry from the brunette, Vladimir felt himself stiffen. "Are the two of you not an item? You seem to be pretty friendly to colleagues. And you were definitely placed being intimate several times on the roof of this very hospital while your father receives chemotherapy treatments. A fine time to be getting cozy with a fling, Mr. Kensley." All at once his mind went blank. There was no lie to dismiss here, and there was no way that he could reword things. If Vladimir let this woman's incriminating statement stand, he would be painted as a villain. Opinions on Charlotte wouldn't change because, when it came down to it, they were doing the dirty while his father was languishing in bed. It was the first time he felt guilt churning in his gut, and Vladimir was certain that it wouldn't be the last. But this was in front of 50 cameras. Rabid reporters who were hanging on to his every word were ready to crucify him. This was not his playing field at all, and suddenly he wasn't sure how to turn things back in his favor. His reaction was automatic and self-preserving. The words came to him unbidden. "Miss Gardner and I are not together." Cameras flashed, and a veritable shudder of excitement seemed to pass through the crowd. "She's a valued subordinate, and there were times when my father's state took an emotional toll on the both of us. However, going forward, we will remain professional in all aspects. My father's treatment is going well, and I hope to hear only good news from him after my return to Los Angeles." Thankfully, as if sensing his distress, a car pulled for him at that exact moment. "I have no further comments," he managed, before bolting for the safety of the Mercedes and locking himself in. The moment the car peeled off from the curb, the dark-haired man set about forcing him to relax. Geez, that experience made it onto his list of the worst things that had ever happened to him. The reporters were monsters. They seemed ready to believe anything anyone threw at them. He would, Vladimir realized, have to come back and say a proper goodbye to his father. He would go back to the manor for a while and let the reporters chew on the information he'd given. If he was lucky, they would disperse, and he'd return at some ungodly hour when they would all be gone. Closing his eyes, he exhaled a long breath. He supposed it could have gone worse. Charlotte stared at the TV, open-mouthed. She didn't even know why she had turned it on. A whim, really. Some background noise while she packed. She had never really been a fan of stolid silence. It was a flash of a familiar face that made her stop on a national news channel. And then the words from his mouth. "She's a valued subordinate, and there were times where my father's state took an emotional toll on the both of us. However, going forward, we will remain professional in all aspects. My father's treatment is going well, and I hope to hear only good news of him after my return to Los Angeles." Not even an equal. A subordinate. Charlotte felt sick to her stomach. Was that what Vladimir believed? Really believed? That they had just fallen into one another's arms in comfort? What happened in Russia? What happened before then? They were going to remain professional. She knew what that meant well enough. It meant hiding. It meant not touching the man she loved when there was even a single person looking, because she was the dirty secret. Had he simply been lying when he told her he planned to put them in LA? Was it a ploy to get her to let him stifle her all over again? Was he ashamed of her? Didn't like her temper? Wanted her to be some hoity-toity debutante he could take to fancy parties and show off? Dear God, she was such a fool. Charlotte was clutching at a pair of Vladimir's slacks so hard, she rented the material. The faint sound of tearing cotton brought her back to the real world, and she tried her best to keep her head from swimming. To keep anger and despair from overwhelming her. Dropping the clothes she held, Charlotte rose to step from the room. Air. She needed air. She made her way unsteadily to the main entryway, headed for the kitchen terrace. When she was in the middle of the hallway, the outside motion sensor lights clicked on. A split second later, the door opened, and Vladimir stood on the threshold. Charlotte just stared at him, as a terrifying mix of emotions welled in her chest. Desire, fury, regret, and most painful of all, the love that still wouldn't abate. Charlotte. He spoke her name without an ounce of reproach. Have you finished packing already? Had she finished packing? What am I to you? She demanded, her voice low and dangerous. Tell me please, Vladimir, because I'm pretty confused. His eyes widened in surprise at the venom in her voice. What do you mean? That interview, she snapped. I saw it. Everyone in the state probably saw it. Half the people in the country saw it. They saw you denounce me. Charlotte, Vladimir's expression sobered, edging on the severity that she hated so damn much. I was merely explaining. Explaining what? She returned, her voice trembling. How we fell all over one another in sorrow? How did you use me, but you'll always appreciate me because I'm such a valuable subordinate? Charlotte, Vladimir raked a hand through his hair, his own ire growing now. I just don't think that now is the best time to tell the media about your proclamation." "My proclamation?" He probably couldn't have hurt her more if he'd physically struck her. "Is that what it is now? My proclamation? I stood on your doorstep and poured my tender little heart out to you, and you took pity on me, did you?" Her vision was blurring, and Charlotte knew that she was on the edge of angry tears, but she didn't care. She had given this man her heart, and he crushed it under his foot. Not just to her face, but for the entire country to see. "Charlotte, you came with me to New York, and you can't imagine how much I appreciate that, but we have to go back to Los Angeles, and to put this huge label on something you think you feel." "Something I think I feel," Charlotte parroted flatly, her body numb from shock. "We've spent a few weeks together, very intimately. Then my father got sick, and emotions were running high. There's no telling what will happen when we go back to work in Los Angeles. You might feel differently in a week or a month." The tears were falling now. She told him she would wait for him, that she would always be there. "Vladimir, I'm telling you that I love you, and you just told the entire world that I'm some regretful fling." She shook her head slowly, disappointed in him, but even more disappointed in herself. "And you don't even know what you did wrong?" "Let's be logical about this," Vladimir returned sharply. "I know what we need, and right now, discretion is the better policy." "No," Charlotte glared at him, her cheeks wet. "You know what you need, and quite frankly, I don't care anymore." Charlotte turned to the coat closet behind her and yanked it open, pulling out her boots and her purse. She didn't bother with her luggage. She never wanted to set foot in this house again as long as she lived. "Charlotte." There was a warning in Vladimir's voice, but there was also something else. A tinge of hysteria that gave her cruel satisfaction. "Where are you going?" He moved to block her way before Charlotte could get around him, and she reacted instantly. Her palm rang out against his cheek with a loud slap, the sound echoing through the open entryway. In the aftermath, the redhead couldn't make out his expression. Her vision was too blurred with moisture. "If I had done that the first day in your office, we both would have been better off." With that, she shoved him out of the way, opening the door and fleeing out into the night. Charlotte wanted nothing more than to find a dark hole and climb into it. She wanted to sob until all the moisture in her body had dried up, and she expired from exhaustion. But she could do none of these things. Not yet. First, she had to get home where she belonged. It was an arduous process. Charlotte hoofed it about 2 miles beyond the Kensley Manor, before she finally got to a road where she could catch a cab. The ride to the airport ended up being something astronomical, but she hardly paid attention to the numbers on the meter. A one-way ticket back to Los Angeles at such short notice was also hard to come by. Across that, there were several people who seemed to have recognized her from TV. Though Charlotte had only seen the tail end of Vladimir's interview, it and the news segment that had prompted it were being looped, over and over, on most of the TVs in the airport. The redhead did her best to keep her head down until she boarded her plane, and even then, she cringed away from those who still whispered maliciously under her breaths. By the time she finally got back to LA, she was exhausted body and soul. Uncaring of the cost by this juncture, she called a car to take her back to her apartment. Charlotte once thought she'd be coming back here with Vladimir by her side. She imagined how delighted Delilah would be when she told her what they were working towards. But now all of that was gone. It was 3 a.m. by the time she got back, but she had barely put her key in the lock before it was jerked open, and Lila stood on the threshold. She took one look at Charlotte's beaten form and opened her arms to her closest friend, tears in her own eyes. "Welcome home, babe." Charlotte collapsed into her embrace. Vladimir stayed out on the kitchen terrace until the sun rose. His phone buzzed multiple times in his pocket, until he grew so frustrated that he chucked the damn thing off the balcony just to watch it smash on the paving stones below. But the gesture didn't make him feel any better. Twilight came, and then the first rosy lines of dawn appeared on the horizon. Vladimir continued to stare at some undetermined point in the distance, inner turmoil consuming him. She hit him. Slapped him full force. And the way Charlotte had looked at him, as if he were some kind of monster. This was a mistake. It was all a huge mistake. They just happened to be two people together, who had fallen victim to their lusts. Ultimately, the differences that had first separated them couldn't be overcome. Charlotte didn't understand his logic. She would never understand his logic. And God knew he would never understand hers. So why did he feel this gaping emptiness now that she'd gone? Even worse, guilt consumed him for letting her walk away. Who knew how far she had walked? She could still be walking, for all he knew. Or she could be on her way back to Los Angeles, where he would eventually have to go to face her. Christ. Vladimir was tired. He wanted to sleep, but there was a deep gnawing in his gut that went beyond hunger. That went beyond any discomfort that he'd ever felt. It was almost enough to make him physically ill. It kept him standing there on the terrace long after the sun came up, long after the flight he'd scheduled to take both him and Charlotte back to Los Angeles took off. He was still leaning against the railing when noon rolled around, wondering what the hell was the matter with him. When the sun was high in the sky, he caught the glint of a silver Aston Martin coming down the drive. Of all of them, Ethan was the one who most favored fancy cars, and it was his car that approached. He parked in the drive and strode up to the front door to let himself in. Vladimir wondered if he'd come to visit their father, despite just having gone back to the city the previous day. But Ethan wasn't looking to go to the hospital. No sooner had he laid eyes on Vladimir than he was crossing the kitchen to join him on the terrace. He stood about an arm's length away from the dark-haired man, his expression carefully neutral. "Vlad, I've been calling you." "Everyone has. Where's your phone?" "Broken." He grunted, glancing at the mess of metal and plastic on the stones below. Ethan merely stared for a moment before opening the briefcase he carried with him. "Here." He extended a single piece of paper to Vladimir. The taller man glanced over his shoulder, arching a brow. "What's that?" Ethan hesitated a moment before answering. "It's Charlotte's written resignation. She's letting us keep the designs pulling out of both projects she's working on, in LA and St. Petersburg." Vladimir felt as if someone had doused him in ice water. His gut clenched and his heart stuttered in his chest. Resignation. She was resigning. There would be no conversation, no last chance to try to understand one another. When Vladimir did go back to LA, he would see none of Charlotte. And it hurt. A pain that went beyond anything physical. Something visceral and deep that made it hard for him to draw a single breath without struggling. "We're going to need to tackle this," Ethan continued lowly, setting the letter on the terrace railing next to Vlad. "Find someone to take her place. Both projects are going to stall without an architect on site." The idea of replacing Charlotte somehow seemed even more blasphemous than that of never seeing her again. Almost as if it couldn't be real. "Vlad, are you listening to me?" A beat passed before Vladimir answered him, his tone dull. "I'm listening." He was listening, but for the first time in his life, he felt no impetus to do so. All the worrying, the need to keep moving without rest. It had stopped. And for the first time in his life, it occurred to Vladimir Kensley that he had made one hell of a mistake.
Chapter 13, Illogical.
Going through hardships as a child was much different than going through them as an adult. When Charlotte was 9, the death of her mother devastated her, but she bounced back. Having no home had made her feel broken and vulnerable, but her father had told her to use the pain to make herself stronger. And so she had. But Charlotte wasn't a child anymore. She couldn't go running to her father with all her problems, and this was a mess that she was going to have to fix herself. The first few days back in Los Angeles were sheer agony. The first thing she did was cancel all her contracts with Kensley Enterprises. Of course, she wasn't so petty that she wouldn't allow them to keep the designs and finish the building, but she wouldn't be on site. In fact, she wouldn't go within 5 miles of the damn thing if she could help it. Abandoning her contracts meant abandoning the remainder of her salary, most of which was set to be paid upon completion of the structure she worked on. Which meant that Charlotte was all the way back to square one. She had managed to squirrel away $10,000, maybe $20,000, but that wasn't enough to start her own firm. In LA, that was barely enough to live on for 6 months. Which meant that she had to get a new job. That perhaps was the hardest. It had been difficult enough for Charlotte to find work before the fiasco with Kensley Enterprises. Now it seemed as if her name preceded her everywhere she applied. Of course, when she quit the Kensley and Dansk projects so soon after the news scandal, it only seemed to confirm that the nasty lies about her were true. No one wanted to touch her. But that wasn't the worst part. Charlotte was used to job hunting in vain. Once she had graduated architecture school, she had spent almost a year searching for work before she was hired at a firm, and she could be patient. The worst part was reliving the last 6 months, wondering where the hell she had gone wrong. Delilah, for her part, tried to lift her out of her doldrums. The first night Charlotte arrived back in LA, she let the redhead cry until she had exhausted herself. When she woke, Lila made sure she ate, even though she said she had little appetite. But it wasn't just her appetite for food that had gone. Charlotte found she had little interest in anything at all, even her drawing table. It was as if any and all inspiration had simply fled without a trace. On her way back from Russia, her head was bursting with ideas. She was eager to have a pencil and paper in hand. But that was before New York. Before everything fell apart. Charlotte hadn't gotten a letter back from Kensley Enterprises after her resignation. She did her best not to think about it. In reality, she'd gotten lucky. They could have sued her for breaking the contract and leaving them high and dry. But somehow, she couldn't imagine Vladimir or his father being so petty. Charlotte was listless. Her insomnia returned full force, and without inspiration to draw, she stayed up half the night watching old movies she had no interest in. In her astoundingly dull life, only one thing remained plainly vivid: her memories of Vladimir. She was stupid to have gotten involved with him. Stupid to think that he could ever understand her, and now, she was even stupider still to dwell on memories that only hurt her. The first time he kissed her. How he'd shown her around St. Petersburg, how he complimented her in her gray dress. The dress was still in the Kensley manner, and honestly, Charlotte was probably better for it. One day, about 2 weeks after she had returned to Los Angeles, Lila came home from work early. As usual, she grabbed the mail on her way in and sifted through it, pausing when she came upon a letter addressed to Charlotte. Glancing at the redhead sprawled on the couch, she scanned it quickly before making a face. Charlotte. The older woman raised her head slightly. Hi, Lila. Hi, Lot. Biting her lip, Lila rounded the couch to sink down next to her friend. Lot, your old company sent you something. They say they'd be willing to rehire you. Charlotte showed no visible reaction to this, her eyes sliding closed. It was insulting for Lila to read further, and she only did it because she knew that Charlotte needed work and no one wanted to give it to her. In the space of a month, she'd gone from up-and-coming to outcast, and all because of Vladimir Kensley. If she ever saw the man again, Lila would throttle him. You'd have to take a 10% pay cut and sign a 2-year non-compete clause along with the contract. Charlotte exhaled a long breath and Lila found her own chest tight. She hated this. It was like something in her best friend had broken, and there was nothing she could do to fix it. Okay. Charlotte's words jerked the blonde out of her reverie, and her eyes widened. Okay, what? Okay, I'll go back to the firm. Charlotte. Lila all but screeched in outrage. This is exploitation. There's no way you can accept this. Now, she regretted even opening the damn thing. But Charlotte did accept it. A week later she was back at work, 8-hour days, 5 days a week. Somehow, it wasn't as bad as she remembered it. She was lucky there was no pressure to come up with her usual designs, as her well had run dry. It was easy enough to draw lines straight up and down on paper, and people liked that sort of thing, even if she found it uninspired. She wasn't the top designer at the company, but then she had never achieved that title before. People had wanted her before because she was unique. An oddity. Now the firm just wanted her back to exploit the buzz around her name. Either way, she was making money again. She could support herself. Charlotte had dreaded the possibility of having to ask her father for money. The man had already called her and told her that he would provide her with anything she needed during the difficult time in her life, as well as threatening to wring the necks of both Jackson Kensley and his second oldest son, but Charlotte had dissuaded him. She didn't blame Jackson, and she wouldn't want her father's long-standing relationship with his friend souring because of a misconception. She wished Jackson Kensley nothing but the best, and secretly, seeing news of his improvement due to his chemo treatments was one of the only things that lifted her spirits. Vladimir returned to Los Angeles about a week after she did, and there was a lot of buzz around him too. After his first official media appearance, they couldn't seem to get enough of him, even though he had reverted to his old ways. He avoided the cameras whenever possible and spoke to no one. Not that Charlotte was watching. It was strange to know that he was only 10 miles away from her, the workaholic back in his element. Charlotte wondered if he had already written her off as an imperfection in the perfect alignment of his life. It was the first time she actually cried since that first night back from New York, and then she grew angry about how much the thought of the man still upset her. Eventually, she promised herself she would get over him. It hurt now, but maybe 3 months in the future or 6, perhaps even a year on, this would all be just a faint memory. A subscript in the tale of her life. Her inspiration would return, and somehow she would dig herself out of the rut into which she'd slid. That was what she needed to think about now. Wasting any more time on Vladimir Kensley was a lost cause. Vlad. He spent a lot of time in his office. When Vladimir was working, he didn't have to think about anything else, and that was how he liked it. Vlad. In truth, Vladimir didn't even know why he had bothered to keep his hotel reservation. There was a plush armchair in his office and a long sofa he could sleep here. It just meant that he could get more done. Vladimir. The third time his name was called, he finally looked up to see who was in the doorway, and dropped his pen in surprise. It was Ethan. The last time he'd spoken to Ethan was on the phone, a week ago. Either he or Lucas called weekly to give him updates on their father's condition. Jackson was almost done with his first round of treatment, and soon they would be sending him home to rest. Vladimir knew he should be overjoyed, but these days he found it an effort to just be. The work that he used to revel in now exhausted him, but he still kept up. He had never fallen behind, and he wasn't about to start now. Ethan, what a nice surprise. Vladimir meant every word, but the statement came out sounding lackluster. You sound thrilled. Ethan's response was sardonic, and he tossed his leather duffel onto the floor before stepping into the office. I just got in, thought I'd come and pay you a visit. I appreciate it. Vlad put a little more enthusiasm into his answer this time. What brings you to town? Here to meet Harper's parents, actually. Vladimir's head snapped up in shock at that one. Parents? Ethan? Unless they were their parents, he'd never heard the words used in the same sentence. The girl with you last month? Ethan nodded with a small, amused smile. Athena's here too. She's come to visit Harper. I tried to get Toshiro to come, but he's firmly entrenched in Italy. So, this is serious then? It was the only thing Vladimir could think to say. Ethan shrugs. That's up to her, I guess. I'm just a playboy playing a card. It was a very typical Ethan thing to say, and Vlad rolled his eyes. In more important news, Vlad, I got some information from HR here that worries me. Really? Vladimir gave his brother his full attention. What's going on? Ethan gave the older man a pointed look before answering. You haven't left the office in a week. What's that about? Vladimir immediately frowned. Please don't tell me you came to interrogate me too. This was just the kind of meddling that drove him out of his mind. Even more so now because, somewhere deep down, Vladimir did want help. He wanted someone to tell him how to fix this damn hollow feeling in his chest. Why was his cheek still smart where Charlotte had struck him a whole month later? There were times when he thought he was losing his mind. No one's interrogating you, Vlad. Oh, I'm certainly interrogating him. I'm interrogating the living hell out of him. Vlad bolted to his feet almost immediately as his father, supported by his mother, came ambling into the room. Dad, he exclaimed, his tone thick with worry. What are you doing here? You're not healthy enough to travel. You haven't even finished your treatment. Vladimir, be a good boy and put your ass in the seat. Jackson pointed with his wooden cane, and automatically Vladimir sat. 15 or 35, the result was the same. When Jackson Kensley raised his voice, you listened. Now? The older man eased into the armchair across from his son. Though he looked pale and drained, their father wasn't trembling. His voice was strong, and his green eyes bright with conviction. Vladimir shot Ethan a furtive gaze as if to ask for help, but the shorter man merely held his hands up helplessly. Olivia Kensley sank down on the couch next to Ethan, looking just as upset as Vladimir that Jackson had somehow managed to sneak into a 3,000-mile flight. There's working, and then there's working yourself to death, Vladimir, and you're doing the latter. You keep this up, I'm going to have to pass the business to Alistair in a few months, and we'll all be screwed. Vladimir couldn't even imagine. If Alistair even caught wind of any such plans, he'd run for the hills. Vlad, we know you're not a talker. And you don't like people meddling in your business. Why, he went on pointedly, do you think I sent you Charlotte? Vladimir opened his mouth, then shut it. Sent, because my boy, she likes to talk. And she gets into people's business. She's a brilliant artist and a talented architect. And despite that tough exterior, she gives everything to herself. She'd certainly given everything to him. It was a realization that only hit Vladimir in that instant. He had known that she came to New York because he asked her, but now, upon further reflection, Vladimir remembered other things she'd done. Sharing her city with him. She didn't have to eat lunch with her complicated boss every day, to teach him to like things that were commonplace to her. She had worked just as hard as he had worked, harder perhaps, to prove that she was up to the gargantuan task before her. She had altered her plans, her precious plans, to compromise with him when he called her outlandish. She let him show her his world in Russia, and gave her body to him when his need overwhelmed him. And then she gave him her love. She gave it to him, and like a damn fool, he tried to stuff it into a bottle and put a label on it. A proclamation. Feelings that changed with the wind. Dear Christ, when he said those things about her in front of the entirety of America. No wonder she had slapped him. Charlotte handed her heart to him on a silver platter, and he had all but skewered it. She loved me, he murmured, his own heart heavy with regret. And I didn't understand it. Loves? Ethan piped up at that particular moment, raising a finger in emphasis. She loves you. If the way the woman was looking at you was any indication, I doubt she's just forgotten it that quickly. Vladimir felt a glorious jolt of emotion he thought he had forgotten over the past month, crazy, insane hope. But just as quickly as it erupted, the flame flickered and died. I humiliated her, he groaned, raking his hands through his hair as guilt coiled within him. I let her walk away and he trailed off. I didn't think I could love her back. At the time, Vladimir had been so busy trying to quantify the emotion that he hadn't even realized that it was staring him in the face. The calm Charlotte brought him when everything else was in turmoil, how he could lose himself in her for hours. She both infuriated and amused him at the same time, and she stayed by his side when he needed her most. Vladimir had never told anyone he needed them until Charlotte. And now? His mother's soft touch came up under his chin, raising Vladimir's race to witness her radiant smile. Damn, they were really going to make him say it. Once he did, Vladimir knew there was no going back. This was the ultimate interrogation, but this time, he needed it. I need her. Well, with the largest grin Vladimir had seen in a while, Jackson Kensley hauled himself to his feet. I need my damned architect back. This substitute is bungling everything. Bungling was perhaps a strong word, but Vladimir would be the first to admit that the man there hired to replace Charlotte had none of her vision. He was, in a word, boring. And 6 months ago, Vladimir would have welcomed him with open arms. But things had changed. I heard, Ethan tried for a casual tone but failed miserably. It was clear he was salivating in anticipation. That she's been hired back at her old firm. And under contract no less. The information brought a surprisingly intense burst of anger, bubbling to the surface of Vladimir's consciousness. Charlotte had told him how the last firm she worked for made it their inherent duty to stifle her creativity. The fact that she had to go back to them, it's 3, which means she'll still be at work for the next 2 hours. But Vladimir was already up and grabbing his suit coat. Ethan all but cackled as he strode past him. Oh, I'm calling every reporter in the city. That hardly sounded good, but at this particular juncture, Vladimir didn't care. He was willing to do whatever it took to get Charlotte back in his arms, grovel and beg if need be. He simply wouldn't be complete without her. It was a particularly dull day. Charlotte was counting down the hours until she got off the clock. A client had come in and requested her specifically, citing something about some drawings she'd done years ago that the company kept on record. They wanted her particular brand of artistry, the abstract. The new and indefinite. And for the first time in a month, Charlotte had been tempted. She did her best to swallow the urge. It would do her no good if inspiration hit her now. There would be nothing she could do but sit on it for 2 years, the length of the contract she had signed with the firm. As per the provisions of said contract, even if she did create something worth building, the company would own it outright. But even those conditions weren't enough to stop her drawing hand from itching. While everyone was out for lunch, Charlotte remained in the office. She hesitated for almost a full 5 minutes before bringing out a pencil and paper. And then she began to draw, and everything came rushing back. The emptiness ebbed, her chest filled, and for the first time in 4 weeks she saw in color. Bold, strong lines, a slanting roof, an unconventional triple entryway. Within 10 minutes, she was completely absorbed, and her drawing hand moved as if it had a mind of its own. Half an hour into her lunch break, she still hadn't eaten a thing. Lila was going to be mad at her, she knew. Charlotte was so engrossed in her drawing that she didn't even look up when the bell over the door sounded. A minute later, a tall shadow fell over her, and she started raising her head. In that instant, the redhead forgot how to breathe. Vladimir Kensley stood over her. He was out of breath, almost as if he'd been running. His hair was mussed and his clothes windswept. His shirt looked like he might have slept in it, but gosh, he looked glorious. If Charlotte thought she had missed those deep blue eyes of his before, seeing them in the flesh only reminded her of all she'd lost. Of what he'd said about her. Charlotte steadied herself, trying to quell her pounding heart. Can I help you? Though she tried for a frosty tone, a slight tremor ruined it, and she cursed inwardly. What was he doing here? What more could he possibly want? Charlotte, I love you. Time stopped. Charlotte thought for a second that she might have died in her sleep. She couldn't be conscious. This had to be a dream because there was no way Vladimir was here, in her own personal hell, saying the 3 words she never thought she'd hear him utter. I know you might not believe me, Vladimir continued, his voice low and intense, his gaze desperate. But I swear to you I have regretted the night you left for the past 4 weeks. I was a jerk. I was coldly logical. I was the me that you tried to breed out, and when I lost you, I realized that I would rather give all that up than give you up. She couldn't speak, and even if she could, Charlotte had no idea what she'd say. I'm not a praying man lot, he continued, the nickname giving her a little thrill, but if I were, the only thing I'd want is your forgiveness. If you could ever love me like you did. I can wait. I can wait for as long as it takes. She didn't want to cry. Charlotte had done more than enough crying in the past few weeks. But here she was, doing her best to swallow the sobs that threatened to break free. Vladimir, she managed to croak, moisture blurring her vision. You ass. Come with me, Charlotte. Reaching for her, Vladimir took her hand in his. You don't belong here. Come back to the project. We have to go back to Russia, to Berlin. Berlin? Unfortunately, Mr. Kensley, she's not going anywhere. It was like a scene from a bad movie, which Charlotte had been watching far too much of lately. Her boss Jennifer was always the first to return from lunch, and today was no exception. At the sight of Vladimir Kensley in her office, the woman's piggy gray eyes lit in triumph. She had been hoping for this day, the tramp. Charlotte came back of her own accord. The older woman dropped the bag with her lunch on her desk, rounding the corner to confront Vladimir directly. I have 3 copies of a signed contract and a non-compete clause, legally binding for 2 years. Charlotte's heart sank. That meant no Kensley building. No Dansk in St. Petersburg. But Vladimir hardly blinked at the pompous woman's proclamation. His blue gaze was cold as he stared down his nose at her. Jennifer Connor, is it? The woman preened. You've heard of our firm? I know your name, Vladimir continued as if she hadn't spoken, because I bought your firm about 30 minutes ago. And I'm very happy to say that I will be tearing up Charlotte's contracts right after you pack up your desk. Jennifer's eyes all but bugged out of her head as her face went pale. Why, you can't be serious. You can make a few calls while you're moving your things, Vladimir returned flatly, before taking Charlotte's hand to tug her out from behind her desk. He glanced down at the half-finished drawing on her desk, turning his head sideways and frowning deeply as he looked down at it. What's this? A private residence? Charlotte laughed. She couldn't help it. Some things never changed. It's a mock-up for an insurance bureau. I don't do houses, Vladimir. The dark-haired man rolled up the drawing almost tenderly before handing it to her. You could do our house. Charlotte inhaled sharply as her heart leapt. Our house? Vladimir merely beamed at her. We can talk about it later. Over dinner. But first, we have a press conference. Charlotte's mouth dropped open. A what? But Vladimir was already dragging her towards the front entryway, beyond which Charlotte could see no less than 20 reporters congregated. On their way out, they passed a desolate-looking Jennifer, who was on the phone and looking paler by the minute. The din beyond the doors of the firm was ungodly, each reporter clamoring to get their questions in. Charlotte, who found she liked reporters a little more than Vladimir did, attempted to hide behind him, but he pulled her front and center. Instead of answering a single question they posed to him, he plucked the first microphone he could find from the slender fingers of a female reporter. Cameras rolled. I'm only going to say this once, Vladimir spoke in a strong voice that echoed over the crowd as he pulled Charlotte close. Charlotte Gardner is coming back to work for Kensley Enterprises. She will be assuming the role of consulting architect on several of our upcoming projects. He glanced down at her as Charlotte gaped at him. She realized, dimly, that Jackson Kensley stood at the back of the crowd, supported by both his wife and his son Ethan. She had no idea how he'd gotten here or why he'd come so far, but the man was shooting her an incomparable grin and a thumbs up. Charlotte will also. Her attention snapped back to Vladimir, who was continuing in a decidedly different tone. His voice had become almost hesitant, something on the edge of hopeful and nervous. With a little luck, consent to marry me, because no one else can tolerate me like she can. In that moment, everyone else ceased to exist. The roar of overexcited reporters faded to the background, and the traffic ground to a halt. Vladimir wanted her to marry him. Marriage. Just like that. Reaching up, she cupped his face in her hands, regardless of who was watching. I will never understand you. Her heart was fuller than it had ever been, and Charlotte knew that now more than ever her future burned bright. You don't have to, Vladimir's lips skimmed hers, You just have to say yes. And so, in the most outlandish action she had ever performed, Charlotte did. Just like that. The end.
Sneak peek for Dirty Business. We hope you enjoyed listening to Naughty Business by Michelle Love and Ellen Lane. Now please listen to a sneak peek for Dirty Business by Michelle Love and Ellen Lane. Dirty Business, a bad boy billionaire romance. Prologue.
Ethan was used to pain. In his short 7 years alive, he'd experienced quite a lot of it, both physical and emotional, so the idea of pain didn't really frighten him anymore. At least, he never thought it would. It was always a different story when the pain was actually inflicted, and it was no help that his mother seemed particularly good at beating the ever-loving shit out of him when he least expected it. Like today. Ethan was fairly enthusiastic about his day at school. The math test had been an absolute piece of cake. Chicken fried steak was served for lunch, his was government subsidized, and he missed the bus, which meant he got to walk home in a little bubble of solitude. But when he got home, his entire world turned on its head. He thought that his mother might still be at work, but she wasn't. He found that out the hard way. The moment he opened the door, she hit him in the stomach with such force that he immediately dropped to his knees. The lunch he had so savored only a few hours ago immediately threatened to come up as he struggled to catch his breath. The pain was so immediate, so violent, that he didn't even have time to cry out. Ethan had been caught completely unaware, which was what his mother had intended. As much as she loved inflicting agony on him, she relished it all the more when he was surprised. "You little shit." He dimly registered her incensed tone as he tried simultaneously to draw breath and to keep his lunch down. "Did you think I wouldn't notice you weren't on the damn bus?" Ethan couldn't answer her just then. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have been able to. He could barely speak at all, just a pattern of pained wheezes that whistled raggedly past his lips. "Mommy, Don't give me your excuses." Alicia Weathers slammed the door behind her son so hard the windows rattled, missing his head by bare centimeters. Unlike him, she'd had a particularly bad day. For Alicia, it seemed like every day since Ethan had come into her life was a bad day. Her husband, the man she loved more than anything else in the entire cosmos, the only one who stuck by her when her parents had all but abandoned her, had left just a few days after the child was born. It was obvious, he told her with no small amount of derision, that she loved the little shit more than she loved him. The statement had sapped any remaining love that Alicia might have had for her child. And in truth, there hadn't been very much to begin with. Alicia was a young woman with the misfortune of having drug-addicted, abusive parents who threw her out at the age of 15. Despite her hatred for her parents, she slowly slipped into their exact shoes, and by the age of 19, was married to a man equally as ornery and abusive as both her parents had been. At 20, she thought that the solution to her problems might be a baby. How very wrong she had been. For Alicia, Ethan was just an addition to her many troubles, and she made sure that he knew it every day of his young life. The only reason why she hadn't given the little brat up for adoption was because the state gave her money for him, as long as she was making minimum wage, and she couldn't pass that up. "Take this." She shoved the bucket and sponge that she held at him. "And clean the bathroom. It's a sty." Ethan knew better than to remind his mother that he'd cleaned the bathroom just the previous day. He had no idea what she did in there, but whatever it was, it decimated the gleaming space within hours of his scrubbing. Not that he could ever get the bathroom too clean. The toilet leaked, and there were little bugs everywhere that he didn't know how to get rid of. "Can I have my friends over afterward?" It still hurt to breathe, but he somehow managed the question anyway. When his friends were over, his mother usually didn't hit him so much. Probably because she worried about what one little boy or another would say if given the chance. It was the one foolproof way he knew to avoid his mother's violence, if only for a little while. Alicia's face screwed up in confusion. Though her first impulse was to deny the little shit, if his friends came over, that meant she wouldn't have to deal with him for a while. She was always down for a little alone time. Alicia's favorite time of the day was when it was just her, the needle, and Nirvana. And when snotty little boys were far away. Fine? She scowled at him. But don't come up to my room. Don't come anywhere near my room. I won't, Ethan promised swiftly before his boon could be rescinded. I promise I won't. But Alicia didn't hear him. She was already too absorbed in the prospect of her next high, already starting up the narrow, rickety staircase toward the only bedroom on the second floor. They lived in an old one-bedroom townhouse, and Ethan made his bedroom in a corner of the living room downstairs. He didn't mind. There was more space there, and less chance of his mother rolling over in the middle of the night to beat him for waking her up. Ethan hurried to the bathroom to clean as fast as he could. As always, the place was a mess, and he tried not to think about what exactly he was touching as he cleaned it. Even worse was the memory of a time his mother had invited some man he didn't know into the house, and the man held his head down into the dank toilet water for calling him a creepy jerk. It had tasted horrible, and he had thrown up for the next few hours. The man, thankfully, had never come back. It took the small boy about half an hour to clean up his mother's mess. He dumped most of what he found in the garbage and did his best to wipe clean all the surfaces he could reach. After dumping out the dirty water, he rushed for the telephone to call his friends over. As he stood on his toes to reach the kitchen counter, he winced at the sharp pain that lanced through him where his mother hit him in the stomach. It still hurt. But he was used to this kind of pain. Despite being small for his age and constantly unkempt, Ethan was popular in his first-grade class. He had an easy way with other kids that the teachers admired, never got into fights, and was, without question, one of the brightest children in the year, if not in the entire school. It was, perhaps, his intelligence that kept him from running away. Even as hopelessly unfair and unpredictable as his life was, even at age 7, he knew that getting beatings with a roof over his head was better than being homeless without the beatings. After he called 4 of his closest friends to invite them over, he quickly tidied up the area designated as his room. A corner of the living room held a child-sized mattress covered in a thin blanket, a few piles of clothing, and piles upon piles of books, most of them centric upon math and science. Math was Ethan's favorite subject, and although suggestions from his teachers to bump him up a few grades had almost sent his mother into conniptions, they certainly didn't mind lending him a few upper-level books. Ethan had finished all the books currently on loan and would have to remind himself to ask for more. He was excited to see his friends, and even more excited at the prospect of teaching them something new. One of Ethan's favorite things to do was to teach what he knew to his friends. They told him that things like algebra and negative numbers were too hard and didn't make sense, but to Ethan they were easy. And that made him feel good. While Ethan was busy trying to decide what new math theory he was going to teach his friends, Alicia was preparing herself for her daily slice of heaven. She had her syringe in hand and was just tying up her arm when she realized that she had left what remained of her stash in the downstairs bathroom, where her brat of a son was cleaning. With a low curse, she left her syringe on the dresser and hurried downstairs. When she got to the bathroom, however, the stash wasn't there. Alicia didn't panic immediately. Rather, the terror crept up on her in slow increments as she searched the bathroom, tearing apart what Ethan had so meticulously cleaned. By the time she pawed through every nook and cranny, Alicia was blinded by fury and fear. What the hell had that little shit done with her stash? She'd paid almost $1,000 for it. It was supposed to last her the rest of the month. If he'd done something to it, heaven help her, she was going to kill the little creep. Correct her 7-year-old mistake in a single deadly gesture. Of course, she wasn't thinking straight. When the junkie took over, she never did. Alicia had done some pretty awful things in junkie mode, all of which came back to haunt her when she recovered. But that wasn't on her mind now. All she could think about was her stash and the little mistake that had taken it from her. She stormed into the living room to find her son poring over a book, completely absorbed in its contents. In that wild, inexplicable moment, Alicia saw him clearly. She saw her child, nothing like her, brilliant, handsome, and resourceful, who had stood up to her bullying since he could barely stand by himself. He was destined to be more than she ever would, and she hated him for it. When she went for him, Alicia's intent was deadly. When his mother slammed him against the wall, Ethan felt something inside him break with a sickening crack that took his breath away. And then the pain, oh the pain. Like something was poking him from the inside, struggling to get out. The pain was like nothing he'd ever felt before. He screamed, he couldn't help it. The sensation was so sudden and intense that Ethan could do nothing but scream, which only enraged his mother further. "Where did you put it, you little shit?" she demanded, striking him across the face so hard that he was shocked into silence. "Where'd you put my stuff? If you threw it away, I swear to God." "I don't know, Mommy." Ethan managed, reduced to hysteria as the pain consumed him. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Yes you do, you little worm." Now Alicia's fingers wrapped around his slender neck, choking off his breath bit by bit. "Tell me where you put it. Where, you little shit?" Even if Ethan had known what she was talking about, he wouldn't have been able to answer her. He could barely breathe as things stood. He hurt all over, and he could taste something warm and coppery in his mouth. If Alicia Weathers hadn't been so wrapped up in trying to murder her son, she might have noticed that the friends Ethan called had arrived and were gaping open-mouthed at her from the doorway. She also didn't notice that one of the boys had chosen to tell his mother how Ethan was always hungry and wore tattered clothes, and that the woman was in tow with a homemade lasagna for Ethan and his family. Elizabeth Warden was the kind of mother that Alicia was not, and at the sight of the younger girl trying to kill her son, she leapt into action, racing for Alicia and yanking her off Ethan. But the younger woman was far stronger, and soon turned her attentions on Elizabeth herself. At the sight of his mother struggling with Ethan, David Warden immediately called 911. Ethan and David's mother ended up in the hospital. She had multiple lacerations to her face, and he had a few broken ribs, bruised lungs, and a mighty concussion. When Ethan came to, it wasn't to his mother's face but the face of a stranger. A kind blonde woman with glasses and a sweet smile told him she was sorry, but he wasn't going to be able to see his mother anymore. Ethan cried, but it wasn't because he was sad. It was because when the blonde lady held him, he felt safer than he had in all his years with his mother. And though he was only 7 years old, he knew that was not the way things were supposed to be.
Chapter 1. 22 years later.
When his phone rang, Ethan hardly gave it a passing glance. He knew exactly who was calling and why they were calling, and it was far too early in the morning to get yelled at least in his humble opinion. He'd barely gotten up 5 minutes ago, and he needed a cup of very strong coffee before he was ready to tackle the day. Before that, it would be physically impossible to take any phone calls. He pulled on his robe and shuffled into the shower, looking forward to the espresso that awaited him when he got out. Rosita made the best cup of coffee in the city, and he was lucky to have her putting up with his lies. At least, that was what he thought until, halfway through his shower, came a knock on the bathroom door. He poked his head out to glare at the closed door. "What is it?" Rosita cracked open the door to poke her head in. It wasn't as if he had ever been ashamed of showing his goods to anyone with 2 X chromosomes, but Rosita was different. "Sorry, Mr. Kensley." She extended his cordless office phone through the crack in the door. "It's Mr. Allister. He says it's very important that he talk to you." Allister? Wasn't Allister in the Midwest somewhere? What the hell was he doing calling Ethan at this hour of the morning? With a groan, he reluctantly shut off the shower and reached for a towel to wrap around himself, before stepping grudgingly onto the slick tile floor. No sooner had he taken the phone from Rosita's outstretched hand than he was barking into the receiver. "Allister, what could you possibly want at this hour?" "Me?" A deep Highland brogue came back brusquely, making Ethan wince at its volume. "I don't want a bloody thing." With his accent still heavy even after almost 2 decades stateside, the statement sounded more like, "I dinna want a bluety thin." But Ethan, unlike many people Alistair ran into, had no problem deciphering his brother's way of speaking. "It's 4 in the morning here, Ethan, and I just got a call from Vlad who asked me to call you because he knew you wouldn't pick up your bloody phone." Well, that was a dirty trick. Ethan hadn't thought that Vladimir would try an alternative way to contact him, but he supposed he shouldn't be surprised. When it came to getting work done, Vladimir was one of the hardest taskmasters in existence. "Well, shit is right. It's the ass crack of dawn here. Call the madman and let me go back to sleep." Right. Ethan, normally guiltless in every endeavor, couldn't help but feel a little guilty on this one. If there was anyone in their family who was less of a morning person than he was, it was Alistair. Of course, Vladimir had preyed on that particular detail. The good-for-nothing. Apologizing once more, Ethan hung up to silently fume for a moment. His first impulse was to call Vlad out on his sheer nastiness. One of the caveats of having a brother who was also your boss was shit like this. The only reason Ethan didn't immediately call the older man was because he recognized that, in part, well, if he was honest, this situation was kind of his fault anyway. Raking a hand through his damp hair, he leaned against the edge of the sink to call Vlad's private number. His older brother picked up on the first ring. Alistair was angry, wasn't he? Ethan didn't know what infuriated him more, that his brother knew exactly how to play all his siblings, or that he always seemed to have the upper hand in an argument. That was, perhaps, because Vladimir didn't often engage in arguments he didn't think he could win. That was cold, Vlad. "What's cold?" his brother returned in an irate tone, slightly colored with his Slavic roots, "is not answering a call when there's something important to discuss." Ethan repressed a groan. Somehow, Vladimir's idea of important differed greatly from his own. "Vladimir, we finalized those figures yesterday." "I've made some adjustments," Vladimir returned succinctly, making Ethan's eyes widen. "What kind of adjustments?" "Those ledgers were perfect." "Vladimir, what have you?" "I suppose you'll know when you reach the office." Ethan glared daggers at the phone, cursing his brother's curious mix of wile and gall. "I'll wait for you. See you soon, Ethan." And then he hung up, leaving Ethan to gape at the phone like an idiot. How did he always let Vlad back him into a corner? Wasn't it enough that the man was just as ruthlessly intelligent as he was, if not as mathematically inclined? No, Vladimir just had to get under his skin. He forced himself to take a deep, calming breath. This, he reminded himself, wasn't Vlad trying to be vicious or underhanded. No. This was just Vlad being Vlad, and if he, as his brother, hadn't come to terms with that after almost 2 decades of getting to know the man, then he was the one at fault. Another deep breath, slow and easy. The elder man could be infuriating as all get out some of the time, but he still loved him, still did his best to meet his never-ending demands. And that was what he was going to do now. Quickly, he toweled off and dressed in one of his favorite suits. Rosita, bless her, was waiting with his very large latte in a to-go cup. With his first grin of the morning, Ethan pressed an affectionate kiss to the older woman's cheek. "I love you, Rosita." "You love my coffee." Rosita winked at him. "Hurry up now." As if he could do anything else. Ethan all but jogged towards the entryway of his penthouse apartment, stopping just before he opened the door to take a peek at the floor-length mirror in the entryway. His father and brothers might call him vain, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with wanting to look good. He hadn't got to spend nearly as much time on his hair as he would have liked, but in his favorite dark gray suit, he would say he cut a pretty charming figure. Ethan always liked to tease his mother that because he was the only American-born of the 5 adopted Kensleys, he had to work harder to be appreciated by the ladies. He didn't have an exotic accent or get to jet away to far-off lands often. Instead, he relied on his looks, his good taste, and a rather warped brand of chivalry. Ethan's car was parked in a private garage, and he would never argue when someone called him anal about his vehicle. It was the first major purchase he made when he began work at his father's company, and it would always be near and dear to his heart. Apart from that, it was absolutely gorgeous. The silver Aston Martin glinted in the shadows, its headlights blinking when Ethan unlocked it. The moment he slid into the driver's seat, he found some of the morning's stress melting away. In his car, it didn't matter if he was in traffic or not, he could be at ease. Which was a blessing, considering that he and Vlad were probably going to bump heads the moment he stepped into the office. The mere notion was enough to give him a headache, so he shoved it aside in favor of contemplating what he would do when he was finished with work. If Ethan was going to have a stressful day, then the last thing he wanted was to have to deal with stress when he came home. He'd want to unwind, and for Ethan, unwinding meant company. It always had. His lips curved upward into an indulgent smile as he pulled out of the garage and onto Park Avenue. The question was, who would he call? He had a ready and waiting list of women in his dossier, each of whom had their own particular merits. There was a fiery redhead named Stephanie, who was a Wall Street banker, and a blonde with French origins, Lunette, who liked to dress up. But if he were really honest with himself, Ethan knew who he would end up with. He had a thing for dark-haired women, and Carmen was the most alluring one he'd ever met. She was vivacious, witty, and always willing to go another round. And it was she who he would call on tonight. To be fair, Ethan's day was only about half as stressful as he had imagined it would be. Vlad had only wanted him to come in early, so he could personally tell him why the reiterated figures were shit, and so he could pile another project onto his already huge pile. Whenever he could, Vlad plotted to get Ethan into the office early, no small feat when one considered that the man slept until noon on his off days. Though Ethan might give off the image of a slacker, he held his family and the enterprise bearing their name in high regard. While he was at work, he was working and nothing else. He ran the accounting department that ran figures for not only the New York City hub and other cities in the U.S., but also the international cities. It was a lot of paperwork, but it helped that Ethan was nothing short of a human calculator. He'd been a savant with numbers as far back as he could remember. Not that he liked to remember too terribly far into the past. Ethan hunkered over his desk all day, stopping only to have one of his favorite sandwiches, a Reuben, for lunch before diving back into his workload. By the time he finally finished all the figures Vladimir requested, it was about an hour after he had asked Carmen to meet him. But she, as always, was extremely flexible, no pun intended. She met him at the entrance of his apartment complex, and Ethan was struck, as always, by her effortless beauty. Tan skin, gleaming ebony hair braided halfway down her back, and exotic almond-shaped hazel eyes. He could imagine that when Carmen entered the courtroom, more than a few witnesses found themselves tongue-tied at the mere sight of her. After several encounters, Ethan was happy to say that he knew just how to handle the silver-tongued vixen. "You always keep me waiting, Ethan." Her voice was low and smooth as honey as she embraced him, kissing him on the cheek warmly. "What am I going to do with you?" He had several ideas, and all of them involved going up to his penthouse. "We can discuss it over dinner," he chuckled lowly, before lowering his mouth to bite at the place where her neck met her shoulder indulgently. "We can order from that absurdly expensive seafood place you like so much." "I don't need dinner, Ethan." One of Carmen's best qualities, in Ethan's opinion, was that she was direct. She knew what she wanted and had no hesitation in taking it. So why should he hesitate to take her? Ethan barely lasted until the front door of the penthouse. Luckily for him, Rosita had already left for the day, so they had the apartment completely to themselves. Carmen wasn't big on prolonged intimacy, but she was direct. The moment they were through the door, she was focused. Ethan's fingers slid through her dark hair, loosening her braid. A wave of intense sensation washed over him as she moved closer. A low groan escaped him as he leaned against the wall, allowing her to take the lead. She was completely and wholly focused on him. The intensity of her attention was intoxicating, and he responded in kind. As tempted as he was to let this continue all night, he wanted more. Taking hold of her shoulders, he pulled her upright, turning to press her against the wall. He cut off her husky laugh with a deep kiss. He kissed and touched the tender skin there, creating a line of warmth. One of the best things about Carmen, besides her captivating presence, was that she had never pretended this was anything more than what it was. When Ethan moved closer, Carmen shuddered. When he touched her, she arched against him, wanting more. Ethan obliged, his hands moving over her. When he found her responsive, he groaned in satisfaction. He moved his fingers inside her, marveling at how she reacted to his touch. Carmen arched against him, clutching at his shoulders. But Ethan wanted to see her react fully. He wanted to feel her response. He moved against her, his touch both firm and gentle. Carmen reacted with a sharp cry, her body moving against him. The look on her face was something he craved. There were few things more compelling than her expression of pure sensation. She was still trembling when he lifted her into his arms to move to the nearest flat surface, a leather couch. But Carmen was never one to remain still, even after a moment of intense connection. She reached for him, and a low hiss of pleasure escaped him. This was what he had been waiting for. Something to erase the day and leave only this feeling. Though she was tugging him closer, Ethan had other plans. He situated himself between her thighs, moving them apart before lifting her hips. Carmen's breathless laugh echoed through the room, before a moan cut it off as he moved against her. He wasn't left to his own devices for long, which Carmen likely wouldn't have been able to withstand anyway. Ethan could have continued, but she had other plans. Ethan. She moved in his grip. He had never been one to refuse her. Ethan, using his strength, moved her. Almost immediately, Carmen responded. He groaned, moving against her. He moved with her. He moved with her on the couch, against the wall, and then on the kitchen table. By the time they were finally still, it was late and Ethan was hungry. He ordered from a deli down the street, even as Carmen lamented over the loss of her grand seafood spread before joining her in bed. Thankfully, she didn't want to cuddle or make lovey-dovey. He wasn't good at that kind of stuff anyway. After a lingering kiss at the base of his neck that almost roused him to attention again, Carmen stalked back to the living room to check her emails on her phone. Ethan did likewise. It wasn't usual for Vlad to send him something in the middle of the night and expect that he had checked it by the next morning. At the sight of an upcoming notification, he frowned. Shit. He couldn't believe he had almost forgotten. What's put that look on your face? Carmen returned in short order with her phone, distracting him for a moment with her magnificent body. And don't tell me it's the intimacy, because I'd know you're lying. Her snark brought a momentary smirk to his face. Indeed, there wasn't a single thing wrong with the intimacy. It pained him that he would momentarily have to put the set aside. Nothing important. He tossed his phone on the bedside table with a frown. Just a family event, coming up. I'm not looking forward to the planning stages. Means we won't be talking for a while. Carmen arched a brow as she took a sip of water from the bottle she'd swiped from the fridge. How long is a while? Ethan shrugged, swiping the bottle from her to take a long gulp. Dunno for sure. A couple of weeks? Is it the charity thing? Carmen arched a brow in inquiry, her expression carefully casual. But he saw right through her in a heartbeat. The charity thing to which she so lightly referred was the Children's Charity Ball, one of the most exclusive yearly events in the city, made so by the $1,500 buy-in per plate. This, of course, wasn't to benefit the charity staff itself. Every penny went towards supporting orphans all around the world. It was a cause near and dear to Jackson Kensley's heart. Every year, Ethan's father liked to do things up in style. Taking other people's money to funnel it to where it's really needed, he called it. And the fact of the matter was that he paid for most of the ball accoutrement himself. The donations all went to the cause itself. Jackson wouldn't have it any other way. Being a Kensley son, Ethan went every year, his entire family went every year at least, whoever was stateside. But tickets, despite being as expensive as all get out, usually sold out within the first few days that they were announced, and shortly after, people started doing anything they could to get admission. As casually as she acted about it, Carmen would probably kill to get in. Ethan wasn't black-hearted. In a perfect world, he'd offer Carmen an in. She would certainly look good on his arm at any high-class function. The caveat in this particular case was that his family would be in attendance, and Ethan knew better than to show up anywhere with a woman on his arm when his father was involved. Jackson would be all over him like white on rice, and then he'd have to go through the process of explaining to his father that it wasn't like that. He didn't want to get married right now, he was still young, yada yada yada. Yeah, he finally answered Carmen with a matching casual air. Boring beyond boring, I know. Somehow I'll survive. He did his best to pretend he didn't see her crestfallen expression. This, he knew, would disappoint her, which might make her reluctant to deal with him in the future. It was something he dealt with 100 times, and somehow he would weather it now. If he was lucky, Carmen would let him call her again. If he wasn't, there were plenty of other fish in the sea. As Ethan might have expected, the next few weeks were some of the most hectic of the year. His workload was always heavier in January and February, and atop that, he had to help plan the upcoming charity ball. Luckily, when it came to aesthetic choices, his mother was more than willing to help out. In fact, Ethan went from seeing her once a month or so to stumbling across her every day when he went to check on the charity ball. He knew that she sometimes felt a bit isolated at home when her husband continued to work himself into an early grave and her sons had all left the nest. This was cathartic for her, and his father liked having her around. Thankfully, Ethan wasn't treated to too many days of lovey-dovey behavior at the venue or in the main offices before the night of the event finally arrived. After 6 weeks of being run ragged, Ethan finally allowed himself a moment to relax. After all, by this point, all the figures had been run, and all that was left for him to do was relax and enjoy the party. And what a party it was! Olivia Kensley had outdone herself as head of the decorating committee. The Met's main ballroom was decked out in hues of rose gold and cobalt blue, the colors of the charity to which they were donating. Impeccably dressed waiters with trays of champagne and canapes circled around the pre-dinner crowd. The attendees themselves were one of two groups, those who thought it was their God-given right to be there, and those who couldn't believe where they found themselves. Ethan greatly preferred to mingle with the latter. Despite growing up the son of a successful multi-billionaire, as well as being host to his own self-made fortune, the vast majority of people with money made his stomach curdle. His father called it too rich for their britches, and the phrase had made Ethan laugh since he was a child. Jackson Kensley made certain that no son of his was too rich for their britches. They each had a chore list growing up, and they only got allowances when all their chores had been done. If any of them thought they would just coast by on their father's name, they'd quickly been proved wrong. To be fair, Ethan thought they'd grown up well. To be standing where he was today was enough to put a smile on his face, and all his brothers had similar stories. But of course, Vlad wasn't smiling. When Ethan all but ran into him, he sighed at the look of suffering on Vladimir's face. He had never liked social functions, and atop that, Alistair told Ethan that Vlad had just gotten some very intimidating news. Their father was slated to retire within the year and Vladimir would take his place. Of course, that was no surprise to anyone in the Kensley family but Vladimir. Despite being one of the most efficient men Ethan had ever met, he had a crippling fear of failure, something about worrying he would sully the name of the family that had taken him in. Of course, he never listened to all of them telling him that was impossible. The man had never missed a day of work in his life. But tonight, he was determined to frown his way through one of the best evenings of the year. "Well, you look absolutely miserable." Vlad rolled his eyes. Somehow the dark-haired man managed to make even that imposing. "I'm not miserable. I can just think of 100 other things I could be doing to prepare for my trip to Los Angeles." Ethan arched a brow incredulously. What the hell does this have to do with Los Angeles? Vlad, this is about tonight. You're not going to LA for weeks. I have a ton to finish before I leave. Vlad's blue eyes all but gleamed with worry. It will take me ages. Dude, Ethan clapped him on both shoulders. You need to take a chill pill, Vlad. Kick back, relax. This is supposed to be a party. Don't you need to take a breather? Not when there's work to do. Ethan sighed long-sufferingly. He shouldn't have bothered to ask. When it came to work, Vlad was completely and totally single-minded. He acted as if he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, which technically in many ways he did. It wasn't, however, as if he didn't have a decidedly large family to support him in any endeavor he might seek to pursue. Vlad, Ethan squeezed his shoulders firmly, I can't believe I'm saying this, but you need a woman. It was something their father might say, even though Ethan meant it in a completely different way. Vlad groaned, taking hold of Ethan's hand to remove it. The answer is always a woman with you, Ethan. Some of us are built differently, you know. The last time Ethan checked, all men were the same. Wired a bit differently, for sure, but the build was never an issue. Of course, he didn't expect Vlad to find a girl to let off some steam with just because Ethan told him to, especially not with LA and father's retirement hanging over his head. Even under the best of circumstances, Vladimir wasn't the kind of man who went out to bars and picked up women. It just wasn't his style. Didn't hurt to suggest a bit of a different approach, though. Just don't worry yourself into an early grave, okay, Vlad? Vlad merely grunted in reply, grabbing a glass of champagne from a nearby waitress before stalking off into the crowd. It wasn't long before he was overtaken by the family of a major investor in the company, and Ethan only hoped that maybe they would be able to cheer his brother up a bit. It was nice to see the people he spent time with in the office let their hair down, have the investors come down from on high, and spend time with the little people. Ethan always thoroughly enjoyed hobnobbing with the city's elite. He did this as much to make fun of them as he did to observe them, thankful that the Kensleys were so very different. Having had quite a few glasses of champagne before dinner, Ethan was pleased to be seated between his mother and a very attractive brunette. When he began to lean towards her, however, Olivia Kensley squeezed his hand. She looked resplendent in a red ball gown, just as attractive in her 60s as she had been 20 years earlier. Married Dove. And her husband is very possessive. Call him a scoundrel, but he wasn't the type that let marriage get in the way. He didn't want to replace any woman's husband, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't oblige a lady if she threw herself at him. It would be rude, in fact. But his mother was right. A dinner table packed with New York's elite was hardly the place or the time. When he caught Olivia's eye with a sheepish grin, she merely sighed. I'm sure this isn't what your father meant when he told you to pick a nice woman and settle down. Ethan made a face, even as his mother reached out to straighten the collar of the starched shirt he wore beneath his impeccable black tuxedo. Mother, I'm 30. I can't just produce grandchildren on demand. That is not what he meant, Ethan, Olivia sighed, for God's sake. But then they were cut off when dinner service started. Jackson Kensley himself sat at the head of the table, a few seats away, flanked on his right by Vladimir and his left by Lucas, his youngest son. Lucas looked just as in awe of his position as several guests who were probably coveting it, but anyone who knew anything about Jackson Kensley knew that he valued his family above all else, and it always showed. Dinner was delicious, as it always was, 5 full courses of the things his father most liked to eat, such as garlic chicken with rosemary potatoes and grilled asparagus salad. Ethan couldn't complain, as he and most of the table came away completely satiated, fully prepared for the list of speeches and recognitions of donation that were to come afterward. What was Mum scolding you about? Lucas managed to sneak up on him as they were reconvening in the ballroom, and Ethan merely grinned at him. Since they were younger, Ethan liked to tease Lucas about the remnants of his British accent. Even at the age of 28, it hadn't quite disappeared. In truth, as a teenager, Ethan had been slightly envious of it. Unlike Lucas and his other brothers, Ethan had been born and bred on American soil. There was nothing exotic or interesting about him, at least in his opinion. "None of your business," Ethan jibed playfully, elbowing his brother in the side. Despite being younger, Lucas was of equal size, and the blond man took it like a champ. "Enjoyed basking in the limelight, sitting next to Dad at the head of the table, did you?" Ethan asked. Lucas's wide green eyes took on the expression of a deer in headlights. "I don't know how you guys stand it. Everyone is looking at you. Everyone whispering. Well, Vlad doesn't stand it. He hides away and leaves the rest of us to tackle his media absence." Ethan jibed. "Maybe you should take a leaf from his book." "Ethan," Lucas frowned, "you know Vlad has his issues." "Somewhere there's an entire volume written on Vladimir's issues," Ethan returned with a small smirk, "but we won't address that now." His expression softened somewhat. "You think he's going to be all right? He's walking around like a damn zombie. News of Dad's retirement hit him pretty hard." "He'll be fine." Lucas's lips curved upward into a confident smile. "Probably the most stressed he's ever been in his life. Vlad's only reacting accordingly." "Yes, well, maybe I should tell him Dad's considering Alistair as CEO. That might turn him around pretty quickly." Lucas's expression turned to one of horror. Their eldest brother's temper and propensity for daredevil stunts were legendary. When they were younger, he had told his father that he would sit in an office and be beholden to stockholders over his dead body. Jackson had only laughed at this proclamation. Anyone with an ounce of thinking power knew better than to try and tie Alistair down in an office. He belonged outdoors, doing all the crazy stuff he liked, which was why he was head of land acquisition. And damn good at his job. Speaking of someone damn good at her job, Ethan was eyeing the decorative chair who had worked with his mother. She was about 2 decades younger, and wearing a dress that showed off her awe-inspiring chest to the hilt. He must have been staring as Lucas smacked his arm in reproach, a knowing smile playing about his mouth. "Don't get into too much trouble, Ethan." The light-haired man chuckled, clapping his brother on the shoulder. "You should get into more trouble, Lucas. I'm sure it would serve you well." Any further conversation they might have had was cut off when their father stepped up to the podium to make his speech. Even in his 70s, Jackson Kensley cut an imposing figure in his starched suit and tie. He stood tall and proud at the podium, gazing over everyone assembled there. When he spoke, he didn't need a microphone for his voice to resound through the ballroom. "Thank you to all my esteemed guests, my friends and my family, everyone in attendance who helped make this night an event to remember. I am always heartened to see so many of us come together to help those in need." That, Ethan knew, was not the primary reason most people had come to the event. They came to see and be seen, but that was beside the point. Their money was still going to a good cause. "Every year," Jackson went on, "I travel the world for both business and pleasure. Both in our own country and abroad, I see the difficulty that orphan children endure. It is imperative that we help provide for those children who can't provide for themselves, so that they might lead bright and prosperous futures." Polite applause greeted this statement, with a few pockets of strength from those people who actually believed in the cause to which they donated. Ethan and his brothers applauded the most heartily of all, with good reason. "As all of you know," Jackson went on, his expression simultaneously solemn and proud, "each of my 5 sons was adopted. Their circumstances were different, and as men, they were vastly different people, but all they required was an opportunity to shine. They make me prouder than I can imagine every single day, even if they continue to grind my nerves on an off day every once in a while." That incited a smattering of chuckles, and Lucas caught Ethan's eye with a grin. Vlad was off in a corner somewhere, no doubt lamenting that he would ever cause their father any trouble. Toshiro was God knew where Switzerland, the last Ethan heard, and Alistair was no doubt jumping into the Grand Canyon. It was a shame, as both of them could appreciate a good party. "I implore you," Jackson continued, his expression turning serious once more, to educate yourselves on the state of our young people. In many cases, these children come from broken families, abusive families, parents who can't put food on the table, or some convoluted combination of the three. His words stirred unwelcome memories in Ethan, and the young man frowned, his champagne glass stilling halfway to his mouth. Thoughts of his biological mother were rare these days, but he still got them, floating in like a disease in his subconscious. Though she was the one who had given birth to him, Ethan had long stopped considering her his mother. Olivia Kensley was the woman who taught him what having a proper mother was like. She was the balm that soothed his exhausted soul when, at the tender age of 8, he'd been scooped up from a nasty foster family. He shuddered at the mere memory, before downing his entire glass of champagne. He didn't want to think about this. He always got into a funk when he thought of his life before the Kensleys, and that was the last thing he wanted now. Ethan was, in fact, so wrapped up in the past that he barely heard the rest of his father's speech. He barely snapped back to the present in time for Jackson to thank everyone for coming again. Ethan applauded automatically, taking a fresh glass of champagne from the first waiter he could find. At times like this, he needed a good stiff drink and a warm, soft woman. He knew from experience that when his past started creeping in, there was only one surefire way to banish the unwanted memories. While Lucas went to congratulate their father on raising over $5 million, Ethan made a beeline for the dessert table, where several beauties had already congregated. He made small talk with one of the premier attorneys in the city nearby, suspecting the man had the same intent that he did. All the while, Ethan watched a particularly gorgeous blonde out of the corner of his eye. It seemed that she was there with her husband, laughing while he suggested various desserts to her. Usually, when a woman was married, he wasn't the one to initiate contact. He let them come to him. But the memories plaguing him unsettled him enough to make him bold. The moment the man left her, which no good husband, he justified to himself, would really do, Ethan excused himself from his conversation with the attorney and sidled over to her. He admired her long, slender legs, in the short cocktail dress she wore for a moment before addressing her. "Big sweet tooth, huh?" The woman lifted her head to fix him with breathtaking cornflower blue eyes, and Ethan's gut twisted in raw desire. When she smiled, it was slow and inviting. Maybe a little bigger than most. "You've got quite the spread here, Mr. Kensley." It seemed his reputation preceded him. That could be good or bad, really, depending on what kind of woman he was dealing with. "Well, we like to have a little of everything. Never really know what people's tastes will be." "I see." The blonde took up a saucer of crème brûlée, breaking the crystallized sugar crust with a small silver spoon before taking a lingering bite. Ethan forced himself not to watch her like a starved man, despite his desperation. "I'm Loretta, by the way." "Pleasure to meet you, Loretta." He extended his hand for her to shake, and the young woman laughed, taking it briefly. "Are you this charming with all the ladies, Mr. Kensley?" She had no idea. "Only with the ones I can't take my eyes off of." Loretta chuckled softly, taking another bite of her dessert. "And tell me, would it happen to deter you if one of your conquests was spoken for?" Well, she'd come right out and say it. She was astute, upfront. He liked that in a woman. "If it doesn't bother her," he answered lowly, taking a step closer to her, "it doesn't bother me." Loretta's intrigued smile turned to one of blatant amusement, as she arched a brow. And if it did matter to her? Damn. Had he read this entire situation wrong? Ethan had been so sure this woman was giving him all the signs he looked for. It was possible, he supposed, that his mood had thrown his entire game off. Ethan didn't know quite how to answer her inquiry, so he merely eyed her in a desirous query. Possibility turned to certainty the moment Loretta finished her dessert, handing the empty dish to a passing waiter. "As tempting as your offer is, Mr. Kensley, I'm spoken for, and I like to keep things monogamous." Ethan's heart sank. Well, that was that. He supposed the chase, at least, had been exciting. As much as he wanted to run his hands over her decadent curves, he knew that pushing Loretta any further would be blatantly disrespectful, and he had never gone quite that far where a woman was concerned. "You'll have to forgive me then, Loretta." A bit of his desperation faded in lieu of embarrassment. He didn't think he'd ever been turned down so politely. The blonde merely grinned, reaching past him to select another dessert. As she did, she brushed past him, and Ethan swallowed a groan at the feel of her ample hips whispering past his own. "You know, Mr. Kensley, I was really rooting for you and the ballerina." She straightened to daintily nibble on the corner of a petit four. Ballerina? Damn. It had been a while since anyone mentioned that. About 2 years ago, he had dated Sylvia Martin, a prima ballerina for the New York Ballet. It was the closest he'd gotten to a relationship in a while. He slept with her exclusively, took her out to every public function, and at one point had even contemplated introducing her to his parents. Contemplated is the key word. In the end, he finds out that she has been shaking up with one of her fellow dancers, and she and Ethan have parted ways. Ethan had been surprised at just how relieved he was. He had liked Sylvia, but he certainly hadn't loved her. She was, however, the woman he'd been seen with the most in recent years, so he supposed that it wasn't that unusual that her name came up. "Yeah, well, I was rooting for us for a while too," he replied. He chose a dessert himself, placating his body with sugar for the time being. "I know this is going to sound silly," Loretta glanced up at him hesitatingly before continuing. "But have you ever considered having someone help you find a partner?" At the very notion, Ethan snorted with laughter. Did they even do that anymore? This was 2017, for God's sake. Thankfully, instead of being offended, Loretta took his reaction in stride. "I know it sounds insane, but a woman matched me with my husband." It was eerie how fast we clicked. Almost like she was psychic. Ethan was more thankful by the minute that he hadn't slept with this woman. He couldn't see a conversation about matchmaking and fated love going well between them. To her merit, however, Loretta didn't come off as overly invested in the idea of star-crossed romantic partners. Just the matchmaker herself. "I know it's not my place to tell you anything about women," Loretta laughed softly, "but you might want to try giving her a call. Just for shits and giggles. Couldn't hurt, right?" He was sure that it could, at the very least, hurt his wallet. He'd heard about so-called modern matchmakers a handful of times, and they weren't cheap. He couldn't imagine having to pay to get laid. He didn't have any problems finding compatible women on his own. What could a matchmaker possibly do for him? "I can tell you're enthusiastic about the idea," Loretta teased at his skeptical expression. She reached into the small evening bag beneath her arm to fish out a single red business card, which she extended to him with 2 fingers. "Just take it. It doesn't mean you have to call it or anything, but it might be nice to have in your repertoire." Ethan stared at the card for a brief moment, before taking it with no small reluctance. He read the name on the front. Harper Jones. Discover your perfect match. Call to reserve your free consultation. It sounded like complete and utter rubbish. Unfortunately, he didn't have any more time to debate the pros and cons of hiring a matchmaker with Loretta as her husband returned, and he didn't look happy to see Ethan by her side, Kensley or not. The light-haired man beat a quick retreat to find another glass of champagne and start the hunt for another conquest. He tucked the card Loretta had passed him into his jacket pocket and promptly forgot about it. After all, Ethan had much bigger fish to fry.
End of sneak peek for Dirty Business. A bad boy billionaire romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.